The East Pole continent is divided into 14 states. Yuanzhou, inside the Zishu sect, tens of thousands of disciples gathered in a huge square, and many sect elders were looking respectfully at a Taoist in white in his early 20s. This Taoist is Lin Feng, and he is confused at this moment. What's going on? Where am I? Just when he had countless doubts in his mind, a huge amount of information merged into his mind. How long passed before Lin Feng came back to his senses? Yes, he transmigrated and became the ancestor of the Purple Void Sect. With the cultivation of the Middle Saint realm, he can be said to be a powerful influence in the sect and is respected by thousands of people. Today is the end of his 1,000-year seclusion. According to the sect's etiquette, he has to leave the seclusion to accept the worship of countless disciples and elders. By the way, he also wants to see if there are any disciples who catch his eye in order to accept him. Grandpa starts the game, I like. It seems that I don't look old either. Lin Feng's eyes showed a hint of secret joy. This is the beginning with identity and status. It's very satisfying, isn't it? Just when he was thinking a lot, suddenly an ethereal voice sounded. Ding! The strongest ancestor system has successfully bound to the host and is detecting the host information. Detection successful. Host, Lin Feng. Cultivation level, Middle Saint. Disciple, none. Sect, Zishu sect. Level, Saint level sect. A system? Lin Feng was stunned. The old man started with a system. This start was too humane. Ding! This system will help you become the first ancestor in myriad worlds. Novice mission released. Accept a disciple of innate saint body. Reward, a quasi-imperial law treasure. System prompt. Host, please complete more tasks, obtain rewards, improve your cultivation, expand your sect, and strive to become the first ancestor of myriad worlds as soon as possible. The system's ethereal voice fell again, and Lin Feng showed a smile. The first ancestor of myriad worlds sounded very awesome. Although the Purple Void Sect is located thousands of miles away from Yuanzhou and has countless subsidiaries, there is not only the Purple Void Sect in the entire East G continent as a saint-level sect. Even on the East Pole continent, there is an even more powerful Quasi-Emperor sect. Ancestor, is there anyone you like among these core disciples? At this time, a middle-aged man with a gentle face approached Lin Feng respectfully. This middle-aged man was the current head of the Zishu sect. Well, let's take a look. Lin Feng said lightly. When the master of the Zishu sect heard this, his face showed joy. His ancestor had never accepted a disciple since he became a saint. As the sect leader, he certainly wanted his ancestor to recruit more disciples and train more strong men for the sect, and even train another saint realm powerhouse. Lin Feng sat on the Grand Master's chair, his eyes slowly falling on the core disciples at the front of the square. There are only 100 of these core disciples, but all of them are elites of the Purple Void Sect. Among them, the lowest cultivation level is in the Spirit Sea realm world, and some have even reached the level of half-step to mortal transformation. As Lin Feng's gaze fell, a group of core disciples almost held their breath, as longing and fantasy intertwined in their minds. If I am favored by my ancestor, maybe I will have a chance to enter Saint Realm. Choose me. Ancestor, choose me. I'm a half-step into mortal form. Ancestor, will you choose me? However, in the end, Lin Feng's eyes left this group of core disciples, and the system did not prompt, indicating that there was no innate saint body among these people. The core disciples will later become the inner disciples of the Purple Void Sect, and they are also the important backbone of the Purple Void Sect. There are thousands of inner disciples, and the weakest one has the Violet Palace level. As Lin Feng cast his gaze, their breathing became extremely rapid, and their eyes flashed with passion. However, Lin Feng still did not choose anyone. Instead, his eyes fell on a group of outer disciples. There are tens of thousands of disciples in the outer sect of Zishu sect. Although they are all at the bottom of the sect, it is also a place where talents come out in large numbers. On average, every 1,000 years, 1 or 2 amazing people will stand out and become the best among people. As Lin Feng's eyes fell on a group of outer disciples, Zishu sect master was puzzled. Is there any undiscovered genius among the outer disciples? Lin Feng looked at each disciple carefully, and suddenly the system beeped. Ding! Found the Chaos Dao body. Trigger the task with 10 times the reward. Does the host choose to accept a disciple? Chaos Dao body? Lin Feng was overjoyed. This is a divine body that has not been produced for millions of years. Having this body is almost destined to become an emperor. Great Emperor. In this East Pole continent where there are only a few Quasi-Emperors, a Great Emperor is absolutely invincible. As the system prompts fell, Lin Feng's eyes fell on a young man in black. This is a young boy in black clothes who is 17 or 18 years old. His cultivation level is only in the early stage of innate, but his eyes are full of vicissitudes that are not for this age. Interesting. Lin Feng showed a slight smile on his lips and slowly walked towards the boy. What? The Ancestor actually wants to accept an outer disciple as his disciple, and his cultivation is only at the early stage of innate. He wants qualifications but not qualifications. He wants strength but not strength. Why? A group of core disciples and inner disciples became restless. Lin Feng frowned, and the terrifying pressure instantly erupted. In an instant, countless disciples turned pale and knelt down one after another. Ancestor, calm down. Upon seeing this, a group of sect elders first glared at the disciples in the square, then knelt down to Lin Feng and said respectfully, Ancestor, calm down. Humph. It's not your turn to give me advice when I do something, so I won't do it next time. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the momentum on his body gradually dissipated like a tide. A group of disciples and elders quickly agreed. The power of the Saint Ancestor cannot be disobeyed. May I have your name? Lin Feng walked up to the young man in black. The young man in black glanced at Lin Feng, but his eyes were surprisingly calm. He bowed to Lin Feng respectfully. Disciple Yi Chun, pay homage to our ancestor. Yi Chun? Lin Feng heard this name and began to search for memories in his mind. Are you a descendant of the Yi family of the Emperor clan? Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on Yi Chun. Saint had mastered the power of heaven and earth. With Lin Feng's eyes, the whole space fell into depression. Emperor clan Yi family, the former transcendent level family in East Pole continent. There was a powerful great emperor in the family. Although millions of years have passed, this family is still one of the top forces in the East G continent, and its heritage is by no means comparable to that of the Zishu sect. Returning to our ancestors, the disciple has severed ties with the Yi family. If my father's surname was not Yi, the disciple would not care about this surname. When the disciple becomes a saint, he will definitely kill the Yi family to avenge the blood. Yi Chen's voice trembled when he said this. Oh, become a saint and kill the Yi family? Cultivation in the 9 realms. Spirit gathering, innate, violet palace, spirit sea, transformation, divine ability, saint realm, quasi-emperor, great emperor. You are just innate. You want to become a saint. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Lin Feng said leisurely, while staring at Yi Chun unwaveringly. Ha ha! What the ancestor said is absolutely true, but I have made up my mind. Even if I go to that mountain of swords and sea of fire, even if I die, I will become a saint. The Yi family is so unkind that they killed my father and forced my mother to death. This hatred will never end. Yi Chun said firmly. At this time, he had already suppressed his emotions. When Lin Feng saw this, he became more and more satisfied with Yi Chun. At the same time, he only had ridicule for the powerful Yi family in his heart. What bullshit is Emperor clan? After millions of years of glory, the Yi family has become decayed. With endless internal fighting, Yi Chen's Chaos Dao body was not fully cultivated, but kicked out. What's even more ridiculous is that no strong person in the huge Yi family came forward to defend Yi Chun. Sainthood is not just talk. Are you willing to become my teacher? Lin Feng said calmly. His voice made Yi Chun startled. Although he was born in the Emperor clan, he didn't think his qualifications were that good. On the contrary, his cultivation is extremely slow. If his father hadn't given him a lot of spirit medicine, he might not have even broken through to the middle stage of spirit gathering. Are you willing to become my teacher? Seeing that Yi Chun didn't respond for a long time, Lin Feng slowly spoke again. The loud sound echoed between heaven and earth, instantly awakening Yi Chun, who was in a daze, and he quickly knelt down and worshipped. Disciple is willing to worship the ancestor as his teacher. Then Yi Chun quickly bowed and kowtowed to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng also showed a hint of joy on his face. This is Chaos Dao body. Fortunately, I transmigrated in time. If it were here for 10 years, this Chaos Dao body would probably be useless because except for the strong ones above Saint Realm, it would be difficult to see the Chaos Dao body. This Chaos Dao body is different from other physiques. It cultivates slowly in front of the Spirit Sea realm, and it doesn't show anything special at all. It is even regarded as a garbage physique because of its slow cultivation. Okay, Then from now on, you are the saint child of my Purple Void Sect. Lin Feng's voice fell slowly. This time, countless disciples did not dare to talk anymore. Only a gray-haired old man spoke respectfully to Lin Feng. Ancestor, you just accept this disciple with mediocre qualifications, but the sect's saint child is related to the face of our Zishu holy sect. Ancestor, please think twice. The white-haired old man is the law enforcement elder of Zishu sect, and his status is only lower than Lin Feng. His cultivation level was already halfway to saint realm. As he opened his mouth, a group of elders also knelt down to Lin Feng. Ancestor, please think twice. Lin Feng was not angry when he saw this. After all, these elders were all thinking about Zishu sect. He just said lightly, I have made up my mind, but since you have any objections in a year's sect competition, whoever is a disciple of the Purple Void Sect can defeat Yi Chun. Then I will make him a saint child and take him into my sect. Wow! As Lin Feng's voice fell, a group of Zishu sect disciples showed fanaticism in their eyes, and they all looked at Yi Chun like evil wolves. This is their big opportunity. What about a year from now? Although Yi Chun was cultivated by the Saint Ancestor, the gap in qualifications cannot be made up by resources alone. Yes, Ancestor. Seeing that Lin Feng had said this, a group of elders stopped worrying. Anyway, if Yi Chun fails in a year, they will take the strongest disciple of the sect to challenge Yi Chun. For a monk, a year is just a retreat. Just go with me. Lin Feng grabbed Yi Chun and disappeared. The disciples and elders on the square knelt down again, and a mighty voice sounded. Farewell to my ancestor. Farewell to my ancestor. On the top of the Zishu Mountains, there are purple bamboo trees, surrounded by spiritual energy. From time to time, spirit beasts appear in the grass, and several large cranes fly through the clouds and mist, just like a fairyland on earth. There is a small courtyard with simple musical notation in the purple bamboo forest. In the courtyard grows a green Wu Dao fruit tree. This is where Lin Feng lives. Pushing open the small courtyard, Lin Feng stepped in, and at the same time his voice sounded faintly. Come in with me. Yes, master. Yi Chun followed Lin Feng respectfully, while looking around curiously. Although he was born in the Yi family of the Emperor clan, he has always lived in the outer courtyard. Where has he ever seen such a dojo where Saint lives? Entering the main hall of the small courtyard, Lin Feng slowly sat on the Taisher chair, with extremely serious eyes. There are not many rules when you come under my door. First, don't betray your master. The second is not to fight within yourself. Otherwise, no matter how far away the world is, I will personally kill you. Do you understand? There was a hint of majesty in Lin Feng's eyes. Yi Chun knelt down and kowtowed 3 times again. Yi Chun remembers master's words. Okay, get up. I have 3 great emperor techniques here. Purple Thunder Divine Fist, Tai Ching Sword Technique, and this Chaos Immortality Art. Lin Feng took out 3 scrolls filled with ancient aura and sent them all to Yi Chun with a movement of his fingers. These 3 techniques each have their own strengths and weaknesses, but the strongest one is Chaos Immortality Ju. I only have 3 volumes of this technique, but it is enough for you to practice to the Great Emperor level. And the remaining 3 volumes and 3 volumes are rumored to be able to cultivate to the realm of immortality. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the room. Although Saint has a lifespan of 10,000 years, he is far from immortal. Perhaps only the Great Emperor can peek into the path to immortality. Master, I choose Chaos Immortality Arta. Yi Chun finally chose Chaos Immortality. He didn't care about immortality. Just the word strongest made him make up his mind. Only by being strong can he take revenge. Okay, in that case, take these spirit pills. The reason why you practice slowly is because you have a Chaos Dao body that has not been produced for millions of years. I hope you won't disappoint me in 1 year. Otherwise, I can only kick you out. Lin Feng said to Yi Chun. Yi Chun looked at the various spirit treasures on the ground. Each of these things can cause chaos in the outside world. He clenched his fists and said loudly, Disciple will definitely live up to Master's expectations. Well, please step back. You can build a house and open a cave mansion in the purple bamboo forest 80 miles away from the top. If you don't have anything to do, don't disturb me. Lin Feng said calmly, and at the same time, with a wave of his sleeves, countless spirit treasures and Yi Chun were sent out of the hospital. Yi Chun put away the treasures around him, bowed to Lin Feng's small courtyard, and then began to look for a suitable place to live in the forest. Lin Feng sat on the Grand Master's chair and didn't care about Yi Chun. He was practicing as a guide. The master was just a guide, and he had to rely on himself to understand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 10 times the rewards have begun to be distributed. An Emperor-level law treasure. The system warehouse is open. As the sound of the system fell, a white light group appeared in front of Lin Feng. As the white light dissipated, a black ancient sword floated in the air. Terrifying murderous aura flowed on the ancient sword, and the surrounding air suddenly became extremely cold. Through the dim light on the blade, Lin Feng seemed to see a long sword slashing down from the sky, and millions of creatures instantly turned into ash. As expected of Emperor-level law treasure, Lin Feng whispered, stretched out his hand, and slowly held the long sword. With this sword, even if Lin Feng is only in the middle stage of Saint, he can still fight against the peak Saint. Supreme Great Emperor-level law treasure. Those Quasi-Emperor orthodoxy may not have it. At the same time, in Qingzhou, in the main hall of the Yi family, an old man with fiery red hair sat in the main hall with a gloomy expression. You are so good. My Yi family produced a Chaos Dao body, but you actually forced it away because of the immediate benefits. This is the hope of my Yi family to become the overlord of the East Pole continent again. The terrifying aura of the red-haired old man echoed in the hall, and the entire space of heaven and earth was almost distorted under this pressure. This red-haired old man is the ancestor of the Yi family, a peak Quasi-Emperor who has lived for 40,000 years. Mighty Ancestor, calm down. A group of Yi family's divine ability realm experts knelt tremblingly in the main hall, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Ancestor, please calm down. I am also at fault in this matter. Suddenly, the void twisted and 4 Taoist shadows appeared. These 4 people are the saint ancestors of the Yi family. They are much lower in seniority than the red-haired old man, but they are also very important in the Yi family. Humph. You 4 should stay out of business today. The Yi family has been at ease for 1,000,000 years, and I think it has become rotten. If this continues, these unfilial descendants will sooner or later lead the Yi family to destruction. The red-haired old man said this, his eyes full of sighs. Over millions of years, the Yi family has produced many dazzling figures, and even a peerless great emperor appeared 1,000,000 years ago. But times have changed, and the Yi family has begun to become increasingly lonely. If he were not still alive, the Yi family would probably directly become a saint-level force. Ancestor, the matter has come to this. Why don't we go find the disciples of Chaos Dao Body first? Maybe there is still room for maneuver. A yellow-clothed saint from the Yi family spoke in a hoarse voice. His voice was like iron scraping, unusually harsh. There is no room for maneuver. I calculated through the Yi family celestial divination that the Chaos Dao Body has no fate with the Yi family. Even thousands of years later, my Yi family will be destroyed in its hands. The red-haired old man snorted coldly, his eyes full of anger, but there was a hint of sigh in his anger. The once glorious Yi family has become like this. What? The expressions of the 4 saints of the Yi family changed, and the red-haired old man's aura gradually faded away, and his body gradually disappeared in place. From now on, I don't want to ask any more questions about the Yi family. This disciple of the Yi family, who owns the Chaos Dao Body, is named Yi Chun. He should be in the Zishu sect in Sangzhou at this time. How to do it is up to you. Bar. The voice of the red-haired old man echoed in the Yi family hall. 4 Yi family saints and a group of Yi family divine ability realm elders knelt on the ground and said, "Farewell to you, Ancestor, and thank you for your guidance." After a long time, the 4 saint ancestors of the Yi family slowly looked at the group of divine ability realm elders in the hall. This incident made our ancestors furious and caused even more trouble for my Yi family. All the elders involved in this matter were imprisoned in Sigua building for 10 years. The 10 years of salary will be cancelled, and the Yi family will be rectified from now on. All those who have nothing to do with it will leave. Bar. The yellow-clothed saint of the Yi family spoke slowly. Then the entire Yi family hall quickly became empty. Brother, what should we do next? The other 3 saint ancestors of the Yi family all looked at the yellow-clothed saint. The yellow-clothed saint frowned and slowly said, "Sangzhou Zishu sect? It's just a saint-level sect. Second brother, let's go and visit." "Yes, sir." A white-clothed Yi family saint nodded, casually tore apart the void, and disappeared into the Yi family hall. At this time, in Zishu sect, Lin Feng was lying very leisurely on the Taisha chair in the small courtyard. The life of the Ancestor is really leisurely. You don't have to fight monsters like other protagonists, and you don't need to fight wits and courage. You just need to enjoy a good life like this. Just when Lin Feng was intoxicated and relieved, the sky suddenly turned dark, and then a loud sound echoed through the Zishu Sect mountains. Yi Chun, the second-generation ancestor of the Yi family in Qingzhou, came to pay homage to the mountain. As the loud sound fell, a dazzling sun instantly rose above the dark sky, and the terrifying pressure rolled away. Saint Law manifestation? Holy shit! Qingzhou Yi family? You're not here for Yi Chun, are you? Lin Feng's body suddenly jumped up from the Taisha's chair. With a movement of his body, he disappeared into the small courtyard and appeared in the sky outside the Zishu Mountains. It turns out to be Yi Chun, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist's name is as famous as Emperor Clan Ye's family. Will be immortal throughout the ages. Lin Feng smiled and praised the sun in the sky, but his spiritual power began to work. The visitor from the Yi family in the sun is at least Saint late stage, and Lin Feng felt that he was probably here for Yi Chun. Sure enough, that huge sound resounded through the sky again. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. I came here today for one reason only. There is a traitor in my Yi family who has hid in Zishu Sect. I would like to ask fellow Taoists to help me capture him and bring him back to the Yi family. Ha ha! When Lin Feng heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter. Then his face instantly darkened, and he spoke again. Fellow Taoist, do you know where your feet are? At your feet, Zishu Sect. Could it be that fellow Taoist doesn't agree to my request and doesn't give my Yi family the face? When the Yi family saint's voice fell, the disciples and elders of the entire Zishu sect stared nervously at the sky. The entire Dongji continent knew how powerful the Yi family was. Although Zishu sect is not weak, it is far inferior to the Yi family. One is just a 30,000-year-old saint-level orthodoxy, but the other is an emperor clan with a million-year heritage. Fellow Taoist and I are not familiar with each other. Why should I give fellow Taoist face? As for your Yi family traitor or something, since he has joined our Zishu sect, he is a disciple of Zishu sect. Your Yi family has no right to ask my Zishu sect needs someone. Lin Feng's voice is very calm, but every word is domineering. Tens of thousands of Zishu sect disciples suddenly felt that the sect was their home, even if his status in the sect is not high. As long as he is within the sect, outsiders cannot bully him. Because the Ancestor is here. I'll ask again, does your Zishu sect make friends? The saint of the Yi family also had a bad tone, but he did not take action immediately. After all, Lin Feng had the cultivation level of the middle saint, and this was the territory of the Purple Void Sect, so he would not have an advantage if he took action rashly. Ding! The system mission is released. Kill the saint of the Yi family and gain 10,000 years of cultivation. Reward the ancient fragmentary scripture, Northern Emperor's sword scripture. The system's ethereal voice suddenly fell. Lin Feng looked happy when he heard this. 10,000 years of cultivation is a good thing. Saint only has a lifespan of 10,000 years, which is almost equivalent to doubling his strength. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel. Lin Feng originally didn't plan to kill the Yi family saint, but now he changed his mind. The ancient sword was sacrificed. Lin Feng's palm, soul, energy gathered, and the Saint Law manifestation slowly rose behind him. The sky was filled with purple light. If you want to fight, then fight. When will our Zishu sect be afraid of your Yi family? Lin Feng said calmly, and the long sword struck out with a roar. The sword energy fell from the sky, and the Yi family saint's expression changed drastically when he saw it. He did not expect that Lin Feng would suddenly take action, but it was too late to get out of the way at this time, so he could only resist in a hurry. Wow! The power of Emperor-level law treasure completely exploded at this moment. The void twisted, the sword roared, and a hole was even punched in the sky. Ahem! Emperor-level law treasure. The saint of the Yi family looked horrified. He no longer looked aloof as before. He no longer had any fighting spirit and turned around to run away. Can you leave? Lin Feng's body turned into a breeze, instantly blocking his way. At the same time, the long sword in his hand slashed again. Tai Ching sword technique. The first cut, 3 Qing swords with 1 Qi. The dazzling sword light turned into 3 sharp edges, intertwined into a large net wrapped with endless murderous intent, sealing the way of Saint Ye's family. Sun No Law manifestation. The saint of the Yi family was so frightened by these three sword rays that he even burned his lifespan. A sun rose slowly above his head. The terrifying power centered on the sun and imprisoned the surrounding world, completely protecting the saint of the Yi family. Boom! The sword energy finally collided with the power of law manifestation. The powerful air waves stirred up the powerful wind. Lin Feng looked calm above the sky, and the long sword in his hand was like the waves of the river, endless. Another terrifying sword fell. The sun above the Yi family saint's head grew darker and darker, and was on the verge of breaking. I am the second-generation ancestor of the Yi family of the Emperor clan. Do you dare to kill me? At this moment, Saint Ye's family felt completely frightened. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Emperor clan, so what if the Yi family? If you dare to offend our Zishu sect, you will be killed. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the sky, followed by the fall of the strongest sword. The sword energy completely tore apart Saint Ye's law manifestation, and the world returned to normal again. Except that Saint Ye's saint was directly annihilated in the sky, and only a few rags on his clothes fell lightly to the earth. Superior. Lin Feng took away the storage ring from him and returned to Zishu sect leisurely. But his battle completely shocked tens of thousands of Zishu sect disciples. In less than 20 breaths, his ancestor actually killed a saint. Kill saint with 2 swords. The ancestor's strength is so terrifying. Could it be that the ancestor has entered the Quasi-Emperor realm? It's possible. Listening to the ancestor's tone just now, he is not afraid of the Yi family at all. He must have entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. Quasi-Emperor realm? Then won't our Zishu sect soon join the ranks of Quasi-Emperor? A group of elders from the Divine Ability realm gathered in the sect, their eyes shining with light. At this moment, Lin Feng had already returned to the small courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The rewards have begun to be distributed. As the system's ethereal voice fell, a huge force instantly surged in Lin Feng's Dantian. Boom! As this power poured into Lin Feng's Dantian, he felt that his cultivation level began to soar instantly. Saint Realm Midterm, Late Stage. The pinnacle of the Holy Mirror. Wow! With Lin Feng's breakthrough, with his small courtyard as the center, spiritual energy with a radius of 100,000 miles gathered above his head. A supreme breath spread across his body, and the entire Zishu sect even began to shake. Yi Chun, who was practicing at the Zishu peak, was also awakened. Because there was a large formation on the Zishu peak, he didn't know about Lin Feng's killing of the Yi family saint before. Seeing Lin Feng's breakthrough at this moment, Yi Chun's eyes were filled with shock. He whispered to himself, "Master, is this a breakthrough? What a terrifying strength. One day I will be as powerful as Master. Father and mother, don't worry. Yi Chun will definitely kill the Yi family. Kill everyone who deserves to be killed. For you revenge." In the Purple Void Sect, countless disciples and elders came out one after another and stared at the top of the Purple Void Sect. The breath of Quasi-Emperor. It's the breath of Quasi-Emperor. The ancestor is really going to step into Quasi-Emperor. God bless our Zishu sect. Our sect will prosper. Open the sect protecting formation, and the Zishu sect is on high alert. Protect the ancestors. Zishu sect leaders' eyes were full of excitement. In Yuanzhou, countless sects and families have noticed the movements of Zishu sect. The aura of Quasi-Emperor. Is this the saint ancestor of Zishu sect attacking the Quasi-Emperor realm? Hurry. Rush to the Zishu sect quickly, and give a heavy gift to the ancestor of the Zishu sect when he comes out of seclusion as soon as possible to show the loyalty of my Wang family. In a luxurious hall, the head of the royal family quickly gave an order. In the Zhou family, in a huge secret room, Ancestor, the ancestor of the Purple Void Sect, is attacking the Quasi-Emperor realm. A bald man with a powerful aura knelt respectfully in front of a coffin. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin slowly opened, and an old man who looked like a skeleton sat up from it. The ancestor of the Purple Void Sect entered the Quasi-Emperor realm? It seems that the world is going to be in chaos. The old man's voice was vague, as if he might die at any moment. What did the ancestor deduce? The bald man spoke to the old man, his eyes full of respect, because this old man who seemed to be dying at any time was a Saint Realm strongman. Except for a few Divine Ability Realm strongmen, no one in the Zhou family knew about the clan. There is actually an ancestor of Saint. My Zhou family was also part of the Emperor clan 1,000,000 years ago. However, our clan is not good at fighting, but we are very knowledgeable in this deduction. I don't have long to live, and I may die soon. You must remember that if chaos breaks out in the East G continent, your whole family must follow the Purple Void Sect. I have seen that the Purple Void Sect will rise in the world in the future." As the old man's voice fell, the whole withered body sat back in the coffin again. At the top of the Zishu mountain range, Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, his aura has climbed to the top. If he takes a step further, he will be able to aspire to be the Quasi-Emperor and become one of the top in this continent. Success or failure depends on this. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with determination, and he gathered all the spiritual power in his body into his dantian. At this moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was also mobilized by him. A pain of torn tendons spread through his body, and his body was squeezed like a rubber ball by the spiritual energy. "Break!" Lin Feng shouted loudly, and an extremely powerful and oppressive aura flowed through his body. This power is different from Saint's majesty, but a kind of domineering power that can make heaven and earth surrender. Quasi-Emperor early stage. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, his body returned to its original appearance, and at the same time, a powerful vitality was flowing in his body. Quasi-Emperor has a lifespan of 50,000 years, but Lin Feng is only 10,000 years old at this moment, which is equivalent to directly returning to the youth stage. With the Emperor-level law treasure in hand, I can be regarded as joining the ranks of transcendent-level experts in this East Pole continent. Lin Feng whispered, and he took out the Beatty Sword Sutra from the system warehouse. This is an ancient book that is filled with the breath of time. The material of the ancient book is like sheepskin, but it feels as warm and cool as jade. There are 4 big characters written on the top of the ancient book, Beatty Sword Sutra. After turning the first page, a domineering text caught Lin Feng's eyes. The long sword comes from the sky, cuts through the vicissitudes of time, and catches up with endless immortality. As he continued to read the text, Lin Feng's eyes became more horrified. Although this ancient book was only a fragment, the original Emperor-level skills were 1,000,000 times more powerful. Even Lin Feng couldn't fully understand the first move of Beatty Sword Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Quasi-Emperor realm. Special rewards include 3 Saint Yuan Dan. The host is requested to develop the sect as soon as possible and become the strongest ancestor in myriad worlds as soon as possible. The sound of the system suddenly sounded, and Lin Feng's face instantly showed a joyful look. Saint Yuan Dan, this is a good thing. It can increase the chance of a strong person in the divine ability realm to enter the saint realm by 30%. The Purple Void Sect currently lacks top experts to take charge. If he wants to become the #1 ancestor in the myriad worlds, the Purple Void Sect must also be the #1 sect in the myriad worlds. After walking out of the small courtyard, Lin Feng appeared in the sect's main hall. Congratulations, Ancestor, for stepping into Quasi-Emperor. Congratulations, Ancestor, for stepping into Quasi-Emperor. A group of Divine Ability Realm elders saluted Lin Feng respectfully. Lin Feng, who entered the Quasi-Emperor, was also in a good mood. He smiled lightly and said, "There is no need to be polite. I am mainly announcing 2 things when I come out this time. The first is that I have broken through the Quasi-Emperor realm and am preparing to give a sermon in 3 months. All my disciples of the Purple Void Sect can come and listen. The second is that I have obtained 3 holy yuan pills. When I am going to the Tao, I will randomly select 3 people to give them the pills." Lin Feng's voice fell, and the eyes of a group of Divine Ability Realm elders bloomed. The Ancestor preached, "Holy Yuan Dan. A big opportunity? This is a big opportunity. Maybe if I have an epiphany by then, I may be given the elixir by my Ancestor, and then I can attack the Supreme Saint Realm. By the way, Ancestor, I have something to report." Just as a group of elders were distracted and fantasizing, Master Zishu suddenly spoke in a heavy tone. "If you have anything to do, please tell me." Lin Feng looked at Zishu Sect Master. "Ancestor, you killed the saint of the Yi family of the Emperor clan. I am afraid that the Yi family will soon come to deal with our Zishu sect. We, the Zishu sect, must be prepared for a war." There was a hint of worry in the eyes of the leader of the Zishu sect. "You don't have to worry. The Yi family is 2 states away from the Purple Void Sect. It's impossible for the whole family to dispatch. At most, Quasi-Emperor and Saint Realm Masters will come. I can handle it myself," Lin Feng said calmly. his tone full of confidence and domineering. At this time, the law enforcement elder of Zishu sect also spoke. The ancestor is right. The sect leader does not need to worry. Although the Yi family is known as the Emperor clan, there are at most 1 or 2 quasi-emperors in the family. Moreover, the Yi family and the Heavenly Sword Saint sect have a blood feud, and their quasi-emperors are strong, never dare to take action easily. Okay, you all go and do your own business. I have to go into seclusion too. Lin Feng's voice fell and disappeared. Farewell, Ancestor. A group of sect elders said respectfully. Yi family, in an ancient hall, snapped. With a crisp sound, a wooden row suddenly broke. The old man guarding the temple was instantly awakened by the crisp sound. Because the rankings in this hall are all the life cards of the strong men of the Yi family. Breaking the cards represents death. And this time the place where the cards are broken is not the low-level mortals and the powerful ones in the divine ability realm, but the ranking of the saint ancestors at the top. The death of a saint is devastating even for a transcendent level family, like the Yi family. The old man guarding the temple disappeared from the spot and rushed to the place where the saint ancestor of the Yi family was retreating. Several ancestors. The life cards of the second ancestor of the Yi family are broken. What did you say? An angry voice sounded, and the yellow-clothed saint of the Yi family rushed out of his dojo, grabbed the old man guarding the temple by the neck, and a terrifying aura erupted overwhelmingly. The old man guarding the temple suddenly turned pale, but he still said tremblingly, "The second ancestor's life tablet is broken." "No, impossible. The second brother is Saint Late Stage. How many people in this East Pole continent can kill him?" The yellow-clothed saint of the Yi family let go of the old man guarding the temple, feeling a little out of control. At this time, the other 2 saint ancestors of the Yi family also came out one after another. Their faces were very ugly. The fallen saint of the Yi family was their second brother. Elders of the Yi family, all urgently hold a clan meeting. The voice of the saint in yellow clothes of the Yi family instantly spread throughout the Yi family, and soon the entire Yi family shook. Ancestor, Saint suddenly requested an emergency clan meeting. Something big must have happened to the Yi family. In the main hall of the Yi family, Saint in yellow looked gloomy and said in a hoarse voice, "Just now, the life card of a saint from my Yi family was broken, and that saint is my second brother. He went to Zishu sect in order to kill the traitor Yi Chun, who would threaten the foundation of my Yi family." As the yellow-clothed saint's voice fell, the Yi family hall fell into an uproar. "What? How dare the Zishu sect kill our saint ancestor? We are willing to follow the 3 ancestors to kill the Zishu sect and wash out the Zishu sect with blood." The powerful men in the Yi family's divine ability realm world were full of anger. Although the Yi family was lonely, a lean camel was bigger than a horse. The Emperor clan was always the Emperor clan. Even if it declined, the other quasi on this continent, the Emperor's orthodoxy did not dare to underestimate the Yi family. Report. The ancestor of Yuanzhou Zishu sect has entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. Just as a group of divine ability realm elders were shouting to kill the Zishu sect, a member of the Yi family walked into the hall. What? The ancestor of the Purple Void Sect entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. The yellow-clothed saint's expression darkened, and a group of Yi family's strong men also turned towards the yellow-clothed saint. At this moment, a Quasi-Emperor was suddenly born in Zishu sect, and the Yi family instantly lost its absolute advantage. "That's all. I'm going to the Purple Void Sect this time. Even though our Yi family is lonely today, we are still the Emperor clan, and we cannot let countless forces on the mainland laugh at us." An old voice sounded, and a red-haired old man slowly appeared in the Yi family hall. "I've met my ancestor. I've met my ancestor." A group of Yi family's divine ability realm experts and 3 saint realm ancestors respectfully saluted the red-haired old man. "Everyone is free of charge," the red-haired old man said calmly. He didn't want to ask about the Yi family's family affairs, but a saint in the family was beheaded. As the ancestor of the Emperor clan, if he didn't take action, the Yi family would probably become a joke on the mainland. "Thank you, ancestor." A group of Yi family experts spoke respectfully again. "Okay, you all should go do your own things. I will go to Zishu sect to ask for an explanation from my Yi family." After the red-haired old man finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the group of strong men from the Yi family, stepped directly into the void, and disappeared. Zishu sect is surrounded by immortal energy. After stepping into Quasi-Emperor, Lin Feng has begun to understand the great Tao law. There is no way, in this dangerous fantasy world, Only by mastering strong strength can we be safe. Otherwise, the sect may be massacred one day, leaving no body intact. It's tragic just to think about it. The long sword comes from the sky, cutting through endless vicissitudes, catching up with endless immortality. A sword is a weapon of killing. A long sword falling from the sky can not only kill people, but also protect one's heart. It can also cut off all obstacles on the road to eternal life. Lin Feng held the ancient sword emperor bow in his hand and danced casually in the small courtyard. He did not invoke a trace of spiritual energy, but a general trend gradually began to surround him in the world. If a sword comes from the sky, it may not be impossible for it to be a sword opening heaven. I see. It turns out this is the opening heaven style. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes showed a bright light. He rushed up to the sky and slashed at the sky with the imperial treasure in his hand. Wow! The chi sea rolls, and the purple light shines for 9 days. The mighty sword energy seems to tear apart the vicissitudes of time, like a long river rushing thousands of miles. Boom! The power of the great Tao law instantly enveloped 1,000,000 miles in radius, and the mountains and rivers shook. The terrifying sword energy roared above the 9 heavens. With Lin Feng's final sword strike, the void above the sky instantly split open. This sword has shattered the void and shattered the void. What happened in the sky? God, this power is so terrifying. It seems like it doesn't belong to the human world. Ancestor. That's Ancestor. What a terrifying sword. It's a pity that my level is too low. Otherwise, if I could see through it, I would definitely gain supreme blessings. One sword shatters the void. One breath shakes the heavens. Sword slashes. Is this the Quasi-Emperor realm sword? Within the Purple Void Sect, some disciples were horrified. Some immediately began to gain enlightenment, and some elders from the divine ability realm stared at the sky, hoping to understand some laws. Boom! Powerful auras emerged in Zishu sect. Many disciples and elders actually achieved breakthroughs. The monks of the Purple Void Sect who had not made a breakthrough were also staring at the sky. They were eager for Lin Feng to swing his sword again so that they could learn something from it. However, Lin Feng did not take action again, but stood proudly on the sky with his hands behind his back. The void had begun to gradually heal. The powerful sword energy had begun to recede, and the sky gradually returned to tranquility. This sword of mine is enough to fight the peak Quasi-Emperor. Lin Feng whispered, and suddenly he frowned. I saw a violent force tearing through the void, and then the sky was filled with flames, like a sea of fire reaching the sky. A fiery red figure stepped out of the void, and its powerful aura instantly shook the sky. Quasi-Emperor realm? Are you from the Yi family? Lin Feng frowned and said coldly, there are only a handful of powerful Quasi-Emperors in the East Pole continent, and they are all in retreat to comprehend the great Tao. The one who can come to his own Purple Void Sect must be the Quasi-Emperor of the Yi family. Because he beheaded a saint from the Yi family. Ha! Are you the Quasi-Emperor of the Purple Void Sect? You are indeed a formidable person. The old voice resounded throughout the world, and the terrifying Quasi-Emperor aura of the old man swept across all directions. Yi family Quasi-Emperor? Can the Ancestor handle it? A divine ability realm elder from Zishu sect showed worry in his eyes. With the arrival of the Yi family Quasi-Emperor, the senior officials of the Purple Void Sect also fell into tension. After all, the Emperor clan Yi family had produced a transcendent level force of the Great Emperor, and their ancestor had just stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm world. What does the Yi family's Quasi-Emperor do to come to our Zishu sect? Lin Feng stared at the fiery figure. This was a peak Quasi-Emperor, but Lin Feng didn't have any fear in his heart. Instead, he felt a fighting spirit. Having just realized the opening heaven style, he urgently needs a battle, even if the opponent's strength is far superior to his own. Along the way of swordsmanship, you have no fear in your heart. Once your sharp edge is revealed, you will fight to the death. Your Zishu sect killed members of my Yi family for no reason. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, even if you are Quasi-Emperor, I will still kill you. The ancestor of the Yi family, Quasi-Emperor, has an extremely domineering voice. This is his pride as the ancestor of the Emperor clan. As his voice fell, the sea of fire gathered in the sky and formed a 10,000-foot fire tree. The roots of the fire tree formed a 10,000-mile fire domain. Emperor Clan Ye's family is indeed great, but this place belongs to my Zishu sect. As for the explanation, I am the one who killed the person. Lin Feng's tone was very calm, as if what he killed was not the saint of the Yi family of the Emperor clan, but a bug. How dare a mere Quasi-Emperor dare to be so arrogant in his early days? I originally wanted to give you Zishu Sect a chance, but since this is the case, I can only kill you, destroy Zishu Sect, and bring back me, the Leaf Clan traitor. Yi family Quasi-Emperor's voice resounded in all directions, and countless forces in Sangzhou were alarmed. The Ancestor of the Purple Void Sect killed the saint of the Yi family of the Emperor clan, entered the Quasi-Emperor, and had to fight the Quasi-Emperor of the Yi family of the Emperor clan. The East Pole continent, which has been peaceful for a long time, has not had such a big event happen for a long time. Although the Emperor clan Yi family was once arrogant. But today there is no emperor in the East G continent. You dare to threaten to destroy our Zishu sect with an old and broken body. This is the biggest joke I have ever heard. Lin Feng slowly took out the ancient sword. The terrifying sword intent spread like a tide, and the power of Quasi-Emperor completely exploded. The mighty momentum turned into a long river of rolling sword light, surrounding the 9 heavens and stretching for thousands of miles. The two law manifestations are facing each other in the sky, and a Quasi-Emperor battle is about to begin. The Ancestor's aura doesn't seem to be any weaker than that of the Yi family's Quasi-Emperor. I even feel that the Ancestor has the upper hand. The law enforcement elder of Zishu sect looked at the sky and said lightly. At this moment, the Zishu mountain range was surrounded by a large formation. The purple light was like an indestructible fortress, protecting the entire Zishu sect tightly. This formation is one of the foundations of the Purple Void Sect. It has been strengthened countless times over the past 30,000 years and can easily resist even the attacks of ordinary Quasi-Emperor. With the protection of this formation, even a battle between the two Quasi-Emperors would not affect the Purple Void Sect. The sword energy grows into a river, stretching thousands of miles across. The Ancestor's strength is actually so terrifying. If chaos breaks out in the East G, we, the Zishu sect, will not be able to compete with the Quasi-Emperor sects for the world. The eyes of Master Zishu sect flashed with excitement, and at the same time, countless disciples of Zishu sect were staring at the sky. This sword originally came from the sky, and it can survive the vicissitudes of life. Opening heaven, Yi family Quasi-Emperor, take my sword. As the ancient sword slowly slashed out, the long river of sword energy turned into a dazzling white light, like the Milky Way hanging upside down in the sky, tearing apart this piece of time and space. Boom! The terrifying sword intent distorted the void, caused chaos in the storm, and a huge roar resounded throughout the land of Sangzhou. What a terrifying aura! Is Quasi-Emperor taking action? What happened to the Purple Void Sect? In an ordinary courtyard deep in the Wang family's mansion, there was an old woman with a broken leg and a pockmarked face, with horrified eyes. She was the ancestor of the Wang family, an old monster who had lived for 4,000 years. His strength has reached divine ability realm late stage. Ancestor. At this time, the mortal warriors of the Wang family also appeared outside the small courtyard and knelt on the ground respectfully. The Ancestor of the Purple Void Sect has just stepped into the Quasi-Emperor. It should be impossible for him to have such a terrifying aura. What happened to the Purple Void Sect? The old woman didn't pay attention to the powerful Wang family outside the small courtyard. Her cloudy eyes were still staring in the direction of Zishu sect. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, the old woman spoke hoarsely to the door. Don't ask any more questions about this matter. Don't go to Zishu sect to check. It's better to wait for the news to come. Whether it's Quasi-Emperor or Saint, my Wang family can't afford to offend him. Yes, Ancestor. Hearing this, a group of Wang family transformed mortal warriors nodded respectfully and left the old woman's courtyard. In the sky above Zishu sect, the sea of fire and sword energy collided with each other. The sky has completely plunged into darkness. Black wind flows in the cracks in the void. Thousands of miles in radius, like the end of the world, the purple void mountains are wrapped in powerful formations, and the mysterious purple light silently resists the remaining power of countless Quasi-Emperor. Yes, a mere Quasi-Emperor has such strength. If you are given time to reach the peak, I am afraid that another strong man will appear in the East Pole continent. It's a pity that today I will strangle you in the cradle with my own hands. It's only because your Zishu sect has offended the Yi family. The voice of the Yi family Quasi-Emperor fell loudly. At this time, Countless powerful people from the divine ability realm in Yuanzhou gathered 100,000 miles away from the Purple Void Sect. Even saints from other states began to come to watch this battle. The Quasi-Emperor battle can tear apart the void, shake the sky, and the movement is so great that it can spread over thousands of miles. Likewise, observing the Quasi-Emperor battle is a great opportunity for divine ability realm and even saint. Ancestor. Isn't that red-haired old man Yi Chun, the Quasi-Emperor peak ancestor of the Yi family of the Emperor clan? Why did he join the Purple Void Sect? 50,000 miles away from the Purple Void Sect, a half-step saint looked at the earth-shattering battle in the distance with lingering fear and spoke respectfully to a short, fat old man next to him. This short, fat old man was surrounded by white light, and he turned out to be a saint at the peak of his powers. I don't know. Just watch this battle carefully. If you realize something, it will be helpful for you to break through saint. The short, fat old man said calmly, and then looked in the direction of Zishu sect. At this time, Lin Feng's Taoist robes were in tatters, but the ancient sword in his hand was still sharp. He swung thousands of swords across the sky in an instant, leaving a dazzling light all over the sky. However, this beauty contains a terrifying, murderous intention. The roots of the flame tree are swaying, like flood dragons, teeth and claws, and little sparks fill the entire sky. The two forces collided together, and the terrifying air waves tore the already broken sky into even more tatters. "Kill me! You are not worthy!" Lin Feng shouted coldly, raised his sword and slashed, and the dazzling light rose again. At this moment, he seemed to be completely integrated with the sword energy in the sky, and he even sensed the movement of the sword energy. It was as if they had all transformed into his own body. If the sword penetrates extremely deep, there will be no self anymore. The second cut of the Beatty Sword Sutra, no self. In an instant, Lin Feng suddenly understood, and he and the sword merged together. It turned into a sword energy from all directions, stretching across thousands of miles, rolling up a terrifying storm. Wanli Mars was crumbling in the storm. Yi family Quasi-Emperor frowned. He felt a huge crisis. A fear from the depths of his soul arose in his heart. Fire and would make the sea. He gathered the sparks all over the sky around the giant flame tree, forming a huge fireball shield. The Yi family Quasi-Emperor is actually passively defending. It seems that the ancestor of Violet Palace has just stepped into the Quasi-Emperor. 50,000 miles away from Zishu sect, several saints from other states have already appeared. Looking at that horrific scene, their eyes showed extreme horror. Emperor clan, Yi family Quasi-Emperor. Yi Chun. This is a peak Quasi-Emperor who has lived for 40,000 years. Although he is not the top in the East Pole continent, his strength is definitely not comparable to that of Zishu Ancestor, who has just entered the early stage of Quasi-Emperor. Has the Yi family, the Emperor clan that has been inherited for millions of years, completely declined? Today's battle, Zishu sect will definitely become famous in the mainland. The name of Zishu Ancestor Lin Feng will be engraved on the list of strong men. Each saint looked at Lin Feng, who was like a god and demon descending, and looked a little dazed. An originally ordinary saint-level orthodoxy has completely risen from this moment on. Ancestor is invincible. God bless Zishu forever, but my ancestor is like a long night. Zishu sect is invincible. The ancestor is invincible. From now on, I, the Zishu sect, should have a place in the East G continent. Countless disciples in Zishu sect are excited. Their eyes are full of enthusiasm and admiration. Lin Feng's power gave tens of thousands of Zishu sect disciples a sense of belonging that instantly became unbreakable. Even the elders of the sect's divine ability realm couldn't restrain the excitement and surge in their hearts. In the past 30,000 years, when did Zishu sect achieve its current glory? In the purple bamboo forest, looking at Lin Feng's figure in the sky, Yi Chun's eyes were filled with emotion and admiration. Lin Feng killed the Yi family saint and fought against the Quasi-Emperor, definitely not just to save a little face, but to spare no effort to protect himself. How lucky are you to have such a master? How lucky you are to enter this sect. If I become emperor in the future, I will definitely repay master for his kindness. Yi Chun knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to Lin Feng in the sky, and then he began to meditate on Lin Feng's sword intent. A year later, in the sect competition, if he could not defeat countless geniuses, wouldn't he have failed his master? No, you can never be my opponent. I am the ancestor of the Yi family. I am the peak Quasi-Emperor. There is no way you can defeat me. There was a hint of madness in the eyes of Yi family Quasi-Emperor, and the fireball shield became even more dazzling. The scorching radiance and the power of law intertwined, and the originally dark sky was filled with light in an instant. However, under Lin Feng's long sword, the brilliance of the fireball seemed extremely dim. Wow! The sword energy passed through the fireball, and the world fell into silence. Lin Feng's figure stands proudly in front of the Yi family Quasi-Emperor. Boom! Fire exploded all over the sky, and the fireball shield and the law of flames all over the sky were destroyed by the sword energy. What? I lost. Quasi-Emperor of the Yi family showed a look of despair in his eyes and stopped taking action. After a long time, he raised his head and glanced at Lin Feng. At this moment, his originally fiery red hair had turned gray, and his cheeks had become older. That's all. This is the fate of the Yi family. I have tried my best, and there is no point in continuing to fight. I will admit defeat. The Quasi-Emperor of the Yi family spoke to Lin Feng with lonely eyes. Lin Feng was relieved when he heard this. Although he had just comprehended the second form of the Northern Emperor's Sword Sutra, after all, he was only an early-stage Quasi-Emperor with spiritual power. Far less powerful than the Quasi-Emperor of the Yi family. It is hard to say whether he will win or lose if he continues to fight. From now on, I will no longer care about the fate of the Yi family. The voice of Yi family Quasi-Emperor resounded throughout the world, and then he tore the completely healed void with one palm, stepped in, and completely disappeared from the place. As the Yi family Quasi-Emperor left, the surroundings returned to tranquility again, and the sunlight above the sky passed through the gaps in the clouds and fell on the earth. Ding! The host defeats Quasi-Emperor, the peak powerhouse, and is rewarded with the ancient divine ability remnant, the Demon Sealing Sutra. Lin Feng stood proudly above the sky, and the system notification suddenly sounded in his ears. He was slightly surprised. He had a fight with the Yi family Quasi-Emperor and actually got an ancient divine ability? Could this be the legendary explosive equipment for killing monsters? If I kill a Quasi-Emperor, I wonder if there will be a reward in the system? As Lin Feng's thoughts rose, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Host, the system for killing enemies may provide rewards, but if you actively attack non-enemy targets, the host cannot obtain any rewards. Listening to the sound of the system, Lin Feng's face showed a hint of joy. It's really exciting to be able to defeat monsters, upgrade, and explode equipment. Lin Feng was in a good mood and teleported back to the small courtyard. He casually lay down on the Grand Master's chair, closed his eyes, and started to act like a comfortable old man. At this moment, within the Zishu sect, the cultivation levels of countless disciples have increased explosively. Many powerful mortals even understood the power of some laws in Lin Feng's sword intent and directly entered the divine ability realm world. Lin Feng's power, countless monks' breakthroughs. For a time, the entire Zishu sect set off a trend of crazy cultivation. Compared to the Zishu sect, the entire Dongji continent was completely shaken. The Ancestor of the Purple Void Sect entered the Quasi-Emperor realm and fought against the Emperor clan Yi family Quasi-Emperor, and even defeated it. The decline of a once glorious Emperor clan and the sudden rise of a less famous Saint-level sect means that the world structure is about to fall into change. Even the Saint-level sects in several major states near Yuanzhou began to show their favor to the Zishu sect. Compared with the prosperous Zishu sect, the Yi family is in a bleak situation. The only Emperor clan Quasi-Emperor, Yi Chun, announced that he would not care about the life and death of the Yi family at all. A Saint Ancestor died again. Yi Chun, who could have led the Yi family back to its peak, Chun was also forced to leave by his tribe. Successive blows have made the once glorious Emperor clan look bleak. Even the Saint in Yellow began to be frightened, fearing that Lin Feng would kill the Yi family. Although the East Pole continent has undergone sudden changes, only the three major transcendent level orthodoxy have remained unaffected. The Heavenly Sword Saint sect is a huge Quasi-Emperor sect, whether it is the era when great emperors emerged in front of millions, or the era where there are no emperors now. This ancient sect has always been the #1 sect in the East Pole continent. His sect focuses on sword cultivation. Although there are not many disciples in the sect, all of them are top experts on the continent. This is a sect with a terrifying background, and it has produced 12 sword emperors in a row. Suppress the glory of the East Pole continent for an era. Taishang sect, an ancient orthodoxy that seeks the natural great Tao. Millions of years ago, it was also the orthodoxy where great emperors came into being. Although in this era when there is no emperor again, with their profound heritage, the strong men in Taishang sect even no less than the Heavenly Sword Saint sect. Fiery Sword Sect, this is a Quasi-Emperor sect with a large number of sword practitioners. In the era of competition between the great emperors, they are the only powerful sect in this continent that can compete with the Heavenly Sword Saint sect. These three Quasi-Emperor sects are the real overlords on the continent. Compared with other Quasi-Emperor sects and Saint-level sects, the three great Dao sects are repressive in terms of their underlying strength and the territory they control. The three major states controlled by the three sects occupy almost 70% of the territory of the East Pole continent. Within the Heavenly Sword Saint sect, an old man with a ruddy complexion sat cross-legged in a deep underground chamber. The old man was carrying a broken, rusty sword on his back, and the wrinkles on his face had accumulated like tree bark. But the aura on his body was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. The airflow between his breath and exhalation was actually the surge of sword energy, distorting the void. The East Pole continent has not had an emperor for 1,000,000 years, but this is not the end of the era of the Great Emperor. On the contrary, this is the beginning of a golden age. Soon, evildoers from all sides will rise up and compete for the world's luck. The world will be in chaos, and countless ancient sects will even disappear. Of course, there will also be legends that will be born on the mainland. If our Heavenly Sword Saint sect does not compete for a place in this huge, prosperous age, I am afraid that it will completely become history in 10,000 years. The old man's voice sounded harsh, like the swing of an old clock. At this time, a young man was sitting in front of the old man, but his eyes were full of respect and reverence for the old man. The old man is the supreme ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect, an ancient being who has lived for nearly 50,000 years. Although his strength has not reached the Great Emperor level, it is already half the Great Emperor level. Even a being like Yi Chun couldn't withstand 10 moves in front of the old man. Grandpa Ancestor, our Heavenly Sword Saint sect will surely be immortal forever, suppress the unruly system in the great world, defeat all the arrogant people in the world, and shine in the sky again. The young man spoke firmly, his eyes full of passion. He was also looking forward to the coming of the great world. Ha! I'm old. The future of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect depends on you. The old man smiled hoarsely, and then closed his eyes, as if he was asleep or meditating on the great Tao. In Taishang sect, ancient spiritual trees are spread all over the Qinli Mountains, and various weird, great monsters and beasts are walking through the sky, but they are surprisingly harmonious among themselves. A girl in white clothes like snow, with eyes like frost, stepped on the sky, waving a long sword in her palm, causing the law to roar and snow falling all over the sky. Not bad, not bad. The sword follows the law manifestation of heaven and earth, and attracts the cold snow to freeze for hundreds of miles. Rower, you can rank among the top 3 among the younger generation in the East Pole continent. Between heaven and earth, a soft voice sounded, and a beautiful middle-aged woman with a benevolent face walked out of the void. The beautiful woman is wearing a long skirt and carrying a flute on her back. She has a natural aura flowing all over her body, as if she is nature, and nature is her. This is also a strong man who is half a step into the Great Emperor. Euro pays homage to the master. When the girl saw the beautiful woman appearing, she put away her sword and bowed respectfully. The beautiful woman gently wiped the girl's head, smiled and said, "There is no need to be so cautious between you and me, master and disciple. The prosperous age of the East Pole continent is about to begin, and a golden age will be completely launched. This is a great era for your younger generation. If you want to go further in this great era in the world, we must fight for the opportunity of creation, suppress countless geniuses, and stand out from the crowd. Fight for the way of the Great Emperor. Master, don't worry, Euro will definitely bring glory to the supreme sect." The girl spoke respectfully, a sharp edge flashing in her cold eyes. This is still the case in the Fiery Sword Sect, in the peaceful 3 great Tao dynasties and the turbulent East Pole continent. The prelude to a great age has gradually begun to unfold. On the top of the Zishu sect, Lin Feng was lying leisurely on the Grand Master's chair, holding the ancient divine ability, Demon's Sealing Sutra, in his hand. One thought can seal the mountains and seas for eternity. One anger can suppress all living things. If I were destined to be like a demon, my obsession would be to seal the heavens. The words of vicissitudes of life were full of majesty, and the words mountain and sea made Lin Feng's pupil shrink, because the world where the East Pole continent is located is called the Mountain and Sea World. Is it a coincidence? Sealing the mountain and sea with a single thought? Doesn't this divine ability necessarily have to be perfected to suppress the entire world with a single thought? Lin Feng whispered, "This is too crazy. Even the great emperor cannot suppress a world by himself. Not even the existence above the great emperor can do it. You are destined to be like a demon, and you want to seal the sky?" This is quite similar to the top-secret technique in the fantasy novels of the previous life. 9 forbidden rules of sealing demons. But it is different. Lin Feng flipped through the old books, and each word gradually came into his eyes. These words are extremely jerky and inconsistent, but they also contain a sense of mystery. The more he looked at it, the more shocked Lin Feng's eyes became. This technique is against the heavens. If I can understand it, I can fight the great emperor even in the Quasi-Emperor realm. Lin Feng said to himself, but he could never grasp the mystery of the words in the book. But Lin Feng had always been persistent. The more he couldn't understand it, the more he had to study it in depth. Spring goes and autumn comes, time flies. Unknowingly, Lin Feng has been in this world for nearly a year. Countless disciples of Zishu sect are also coming out of seclusion at this time. The sect competition is about to begin. Lin Feng said that whoever can defeat Yi Chun can directly become his disciple. Countless disciples have been waiting for this day for too long. Especially the core disciples. Everyone is gearing up. Although Yi Chun became Lin Feng's disciple, they didn't take him seriously. In the purple bamboo forest, Yi Chun was naked from the waist up, and a powerful aura flowed through his body. He was holding a heavy broadsword in his hand and was desperately trying to comprehend the sword intent. In the past year, I have been close to becoming immortal through countless spirit treasures from heaven and earth, but when it comes to stepping into the realm of mortal transformation, something seems to be missing. After finishing a sword dance, Yi Chun sat on the ground and frowned. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice slowly sounded. "Yes, your performance is quite satisfactory. Judging from your level, you should have reached the bottleneck of breaking through the mortal realm." Lin Feng's body slowly appeared in front of Yi Chun. Looking at Yi Chun, who had grown to the point of becoming immortal, a slight smile appeared in his eyes. The Chaos Dao body is indeed powerful. Countless people who have spent their entire lives would be unable to reach the level of mortal transformation. However, it only took less than a year for Yi Chun to break through the barrier of mortal transformation and enter the transcendent realm. Master. Seeing Lin Feng appear, Yi Chun's eyes showed a hint of respect. No need to be polite. After 1 year of cultivation, you stepped from innate to Violet Palace, and then stepped into the Spirit Sea. Now you are halfway to the mortal state. Your heart is starting to feel impetuous. When Lin Feng said this, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Yi Chun was shocked when he heard this yes. In the past year, he has reached a state that countless people would find difficult to reach in their lifetimes. Although he didn't show any pride, his heart was already restless and his Taoist mind was unstable. This is a taboo in cultivation. If he continues to practice in such an impetuous manner, at least he will regress in cultivation, or at worst, he will go crazy and die by exploding his body. Thank you, Master, for your prompt advice. Yi Chun bowed gratefully to Lin Feng and felt extremely happy in his heart. This is the difference between having a master and not having a master. It is a trivial matter for a person to practice hard, and detours are only a matter of problems. Big deal. Thinking of this, Yi Chun quickly began to adjust his mentality. So what if he had half the cultivation level to become immortal? Within the sect alone, there are countless powerful people who have transformed into mortals, as well as elders from the divine ability realm, and even unparalleled powerful people like Master. Looking at the vast East Pole continent, there are countless geniuses, Saint Child, and Emperor's Son, and your own journey has just begun. Feeling the changes in Yi Chun, Lin Feng became more satisfied in his eyes. It is normal for people to make mistakes. Only by correcting mistakes when they know them can they go further. I am very pleased that you can have such an enlightenment. Next, I will tell you what cultivation and the realm of mortal transformation are. It may be helpful for you to transform into a mortal. You should also sit down. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground casually and said with a faint smile, "It's Master. Yi Chun sat on the ground respectfully and began to listen carefully to Lin Feng's sermon. Lin Feng is the being who made even the Quasi-Emperor of the Yi family admit defeat at his peak. He is so powerful and has such a deep understanding of cultivation that even a little bit of it can benefit him a lot. What is cultivation? Refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. What is transformation into the ordinary? The so-called transformation can be understood as fading away, and the ordinary is naturally the ordinary. To understand one's own way and transform into the ordinary body, this is transformation into the ordinary. What is the Tao? The Tao is wonderful. Wind and rain are the Tao, thunder is the Tao, and the mysteries of life and death, flowers blooming and falling, are also the Tao. The Tao can be Tao, but it is very Tao. Lin Feng's voice was like the sound of a piano, surrounding Yi Chun's ears, and every word falling on his heart was like a stone hitting 1,000 waves. I don't know how much time passed, but Yi Chun had fallen into an epiphany, and Lin Feng left quietly. Last time, he said that he would be the general within the sect in March, but now it has been delayed for a whole year. No way. Lin Feng, who was studying the Demon Sealing Sutra, irresponsibly forgot about it and didn't think of it until he was giving a sermon to Yi Chun. 3 days later, I will preach at the square Taoist altar, and all the disciples and elders of Zishu sect can come and listen. Lin Feng's voice echoed loudly in Zishu sect. A group of elders from the divine ability realm world were the most excited. They had been very excited for the past few months. The last time their ancestors broke through the Quasi-Emperor, they promised to preach 3 months later, but they ended up being the same as the Yi family's Quasi-Emperor. After the war, he stayed behind closed doors. A group of divine ability realm elders did not dare to disturb Lin Feng. They could only hope that Lin Feng would sound every day, because Lin Feng said that during the sermon, 3 people would be selected to give Saint Yuanzhou. This can increase the number of saints by 30%. Divine pill of probability. Compared to the fanaticism of countless divine ability realm elders, the eyes of the law enforcement elders are much calmer. His cultivation is already at the semi-saint level, and he still has 1,000 years of life. Even without the Saint Yuanzhou, he has a high chance of becoming a saint. Lin Feng's sermon attracted him more than the elixir. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye, and the Zijin sect square was filled with people. Tens of thousands of disciples gathered here early, waiting for Lin Feng to preach. Dung dung dung. As the long bells rang, a red sun slowly rose from the east. Lin Feng, wearing a simple Taoist robe, walked slowly from the sky without wind. Greetings to the Ancestor. Greetings to the Ancestor. When tens of thousands of disciples and hundreds of elders saw Lin Feng appear, their eyes showed incomparable respect, and they slowly knelt down. The voices of thousands of people intertwined and shook the sky. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his lips. It was really satisfying to be an ancestor, and he was worshipped by thousands of people. Ahem, don't be polite. What I want to talk about today is the way of the sword. As Lin Feng's majestic voice fell, countless disciples and elders stared at him intently, fearing to miss a word. Sword? What is a sword? A sword is a weapon. Everyone knows it, but the sword I want to make is not a simple weapon, but how to use it. Chopping, slashing, stabbing, picking, these are the basics of using a sword. I think you all know it, but someone can cut down the stars and shatter the mountains and rivers with a simple sword move. They're the same basic sword moves, but the difference in power is huge. Why? Because the sword is a weapon and can also be used to create momentum. The beauty of the sword is that it does not require any spiritual power, but it can still explode with power that destroys the world. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the square. Time slowly began to pass, and many disciples began to have enlightenment on the spot. Some disciples even began to attack the world of transformation and divine ability realm. The sword is power. Power can control the sword. The eyes of the Zishu sect law enforcement elder suddenly showed a gleam, and the aura on his body began to transform. The vast holy light lit up in the sky, and the sky became dazzling. I have been practicing for thousands of years, but it turns out that I have been taking detours. I use my strength to control the sword, and I use the sword to control the air. That's right. That's right. Today I will take advantage of the situation to become a saint, and my body will last forever. The body of the law enforcement elder of the Purple Void Sect slowly floated in the air. His aura surged, and the saint law manifestation began to rise above his head. Is the law enforcement elder going to become a saint? One by one, The disciples noticed this scene with a touch of excitement in their eyes. With the addition of a saint in the sect, the Zishu sect status in the East G continent will once again be enhanced. Once you enter the saint realm, I will help you become a saint. With a move of Lin Feng's finger, spiritual power from a radius of thousands of miles instantly gathered on the head of Elder Zifa of the Purple Void Sect. Thank you, Ancestor. The law enforcement elder of the Purple Void Sect said gratefully to Lin Feng, then closed his eyes completely and began to condense his saint law manifestation. After cultivating the 9 realms, you will become immortal and begin to understand the law manifestation. If you completely master a law, you can enter the divine ability realm world. And the saint realm is another transformation of the life level, condensing the law manifestation and tempering the flesh-refining body. One anger can turn the world upside down, and one palm can suppress the mountains and rivers. This is an extremely powerful realm. An energy sword was suspended 100 meters in front of the Zishu sect law enforcement elder. These energy swords were swaying with sword intent, and powerful aura was beating on them. The law manifestation has been completed. As long as the law enforcement elder of the Purple Void Sect resists the baptism of the holy punishment and successfully transforms his body, he will enter the otherworldly saint realm. God bless Zishu. Protect our sect's law enforcement elders from successfully passing the holy punishment. Zishu sect leader whispered, holy punishment is simply a catastrophe. Many powerful people in the divine ability realm failed to break through completely because they failed to withstand the holy punishment and died. Lin Feng also stopped preaching at this time and looked up at the thunder clouds in the sky. Heaven's punishment is about to fall, and success or failure can only depend on the fate of the law enforcement elders of the Zishu sect. He couldn't help either. The way of heaven is mysterious and terrifying. Even the great emperor is far from able to compete with this way of heaven. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky, like a giant python that was about to swallow the law enforcement elder of the Purple Void Sect. Thunder and lightning fell on the body of the law enforcement elder of the Purple Void Sect, and a dazzling light burst out in an instant. Many monks of the Purple Void Sect who were transformed into mortals and divine ability realm looked at this terrifying scene with lingering fear. If it were them who had to resist this catastrophe, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. As the lightning faded, countless disciples and elders of the Purple Void Sect looked at the law enforcement elder nervously. However, except for the tattered robes on the law enforcement elder's body, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. But at this time, the thunderclouds in the sky did not disperse. Instead, the sky became darker and darker, and an aura of destruction was brewing on the sky. Under this aura, the entire Zishu sect fell into a state of oppression. Fortunately, the heavenly tribulation would only attack the law enforcement elder of the Zishu sect. Otherwise, with its terrifying destructive power, the entire Zishu mountain range would have been burned to the ground. The huge movement of Zishu sect once again attracted the attention of countless forces in Yuanzhou. Is anyone from the Purple Void Sect going to enter the Saint Realm? First, the Quasi-Emperor will come out, and then the Emperor clan Yi family will retreat. The Purple Void Sect is about to rise. Pass on my order, and the next time the Purple Void Sect opens the mountain, it will be conquered. Disciple, we must send our elites in. The East Pole continent has begun to have an undercurrent, and having a strong backer can ensure the longevity of our clan. In the huge palace, a middle-aged man sat in the main hall, and countless mortal monks with powerful auras knelt on the ground. The Ancestor's deduction is indeed good. The Purple Void Sect will indeed rise. In the Zhou family, a bald man had deep eyes and whispered to himself. After a while, the big man said calmly to the 2 monks from the Violet Palace of the Zhou family beside him, "Pass my order, prepare a flying boat, carry heavy gifts, and go to Zishu sect to pay homage to the mountain to congratulate you." The Mu family is a small and medium-sized family with only mortal transformation monks in charge. But at this time, the family is full of enthusiasm. The only ancestor who transformed into mortals came out of seclusion in person and began to rush to Zishu sect with his vast clan members. At the same time, countless forces in Yuanzhou set off for Zishu sect in a mighty manner. In Zishu, the law enforcement elder has withstood 10 heavenly tribulations. His aura had begun to weaken, but the holy punishment was still brewing. Countless Zishu sect divine ability realm elders showed anxiety in their eyes. Ancestor. Master Zishu looked at Lin Feng respectfully, But Lin Feng just closed his eyes and ignored him. Boom! At this time, a more terrifying thunder tore through the sky and struck down overwhelmingly on the body of the law enforcement elder. The power of the sky was as heavy as a mountain, suppressing countless disciples to the point of difficulty breathing, and then dissipated with this thunder. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the body of the law enforcement elder gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. But his appearance was very miserable. Not an inch of skin on his body was intact, and the burned flesh looked very hideous. If it weren't for his heart that was still beating slightly, he would have been no different from a dead person. But at this moment, a holy light fell from the sky. This light was wrapped in a mysterious power, gentle and full of vitality. Bathed in the light, the broken body of the Zishu sect law enforcement elder began to recover quickly. Pieces of decayed blood scabs fell off, and jade-like skin began to form. Within 10 breaths, the holy light dissipated. The body of the law enforcement elder of the Purple Void Sect sat cross-legged in the void, and the saint's pressure slowly fell. He is sanctified. Slowly opening his eyes, he knelt down respectfully to Lin Feng. Thank you, Ancestor, for helping me step into the saint realm. There is no need to be polite. This is also your destiny. You have just entered saint realm, and you still need to stabilize your realm. This is the end of today's sermon. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth, but his figure had long since disappeared. Farewell to my ancestor. Farewell to my ancestor. The respectful voices of disciples and elders echoed through the square again. Back at the purple bamboo forest, Lin Feng appeared next to Yi Chun again. He had been sitting cross-legged in the forest for 3 days since he preached to Yi Chun alone. At this time, his aura was no longer as sharp as it was 3 days ago, but became extremely ordinary, as if he had blended into the purple bamboo forest. In 3 more days at most, Yi Chun will completely transform into a mortal. Lin Feng looked at Yi Chun for a while, without disturbing him, but turned around and returned to his small courtyard. Dung dung dung. In Zishu sect, the bells ring loudly. There are spirit beasts chasing and playing among the ancient trees all over the mountain, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Lin Feng was lying on the Taisher chair, sipping the spiritual tea, feeling the breeze blowing from all directions, and his eyes showed incomparable comfort. Suddenly, Zishu sect master appeared outside his Zishu forest and said with a respectful expression, Ancestor, the sect competition is about to begin. Should your disciple Yi Chun also? Okay, please step back. I will certainly keep my promise. If anyone in the Zishu sect can defeat Yi Chun, I will accept him as a disciple and name him the saint child of the Zishu sect. Lin Feng put down the tea in his hand, and a majestic voice sounded. Yes, Ancestor. Zishu sect master bowed respectfully to Zizulin, turned around, and left the summit. Since the Ancestor has spoken, he will definitely not break his promise. At this time, 3 arenas have been set up in the square of the Violet Palace. Countless disciples have gathered around the arena. The elders of the divine ability realm are sitting on high seats in all directions. The deacons of the mortal realm are scattered around to maintain order. Zishu sect master stood in the air with a gentle smile on his face, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. In this competition, just like before, the top 10 from the outer sect can enter the inner sect, the top 10 from the inner sect can enter the core, and the top 10 core disciples may be chosen by the elders of our sect's divine ability realm to be accepted into the sect. Face to face. This competition is a little different from the past. That is, whoever can defeat the Ancestor's disciple Yi Chun will be accepted by the Ancestor and be named the saint child of the Purple Void Sect. The voice of Master Zishu fell slowly. A group of disciples instantly fell into a boil. If you defeat Yi Chun, you can become an Ancestor's disciple. What a great opportunity! What a great opportunity! If you join the Ancestor sect, it is possible to enter divine ability or even become a saint in the future. I heard that Yi Chun's qualifications are extremely poor and his cultivation is slow. Although he got lucky and became the Ancestor's disciple, this opportunity will fall into my hands. The disciples' eyes were blazing. They had all seen the power Lin Feng had shown. One sword tore through the sky, and the whole sky was shaken with anger. Even the Quasi-Emperor of the Yi family gave up and retreated under Lin Feng's sword. Elder brother, is this disciple of our Ancestor really so easy to defeat? A young man in black with a strong aura spoke to the short fat man next to him. The young man in black had sword intent flowing all over his body, and he was already half transformed into a mortal. Looking at the enthusiastic disciples around him, he always felt that everything was not that simple. After all, who is the ancestor? How could he accept a useless disciple as his disciple? What is the importance of victory or defeat? You live your whole life and want to be free and at ease. You have your own way. Follow your own way. Why care about whether you become the disciple of the ancestor? Ask the way of the heart. You can go further. Well, come and have a sip. The short, fat man was chewing a chicken leg in his mouth. His face was covered with oil, and with his messy hair, he looked extremely sloppy. But there is a mysterious and natural aura about this fat man. He turned out to be a strong man in the mortal realm. The young man in black smiled bitterly and shook his head without saying anything. This short, fat man was none other than the #1 young and powerful person in the Zishu sect, Dong Wuchi. He had not practiced for more than 100 years, and his cultivation was already at the early stage of becoming immortal. Many divine ability elders in the sect wanted to compete with him as a disciple, but he refused them all, saying that he practiced the natural way of inaction and did not need a master. In fact, in the eyes of a group of core disciples, the so-called natural way of inaction means eating and sleeping and eating. Yes, Humpty Dumpty has never practiced except eating and sleeping for hundreds of years. Even the last time the ancestor left seclusion, he was nowhere to be seen. It was said that he was sleeping in a dog hole. But it was such a sloppy and lazy guy who managed to become immortal after 100 years. His strength is unfathomable. The weather is so nice. Junior brother, call me when the fight starts. I haven't seen a fight in a long time. As soon as Humpty Dumpty's lazily voice finished, his fat body lay directly on the ground. His throat flowed from his mouth, and he fell asleep without any image at all. The young man in black has long known the habits of this senior brother, and he is not surprised. Since senior brother won't fight, then I will fight. A flash of determination burst out in the young man's eyes. The terrifying sword intent spread out around his body. At this time, there were already 2 Purple Sect disciples fighting on the stage. A boy in white clothes holding a folding fan, and a girl in green clothes holding an oil paper umbrella. Both of them were on the Spirit Sea late stage, and although they didn't attack each other, their momentum had already begun to collide. The young man was dressed in white as snow, with gentle eyes. He smiled and said modestly to the girl, "I'm Han Zi. I'll take action later and ask senior sister to show mercy." The young man's gentle voice was like the spring and autumn sunshine, with magnetism in its gentleness. A blush appeared on the girl's face when she heard the words, and her shy voice sounded like a mosquito buzzing. "Please give me more advice, junior brother. Plum blossoms are blooming all over the leaves. Walking in the snow to find the plum blossoms." The young man waved his folding fan, and a faint fragrance floated, and plum blossoms flew all over the sky. But this beauty contained a powerful, murderous intention. The girl did not dare to be careless. She slowly opened the oil paper umbrella in her hand, and a force instantly enveloped her body, and the dazzling light bloomed like a white lotus. Walking in the snow to look for plum blossoms is the unique skill of the Han family. Senior brother Z is so handsome. Tsh, nymphomaniac. You know nothing. I know how to appreciate it. The battle between the two quickly attracted the attention of countless disciples, and even 2 elders of the Purple Void Sect from the divine ability realm began to pay attention. The young man below the stage doesn't seem to have a master, right? Yes. A thin-faced Zishu sect elder with a mahogany sword on his back stared at Han Zi with great interest. At this time, an old woman next to him suddenly said mockingly, "I mean, Master Chinga, you really want to mislead your disciples again, right?" The old woman's voice instantly made Daoist furious, but then a faint smile appeared on his face, and he grinned and said, "Crazy woman, what are you talking about? Poor Taoist misguided disciples? Your eldest disciple has eloped with a disciple of Elixir Peak, and now they are not willing to see you as their master." "What kind of elopement? Old man, your eldest disciple went crazy practicing magic and was imprisoned in Sigua Cliff by the law enforcement elders. He hasn't come out yet. What shame do you have to accuse me?" The old woman was so angry at Chinga Daoist that she quickly retorted, You. Old Taoist Chinga's pupil shrank, with an ugly look on his face. This matter was indeed a knot in his mind that he couldn't let go of. His most proud eldest disciple went crazy practicing magic and became possessed, and was suppressed by the strong men in the sect in the Cliff of Thought. Pindao is too lazy to talk to you, a crazy woman. That disciple, Pindao, has taken a fancy to you. Don't mess with it. Otherwise Pindao will never let you go. Ancestor Qinghe snorted coldly, and upon hearing this, the old woman's powerful aura instantly erupted. Looking at things, I think I'm afraid of you. To be honest, I've also fallen in love with this guy. Come and fight if you don't accept it. Just fight. Don't think that because you are a woman and a poor person, you dare not take action. A ball of flame surrounded old Dao Qinghe's body, and the terrifying divine ability realm aura instantly spread around him. What are you two doing? At this time, a huge hand fell from the sky, and the mighty aura instantly suppressed the two of them. The one who made the move was a dry old man, but as the old man appeared, the two people showed great respect on their faces. At the same time, he said, I met my senior brother. We just discussed and learned from each other. Humph. If you want to fight, get out and fight. Don't embarrass yourself in front of this junior. If you cause trouble for me again, I'll put you two in jail. The old man snorted coldly, and the mighty momentum faded away like a tide. But at this time, Qinghe Daoist and the old woman's foreheads were already covered with sweat. What a terrifying strength. Qinghe Lao Dao swallowed his saliva. They were both in the divine ability realm. He was only in the early stage of divine ability, but the dry old man just now was the third elder of law enforcement peak, and his strength had already reached the peak of divine ability. For the sake of the third elder of law enforcement peak, just now, I won't argue with you today, the old woman said coldly, and the old Taoist Qinghe snorted coldly and stopped talking. Pay close attention to the fight between the girl and the boy in the ring. Compared with the rivalry between the two elders, the relationship between Han Zi and the girl is as beautiful as a picture scroll. Plum blossoms were falling all over the sky, and graceful young people were strolling through them. A young girl held an oil paper umbrella and danced with the young man. There is nothing tragic about this battle, but rather like a beautiful dance. Wow! With plum blossoms flying all over the sky, Han Zi's figure landed in front of the girl, and the two of them used their strongest moves. Between heaven and earth, strong winds are blowing everywhere. The girl finally lost to Han Zi and was about to fall down, but Han Zi held her steady. I'm being presumptuous. Please forgive me, senior sister. Han Zi retracted her arm and bowed her hand to the girl politely, showing elegance in her behavior. Thank you, junior brother, for showing mercy. The girl's face turned even redder, and her heart began to beat at this moment. I don't know your senior sister's name. When Han Zi saw this, her heart trembled as if something had been broken. Yu Qingwu. The girl's voice fell, and she shyly walked off the stage. Han Zi was left alone, lost in thought. 100 flowers bloom on the jade. Don't dance lightly in your life. Han Zi win. At this time, a voice sounded in the sky, and Han Zi came back to his senses instantly. At this time, Patriarch Qinghe had already appeared beside him, grinning and said, Little baby, are you willing to take Pindao as your teacher? Looking at the powerful Qinghe old Taoist in front of him, Han Zi nodded. After all, he was a divine ability realm elder. It would be of great benefit to him to become his disciple. The old woman on the side did not come to disturb old Dao Qinghe this time, but instead her eyes fell on Yu Qingwu. She moved forward and took Yu Qingwu under the door. The battle between the two disciples ended, and the sun was already high in the sky. At this time, the outer and inner disciples in the other two arenas were also fighting fiercely. Finally, a young man with a strong back, full of muscles, and carrying a big sword jumped onto the core disciples' ring. The young man's eyes were like evil wolves. He glanced at the core disciples in all directions and roared, Me! Behu, who will fight with me? As his voice fell, Spirit C's peak momentum completely exploded. Many core disciples stared at him fearfully. I didn't expect it to be this guy. Rumor has it that he was a ruthless man who killed the great monster that was halfway through becoming immortal. What's the matter? A few years ago, when he was still in the middle stage of the Spirit Sea, he killed a small family alone, killed 3 major Spirit Sea late stages, and massacred 10,000 people. Isn't this guy imprisoned? Why, came out again? There is no way. Who told him to have a good master to protect him? The core disciples were discussing one by one, but no one dared to go up. Of course, there were also a few core disciples who were far more powerful than the young man. It was not that they didn't dare to go up, but they didn't even bother to fight the Northern Tiger. Huh? What? You're all scared. Behu am waiting here today. Whoever defeats me on stage will be rewarded with a sea spirit pill. Beihu's voice sounded, and the faces of many core disciples lit up. Sea spirit pill. This is a treasure that can improve the cultivation of the spirit sea realm for 10 years. Finally, driven by the treasure, a young man carrying a spear stepped onto the ring. There is a powerful aura flowing around the young man, and he is also at the peak of the spirit sea. I'll fight you. There was a fighting spirit in the young man's eyes, and his powerful momentum completely exploded. Just when he was about to say something more, Beihu had already come to chop him with a big knife. There's so much nonsense. Let's fight directly. Boom! The overbearing sword intent swept across the arena, and many of the core disciples who were close to each other even felt their hair standing on end. Roar! As Beihu's sword fell, the tiger's roar resounded in all directions, and a giant tiger phantom followed the sword and pounced on the young man with the gun. Well done! Take my shot! The young man didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes when he saw the phantom of the tiger. He moved the spear in his hand, and in an instant, his eyes were filled with huge energy like waves. Thousands of spear shadows fell from the sky, hitting Beihu like falling meteors. Galaxy marksmanship. Thousands of guns are coming. As the young man shouted loudly, his momentum reached its peak. At this moment, he is like a god and demon in the sky. This senior brother is so powerful. The Northern Tiger may not be able to defeat him. It's hard to say. That guy from Beihu has been famous for a long time, and although he was nominally imprisoned in Shuya, he did have a lot of training resources. Over the years, although his strength is not as good as that of several semi-level Buhuafan senior brother, but I guess he's not that far behind. However, this senior brother who uses the gun is not weak at all. If they each have trump cards, it will be hard to say whether they will win or lose. A group of core disciples began to discuss. At this time, the battle between Beihu and the boy with a gun in the ring had reached a fever pitch. The sky was filled with the brilliant light of spears and swords. If it hadn't been for several mortal realm deacons to stabilize the arena, I'm afraid the entire arena would have been smashed into powder. Ahem! The boy with the gun fought Beihu hard in midair, and his body fell heavily on the ring. He slowly stood up with the gun in his hand. Bloodshot eyes slipped from the corners of his mouth, and he coughed lightly. After all, Beihu has been famous for a long time. He is powerful and has strong spiritual power, but he is gradually failing. Ha ha ha! The game is over. Beihu was getting more and more violent as he fought. His rough voice resounded throughout the square, and his broadsword was wrapped in a terrifying light, and he was approaching the gun-wielding boy. Roar! Accompanied by a tiger's roar, the powerful force instantly slammed the gun-wielding boy 100 feet outside the ring. Puff! The boy with the gun spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell completely into a coma. There was silence in the square. It took a long time for a group of core disciples to come back to their senses. Beihu is actually so powerful. I'm afraid, except for a few senior brothers who are halfway to becoming mortals, no one in the younger generation can defeat the Northern Tiger. Above the sky, a middle-aged Taoist in black looked at Beihu with satisfaction, smiled lightly, and said, Huer's strength is close to half-step into becoming immortal, and he has comprehended 10% of the sword's will. It is not a problem to achieve the divine ability realm in the future. If there is another chance, he may be able to step into the saint realm. Elder Ling Miao, Beihu's temperament is too violent. If this continues, I'm afraid. Master Zishu frowned, but the middle-aged Taoist smiled faintly and said, Sect Master, you are worrying too much. Although Beihu is rough and violent, he is simple-minded and will never do anything detrimental to our Zishu sect. I can guarantee this. You have doted on him to the point. Oh, that's all? I hope so. The leader of the Purple Void Sect sighed. Although the current descendants of the Purple Void Sect are pretty good, they are not particularly evil geniuses. Even if Lin Feng hadn't designated Yi Chun as Saint Child, this huge Purple Void Sect would not be around for 10 more years. No one can be chosen to take on the position of Saint Child. Dong Wuchi, the only one with extraordinary talent, is still a lazy and casual guy, unable to shoulder the responsibilities of Saint Child. Ha ha! Who else wants to fight me? Beihu. Beihu defeated the boy with the gun, and his expression became more and more arrogant. But a group of core disciples did not dare to go up and fight with him. Since you all dare not fight against me, Beihu, then I will boldly declare war on the sect Saint Child today. Beihu's eyes were fixed on the top of Zishu sect, and his rough voice sounded loudly. At this time, in the purple bamboo forest, Yi Chun had completed his understanding of transformation into a mortal, and a mysterious aura was swirling around his body. Chaos Immortality Technique, the art of creation immortality. Reincarnation as a body, death and rebirth, endless. The power of a law began to gather in Yi Chun's hands. As his eyes became more enlightened, the traces of this law became clearer. Life and death, two forces blend together. Boom! With the spread of a powerful aura, Yi Chun's body seemed to instantly disappear between heaven and earth, or perhaps merge into this world. Then the aura of transformation slowly rose on his body. He broke through and became mortal. Yes, you finally figured it out. Lin Feng's voice sounded behind Yi Chun. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun quickly stood up and turned around respectfully, bowing respectfully to Lin Feng. I still want to thank Master for his guidance. Haha, all this depends on your own understanding. I didn't teach you anything. Just take this sword. The competition has begun. Win the first place. Otherwise, don't come back to see me in the purple bamboo forest. Lin Feng had a very ancient long sword in his hand. The long sword was inlaid with the Big Dipper, and the hilt was engraved with two characters, stars. Emperor-level law treasure. There was a hint of horror in Yi Chun's eyes. The Emperor-level law treasure means that the great emperor once used it to obtain the transcendent-level law treasure, which contains terrifying laws and formations. With the imperial weapon, the monk's strength will also double. This sword is called the Star Sword. Your name also has the character Star in it. Maybe it is destined for you. Take the sword. Lin Feng's voice fell lightly, and Yi Chun held back his excitement and held the long sword, fearing that he would accidentally lose it. Looking at Yi Chun's appearance, Lin Feng felt funny. In fact, this sword was also collected from the saint of the Yi family who he killed. The saint of the Yi family did not know how to use a sword, but he possessed an emperor-level law treasure. I'm afraid other strong men in the Leaf clan don't know. This is an advantage for Lin Feng. This disciple will definitely live up to his master's reputation and win the first place in the competition. Yi Chun shouldered his long sword, bowed to Lin Feng, and then moved his body and left the 80-mile purple bamboo forest. At this moment, Beihu was still shouting on the ring, and a group of Divine Ability Realm elders did not stop him, because the core of this competition was the Ancestor's disciple Yi Chun. Since this northern tiger wants to yell at Yi Chun, let him do it. Anyway, if Yi Chun loses, this northern tiger will still be defeated by a few core disciples. I slept so soundly. Why is it so lively? Junior brother, you didn't wake me up. Dong Wuchi, who was like a dead body on the ground, suddenly spoke lazily. He rubbed his eyes with his dirty hands, then slowly climbed up from the ground, stretching leisurely. The young man in black on the side was speechless. This senior brother of his was really big-hearted. Who's singing on that stage? Dong Wuchi pointed at the northern tiger, said haha, and said to the boy in black, Senior brother, that is Beihu, the second elder of Law Enforcement Peak, a disciple of Lingyao Taoist. The young man in black explained to Dong Wuchi with a headache that although Beihu was a stupid guy, he still had some strength. As a senior brother, he actually said that others were just a show. Is the emotional arena used as a stage by senior brother? The boy in black murmured in his mind. Oh, that's it. It looks very weak. It's boring. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. Just after Dong Wu finished speaking the seventh sentence, his body collapsed again, accompanied by a snoring sound, and the cough started to flow out of his mouth again. The boy in black. Under the arena, countless disciples of Zishu sect began to discuss one after another. Are the disciples of our ancestors timid? This northern tiger is still not going to fight, even though he is making so many noises. It is possible. The ancestor's disciple is just an outer disciple. Even if he becomes Saint Child this year, and is under the ancestor's sect, after all, his talent is limited. Even if he uses massive resources to pile up, his realm will probably not be much higher. Even if it reaches the Spirit Sea level, it is no match for this northern tiger. Brother's analysis is very reasonable, but the ancestor will not protect Yi Chun. The ancestor said at the beginning that whoever can defeat Yi Chun in 1 year will be accepted as a disciple. Probably not. The ancestor is a powerful Quasi-Emperor and will never talk nonsense. Time passed by, and none of the few core disciples who were half-transformed into mortals still challenged the Beihu. After all, there was no benefit in defeating the Beihu, and they all had their own arrogance, so how could they bother to do so? Do something against a mere northern tiger? As for Yi Chun, Even though he was weak in his consciousness, he was still the saint child of the sect and the Ancestor's disciple. Moreover, the Ancestor's words came first, so it was natural for him to take action against Yi Chun. Above the sky, Zishu sect master is also very anxious, and it doesn't seem like an option to continue like this. At this moment, a figure appeared on the square. As the figure appeared, tens of thousands of disciples stared at it. Look, it's Yi Chun. As expected, the Ancestor did not break his promise. Yi Chun is really here. But why do I feel that Yi Chun doesn't have any cultivation, or even any aura? Is it because his cultivation is completely useless? No, my consciousness can't lock onto him. Following waves of sounds, Yi Chun walked onto the ring. He slowly took off the cloak on his head, slowly raised his head, and calmly said to Beihu, "Is it you want to challenge me? Huh? Are you Yi Chun?" Beihu looked Yi Chun up and down, with a touch of disdain in his eyes, and said contemptuously again, "I heard that you were an outer disciple, and then through some bad luck, you were accepted as a disciple by the Ancestor. But today, everything about you will become mine." Beihu's voice fell, and he raised his sword fiercely, but he did not take action, but smiled arrogantly. "Come, give you a chance to take action." Seeing this, Yi Chun made no move, but a group of disciples under the stage started discussing again. Is Yi Chun afraid? It's possible. After all, we are facing the ruthless Beihu. Alas, how pitiful. You obviously have no strength, but you get a status that you don't deserve. I guess with just one move, Yi Chun will be pinned to the ground and beaten by Beihu, and then everything he has gained in the past year will be completely lost. Aren't your guesses all nonsense? Above the sky, Zishu sect stared at Yi Chun in horror. He stammered to Ling Yao Daoist. Elder Ling Yao, do you feel that the aura on Yi Chun's body is not right?" When Daoist heard this, he was also shocked. Mortal transformation. This is the early stage of mortal transformation. No, impossible. Even if the Ancestor has the great Emperor cultivation level, he cannot upgrade an ordinary disciple to the mortal level in 1 year. Zishu sect master's eyes became more and more shocked. It was easy to accumulate a peak Spirit Sea powerhouse with resources in a short time, but to accumulate a mortal powerhouse, no matter how many resources you had, it was useless. This level requires understanding, practicing step by step, and clarifying one's own path. This step is extremely complicated, even as difficult as breaking through the Saint Realm. No, this Yi Chun is not simple. There was a hint of contemplation in Daoist's eyes, but he couldn't be sure after all. At this time, Yi Chun looked at the Beihu in front of him and sighed. He took off the long sword given by Lin Feng and said to the Beihu calmly, "Senior brother, I'm about to be offended." As the last word fell, the star sword was unsheathed. Storm surged above the sky instantly. The terrifying sword intent centered on Yi Chun and swept across all directions. The entire arena was completely shrouded in the power of law. Chaos Eternal Life Jew. Eternal Life Heaven. Sword slash. A sword flower bloomed like a dancing butterfly, and Yi Chun's long sword instantly dropped thousands of swords around Beihu's body. The terrifying power formed a tornado. What? Beihu was trapped in the middle of the sword wind. He held the big sword and let out a roar. He wanted to break free, but the sword energy contained the power of law. His cultivation at the peak of the Spirit Sea was like an ant, unable to resist. So powerful. Yi Chun. Is this really Yi Chun? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did he get from the Ancestor? I feel that that sword can easily kill me. Each of the disciples was surprised and surprised. Yi Chun's power was far beyond their imagination. The wind whispered in the square, and the sword energy was like waves on the sea, rolling in waves. The tiger returns to the mountain. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and the tiger's sharp claws, the sword in the northern tiger's hand, pounced on Yi Chun. Beihu is about to use his special move. I don't know if Yi Chun can resist it. A core disciple stared at Beihu intently and spoke slowly. At this time, a core disciple at the peak of Spirit Sea beside him shook his head and said calmly, "Don't look anymore. Beihu has been defeated." Sure enough, as his voice fell, sword energy fell from the sky like cherry blossoms, covering the entire arena. A huge sword as big as 100 feet slashed across. Wherever it passes, there are fireworks. The sword of law? The realm of transformation. Beihu showed a wry smile. You lost. Yi Chun's voice fell softly, and the huge force instantly lifted Beihu out of the ring. The giant sword also disintegrated. The laws of the sky disappeared, and only a wisp of breeze blew by. I lost. Beihu half-knelt on the ground, with a trace of disappointment in his eyes, but soon the disappointment was wiped away from Beihu's face. He slowly stood up and smiled boldly. Ha! I am convinced of defeat this time. Your sword is better than mine. Even if you become mortal, I am not your opponent. Let's go and fight again if we have a chance. Beihu dusted himself off, turned around, and strode away. Yi Chun win. As Deacon Hua Fan's voice fell, Dong Wuchi slowly woke up. He looked at Yi Chun lazily and muttered to himself carelessly, Hua Fan, it's interesting. Senior brother, has Yi Chun entered the mortal realm? There was a hint of horror in the eyes of the young man in black. Although Yi Chun had just exploded with powerful power of law, he could not believe that Yi Chun could transform into a mortal. Because with the Ancestor's divine ability, it is easy to get some law treasure. What else do you think? This is actually interesting. Dong Wuchi's tone was still not lazy, but the face of the boy in black turned ugly. Yi Chun had succeeded in transforming into a mortal, and he had no chance to become his ancestor's disciple in this competition. Don't be too persistent. As you practice, you can ask questions directly from your heart. Each one has his or her own chance. Dong Wuchi said to the boy in black. The boy in black nodded respectfully. That's what senior brother taught me. Dong Wuchi ignored the boy in black, but slowly walked out of the crowd and walked slowly onto the ring. With the appearance of Dong Wuchi, the attention of tens of thousands of disciples and even countless elders fell on him. Dong Wuchi has always been lazy. Apart from being challenged since he started, this seems to be the first time he has challenged others. Is it possible that he wants to take over the position of Saint Child? The elders of the divine ability realm started talking with great interest. Although Dong Wuchi was lazy and slovenly, his strength and talent were unquestionable. Safely number 1 in the Zishu sect. Elder brother is about to take action. Yi Chun is really doomed now. It's a pity. If the senior brother hadn't taken action, Yi Chun might have been able to keep his position as Saint Child. It's been so many years since I've seen my senior brother take action. I'm afraid my senior brother's strength has reached a terrifying level. Listening to the discussion of the disciples around him, Yi Chun looked very calm. He bowed to Dong Wuchi and said loudly, My lord Yi Chun, please give me some advice. In the early stage of transformation, you are no match for me. Dong Wuchi said lazily, but as his voice fell word by word, the terrifying aura gradually climbed up in his body. Transform into the mortal late stage. This guy is actually already the existence of the mortal late stage. Zishu sect leader looked at Dong Wuchi with some surprise. In less than 10 years, he actually broke through 3 small realms in a row. Yi Chun is going to lose. The gap between the early stages of becoming a mortal and the late stage is too big. Ling Miao Daoist shook his head with a sigh in his tone. Whether it's Yi Chun's defeat or Dong Wu's 7 victories, our Zishu sect has produced 2 more geniuses. We can expect them to become saints in the future. Our sect is greatly prosperous. Our sect has risen greatly. Zishu sect leader's eyes were filled with excitement. On the ring, Yi Chun looked at Dong Wuchi very carefully. The gap in strength between the two was not that big, but there was no fear in Yi Chun's eyes. For the sake of glory, in order to live up to his master's cultivation, he must win even if he dies. Wow! With the powerful sword energy surging, Yi Chun slowly pulled out the ancient sword and said loudly, Brother, please take action. The power of laws converged, and Yi Chun's strength completely exploded. Dong Wuchi shook his head and said slowly, I only have 3 moves. If you block them, you win. As Dong Wuchi's voice fell, an extremely dangerous aura surged, and a phantom of a phoenix appeared behind him. Along with the crisp cry, Dong Wuchi's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, and at the same time, Yi Chun felt a chill on his back. The first sword of chaos. Almost in the flash of lightning, Yi Chun's body turned, and his sword followed. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge arena collapsed, leaving ruins all over the ground. Not bad. I can actually react. Dong Wuchi said in admiration that there were too few people in Zishu sect who could take his move. Senior brother Miao praised it. Yi Chun spoke humbly, looking at Dong Wuchi with more and more vigilance. With his powerful strength and weird tricks, he had heard of Dong Wuchi's name a long time ago. In the fight just now, Yi Chun was completely at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the mystery of Chaos Immortality art, he would have been defeated long ago. Junior brother, be careful next time. This move of mine is a sword technique. Dong Wuchi stood in the air, and a broken sword slowly emerged in his hand. The sword was full of large and small gaps, and the sword body was completely rusty. If the hilt was not still intact, it would even be broken at all. It cannot be called a sword, but it was the appearance of such a broken sword that caused the expressions of countless disciples to change drastically. Free talent sword. Is senior brother going to use that move? What a pity. Yi Chun is really doomed now. Many deacons in the sect have also been defeated by the three-talent sword. But even if Yi Chun loses, he has risen in the sect since then. At most, he will only lose the position of Saint Child. With the Ancestor behind him, the future is still unlimited. Each of the disciples was either jealous or filled with emotion. This sword has three. I will strike first. Dong Wuchi's voice exploded between heaven and earth, and the mighty sword energy roared like thousands of troops and horses. A group of disciples retreated violently, fearing that they would be affected by the sword energy. The Soul Formation realm deacons above the sky also withdrew from the ring. Their power could no longer suppress Dong Wuchi's sword energy. The two divine ability realm elders' hands shined brightly. The sun, moon, and stars rose above the square, and a powerful shield of the divine ability law instantly covered the surrounding area. The first sword of chaos. I am the only one who can live forever in the sky. The star sword came out, and the power of law began to appear around Yi Chun's body. Sword intent rolls like a wave. Not bad. Interesting. Here comes the sword. Dong Wuchi raised his hand and slashed, and the sword energy in the sky gathered into a glow, as if it was going to tear the void apart. Dazzling and powerful. The sword in Yi Chun's hand also fired at the same time, but the aura exuded by the star sword was mysterious and ancient. The two forces collided together, and the huge energy dispersed instantly. The divine ability Law Shield even shook under this force. The sword energy roared in the shield, dust flew, and violent power was mixed. A group of disciples stared at the shield. Being able to take Dong Wu's 7 moves, Yi Chun had already shown his power and strength. Regardless of victory or defeat, Yi Chun will have a place among the younger generation of strong men in the Zishu sect. Did senior brother Yi lose? Maybe fail. One by one, the Zishu sect disciples have begun to call Yi Chun their senior brother. In this world of immortals and demons where strength is respected, being strong can gain enough respect from others. Yi Chun defeated Beihu, and they may have thought that they relied on the help of their ancestors to forcibly improve their strength. But now Yi Chun is able to fight Dong Wuchi with 2 moves. Even if he relies on some foreign objects, he is worthy of respect. Who is Dong Wuchi? The #1 genius in the Zishu sect. 100 years of transformation? A powerful pervert who claims to have broken through 1 realm in 10 years. The geniuses in the sect have all challenged him, but the result is nothing more than being defeated with 1 move. And which of these geniuses dares to say that they have never relied on external objects to practice? But they are still not the enemy of Dong Wu's 7 moves. Cough, cough, cough. Senior brother, let's fight again. Just when all the disciples thought that Yi Chun had been defeated, Yi Chun's voice rang out. At this moment, his robes were in tatters, but his fierce sword intent became more and more powerful. Senior brother Yi blocked Dong Wuchi's Sankai sword? A voice shouted. Dong Wuchi, the invincible younger generation of Zishu sect, was actually blocked by Yi Chun in 2 moves. Huh, interesting. There was a hint of interest in Dong Wuchi's eyes, but the sword energy all over his body dissipated like a tide. Yi Chun looked at Dong Wuchi in confusion and said again, "Brother, please take action." Dong Wuchi waved his hand, shook his head and said, "When I was in the early stages of becoming immortal, I only understood this sword. If you can block this sword, you are already stronger than me. If I use a more powerful sword, even if I defeat you, I will still lose." Why? Yi Chun was confused by what Dong Wuchi said, and his eyes were full of doubts. Dong Wuchi laughed when he saw this, and said cheerfully, "Because this is my Tao heart, Dong Wuchi. You may not understand the Tao that is not bound to the outside world, but you don't need to understand. Okay, I give up." After Dong Wuchi's voice fell, he returned to his lazy and slovenly appearance. He slowly walked out of the messy arena, found a flat place, and fell asleep again. Victory! Senior brother Yi has retained his position as Saint Child. It's a pity that I didn't see the true strength of senior brother. A group of disciples looked at Yi Chun in the center of the square and discussed. From now on, this former outer disciple has truly risen. Yi Chun, when the competition continues, is there anyone still willing to challenge Yi Chun? The voice of Master Zishu rang in the sky, but after a long time, no one came forward to challenge Yi Chun. In this case, this competition will continue, but the first place belongs to our sect, Saint Child, Yi Chun. As soon as the voice of the Master of Violet Palace fell, Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared on the square. Greetings to the Ancestor. Countless Zishu sect disciples instantly knelt down respectfully and shouted, Ancestor. Even the lazy Dong Wuchi got up from the ground. No courtesy at all, Lin Feng said calmly, but his eyes fell on Dong Wuchi. Being stared at by Lin Feng, Dong Wuchi felt as if his secrets had been completely spied on. May I have your name? Lin Feng said to Dong Wuchi calmly. Although he restrained his momentum, the Quasi-Emperor realm world was too powerful, and even the slightest hint of power made Dong Wuchi feel extremely depressed. Following Lin Feng's voice, countless disciples began to speculate. Could it be that the Ancestor wanted to accept Dong Wuchi as his disciple? This is possible. After all, Dong Wuchi is a real genius. Back to my ancestors, my disciple's name is Dong Wuchi. Dong Wuchi said in panic. He didn't understand why the Ancestor would come to him for nothing. Well, let's chat. Lin Feng's voice fell, and a burst of energy instantly sealed the world in all directions, and the sound was completely isolated. Dong Wuchi's eyes became more and more frightened when he saw this. He really couldn't guess what kind of medicine was buried in the Ancestor's gourd. You have the aura of Quasi-Emperor about you. Lin Feng blocked the world in all directions and said calmly to Dong Wuchi, but there was a sharp edge in his eyes. Quasi-Emperor's pressure completely erupted within a 10-meter radius. The overwhelming momentum was like a mountain cracking, suppressing Dong Wuchi's body fiercely, and his face turned pale in an instant. Ancestor, what are you talking about? I, Dong Wuchi, am just a mortal late stage. How can I have the aura of Quasi-Emperor? Dong Wuchi's face was full of pain, and he spoke to Lin Feng with difficulty. Lin Feng shook his head and spoke slowly again. Tell me, why do you have the aura of Quasi-Emperor on your body? If you hide anything, I will kill you. Along with Lin Feng's voice, murderous intent surged in the world instantly. Dong Wuchi felt as if his life was being held in a huge iron claw and would be crushed to death at any time. Ancestor, I really didn't hide it from you. Dong Wuchi felt like crying. He really couldn't understand why his ancestor said that he had the aura of Quasi-Emperor on his body. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. He indeed felt the aura of Quasi-Emperor on Dong Wuchi's body. Otherwise, he would not have appeared. Wrong. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on Dong Wuchi. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. He raised his hand and grabbed Dong Wuchi. Terrifying power gathered in Lin Feng's palm. The power of the law is intertwined like a network, flashing with little brilliance and mystery. At the same time, a horrified scream came from Dong Wuchi's body. Fellow Daoist, stop! A sharp sound sounded, and a dark shadow was pulled out of Dong Wuchi's body by Lin Feng. The soul of Quasi-Emperor? What is the purpose of possessing my disciples? Lin Feng's eyes were cold, and Quasi-Emperor's power suppressed the black shadow. I am the second ancestor of the Chun family. It is really helpless for me to be possessed by a disciple of your sect. The figure sighed and spoke in a lonely tone. The second ancestor of the Chun family? Lin Feng frowned. Liuzhou Chun family. A powerful Quasi-Emperor orthodoxy is not as long as the Emperor clan Yi family, but the strong people in the clan are definitely not comparable to the lonely Yi family. The second ancestor of the Chun family is a strong man who has reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor. There are few people in the mainland who can defeat such a powerful being. But why did he fall? As if he had seen through what Lin Feng was thinking, the figure smiled bitterly and slowly said, The Yuanzhou Emperor's tomb was opened. I coveted the Emperor weapon and broke into the tomb alone. As a result, my body was instantly killed by the great Emperor's killing array. I dragged my soul across 1,000,000 miles in one breath and happened to land in Guizhou, on the disciples of the sect. Lin Feng suddenly sneered when he heard this, and there was a killing intent in his eyes. Fellow Taoist possesses the body of our disciple in order to take away his body, right? Huh? What are you going to do? The voice of the black figure became extremely frightened, but what greeted him was an extremely powerful force to suppress him. After a long time, There was no longer the second ancestor of the Chun family between heaven and earth. Lin Feng clapped his hands. He had just learned through the soul search that the black figure was indeed killed by the great emperor's killing array, and that it was possessed by Dong Wuchi to seize his body. Thank you, Ancestor, for saving your life. Dong Wuchi's eyes were a little frightened. He actually had a Quasi-Emperor spirit attached to him. If Lin Feng hadn't taken action, he would probably have lost his life. Okay, you can retreat and practice well. The opening of the Emperor's tomb will probably shake the continent, and the world will begin to change. Lin Feng's figure gradually disappeared, leaving only the majestic voice echoing in place. The land of Yuanzhou has a radius of more than 20 million miles, which is twice the size of Zhangzhou. The immortal Transformation sect stands proudly on this land, ruling the forces of all sizes within a radius of 20 million miles. However, following a vision of heaven and earth not long ago, powerful men from the Quasi-Emperor orthodoxy from all the great saint-level sects in Yuanzhou gathered. North of Yuanzhou, it is a desolate desert. Except for some strange monsters and evil cultivators, there are few living creatures. But at this time, there was a huge building suspended in the sky above the northern desert of Yuanzhou. The building is made of blue bricks and black tiles, with an ancient atmosphere surrounding it. This building is huge and terrifying, stretching for more than 3,000 miles. Around the building, countless monks stayed firmly in place. This is an emperor's tomb from 1,000,000 years ago. There are countless treasures in it, and there is even a way for someone to become a great emperor. Great emperor. That is a state of near invincibility. After millions of years, no emperor has been born. Suddenly, the tomb of the great emperor appears, and Yuanzhou instantly attracts the attention of countless forces. In a dilapidated and dark temple, an old blind man suddenly stared at the northern desert of Yuanzhou and whispered to himself. When the emperor's tomb was born, the world changed, and the world changed for millions of years. The Golden Age began. In the Beidou Star sect, a middle-aged Taoist carries 2 swords on his back. His eyes are full of depth, and a star map behind him is slowly rotating, and the stars are filled with a mysterious aura. With my soul, the sword rises into formation, the 7 stars rotate, and the vicissitudes of life are revealed. The middle-aged Taoist drew out the long sword from his back. His eyes suddenly closed, and a mighty saint power swept across all directions. As the sword energy merged into the stars, the middle-aged Taoist's complexion instantly turned pale. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the middle-aged Taoist. Senior brother, are you okay? Have you guessed anything? A girl helped the middle-aged Taoist, with worry in her eyes. The middle-aged Taoist pushed the girl away and slowly sat on the ground with a long sword in his hand, a look of confusion in his eyes. In less than 1,000 years, hundreds of emperors will be born, and I saw an existence even more terrifying than the emperor's shadow. That aura was like the ancestor of all things in the world, and I couldn't peep at it. What? An existence more terrifying than the great emperor? There was a look of horror in the girl's eyes. There are 3,000 continents in the mountain and sea realm, scattered in the void like a big chessboard. The existence beyond the great emperor has not appeared on the East Pole continent, but it definitely exists. If our Beta Star sect can stand for 1,000 years, maybe there will be one opportunity to come into contact with a wider world. The middle-aged Taoist murmured. The 3 major transcendent level orthodoxy, countless Quasi-Emperor orthodoxy. The saint-level sect was completely in shock. The emperor's tomb has been released, and the world is no longer peaceful. Lin Feng stood proudly on a huge rock at the top of Zishu sect, overlooking the entire winding Zishu mountains. At this time, the sound of the system rang in his ears. Ding! Host, the mission is released. Capture the Emperor's tomb. Reward, Great Emperor Killing Formation. Randomly unlock a new system feature. Listening to the ethereal system prompt sound, Lin Feng's eyes showed a hint of expectation. New system function? Is it a more powerful plugin? The Great Emperor Killing Formation is not bad. If there is an Emperor formation guarding the sect, the Great Emperor will not be able to get in even if he takes half a step. Sect security will be greatly improved. However, this task seems to be a bit difficult. When the Emperor's tomb was born, all the transcendent level forces in the entire continent were watching closely. It was impossible for him to be an enemy of the powerful people in the entire continent, right? That is no different from seeking death. And there is another most critical issue. According to the memory of the Chun family Quasi-Emperor, Any monk who approaches the Emperor's tomb will be killed instantly by the killing array. This Quasi-Emperor of the Chun family was such an unlucky guy. When he saw the light of the divine weapon in the Emperor's tomb, he foolishly went to break into it, but his body was scrapped. Ding! Host, the Emperor's tomb will be opened in 1 month. Immediately, all monks under the divine ability realm can enter the tomb. This system can conceal the host cultivation level and hide it from the Emperor's tomb killing array. The host only needs to go to the Emperor's tomb. Refining the Emperor's tomb in the center of the tomb will make the Emperor's tomb your own. The system prompt sounded again, and Lin Feng's eyes showed joy. What the hell? This plug-in blessing is so good. If I enter the tomb with Quasi-Emperor cultivation, wouldn't I be invincible? If we get the opportunity in the Emperor's tomb and use it on Zishu sect, the strength of the entire sect will definitely skyrocket in a short time. Lin Feng's figure moved and appeared in the Zishu hall. He summoned the elders of the divine ability realm within the sect and gave 3 holy yuan pills to the second elder of Law Enforcement Peak, Ling Miao Daoist, and the elder of Zhongjing, who were already members of the Zishu sect. Elder Ran Deng. These 3 are all at the peak level of divine ability and are the most promising to enter the Saint realm. After distributing the elixir, Lin Feng said with a vicissitude of tone, Elders, the Yuanzhou Emperor's tomb has appeared. The East Pole continent will undergo drastic changes. A great era is about to come. The major Saint-Child emperors will compete with each other. Countless monsters will rise, and the competition between the orthodox traditions has officially begun. Ancestor, at the Yuanzhou Emperor's tomb, do we, the Zishu sect, want to send someone to fight for this opportunity? Zishu sect leader said respectfully to Lin Feng. No need. All the sects are keeping an eye on the Emperor's tomb, and sending people there is just a waste of people. Lin Feng spoke slowly. His voice echoed in the hall, and countless elders of the divine ability realm knelt down respectfully. Ancestor is wise. Well, I'm going to be in seclusion for a while, so you must be vigilant. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, a deacon in the mortal realm walked respectfully into the hall and knelt down on the ground. I've met my ancestors. I've met all the elders. What's your business? Lin Feng's eyes fell on the mortal deacon. The deacon in the mortal realm was stared at by Lin Feng. He lowered his head even further and spoke in a more respectful tone. Ancestor, there is a group of affiliated forces of my Purple Void Sect outside who came to pay homage to the mountain, saying they would like to congratulate the Ancestor for stepping into Quasi-Emperor. In that case, let them join the sect. Lin Feng said calmly. Yes, Ancestor. As Deacon Hua Fan exited the hall, Lin Feng said to Zishu sect, go and receive those forces. I'll leave first. After leaving a word, Lin Feng disappeared. People came from all directions, including some small forces in Sangzhou. Lin Feng was not interested in watching, and the seclusion he announced to the outside world was just a cover-up. At this time, Lin Feng had already set off for Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou is across several states from Sangzhou, a distance of nearly 80 million miles, but with Quasi-Emperor's divine ability, it only takes a few dozen breaths to tear the void apart. But Lin Feng did not choose to use the divine ability to rush on. When he came to this world, he had not taken a good look at the outside. Anyway, there was still a month before the Emperor's tomb would be opened, so Lin Feng simply calmed down and started walking slowly. The border of Sangzhou is desolate as far as the eye can see. From time to time, there are 2 or 3 dust crows crowing. Lin Feng is dressed in black and carries an ancient sword on his back, just like a knight who has just emerged from the world. After walking for more than 10 days, he also traveled millions of miles. Along the way, he saw countless bullies and countless murderers and treasure hunters. There is a great monster roaming the rivers and mountains thousands of miles away. There are mighty rivers. This is an extremely wonderful world, but it is also extremely cruel. Walking like this can be regarded as a training of the state of mind. Lin Feng stood on a piece of granite and whispered to himself. Along the way, he actually found that his state of mind was changing. Life is a Taoist temple, and walking is like practicing there. The ancients were sincere, and I will not deceive them. Just as Lin Feng was sighing, suddenly an embarrassed figure in the distance came into Lin Feng's eyes. This is a girl of 17 or 18 years old, whose cultivation is only in the early stages of innate. There are bloodstains on the girl's face, and her eyes are full of panic. Behind the girl is an old man from the early days of Violet Palace. Xiao Nizi, follow me back to the clan and marry the third son of the Li family. Otherwise, you will anger our ancestors, and your parents will also be implicated." The old man's voice echoed between heaven and earth. The girl turned her head and glanced at the old man. There was a hint of hesitation in her expression, but this hesitation soon disappeared. "Second grandpa, just let me go." The third young master of the Li family is basically a prodigal son, and there are rumors that he practices the magic power of gathering yin and replenishing yang. The girl's voice fell, a spiritual talisman was attached to her leg, and her speed increased a bit again. "Umph. The family raised you so much just to use you for marriage. If you don't obey, you are betraying my Han family." The old man spoke sternly, and a long whip suddenly appeared in his palm. Accompanied by terrifying spiritual power fluctuations, the long whip instantly became extremely slender and was about to trap the girl's body. At this time, the girl had already fled to Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng's cultivation level was no more than the third level of spirit gathering, she had a look of anxiety in her eyes and started to drink loudly. "Get out of the way!" Suppression. The old man's voice sounded, and the whip was directly packed with powerful force and strangled Lin Feng. "Well, you dare to take action against me?" Lin Feng looked at the thin whip with incomparable indifference in his eyes, and then everything between heaven and earth fell into stillness. Lin Feng's voice was very soft, but when it fell on the old man's ears, it was like a thunderous explosion, shaking his mind. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the old man's mouth, and the thin whip in his hand was broken into several pieces. The power of law, a strong man in the mortal realm. The old man's eyes showed great fear. He did not expect that there would be mortal monks on the border of this inhospitable Zhangzhou. Lin Feng ignored the old man and gave a cold shout. "Roll!" "Senior, please calm down. I have no intention of causing any conflict. Leave now." The old man spoke respectfully to Lin Feng, his eyes full of fear. Just now he actually attacked a powerful man who had transformed into a mortal. "Xiao Nizi, follow me back to the family." The old man looked at the girl beside him and wanted to take her away. Seeing the old man approaching, the girl knelt down in front of Lin Feng and prayed with tears in her eyes. "Senior, please save me. I am willing to work for you and serve you for the rest of my life. I don't want to be taken away." Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the tearful girl. He had encountered too many such things along the way, but he was too lazy to meddle in his own business. After all, the world was so cruel. "Xiao Nizi, please stop messing around. Forgive me, senior. This is an unfilial daughter of my Han family." The old man stared at the girl with anger, then knelt down in front of Lin Feng with great respect and explained. "Let's go. If you bother me again, you'll die." Lin Feng said coldly, and a wisp of coercion rose up on his body. The old man turned pale in an instant and nodded in agreement. "No, senior, please save me." When the girl saw that Lin Feng didn't take action, there was a hint of despair in her eyes. Lin Feng stood up slowly and was about to continue on his way when suddenly the system voice sounded. "Ding! The body of luck has been detected. Ding! The daughter of luck has been detected. Does the host choose to accept a disciple?" Ding! Mission released. Accept the girl of luck as your disciple. Mission reward. Unlock the mysterious system function. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to look at the girl. Is she the daughter of luck? For example, at the beginning of the Great Age, when the great sects are competing for the world's luck, if you get a lucky girl for the Zishu sect at the beginning, the sect will surely become more prosperous in the future. "Little girl, what's your name?" Lin Feng smiled lightly and spoke to the girl. Seeing Lin Feng ask herself, the girl's originally desperate eyes lit up with light. She smiled lightly and replied timidly. "Senior, my name is Han Shuya. Han Shuya, your name is good. Are you willing to become my disciple?" "Senior, she is the daughter of my Han family, and she has been sent to the Li family for marriage. I hope that for the sake of my family, I will not interfere in this matter." When the old man saw that Lin Feng wanted to take Han Shuya as his disciple, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly took out the name of the Han family. After all, although the powerful people in the mortal realm are powerful, the Han family is not an ordinary family. There is an ancestor of the divine ability realm in the family. "Oh, the Han family, so what?" Lin Feng said with indifferent eyes, and the old man's face darkened. "Senior, my Han family is a prominent family in Baizhou. There are many powerful people in the family, and the Ancestor of the Divine Ability Realm is in charge. Senior, please consider whether it is worth turning against my Han family for this little girl. The old man's voice made Han Shuyao's eyes show a hint of nervousness. Would the young and powerful man in front of him really offend the powerful Han family for his own sake? The Han family? Who is the Han family? I am practicing in the sect and have never heard of it. Lin Feng's voice fell lightly, and then the sword energy gathered in the sky and slashed at the old man fiercely. Blood spattered, and one of the old man's arms fell directly to the ground. The whole process was reaching its limit, and the old man didn't even have time to scream. Senior, you? The old man looked at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes, and he was angry and afraid in his heart. I hate other people's threats the most. Give you 3 breaths, get out. Otherwise, your head will fall. Lin Feng's tone was still very calm, without even a hint of murderous intent. But the old man felt a chill on his neck. The young man in front of him was so powerful that he didn't even have the strength to struggle. Since Senior is determined to accept this little girl as his disciple, we can only meet again. The old man's voice fell, and his figure disappeared into the horizon in an awkward manner. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. Shui Yao is willing to become my teacher. Han Shuya respectfully knelt down to Lin Feng and kowtowed 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The system's divine level lottery function has been successfully unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a lottery. The sound of the system echoed in Lin Feng's ears. A huge energy page appeared in front of his eyes, and a mysterious roulette wheel rotated on the page. The so-called divine level lottery function is a way to obtain skills, cultivation, and resources through lottery. This is also one of the benefits of the system, but luck is more important in the lottery. If you are lucky, there may even be transcendent level equipment in the divine level lottery system. Conduct a lottery. With Lin Feng's thought, the roulette wheel started spinning, and with a mysterious aura surging, the sound of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Quasi-Emperor Peak Realm Puppet, Sky Sword Fighter. Note, this puppet can be driven by Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. 1 Supreme Grade Spirit Stone can drive 100 breaths. The maximum burst of this puppet is 300 the peak Quasi-Emperor strength of 1 breath. If it exceeds the time limit, it will be overloaded and scrapped. Listening to the sound of the system, Lin Feng's eyes showed great surprise. The puppet of Quasi-Emperor was equivalent to having an extra trump card. Since you have joined my sect, I will also tell you the rules. First, never betray the master. Second, don't fight within the same sect. If you break one of these rules, I will kill you. Lin Feng's voice was full of power and fell into Han Shuyao's heart word by word. She quickly said respectfully, Disciple, please remember this. Let's go and follow my master to seize the opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the direction of Yuanzhou, where there was an emperor's tomb. Master, where are we going? Han Shuya looked at Lin Feng curiously, and Lin Feng just said 2 words. Yuanzhou. When Han Shuya heard this, she was startled. Yuanzhou was still tens of millions of miles away from here, and an emperor's tomb appeared, where powerful men from the saint level and quasi-emperor traditions gathered. The undercurrent in Yuanzhou at this moment is raging, like a volcano about to erupt. But his master is going to Yuanzhou. Could it be that his master is also a core disciple of a certain saint-level sect? But soon, Han Shuya seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes struggled a little, and she said, Master, if I leave my family and escape from marriage this time, my parents will definitely be implicated. Han Shuyao's voice stuttered at the end. When Lin Feng heard this, he just said calmly, Since you have entered my sect, you will be responsible for killing the Han family. I will go to the Han family with you. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Han Shuyao's eyes showed excitement. If one of the core disciples of the saint-level orthodoxy came forward, the Han family would not dare to embarrass them. Let's go. Lin Feng turned around and walked slowly in one direction. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the 2 people were thin and long. The breeze blew up the hay from time to time, and the world was full of desolation and depression. Baizhu, Yuanzhou. The tall walls are covered with the vicissitudes of time, and various monks dressed in weird costumes come and go on the streets of the city. The center of the city is surrounded by a formation with flashing green light, and within the formation is a huge palace. The palace has a wall, and monks with powerful auras patrol the palace. This palace is the headquarters of the Han family. At this moment, An old man with a broken arm appeared pale and staggered outside the Han family's palace. A monk from the innate realm world changed his expression when he saw the old man. "Uncle, what are you?" "Ahem. I want to go in to see the master of the house. But that little girl Han Shuya ran away." The old man trailed off and strode directly into the depths of the palace. In the main hall of the Yi family, a middle-aged man in black clothes was filled with anger, and his roar echoed throughout the hall. "What? You, the majestic Violet Palace, can't stand a girl who is in the early stage of innate. In 10 days, the Leaf family will come to pick someone up. What do you want the Han family to do to explain to the Leaf family?" The middle-aged man in black had a terrifying aura billowing all over his body, as if he was a strong man who was half transformed into a mortal. "Master, please calm down. I am willing to be punished for this matter." The old man's face was full of fear. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. A big spiritual hand gathered in the void and instantly pinched the old man's neck. "Penalize you? Killing you won't be a big deal. Master, please forgive me. Originally, I'd already caught up with that little girl, but a powerful mortal man appeared halfway and intervened." The threat of death made the old man panic, and he quickly begged for mercy. The powerful man who transformed into a mortal. "Ha! It's too late now. I can only kill you and Han Shuyao's parents," hoping that the Leaf family can temporarily stabilize the Leaf family. "For the sake of the Han family's 1,000-year plan, you go and die." The middle-aged man's voice fell, and the old man's begging for mercy stopped abruptly. Blood splashed, and the huge palace fell into silence. "Master, what should we do next?" A Han family member at the peak of the Spirit Sea stared at the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. "Send people to search within a radius of 100,000 miles, and then take away the heads of Han Shuyao's parents and this trash to calm the anger of the Leaf family." Well, in the main hall, an elder from the Spirit Sea late-stage Han family sighed. The middle-aged man slowly stood up from his seat at this time, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "The birthday of our ancestor in the divine ability realm world is approaching, and Han Shuya is attracted by the third son of the Leaf family. Our family takes the opportunity to marry into the Leaf family, so that our family can continue our destiny. For the sake of my whole family, some sacrifices are helpless. The head of the family is wise. A mere clan member is nothing. If our Han family can survive forever, even if we sacrifice, it will be their honor." A Korean elder from the early days of Spirit Sea spoke. His voice was like two rusty iron sheets rubbing against each other, and like the howling of a male duck. It was extremely harsh, reverberating around, making the already darky family hall. It looks more awe-inspiring. At this time, outside Yang City, a young man in black stood proudly. The young man had a handsome face, but his eyes revealed an incomparable vicissitude, as if he had seen through the endless changes of the years. Behind the boy was a girl. The two people are Lin Feng and Han Shuya. Standing in front of the Han family's city, Han Shuyao's eyes showed a hint of uneasiness. "It's okay, I'm here." Lin Feng spoke softly, and his voice fell in Han Shuyao's heart, as if it turned into a solid force, instantly soothing her panic. After a few days of contact, Han Shuya felt more and more that Lin Feng was full of mystery. He obviously looked like he was only in his early 20s, but his body was stained with the vicissitudes of time. Especially Lin Feng's words were full of calmness and calmness. It was as if nothing in this world could shake his state of mind. Stepping into the city, Han Shuya followed Lin Feng every step of the way. The city she was once familiar with has now become perilous. Her former family had already turned against her. All she could rely on was the powerful and mysterious man in front of her, who was her master. "Look, isn't that Miss Ninth Lady Han Shuya?" "Yes, it's Miss Ninth. Quick, inform the head of the family. Follow me and catch her this time." The head of the house said that if you catch Miss Ninth, you will be rewarded with 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Many Han family guards wearing armor in the city suddenly became restless. They stared at Han Shuya with bright eyes, and there was endless greed in the depths of their eyes. Spiritual stones, the unified currency of this world. It is also a valuable resource in this world. The spiritual stone contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which can be used for cultivation and formation. Spirit stones are roughly divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Low grade is the lowest. Supreme grade is the rarest. The exchange ratio for spiritual stones between different levels is 1 to 100. In other words, 100 low-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 middle-grade spiritual stone, and so on. Feeling the wolf-like gazes around her, Han Shuya looked at Lin Feng as if asking for help. "Let's go, I'm here." Lin Feng smiled slightly at Han Shuya, completely ignoring the monks around him, as if there were only 2 people in the world. "Yes, master." Han Shuya lowered her head and walked slowly behind Lin Feng. Suddenly, 2 innate Han family members stood in front of them. "Miss Ninth, where are you going?" A man with a crooked neck said with a strange smile. You guys?" There was a trace of fear in Han Shuyao's eyes, and suddenly a more powerful aura fell from the sky. It was a barefooted man with messy hair and abnormally developed muscles, like a humanoid ferocious beast. He is a Violet Palace monk. As he appeared, the eyes of the 2 Yi family members from the innate late stage showed an ugly look. The man with the crooked neck spoke unwillingly. "Brother Tai, we saw Han Shuya first." "Huh? What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." The big man's body was full of breath, and the coercion broke out instantly. The man with the crooked neck turned pale. The skinny man next to him quickly grabbed him, and at the same time showed a hint of the big man. "Flattery? Brother Tai, you discovered Han Shuya first. My brother is not sensible. You have a lot, so don't mind. You're still damn good at speaking human language, so get out of here with your good-for-nothing brother." The big man showed an arrogant and proud smile on his face. He turned his head and revealed an ugly and greedy smile. He stared at Han Shuya. "This is 10,000 spiritual stones. Miss Ninth, follow your brother back to your clan." "Master." Han Shuya retreated behind Lin Feng. "Boy, get out of here. It's best to stay out of my Han family's affairs. Otherwise, you'll die." The big man looked at Lin Feng with an extremely fierce look on his face. At the same time, a sledgehammer condensed in his hand, and the huge force hit Lin Feng's body hard. Who is this young man? Is he the lover of the 9th lady of the Han family? Then Han Tai is in the Violet Palace realm. This young man will probably be smashed into pieces with this blow. This young man is pitiful. It's not good to fall in love with anyone, but he is entangled with Miss Ninth of the Han family. You must know that the 3rd son of the Li family is coming to marry Miss Ninth. With the ruthless style of the Han family, this young man will not survive in order to marry with the Li family. Countless monks in the city were whispering and discussing. "Roll!" Lin Feng glanced at the big man, and a sword energy condensed out of thin air. Boom! As the breeze blew by, the sledgehammer suddenly turned into pieces. Puff! The big man's body also seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, flying backwards like a rag and hitting a wall hard. As the wall cracked, the surroundings fell into silence. The power of law. That is the power of law. What's the origin of this young man? Some knowledgeable Violet Palace monks stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. With the power of law, could it be said that this young man is a powerful person in the mortal realm? Did he come from some ancient sacred land tradition? How could the saint child from the sacred land come to a small place like Yiyang City? The Han family has hit a brick wall now. The sacred land orthodoxy has been passed down for thousands of years, or even 100,000 years. If this young man is offended, the power of the sacred land can destroy the Han family in a matter of seconds. There was a buzz of discussion all around, and countless people looked at Lin Feng with incomparable awe. Listening to everyone's voices, Han Shuya felt more and more at ease. With this powerful man in front of her, not even the Han family could hurt her. In the world of immortals and demons, strength is king. A desire to become stronger arose in Han Shuya's eyes. She is just a female, and she can only gain dignity and status by becoming stronger. Lin Feng still had an indifferent expression on his face. Both the Han family and the Li family were like ants in his eyes. If it weren't for Han Shuya, he wouldn't even bother to come here. Bold maniac! How dare you attack my Han family, Yiyang City, and hurt my people? At this time, a loud voice sounded in the city, and the stars suddenly turned on the top of the sky. Dark night descended on thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and a black-robed Taoist stood in the air, showing supreme power all over his body. Look, that's the Han family's mortal warrior. A cry of surprise rang out, and countless monks turned their attention to the sky. Lin Feng stared at the sky screen speechlessly. He was just a mortal monk, and his appearance was more impressive than some saint Quasi-Emperor. I don't know if this Han family's mortal warrior dares to do something to this young man. It's hard to say. After all, although the Han family also has ancestors in the divine ability realm, they are still weak against the sacred land orthodoxy. The monks were talking one after another. No one in Yiyang City has dared to challenge the Han family status for thousands of years. Now that a disciple from sacred land has arrived, there will definitely be a good show. Hurt someone from your clan? So what? Lin Feng ignored the Han family's black-robed mortal monk and continued to lead Han Shuya towards the center of the city. When the black-robed monk saw this, he became furious and slowly gathered a spear in his hand. Be bold! The marksmanship is like a rainbow. The sky is full of spiritual energy riots. The power of laws is intertwined, and the splendor is wrapped in supreme murderous intent. Boom! The gun was so powerful that Flood Dragon went out to sea and killed Lin Feng directly. I brought Shuya to the Han family to kill a cause and effect. I didn't want to kill, but your Han family challenged my bottom line again. Then, let's perish. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth, and an aura of destruction instantly enveloped the surrounding area. The black-robed monk's soul formation, law manifestation, instantly collapsed like tissue paper. Then the gun shadows all over the sky fell into stillness, and an irresistible force instantly descended on the black-robed monk. This force was like the will of heaven and earth, and could not be disobeyed. Click! A clear voice sounded. A cloud of blood mist exploded, and the Han family's soul formation monk died silently. During the whole process, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with indifference. He was unwilling to kill more people, but he was also the ancestor of the Quasi-Emperor and was one of the strongest transcendent-level experts even on the mainland. Quasi-Emperor is majestic and cannot be provoked. Following the death of the Han family's Huafan monk, the air fell into incomparable silence. A powerful mortal monk was killed by Lin Feng's momentum. This cultivation level, how powerful must it be? Han Shuya stared blankly at the blood mist scattered above the sky. It was a mortal ancestor who was aloof among the clan. My master is definitely not a saint-child emperor, because even a half-step divine ability, or even a divine ability realm power, can never kill a monk in the mortal realm with a single aura. Ancestor Saint. Could it be that he is Ancestor Saint? Oh my god! What kind of existence did the Han family provoke? Idiot! Stupid! This senior member of the Han family is just pretending to be shit. He provoked the Saint Ancestor just for a mere marriage. If the Han family had been nicer to Miss Ninth, Ancestor Saint would never have treated them badly. It's a pity that it's too late. A group of monks began to mock the Han family. Ancestor of the Han family, come out and see me quickly. Lin Feng killed a mortal ancestor and was too lazy to waste time with the Han family. Quasi-Emperor's pressure completely enveloped the entire Han family. The endless depression instantly caused the Han family to fall into chaos. An old man in gray robe rushed out of the Han family palace and landed respectfully in front of Lin Feng. I've met Senior. This old man was full of lifelessness, and he looked like he didn't have much time left. Early stage of divine ability? Are you the ancestor of the Han family? Lin Feng said calmly. The old man knelt in front of Lin Feng. His heart became more and more frightened because he felt a pressure on Lin Feng that was like the power of heaven. What he saw before him was definitely an old monster that had lived for who knows how many years. The old man trembled and said to Lin Feng, Senior, this junior is the ancestor of the Han family. I wonder what the Han family can do for seniors. Shui Yao, if you have any requests, just ask him. Lin Feng ignored the divine ability realm ancestor of the Han family and said calmly to Han Shuya. Upon hearing this, Han Shuya bowed respectfully to the Han family ancestor. Grandpa, I want to see my parents. Your parents? Are you also a disciple of my Han family? The ancestor of the Han family obviously did not recognize Han Shuya in front of him. After all, the Han family had too many disciples, and he had been in seclusion all year round. Yes, Grandpa. Han Shuya was already disappointed with the Han family at this moment, and the only people she cared about were his parents. Okay, I'll let someone check it out for you right now. Why don't you and Senior go to Han's house and sit down? I can also have someone entertain Senior. The ancestor of the divine ability realm of the Han family showed a hint of joy in his eyes. His descendants were favored by a peerless powerhouse. This is also a great blessing. Maybe the Han family will rise. As for the powerful man who turned into a mortal and was beheaded by Lin Feng just now, the ancestor of the Han family didn't care at all. In his opinion, it was probably because the clan members were so domineering that they angered the powerful man in front of him, so he deserved to be killed. No, let's check. Lin Feng's tone was very cold. The Han family's treatment of Han Shuya had already made him have no good impression of this family. Yes, senior. The ancestor of the Han family had been in seclusion for a long time and did not know what happened to the Han family. He quickly called the head of the Han family. Ancestor. The head of the Han family appeared in front of the ancestor of the Han family. He saw Han Shuyao's expression change, and a pressure instantly erupted. Shaonizi, good for you coming back. You dared to escape from the family. It seems that the punishment you received was not enough. The head of the Han family raised his hand to suppress Han Shuya. The face of the ancestor of the Han family changed drastically, but at this time, the aura on Lin Feng's body completely exploded. Boom! As the dark clouds rolled in the sky, a sword energy fell from the sky, instantly cutting off the Han family's hand. Noisy! Lin Feng's voice fell lightly. The head of the Han family stared at Lin Feng with a horrified expression, then turned to the ancestor of the Han family and said, Ancestor, this person actually dares to act recklessly on my Han family's territory, and I asked my ancestor to suppress him. When the ancestor of the Han family heard this, his face became extremely gloomy, but in his heart, he cursed the head of the Han family bloody. Damn, you don't understand the form? It was obvious that the person in front of him was a very respectable being. Shut up! The ancestor of the Han family slapped the head of the Han family, and the powerful force knocked him around. Senior, please calm down. Our tribe is ignorant. Let Senior decide whether to live or die. The ancestor of the Han family knelt on the ground in fear and spoke to Lin Feng cautiously. When the head of the Han family saw this, his expression changed drastically. His ancestor actually knelt down towards the young man in front of him. Then what state should the young man in front of him be in? Half-step saint? A saint? Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and fear spread throughout his body like a virus. Senior. The head of the Han family stammered. Lin Feng ignored him. The ancestor of the Han family stood up and grabbed the head of the Han family by the neck and shouted angrily. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Han family? Bring them here, quickly. This senior has accepted her as his disciple. What? When the head of the Han family heard this, his face turned extremely pale. His body almost didn't even collapse. What's wrong? You know. The anger in the eyes of the ancestor of the Han family grew stronger and stronger. At this time, the head of the Han family had completely lost his mind. He knelt on the ground. Ancestor, his parents are gone. Huh? What do you mean? A bad premonition arose in the ancestor of the Han family, and the pressure on him instantly locked onto the head of the Han family. Dead. The head of the Han family stammered, his tone full of panic. What did you say? My parents are dead? You killed my parents? Han Shuya lost control of her emotions instantly. She grabbed the sleeve of the head of the Han family, with huge grief and anger in her eyes. B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. Did you do it? Who else? The ancestor of the Han family roared angrily. Since the family members were favored by the ancestor saint, they could have taken advantage of the opportunity, and the Han family has soared into the sky, but their own clan members actually killed their parents. I don't know. Ancestor, have mercy. Senior, have mercy. The head of the Han family looked as pale as death. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed crazily. Little girl, I really don't know about this matter, but it is my Han family's fault after all. Don't worry, I will kill anyone who has anything to do with killing your parents. After all, the ancestor of the Han family had lived for thousands of years. He quickly calmed down, raised his head, and spoke to Han Shuya sincerely. As his voice fell, the body of the head of the Han family exploded and died instantly. Then he gathered everyone in the Han family together. The more he learned about Han Shuya, the angrier the ancestor of the Han family became. After a round of killings, the number of masters in the entire Han family was reduced by almost 1/5. Little girl, I have killed all those who bullied you. Your parents, the Han family, will also be buried in a grand ceremony, and an ancestral hall will be built to be worshipped by the Han family for generations. Can you forgive my Han family now? If you are still not satisfied, I am willing to commit suicide on the spot. I just ask you to let your seniors let the Han family live. The ancestor of the Han family spoke to Han Shuya in a low voice, his cloudy eyes full of pleading. Han Shuya's eyes showed confusion. Those who bullied her had all fallen, and their parents' revenge had been avenged. Master, Han Shuya looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng just said calmly, "Everything is decided by you. It depends on your true intentions." As Lin Feng's voice fell, the ancestor of the Han family looked at Han Shuya nervously. "Forget it, Master, let's go." In the end, Han Shuya still did not choose to take revenge on the entire Han family. "In that case, let's go. From now on, the world will be wider, and the cause and effect between you and the Han family will be cut off." As Lin Feng's voice fell, a thunder suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. The connection between Han Shuya and the Han family was completely severed with this thunder. The ancestor of the Han family was relieved. No matter what, the Han family was finally saved. As Lin Feng and Han Shuya slowly walked out of Yiyang City, the oppression in the sky gradually dissipated. The ancestor of the Han family stood there for a long time, his eyes staring into the distance, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ancestor. The two powerful men of the Han family in the mortal realm looked at the ancestor of the Han family with extremely complicated expressions. "Everything is determined by heaven. I am about to die soon. From now on, the affairs of the Han family, you can take care of it yourself." The voice of the ancestor of the Han family fell and disappeared. Baizhou, in a wild forest. The beast roars, and the great monster appears. The figure of a girl walked through this dangerous place, and wherever she passed, snowflakes were flying all over the sky. A 10-foot-long silver giant wolf stared greedily at the girl from a distance. It had hair like steel needles all over its body, and its blood-red pupils glowed with bloodthirsty light. Ouch! As the silver wolf roared, it jumped up, and countless ancient trees that it passed were broken. Blizzard in the sky. The girl sensed the crisis, and her movements flashed like a ghost. The huge silver wolf jumped into the air. Just as it was about to turn around and pounce on the girl again, suddenly snowflakes fell from the sky. Chill spread between heaven and earth, and a radius of 1 kilometer was gradually sealed by ice. The silver wolf's body was also greatly restricted in this cold, snowy area. It felt threatened and raised its head to escape from this 1,000-meter snowy area. But at this time, the originally quiet and fluttering snowflakes suddenly started to riot. The storm suddenly rose, and the snowflakes wrapped around the silver wolf like blades. Ouch! The silver wolf let out a low howl, his blood-red eyes showing immense pain. "Winter has arrived!" The girl's clear voice fell, and the silver wolf's body was instantly frozen, and then with a roar, it disintegrated into snowflakes all over the sky. As the silver wolf fell, the countless great monsters that had coveted the girl all around them retreated one after another. For a time, 100 miles around fell into silence. "Yes, your cultivation level is close to Violet Palace. The Yuanzhou Emperor's tomb is about to be opened. Let's go. Follow me into the Emperor's tomb and seize a chance." Between heaven and earth, a majestic voice sounded. I saw Lin Feng's figure falling slowly. The girl who killed the silver wolf just now was Han Shuya. She followed Lin Feng all the way, and her cultivation level improved rapidly. She had only left the Han family for a few days, and she had already entered the Violet Palace from the early stage of innate. "Yes, master." Han Xiao bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, her eyes full of respect. She already knew Lin Feng's identity, the ancestor of the Zishu sect, a quasi-emperor, the top being on this continent. Here, the void was torn open by Lin Feng, and he took Han Shuya into the endless darkness and disappeared into the wild forest. As the void gradually healed, after a long time, the originally silent surroundings once again roared with ferocious beasts, and terrifying screams resounded throughout the world. In Ma Bay of Yuanzhou, countless warships and spaceships are suspended in the sky. All kinds of powerful auras are surging around the world. A huge ancient building is suspended on the top of the sky. Mysterious formations flow around the building, surrounded by terrifying murderous intent and imperial power. Every breath on that formation feels extremely depressing. This ancient building is the tomb of the great emperor. 3,000-foot-long warships were docked quietly on the dome, and there were countless small warships surrounding the 3 giant ships. This is the warship of the 3 transcendent level orthodoxy. Heavenly Sword Saint Sect, Supreme Sect, Fiery Sword Sect. The 3 sects came together to compete for the opportunity of the Emperor's tomb. In addition to the 3 sects, countless warships from the Quasi-Emperor sect and the Saint-level sect also appeared at the Emperor's tomb. The brilliance of various law treasures flashed from time to time in the Emperor's tomb, and even the aura of Emperor-level law treasure loomed in it. When the Emperor's tomb first appeared, many monks rushed forward to seize the law treasure. But the endings of those monks were all tragic. The power of the imperial formation instantly wiped out their lives. The ancient walls of the imperial tomb were even stained with blood. The blood was left by batches of cultivators who forced their way into the imperial tomb. These monks include the Divine Ability Realm Strongman, the Saint Realm Ancestor, and even the Quasi-Emperor. Finally, when the monks from all sides were desperate, 15 large characters appeared on the Emperor's tomb. On a full moon night, with divine ability, you can enter my tomb to find opportunities. As this big character appeared, countless forces became almost fanatical. They all brought the mortal monks and their sects outside the tomb, hoping to send them to the tomb on the night of the full moon. The three major transcendent-level orthodoxies did not prevent other forces from entering the tomb. After all, there were so many forces in the entire continent. Although the three major transcendent-level orthodoxies were powerful, they could not be enemies of the entire continent. Moreover, the powerful mortals of the three transcendent-level orthodoxy are definitely stronger than the Saint Child and Young Master of other forces. Wow! With the distortion of the void, Lin Feng appeared in the northern desert of Yuanzhou with Han Shuya. As he appeared, several quasi-emperors with powerful auras in the distance stared at him, and then ignored the two of them. It is not uncommon for Quasi-Emperor to appear here these days. Due to the emergence of the Emperor's tomb, transcendent-level experts from all sides have gathered here. Master. Han Shuya looked around timidly. There were monks with powerful auras everywhere here. The Spirit Sea monks who were usually considered strong on the mainland were the weakest beings here, and the Mortal Transformation monks were everywhere. The Divine Ability Realm world is powerful and everywhere. The breath of Saint and Quasi-Emperor is intertwined between heaven and earth. But her cultivation is only half a step beyond Violet Palace. You stay close to me and don't run around, Lin Feng said to Han Shuya, then sat cross-legged and began to practice. It will be some time before the Emperor's tomb opens, so this is a good time to make adjustments. Yes, Master. Han Shuya obediently responded to Lin Feng and sat cross-legged on the ground. Roar! Great monsters with terrifying auras fly by from time to time in the sky. Some of them are mountain guard spirit beasts tamed by various major sects, and some are mounts of Saint Ancestor and Quasi-Emperor. Time passed by, and as the time for the opening of the Emperor's tomb got closer and closer, the major forces became more and more nervous. On a full moon night, the Emperor's tomb is opened. Finally, the day has arrived. The East Pole continent, which has not had an emperor for millions of years, has completely entered a new era with the emergence of the Emperor's tomb. Boom! Above the sky, the mighty imperial power surges. The East Pole continent has a radius of hundreds of billions of miles. Purple light shines on the dome, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth falls from the sky, covering the entire continent. Dung dung dung! In the Heavenly Sword Saint sect, the bell rang. A sword energy pulses from Heavenly Sword Mountain to the clouds. An emperor weapon resonates with the sky, in unison with the visions. The Great Age has begun. 100 emperors will emerge. The prosperous age of the East. The Golden Age is coming. In the Heavenly Sword Saint sect, a rosy-faced old man stood proudly on the top of the mountain range with a long sword on his back, looking at the dome in the distance. In the Taishang sect, in an ancient pavilion, the ancient emperor weapon suddenly bloomed with dazzling light, and the power of the emperor spread to thousands of miles. Emperor weapon resonates. It seems that the Emperor's tomb has been opened, and the million-year emperorless era of the East Pole continent is about to end. I just don't know where the first great emperor was born. A beautiful woman is sitting in a small pavilion in front of the lake. She is the half-emperor ancestor of Taishang sect. Fiery Sword sect. Several emperor weapons roared, and the swords rose into the sky, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. In the era of hundreds of emperors, my sect will be immortal. With one shot of the long sword, we will defeat all the heroes in the world. The fire is so powerful. Who can contend with it? A series of heroic voices sounded in the Fiery Sword sect, and the sword intent intertwined in the sky above the entire sect, causing chaos for thousands of miles. With the opening of the Emperor's tomb, the continent was completely shaken. Wow! The bright moonlight shines on the Emperor's tomb, and the great emperor's killing array blooms with brilliance. The ancient imperial tomb, building slowly, opened a door. My tomb has been opened. Anyone with divine ability can enter. A cold and aloof voice came from the tomb. The voice seemed to have passed through endless years, and the vicissitudes of life were mixed with incomparable tyranny. Falling in the ears, shaking the mind, the voice of the great emperor, Lin Feng murmured to himself. The voice just now made him worship. But soon this intention of worship was extinguished in his heart. Between heaven and earth, what about the emperor? It hasn't turned into withered bones over the long years. And I will never stop at the emperor realm. There are 3,000 continents in the mountain and sea world, and billions of creatures. Above the emperor, there must be an extreme realm. I will definitely catch up with that time, catch up with the passing years, and pursue that immortal life. Boom! In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes showed a touch of incomparable determination. His state of mind broke through again, and a mysterious aura flowed around his body. Although he is still in the early stage of Quasi-Emperor at this moment, his strength is already several times stronger than before. The Emperor's tomb is open. Rush! What a great opportunity! What a great opportunity! Maybe I, Nyoda, will receive the inheritance of the great Emperor when I enter the tomb this time, and become the great Emperor forever. How dare you block my opportunity? Go to hell! The moment the Emperor's tomb was completely opened, countless monks went completely crazy and rushed forward. Some people even started to fight, with the light of spells, the collision of swords, and blood spilling all over the door of the Emperor's tomb. Countless limbs and pieces of flesh fell from the sky, and the cruelty of this world was fully demonstrated. For a chance, thousands of people shed their blood and heads. For a strong persistence, life and death are uncertain. The first ones to rush forward are the independent cultivators. They are the largest group of monks in the world, and they are also at the bottom. But precisely because of this, they are more desperate than the disciples of the sect. Even if there is only 1/10,000 chance, even if they are gone and never come back, they will definitely fight for it without hesitation. That's why the first-generation ancestor of the sect has been an independent cultivator for all eternity. They have no background and no status. But those who stand out are often the top beings in the world. An unknown amount of time has passed. The bodies on the ground have piled up like a mountain, and the blood has gathered like a river. The northern desert of Yuanzhou has completely turned into a Shura hell. Han Shuya had never seen such a horrific scene before. She even couldn't help but retched. Lin Feng did not say anything to comfort her, even if she is his disciple, even if she is the daughter of luck. But the cruelty of this world is what it is. If she cannot accept it and lives in fantasy, any background opportunities will be in vain. After vomiting for a long time, Han Xiao finally stopped running away from all this. She stared at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, her eyes full of stubbornness. The world is like this. The weak only deserve death. Even if you are alive, you still need to rely on the charity and kindness of the strong. In heaven and earth, only the strong are undefeated. The aura on Han Shuyao's body gradually changed. Boom. A breath of violet palace emerged on her body, and with the breakthrough of her mental state, she stepped directly into Violet Palace. When Lin Feng saw this, there was a hint of approval in his eyes, and he softly said, "Stabilize your realm, and when those sect disciples enter later, follow me into the tomb." But Master, it seems that only monks below the divine ability realm can enter that tomb. Han Shuyao had a hint of doubt in her eyes, and Lin Feng said calmly, "I can enter a mere dead man's grave." When Han Shuyao heard this, she took a breath of cold air in her heart. The tomb of the emperor who killed countless powerful people actually turned into a tomb of the dead in Lin Feng's mouth. Could his master also be a great emperor realm existence? But it seems that no emperor has been born in the East Pole continent for 100 years. Just when she wanted to ask more questions, countless independent cultivators had completely entered the tomb. At this time, the powerful mortals from various sects began to enter the tomb in an orderly manner. They were each on guard, but no one took action. They just entered the door quietly. "Walk!" Lin Feng's voice fell, and his whole body rushed into the tomb like a meteor. Before Han Shuyao could react, she only felt Lin Feng's palm pulling her arm instantly, and then the surrounding scene retreated. As the distance to the emperor's tomb got closer and closer, Lin Feng also felt a little worried. Who knows if the system might lose its chain, and then he would really be finished. "We've already reached the door," and there's not much we can do about it. Lin Feng closed his eyes and rushed into the door with his whole body. What the hell? That person, Quasi-Emperor realm. Is he looking for death? Head is broken? Lin Feng's actions instantly attracted the attention of all parties, and countless powerful people in the Divine Ability realm world and Saint Ancestors screamed in shock. However, Lin Feng had completely rushed through the door at this moment, and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Holy shit, did you go in? A strong man from the Divine Ability realm showed excitement in his eyes. He moved his body and rushed into the tomb door. As a result, a scream was heard, and his body was instantly strangled into a blood mist. What a terrifying power. Saint, who almost rushed into the tomb door, stopped quickly, and at the same time, cold sweat rolled down his forehead. On the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect warship, an elegant middle-aged man spoke respectfully to a young man in black next to him. Ancestor, what happened just now? Isn't the Emperor's tomb inaccessible under the Divine Ability realm? The eyes of the young man in black were filled with vicissitudes of life. He frowned and stared at the Emperor's tomb for a long time, before finally speaking slowly. I don't know either. The killing formation above the Emperor's tomb is still there, and it's still in peak condition. Even if our half-Emperor ancestor breaks through with the supreme Great Emperor treasure, we may not be able to break through it. Then why did Quasi-Emperor break into the Emperor's tomb just now? The elegant middle-aged man asked in confusion. Since even the half-Emperor ancestors could not break through the Imperial formation, why was a Quasi-Emperor breaking into it? Perhaps, or I don't know either. The young man in black also showed great confusion in his eyes. After being silent for a long time, he slowly spoke again. If I go back and report this to my ancestor, Quasi-Emperor will definitely come out of the tomb. When our Heavenly Sword Saint Sect suppresses him, we will know all the reasons. Yes, Ancestor. The elegant middle-aged man bowed respectfully to the young man in black and said nothing. The Supreme Sect, the Fiery Sword Sect. All the major forces began to conspire, and before he knew it, Lin Feng was completely targeted by all the forces. In the Emperor's tomb, Lin Feng was sitting leisurely on the edge of a small river. Han Shuya closed her eyes tightly at this moment, stabilizing her state. Because of the space law array, the Emperor's tomb has a radius of 100,000 miles, like a small world. Deserts, mountains, rivers. The whole world is quite unique. There are spirit treasures everywhere in the tomb, and there are opportunities everywhere, but at the same time, dangers are also hidden in every corner. There is a Divine Ability realm winged snake with a wingspan of 100 meters above the sky, a group of strange fish with sharp fangs wandering in the river, and even the ancient tree next to it may be a great monster that has been practicing for thousands of years. There are even monsters walking through the soil underground. The number of mortal monks who entered the tomb was 100,000. There is almost one monk in a radius of 1 mile, but after just a few breaths, the number of 100,000 monks is already less than 10,000. The aura of Quasi-Emperor on Lin Feng enveloped a 10-mile radius. A centipede that was 10 meters long, as thick as a bucket, and as black as water was meandering through the jungle. Its body was like steel armor, and every part was shiny and ferocious. It made a clanging sound when it crossed the ancient tree, and even splashing little sparks. It was already very close to Lin Feng's aura, but in the end it looked at Lin Feng from a distance and fearfully, and finally chose to take a detour. Wherever the centipede passes, black mist rolls, and all beasts give way. Not long after, another 10-meter-long, shining silver mantis passed by. A terrifying aura flowed through its body, and its front paws shone with cold light, like two giant scythes watered by silver water. In the end, it left, and Lin Feng's breath made it feel unstoppable. Lin Feng did not take action to suppress the great monsters around him. Instead, he frowned. The ancient relics were everywhere in the Emperor's tomb, and there were even half-step Quasi-Emperor level beings. If it comes at night, will more scary things appear? Staring in the direction of the center of the tomb, Lin Feng whispered, I'm afraid there will be something from the Quasi-Emperor realm in the center of the tomb. The system mission is indeed not that easy to complete. Night soon descended on the world and the tomb, but it was not peaceful in the darkness, and terrifying howls were heard everywhere. A 1,000-meter-high ancient tree suddenly swayed, and then its roots turned into the soles of its feet, and it stood up carrying the huge tree. In a lake, suddenly the originally calm water surface began to roar. I saw a huge crocodile slowly emerging from the water. The crocodile was 100 meters long and had an aura comparable to the middle stage of divine ability, flowing through its body. There were less than 10,000 monks alive in the emperor's tomb at this time, and there was a smell of blood and screams. With the fluctuation of spells, the entire emperor's tomb turned into a graveyard for monks. Countless monks regretted it, but it was already too late now. The only way to get out of the emperor's tomb was to go to the teleportation array at the center of the emperor's tomb world. But the center of the emperor's tomb world is even more dangerous. There is a goshawk with ferocious eyes flying above, and there are densely packed great monsters of various ferocious beasts below. Compared with the bloody chaos in other places, the small lake where Lin Feng is located seems to be as quiet and peaceful as the pure land of the emperor's tomb world. Time passed little by little, and finally Han Shuya ended her training. Looking at Lin Feng, who was guarding her every step of the way, Han Shuyao's eyes showed a touch of emotion, and she said respectfully, "Master, well, yes, the realm has been stabilized. Let's take a good walk in this world." When Lin Feng saw Han Shuyao waking up, he also put away his aura and prepared to take a good look at the emperor's tomb. There are still some good things in the emperor's tomb. Leaving the creek, scattered corpse fragments and some broken law treasures can be seen everywhere. "Master, what exactly happened here?" Han Shuyao's eyes showed a hint of horror. After walking more than 10 miles, she had already seen the body fragments of many powerful mortals and broken law treasures. Roar! Before Han Shuyao could finish her voice, a giant golden lion with a length of 100 feet jumped down from the sky. Strong winds blew up, and the terrifying aura instantly crushed the towering ancient trees within 100 miles in a powder. "Core death!" Lin Feng shouted coldly, and a powerful force gathered in his palm. As the void in all directions twisted, the demon lion's huge body was instantly turned into a pulp. When Han Shuyao saw this, she was not as surprised as before. After all, Lin Feng was a Quasi-Emperor level existence. There are very few things that can threaten Lin Feng in this emperor's tomb. There is something strange in this emperor's tomb. Lin Feng stared into the distance and frowned. "Master, did you sense something was wrong?" Han Shuyao looked at Lin Feng in confusion. "It's hard to say. Ever since I entered the tomb, I have had a vague feeling of being spied on by something. The great monsters of the divine ability realm and the ancient relics also have a strange aura. You should follow me closely, so be careful." Lin Feng's tone was very heavy. The sky was already bright at this time, but there was no sun. Thick dark clouds were rolling in the sky. The entire world of Emperor's Tomb revealed incomparable depression. Han Shuyao followed Lin Feng step by step, and suddenly, the ground shook and a strong spiritual energy spread from the center of the tomb to all directions. Then several Dao treasure lights flashed in the sky, and the breath of Emperor Weapon swept across the source of spiritual energy in all directions. Ouch! Roar! Along with the vision in the world of Emperor's Tomb, countless great monsters went completely crazy, and thousands of great monsters of all kinds began to move towards the center of Emperor's Tomb. The deafening roar echoed between heaven and earth. There are now less than 1,000 mortal monks in the Emperor's Tomb. In this world of the Emperor's Tomb, which is like Shura Hell, they have completely regretted it. At this time, outside the Emperor's Tomb, the Emperor's power swept across all directions. The void was distorted for thousands of miles around. The yellow sand on the earth was flying, and the sound of the wind was like the roar of thousands of troops and horses. What happened in the tomb? All the life lamps of the mortal monks from our sect who entered the Emperor's Tomb were extinguished. Did that powerful Quasi-Emperor do it? No. This vision is like the legendary Great Emperor's realization. Could it be that the ancient Great Emperor in this tomb is going to be resurrected? Countless forces were shaken, and Quasi-Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect rushed out of the warship. His whole body was full of sword energy. He looked directly at the Emperor's tomb, his eyes full of depth. Ancestor, is it possible that the Great Emperor in this tomb is really going to be resurrected? A Saint Realm strongman spoke to the Heavenly Sword sect Quasi-Emperor in surprise. It's absolutely impossible. Millions of years have passed, and even the Great Emperor can't resist the corrosion of time. It's possible that the Great Emperor's corpse in the tomb has transformed into a monster. Ancestor is saying that the body of the Great Emperor will wake up. The Heavenly Sword sect saint on the side was shocked. Yes, our sect has records that during the era when the Great Emperor emerged millions of years ago, there was a powerful man from the Emperor realm who was unwilling to accept that his life was approaching and perished in the long river of time. So he sealed his soul on his corpse and nourished it with valuable treasures, looking forward to waking up again one day. It's a pity that what he woke up after was a corpse that fell into Demon Dao and brought disaster to the mainland. I have informed the half-emperor Ancestor that this tomb must be destroyed. Otherwise, the Emperor's corpse will awaken and the continent will be in dire straits. Ancestor Quasi-Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect slowly spoke, his eyes full of worry. At this time, Lin Feng took on Shuya and walked into the world of the Emperor's tomb. At this time, 100,000 mortal monks had completely perished. There is blood flowing everywhere on the earth. However, what is even more strange is that the blood actually forms strange lines in one direction, covering the entire earth. And those great monsters seem to have gone crazy and committed suicide in front of a palace in the center of the tomb of the Emperor world. The further he walked, the uglier Lin Feng's face became. What kind of bullshit Emperor's tomb is opened? This is obviously a trap. Using the resentment of hundreds of thousands of mortal monks as a guide, we completely awaken the body of the great emperor in the world of the Emperor's tomb. Shuya, you stay in this formation for now. There may be something terrible ahead, and I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. After I go and suppress everything in this tomb, I will come back to pick you up and leave together. A formation I appeared in Lin Feng's hand, and the seals in his hand changed. After a while, a 10-mile radius was enveloped by a powerful force. After finishing everything, he turned and walked towards the palace in the center of the Emperor's tomb. At this time, the sky in the world of Emperor's tomb was blood red. Strange sounds were roaring all around. Lin Feng's face was as cold as frost, and a powerful killing aura spread across his body for dozens of miles. The mission issued by the system is indeed not that simple. It seems that the Emperor's corpse will wake up, but this era does not belong to you, Lin Feng whispered, with an extremely domineering look in his eyes. He will decide everything in this Emperor's tomb. Even if the Emperor's corpse wants to revive, it cannot be stopped. In the center of the Emperor's tomb, a spire palace stood quietly. The palace was hundreds of miles in size. The city walls were made of mysterious materials like obsidian stones. The spire of the palace was made of red spiritual bamboo tiles. The entire palace is extremely majestic, revealing everywhere the solemnity and arrogance of the great emperor. However, Lin Feng felt an evil aura in this solemnity. Blood was flowing inside and outside the palace, and the corpses of countless great monsters lay quietly on the ground. Lin Feng stands outside the palace gate with one man and one sword. The air seemed to have solidified, and the surroundings were as quiet as a dead zone. Squeak! Suddenly, the closed palace door opened instantly, and a cold wind blew out from the palace, rolling up Lin Feng's long hair. This wind was extremely evil, and Lin Feng felt his heart tremble. He felt as if he was being stared at by something terrible. "Let me in." Lin Feng looked at the wide-open palace gate. White jade paved the way for the ladder and the red carpet. Behind the gate were numerous dragon pillars. Even though millions of years had passed, they still exuded a solemn atmosphere. Once, this may have been the place where a great emperor lived. Later, the great emperor died in the endless years, and this became the cemetery of the great emperor. Silent, bleak, weird, Lin Feng stood outside the palace gate for a long time, and the feeling of being spied on still did not fade away. The palace in front of him was full of evil, and no one knew what terrible things would be inside. The emperor's corpse that will be resurrected? Or an endless killing array? Are you turning around and leaving here? Avoid this crisis? Or bravely step into this mysterious palace? After being silent for a long time, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. "Ha! So what about the great emperor? After all, it is just a tomb and a corpse. What should I fear if you pretend to be a ghost? Since you let me enter the palace through the door, then I will kill you, the emperor, with the long sword in my hand. Palace, kill your imperial corpse." Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth. A terrifying sword intent centered on him quickly spread in all directions, and the void began to twist. The light of the sword was like a galloping army of thousands of horses, crushing the sky and suppressing the vicissitudes of the earth. Boom! With the roar of the wind, a 10,000-foot-long sword light gathered together, like the force of a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting apart, and it slashed horizontally towards the palace. accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations. The palace walls, shining like obsidian stones, instantly turned into powder. Then the power of the sword energy continued unabated, destroying the Bailey Palace to the ground. Dust is flying all over the sky, blocking out the sun. Lin Feng looked at the palace that he had easily destroyed. His eyes were not relaxed at all, but his brows were furrowed. GGG. A weird laughter echoed in all directions. Lin Feng instantly felt his hair standing on end. He quickly retreated thousands of miles and stared at the ruins of the palace with vigilance. GGG. A huge palm slowly stretched out from the ruins of the palace. In the center of the palm was a dragon coffin surrounded by black energy. With the appearance of the coffin, Lin Feng felt that his breathing became extremely difficult. With the ancient sword in his hand tightly, he mobilized the 4 laws to wrap his body tightly. Is this the Emperor's corpse? Has it woken up? Lin Feng stared at the coffin fearfully. The feeling of being spied on was caused by the things in the coffin. After millions of years, this Emperor has woken up again. A stiff voice sounded in the coffin, and the huge palm collapsed, leaving only the dragon coffin floating quietly in the void. Ding! The target is locked. Ask the host to refine the dragon transformation coffin and seize the Emperor's tomb. The sound of the system sounded, and Lin Feng took a look at the dragon coffin and couldn't help but feel scared. He had no confidence in dealing with the corpse of the great Emperor in the dragon coffin, which was neither human nor ghost. I'm talking about the system. Is there any external support or something? This Emperor's corpse seems to be very powerful. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the system, but he couldn't help it. The Emperor's corpse was full of weirdness, and the black mist alone made him feel shaken. Not to mention the powerful great Emperor corpse lying in the dragon coffin. Ding! The system has detected that the Emperor's corpse has not fully awakened, and will not provide external assistance to the host. The sound of the system sounded again, and Lin Feng was convinced after hearing this. Since the Emperor's corpse has not yet fully awakened, it should be easier to deal with. This sword comes from the sky and wants to open the sky. Lin Feng's mighty sword energy turned into a long river, wrapped in the dazzling sword light that filled the sky, broke through the void, and slashed towards the dragon coffin. Clang! As the energy fluctuation spread, the ancient sword and the coffin board collided, sending sparks flying all over the sky. The void in all directions collapsed. Ant, you dare to attack me. When I come out of the coffin, I will eat your soul and swallow your flesh and blood. An angry voice sounded from the coffin. When Lin Feng saw this, he felt reassured and said in a disdainful tone to the Emperor's corpse in the dragon coffin, "A mere dead body dares to claim to be Emperor? What a shame! I will kill you later, so that the common people will not be harmed by you." Lin Feng moved his hand and started to open the coffin lid. With a rumbling sound, a frightened roar sounded from the dragon coffin. "Junior, what are you going to do?" What are you doing?" "I want to dig out your dead body and refine you into a dragon coffin." Lin Feng shouted loudly, spiritual power surged in his hands, and the lid of the dragon coffin trembled. "No, don't. Calm down, little friend. We can discuss it easily. When I fully wake up, I can help you become the Emperor." Emperor Corpse's voice changed from anger to fear, but Lin Feng didn't have the time to bullshit him, so he increased the strength in his hands. "Junior, how dare you? If you open the coffin, I will definitely kill you even if you fail to revive." The Emperor's corpse in the dragon coffin began to threaten Lin Feng again, but at this time the coffin lid had been opened through a gap. Lin Feng's spiritual power was running, and the huge force instantly completely opened the coffin lid. An aura of death, violence, and vicissitudes of life emerged from the dragon coffin, and the sky became dark. Whoa! The weird sound is like a wolf howling. Lin Feng summoned the puppet at the peak of Quasi-Emperor, Sky Sword Fighter. "Junior, this Emperor wants you to die." A skeleton in a black robe slowly sat up in the coffin. His festering pupils stared at Lin Feng, and his imperial power instantly turned into actual murderous intent. With a radius of 100,000 miles, fierce ghosts roared, countless monsters overflowed on the earth, and the black sky was filled with blood. Outside the Emperor's tomb, the huge, ancient building was shaking, and the originally clear sky was obscured by red blood clouds. The land with a radius of thousands of miles was shrouded by an invisible force, and countless forces retreated in panic. And those monks who had no time to retreat were instantly strangled by this force. "No, do not want help." What happened? Ancestor, save me! Ah! Screams rang out one after another, and the strong men of the three transcendent-level Taoist traditions looked ugly. Protect the disciples and elders to retreat. The powerful Quasi-Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect burst out with powerful aura. When the long sword in his hand moved, countless sword energy pierced the void, forcibly tearing a hole with that force. Countless Saint Realm ancestors of Saint-level sects also burst out powerful law manifestations to protect their sect's warships. Those sects that do not have Saint Realm ancestors, or those who do not have Saint Realm ancestors in person, will have a tragic end, and the entire sect will be wiped out. Evil beast! This world does not belong to you, the rotting corpse. If you dare to make trouble here, I will kill you. The Emperor's tomb. Suddenly, a sword light flashed across, and the situation above the sky changed. Thousands of miles of void shattered, and the terrifying power instantly defeated the power around the Emperor's tomb. As the sword energy in the sky receded, a hunchbacked old man stood proudly in the void. The old man had a ruddy complexion and held a long green sword in his hand. The old man had no aura in his whole body, but as soon as he stood there, he seemed to be an unshakable mountain. He is the half-emperor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect, an ancient existence. The old man suppressed countless strong men over the long years and protected the Heavenly Sword Saints sect for nearly 50,000 years. Ancestor, I've met my ancestor. The appearance of the old man made the entire Heavenly Sword Saints sect go into a frenzy, and they all knelt down to worship. Old guy, you came so fast. Ha ha. Suddenly, the void instantly distorted, and a white-haired old man walked out of the void. Although this old man had white hair, his whole body was full of nearly perfect muscles. The old man was carrying a huge, heavy sword as wide as a door panel on his back, and he had a domineering aura flowing from his body. Greetings to the Ancestor. Ancestor is eternal. Divine ability is unparalleled. I am the only one who will be immortal forever. The Fiery Sword Sect. Long live the Ancestor. When a group of disciples of the Fiery Knife Sect saw the old man appearing, they all knelt down respectfully, and their voices echoed throughout the world. Suppressing the Emperor's corpse, how can I be the less important one? At this time, a beautiful voice sounded, and a beautiful woman walked slowly with lotus feet on her feet. The beautiful woman was the half-emperor ancestor of Taishang sect. Huh, I'm afraid fellow Taoist is trying to get a chance to open the Emperor's tomb, right? The half-emperor of the Fiery Sword Sect laughed. Is it possible that the two fellow Taoists don't have this idea? The beautiful woman smiled lightly and said calmly, that's all. Whether it's for chance or for the safety of our East Pole continent, the Emperor's corpse must be suppressed. Otherwise, the orthodoxy behind you and me will never have peace. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect stared at the Emperor's tomb and spoke in a deep voice. Then let's cut through the imperial formation together, and we will share the opportunity among the three sects. How about it? The beautiful woman still had a smile on her face, and the half-emperor ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect nodded happily. The three of them each sacrificed the supreme grade emperor treasure, and the sword intent turned into a terrifying storm, instantly suppressing the power of the emperor's tomb. In the emperor's tomb, Lin Feng stared at the emperor's corpse in the sky. The puppet at the peak of Quasi-Emperor stood side by side with him, resisting the turbulent weather. I have spent endless years in this emperor's body, and now that I have achieved success, you juniors actually ruined my plans, so die. Emperor Xi's eyes were full of malice and hatred. He struck out with an angry palm, and a mysterious force between heaven and earth intertwined into a web, suppressing Lin Feng overwhelmingly. Feeling the power of that power, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless and instantly unleashed his strongest move, Beatty's sword, Sutra selfless style. The sword penetrates the deepest part, and I am no longer there. The sword energy spreads in all directions, elusive and without traces. Lin Feng's body seemed to have disappeared where it was. This sword was once powerful enough to defeat the ancestor of the Yi family. Extremely powerful. The Sky Sword Fighter was also completely activated by Lin Feng, and a powerful peak Quasi-Emperor aura gradually climbed up on his body. I am born to fight. As a mechanical and cold voice sounded, the Heavenly Sword Warrior slowly drew out his long sword, and a strong fighting spirit rose up in his body. Boom! At this time, the palm of the Emperor's corpse had fallen, and Lin Feng and the Sky Sword Fighter simultaneously slashed at the palm with powerful sword light. Along with the loud noise that shook the world, the powerful energy fluctuation instantly completely collapsed more than half of the world of Shuanli Emperor's tomb. Puff! Lin Feng felt as if his body had hit a heavy truck. His internal organs shook and blood spurted out. He flew backwards and hit the outer wall of the ancient tomb building hard. The Sky Sword Fighter's entire body was already crumbling under this powerful force. It would probably be completely scrapped after only 20 or 30 breaths at most. As expected of an emperor's corpse. Ahem. This power is too terrifying. Lin Feng stood up slowly. His eyes fell on Han Shuya in the distance. The formation he had set up was almost broken. If he fought against the emperor's corpse like this, Han Shuya would definitely be implicated. The disciples he had just accepted would probably be implicated. It's going to be gone. Controlling the heavenly sword warrior to hold back the emperor's corpse, Lin Feng appeared in front of Han Shuya and said to her calmly, "Shuya, this place is dangerous. I will tear apart the void first and send you back to Zishu sect. If you take this token, someone in the sect will arrange for you to stay." Lin Feng's voice fell, and he tore the void with one hand and handed Han Shuya a black token with the other hand. "Yes, master." Han Shuya took the token, bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, and then stepped into the void crack. She also knew that she would only cause trouble to Lin Feng here. Practice well after returning to the sect. The great battle of the world is about to begin. Don't let my name be ruined. Lin Feng confessed a few words to Han Shuya, turned around, and began to face the emperor's corpse. The Sky Sword warrior above the sky was now completely broken, but it was still attacking the emperor's corpse crazily. Destroy! Following a heavy attack from the emperor's corpse, black energy billowed throughout the sky. The Sky Sword warrior finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed into a pair of materials. "Junior, you have no other means, right? Be in peace." The emperor's corpse killed the puppet, and its festering pupils became even more cruel. A black energy fell directly from the sky, turned into an ugly beast, and pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. It would be a big deal if he was hit. Although this emperor's corpse woke up early and was weak in strength, it was still close to the half-emperor level. If he keeps going like this, he will die here sooner or later. Lin Feng dodged the blow and looked at the ferocious beast transformed by the black energy with lingering fear. "If it really doesn't work, we can only give up on this mission." Lin Feng whispered. He couldn't defeat the emperor's corpse in front of him, but he was absolutely sure of running away. Boom! Just as Lin Feng was preparing to run away, a violent noise came from the outside world, and the entire emperor's tomb shook. Huh? Is there someone attacking the great emperor's killing array? There was a trace of surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. Even the ordinary Quasi-Emperor could easily destroy the formation outside the emperor's tomb, and even the supreme great emperor treasure held by the half-emperor Ancestor might not be able to break through it. Who is it that dares to attack the formation? Just when Lin Feng was confused, several more noises spread across the sky. No, more than one person is attacking this great emperor killing array. Could it be that the half-emperor ancestors of the three transcendent-level sects are jointly attacking? Lin Feng whispered. At this moment, the emperor's corpse began to feel uneasy. Several quasi-emperors took action to break the formation, and even the might of the great emperor's killing formation might not be able to withstand it. After all, the half-emperor has already realized some divine ability at the great emperor level. If the great emperor's killing formation is broken, those half-emperors might kill him without hesitation, and then compete for the opportunity. "It's all your fault? I hate you. I hate you." Thinking of this, the emperor's corpse became more and more violent, and his whole body rushed directly towards Lin Feng. The power of the laws of heaven and earth merged into various ferocious beasts and weapons. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically, and he quickly dodged. Suddenly, a sword came from outside, and the law manifestation of the emperor's corpse collapsed instantly. Ha! Unexpectedly, this emperor corpse is only at the half-emperor level. It seems that it was interrupted during the awakening process. As an old voice fell, the half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect slowly landed in the void. With his appearance, the half-emperor ancestors of the Taishang sect and the Fiery Blade sect also slowly appeared in the void. Middle. Emperor Corpse saw fear in his eyes when he saw the three of them. The fact that the three of them were able to enter here means that the Great Emperor's killing array has been broken. Lin Feng stepped aside, his eyes uncertain. These three people gave Lin Feng an extremely dangerous feeling. Not even the Emperor's corpse could give him such a sense of oppression. These three people are definitely half-Emperor level experts. The Emperor's corpse conspiracy, the half-Emperor ancestors all came out. Everything was completely beyond Lin Feng's control. Behead this corpse quickly, and I'll wait for the opportunity to divide the Emperor's tomb equally. The beautiful woman's powerful aura spread all over her body at this time. Her face was a little pale, and she had also been seriously injured when she broke through the Great Emperor's killing array before. You and other juniors actually dare to covet what belongs to me. You are seeking death. The Emperor's corpse was instantly angered by the beautiful woman's words. Although his cultivation was low, the pride of the Great Emperor had been completely integrated into his bones. How could he tolerate the provocation of a few half-emperors? It's just a corpse that is neither human nor ghost, and it is worthy of being called emperor. This era no longer belongs to you, so sleep in peace. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect swallowed a pill and instantly returned to his peak state, with his sword in the air. The terrifying power instantly shook the entire emperor's tomb. But even if the void broke and the emperor's formation collapsed, the overall structure of the emperor's tomb was still intact. I'm afraid this tomb is a huge imperial weapon, otherwise it would have collapsed under this power. Lin Feng stared at the dome and muttered to himself. He sat quietly aside, leaning on the tomb wall to recover from his injuries. Although the three half-emperor ancestors had already discovered him, they ignored him. In the eyes of the three of them, Quasi-Emperor did not pose any threat at all in the early stage. They wanted to be more wary of the emperor's corpse. After all, it was an ancient existence that had existed for millions of years. No one knew what cards it had. As the half-emperor ancestors of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect took action with all their strength, the two half-emperor ancestors of the Fiery Sword Sect and Taishang Sect also used their respective trump cards to suppress the emperor's corpse with all their strength. The three of them had already paid a huge price for breaking through the Great Emperor's killing array, and now all their anger was naturally vented on the emperor's corpse. Facing the three powerful half-emperors holding the emperor-level law treasure, the emperor's corpse became increasingly invincible. You juniors, this emperor has remembered you. When my strength recovers, I will definitely avenge you. The emperor's corpse dragged his rotten body, tore the void apart, and was about to escape, but what greeted him was an extremely domineering sword. It's impossible to run away. The fluttering voice of the half-emperor ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect fell, and the flames bloomed all over the sky like lotus flowers, turning into a solid prison, completely locking up the four directions. At this moment, Lin Feng had regained his strength, and he was staring at the dragon coffin suspended behind the emperor's body. That dragon coffin is the most precious thing in the entire emperor's tomb, and all the information and opportunities of a great emperor are in it. The coffin lid had been put into the system warehouse by Lin Feng, but the coffin body was still next to the emperor's corpse. By seizing the dragon coffin, Lin Feng can not only complete system tasks, but also obtain supreme good fortune. Looking at the three half-emperor ancestors in the sky and the emperor corpse in the fire domain, Lin Feng showed a hint of madness in his eyes. If successful with the system rewards and great emperor background, I might have the opportunity to directly attack the great emperor realm and become the first ancestor in this world. If you lose, you will gain nothing and offend three half-emperor level beings at the same time. Life and death are here to fight. Lin Feng whispered. At this moment, the emperor's corpse trapped in the fire domain was completely violet. Black flames burned all over his body. With the appearance of the flames, a dangerous aura filled the world. You ants, you are forcing me to do this. Yi. The corners of the emperor's corpse cracked open, revealing a strange smile, and then the black flames instantly swallowed up the fire domain of the Fiery Sword Sect. No, he's burning his origins. Get out of the way. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect shouted loudly and swung his long sword. The sword energy surged towards the emperor's corpse like a tide, and then his body retreated thousands of miles. The black flame bloomed like a lotus, and an evil and vicissitudes of life surged within it. It was extremely depressing, and the body of the former great emperor had completely turned into a monster. Hide? Can you hide? The emperor's corpse smiled arrogantly, and his festering body swayed and waved an earth-shattering palm. Along with the collapse of the world in all directions, a ray of imperial power suppressed the three half-emperors. Lin Feng hid in the distance, watching this scene with fear, and whispered, "Is this the Emperor realm? Wow!" Boom! Energy waves were rolling, and the entire space felt like the end of the world was coming. Lin Feng stared at the coffin, and finally, he saw a glimmer of opportunity. The three half-emperors could not avoid the attack of the Emperor's corpse, and each sacrificed the supreme, great Emperor treasure. With the blooming of brilliance and the power of the law, the three half-emperors' ancestors simultaneously spurted out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies were heavy. It hit the wall of the Emperor's tomb. They were too seriously injured when they broke into the great Emperor's killing array. Although they used treasures to recover their injuries, their strength also dropped a lot. Although the Emperor's corpse burned its origin, it was not comfortable to fight three half-emperors at the same time. The originally decayed body looked like it would fall apart at any time. The sword penetrates the deepest, and the sword opens heaven. Lin Feng took advantage of the three corpses to be in the air, and struck out with the long sword in his hand. With the sword energy whistling, he approached the dragon coffin behind the Emperor's corpse like a meteor. The sword energy slashed at the Emperor's corpse with mighty force, and at the same time Lin Feng stretched out his hand to grab the dragon coffin. "Junior, how dare you? Be bold! Go to hell!" Loud shouts were heard one after another, and the three of them were shocked. They did not expect that a mere Quasi-Emperor would dare to snatch food from a tiger in its early stages. "Rise!" Lin Feng had already grabbed the dragon coffin. He bit his finger instantly, and a drop of blood melted into the coffin. Then he jumped into the coffin and quickly closed the coffin lid. At this time, 3 people and 1 corpse were attacked one after another, and the terrifying power made the dragon coffin tremble. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the coffin, felt a strong impact on his body. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing a few times, he stabilized his body and quickly began to refine the dragon transformation coffin. "You hold this Emperor's corpse while I come and open the coffin and kill that junior." The half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect shouted loudly and was about to approach the dragon coffin. The Emperor's corpse became furious upon seeing this. His recovery was interrupted, his heritage was robbed, and now 3 ants that he could kill with his hands are now an eyesore. Ouch! Letting out a roar like a wild beast, the Emperor's corpse completely lost control, with blood-red eyes, and killed the ancestor of the fiery knife sect. "The flames are like the scorching sun. My sword is immortal." The half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect shouted loudly, and the heavy sword in his hand was instantly surrounded by flames. According to the law of fire, the sword intention turns into 1,000 realms. In the realm of the Emperor, he began to have initial contact with the power of Tao. The power of Tao is so mysterious that even if he masters even a little bit, he can suppress the eternal world. Although the half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect has not fully understood the Tao, he has already gained some insights. But just this little insight into the Tao allowed him to step into the Emperor realm with half a foot and possess the power of suppression. All mundane powers. And because Lin Feng pulled out the Emperor's corpse from the dragon coffin, he only revived the strength of the Emperor realm and had no understanding of the Tao. Although in terms of strength, he was far more powerful than the half-emperor ancestor of the fiery knife sect. But for a while, there was nothing he could do about the ancestor of the fiery sword sect. At this time, the ancestors of the heavenly sword saint sect and the half-emperor Taishang sect also fully unleashed their respective divine abilities. The heavenly sword cuts through the vicissitudes of life. The supreme sword art, law manifestation looms between heaven and earth, majestic and solemn. The two of them started to entangle with the Emperor's corpse. The ancestor of the heavenly sword saint sect said to the ancestor of the fiery knife sect, "Hurry up and open the coffin and kill that junior." When the half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect saw the 2 men taking action, he no longer struggled with the Emperor's corpse. The powerful spiritual power in his hand moved, and the dragon coffin was caught in his hand. As the power of the half-emperor slowly exploded, the coffin was quickly opened by him. At this time, Lin Feng had already refined the dragon coffin, and the systematic voice echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Great Emperor, Killing Formation Plus. Transcendent Level Enlightenment Function unlocked." Note: this function can increase the host's comprehension talent 10,000 times. As the sound of the system fell, Lin Feng felt a mysterious power pouring into his body instantly, and a wisdom that understood all things flowed from his eyes. "Junior, You can covet the opportunity of Great Emperor D. At this time, the coffin lid has been opened, and the heavy sword in the hand of the half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect was chopped off from the sky. As the void collapsed, Lin Feng felt death spread all over his body. The imperial formation, come out! Lin Feng moved his palm, and the nine-pole formation flag appeared, and an even more terrifying force spun around his body. The powerful oppressive force instantly suppressed the entire ancient tomb. A huge white lotus slowly bloomed. It's fragrant, beautiful, and holy. With the appearance of this lotus, dragons and phoenixes danced in the void, and the phantoms of various strange beasts filled the sky. The heavy sword of the ancestor of the fiery sword sect fell on the lotus and was directly knocked away. Puff! The half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect gushed out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell heavily on the hard ground of the emperor's tomb. Great Emperor killing formation. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Outside the ancient tomb, the three of them worked together and paid a huge price to blast a great emperor killing array in front of them. What happened? The half-emperor ancestors of Taishang sect and Heavenly Sword Saint sect simultaneously stared at the position where the lotus blossomed. Great emperor killing array. Did this kid get it out of the dragon coffin? The half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect stood up from the ground weakly. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect frowned when he heard this and shouted coldly. So, what if the great emperor kills the formation? Behead the emperor's corpse first, then break the formation together. No one dares to snatch the thing from our three sects. As his voice fell, the terrifying sword light instantly smashed the emperor's corpse into the ground. The first move of the Taishang sword Ju, the Taiga town killing Ju. The beautiful woman's body also moved at this time. She turned into a blazing sun, and her sword energy was like a galaxy hanging upside down in the sky. Seeing this, the half-emperor ancestor of the fiery knife sect gritted his teeth, took out a fiery red pill, and swallowed it directly. Along with a ball of flames surrounding him, his aura was rising steadily. The flames are like eternity, fighting in the sky for a long time. The flames sword fight. The flame is burning between heaven and earth. The scorching power distorted the void. The three half-emperors took action, and before the emperor's corpse could get up, it was slashed to the ground again. The sword energy and sword light converged, and the emperor's corpse's decaying body was instantly disintegrated. I am not willing to give in. I am not willing to give in. A voice of resentment echoed between heaven and earth, and the body of the great emperor finally turned into dust and was completely buried in the tomb of Feng Emperor. This era does not belong to you. Even if you were once the emperor. The voice of the half-emperor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect resounded throughout the sky. The emperor's corpse fell, and the emperor's tomb, suspended in midair, also began to collapse. Boom! Along with the dust flying all over the sky is covered with dark clouds. The thunder seemed to shake the world. Crash! The huge emperor's tomb was scattered into a ball of sand, scattered in the yellow sand of the northern desert of Yuanzhou. The wind whistled. Whoa, 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 whoa. A great emperor turned into dust, and the emperor's tomb that had been with his body for millions of years finally dissipated. What a pity for this entire imperial tomb. The beautiful woman looked at the collapsed emperor's tomb, her eyes full of regret. This emperor's tomb is a supreme grade imperial treasure. But with the fall of the emperor's corpse, it chose to disintegrate on its own and follow its master. Although the emperor's tomb is gone, the opportunities for the great emperor are all in the dragon coffin. Two fellow Taoists, let's break the formation together. And the opportunity is right in front of us. The fiery sword sect stared at Lin Feng among the lotus flowers, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Pity. Lin Feng sat in the center of the great emperor's killing array, looking at the emperor's tomb that had turned into dust, and sighed. After refining the dragon transformation coffin, he had completely mastered the emperor's tomb. It's a pity that the emperor's tomb has gained some wisdom after millions of years, and disappeared directly into the world along with the emperor's corpse. Even Lin Feng was unable to stop it. Forget it, everything is fate. Anyway, the mission has been completed and the opportunity has been seized. Lin Feng whispered, his eyes staring into the dragon coffin. This dragon coffin is also a supreme grade treasure. It was originally part of the emperor's tomb, but with the self-destruction of the emperor's tomb, it became the only thing left by the great emperor. There are laws of space inside this dragon coffin, which is like a small house, with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, emperor-level skills, and divine ability scrolls piled inside. But the most mysterious treasure in the coffin is a long black sword. It was suspended quietly in the dragon coffin, and its whole body was wrapped with a power that seemed not to belong to the human world. Lin Feng couldn't see through the grade of this ancient sword at all. Even approaching it slightly, Lin Feng felt his heart palpitating. I'm afraid this sword is no longer the Emperor-level law treasure. What kind of existence does it belong to? Lin Feng's eyes were full of confusion. As his cultivation level got higher and higher, there were more and more things he couldn't see through. Above the saint is the Quasi-Emperor, and above the Quasi-Emperor is the Great Emperor. Has the Great Emperor reached the end of his cultivation? Beyond this continent, there is endless vastness. What kind of existence are gods and immortals? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with confusion. Boom! The sound outside the Great Emperor's killing array interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. At this time, the Great Emperor's killing array has been fiercely attacked by the three half-emperors. The lotus has begun to shake, and the originally dazzling brilliance has become flickering. No, the Great Emperor's killing array will definitely collapse if this continues. Lin Feng stared at the terrifying sword light and sword energy and whispered to himself. With my cultivation, I probably won't be able to hold on for 3 breaths in front of a strong person from the half-emperor realm. As the glory of the Great Emperor's killing array became increasingly dim, the shadow of death gradually enveloped Lin Feng. We can't sit still and wait for death. The system cannot be counted on. If we wave this sword, there may be a glimmer of hope. Staring at the sword floating quietly in the coffin, Lin Feng slowly stretched out his hand. As he got closer to the sword, the corrosive power of time began to spread along Lin Feng's body. The power of time? Why is this power contaminated with the aura of the Great Tao? What level of law treasure is this ancient sword? Lin Feng was a little horrified. The aura on the ancient sword is definitely not something that an imperial weapon can possess. The endless oppression and vicissitudes of life seem not to belong to this mortal world. Get me up! The power of law circulated in Lin Feng's palm, and he grabbed the sword fiercely. Clatter! Lin Feng's palm was blown away by the huge force. What? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He couldn't hold the long sword with all his strength. Boom! At this time, the Great Emperor's killing array has almost collapsed. At most 10 breaths, this Great Emperor's killing array will completely collapse. It's a pity that this killing formation was intended to be used to protect the sect. Lin Feng stared at the incomplete lotus, and once again grabbed the ancient sword in the dragon coffin with his palm. The power of the law overflowed, and with the roar of the palm piercing the air, Lin Feng's power and the ancient sword collided again. Suppression. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the breath in his body completely exploded. Whoa! A mysterious force surged up and down the sword, and the two forces began to compete again. With one thought, I can seal the mountains and seas for eternity, and with one rage, I can suppress all living things. If I were destined to be like a demon, I would be obsessed with sealing the heavens. Lin Feng closed his eyes, his sword energy flowing all over his body, and he sketched a picture of the universe. As the demon sealing sutra was running, he seemed to have some enlightenment. A force of heaven and earth slowly fell from the palm of his hand. Once the demon is sealed, mountain and sea appear together. It has the power to suppress the vicissitudes of time. Mountain and sea become the force and become eternal. Boom! Lin Feng's palm slowly broke through the momentum of the ancient sword, and he held the hilt, and a warm breath poured into Lin Feng's palm. But the ancient sword started to tremble all over, and it made low sounds. It seemed that it did not want to be used by Lin Feng, and was trying to break away from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng saw this and snorted coldly. What an incredible existence you are, in my hands. I am your master. A drop of blood squeezed out of Lin Feng's hand and fell onto the long sword. As the sword shook violently, it was finally suppressed by Lin Feng's hand. As the long sword was refined, a huge amount of information poured into Lin Feng's mind, and at the same time, there seemed to be an implicit connection between him and the sword. So your name is Eternal? Lin Feng stared at the long sword in his hand and murmured, "This sword is the law treasure of the eternal Great Emperor. The owner of this emperor's tomb is the eternal Great Emperor. Millions of years ago, the Great Emperor traveled across the continent and defeated countless strong men with the long sword in his hand. However, even the Great Emperor could not escape the passage of time. After all, a generation of great emperors still sat in this tomb millions of years ago. This sword has been fighting for a lifetime with the eternal Great Emperor. It has been soaked in the blood of countless strong men. It is no longer an ordinary emperor-level law treasure. It has stepped beyond the emperor-level law treasure. The Great Emperor is definitely not the end of cultivation, but for endless years, no one in the East Pole continent has been able to step beyond the Great Emperor. Once you enter the Great Emperor, you will have a lifespan of 100,000 years, but once the peak of these 100,000 years is over, all prosperity will be nothing more than a cup of lust." Lin Feng held the long sword and stared at the sky. Beyond the sky, there may be gods or immortals. Perhaps they are the only ones who can be immortal, not eroded by time, and watch the flowers bloom in the world of mortals. Junior, suffer death. The opportunity of Great Emperor is not something you can covet. Boom! The Great Emperor's killing array finally collapsed, and the half-emperor ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect took the lead in killing Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't panic when he saw this. With the eternal sword in his hand, even a half-emperor can fight it. Opportunities in the world can only be obtained by the strong. The three fellow Taoists are showing off their old age in front of me. Do they really think that they're the Great Emperor? Lin Feng's voice sounded mighty, and the power of Quasi-Emperor soared into the sky. The sword energy swept across the sky, tearing the void and stirring the yellow sand on the earth. Lin Feng's aura instantly attracted the attention of many forces, and many strong men from these forces recognized Lin Feng at a glance. Lin Feng fights three half-emperors and seizes the opportunity to seize the emperor's tomb, causing shock in all directions. Isn't that the ancestor of Zishu sect? It is rumored that he once defeated the Quasi-Emperor of the Yi family. How come he is facing off against the three half-emperors again? No, it seems that the Quasi-Emperor who broke into the emperor's tomb and killed him was Lin Feng. A group of saints and Quasi-Emperors were in an uproar. He is only in the early stage of Quasi-Emperor, but he is facing the half-emperor ancestor of the three sects. I guess this Zishu ancestor is probably doomed. That's not necessarily the case. Since he can break into the emperor's formation without any worries, his strength is definitely not as simple as the early stage of Quasi-Emperor. Could it be that he has hidden his cultivation? It's possible. After all, how could a Quasi-Emperor be the opponent of the ancestors of the Yi family in the early stage? And you see how calm he is facing the ancestors of the three sects. He must be a half-emperor level existence. The Zishu sect has only been inherited for 30,000 years, and it is located in a barren Sanzhou, but it has produced such amazing people. Countless powerful men from various forces are paying close attention to the ruins of the emperor's tomb, and Lin Feng fights against the three half-emperors alone. Even if he dies, he will still be famous all over the world and become the first dazzling figure at the beginning of this great world. Junior, you are arrogant. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect has murderous intent in his eyes. He is a majestic half-emperor. Even the strongest quasi-emperors have been respectful to him for thousands of years. Although he has not become a true great emperor, he still enjoys the treatment. It is also the same as the great emperor. When had you ever been so provoked? Stop talking nonsense, kill him, and then share the opportunity. Maybe the three of us can become emperors in one fell swoop when this great age begins. The half-emperor ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect said in a solemn tone, and the sea of fire fell instantly, and the heat and death enveloped Lin Feng. Even those who are about to die want to kill me, noisy. The ancient sword in Lin Feng's hand slowly slashed. As the aura of annihilation emerged, a pressure that surpassed that of an imperial weapon slowly swayed away. The vicissitudes of time and the sword intent that kills everyone seem to be about to suppress this world. What kind of power is this? A quasi-emperor who was watching from a distance turned pale. He had never seen such a terrifying aura. Dwei? No, Dwei is definitely not so scary. This aura seems to be that of an ancient ferocious beast that has been familiar to me for endless years. It is also like the anger of the dome, God. Is it possible that Ancestor Zishu entered the Emperor realm? No. There are no traces of Tao on his body, so he definitely cannot be the great emperor. Exclamations rang out, and countless strong men held their breaths. They felt that after this battle, Lin Feng would become the #1 strong man in this continent. The three half-emperors of the three sects are about to be defeated, and this great world is really coming. Countless sects rise. Countless strong men are born. The emperor's tomb was opened. The half-emperor came out, and now another ancestor of Zishu was killed. Lin Feng. The structure of this continent has been completely shattered. A great era has arrived, and the golden era has begun. And Lin Feng is the starter of this great world. Above the sky, the sword light stretches across 30,000 miles, shining in the sky at dawn, and the yellow sand is flying in the wind. This aura transcends beyond the imperial treasure. The beautiful woman stared at the ancient sword in Lin Feng's hand, with great fear in her eyes. We must act together to suppress this kid. Otherwise, the three sects will lose their face. The half-emperor ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect shouted angrily, and the terrifying pressure slowly erupted. The sword intent and flames blocked the sky and slashed at Lin Feng. His speed was terrifying, and his body seemed to be integrated into the sword light, making him unstoppable. Tianzi sword kill. The supreme sword art. Boom! The power of terror is overflowing. The peak blow of the three half-emperors was like a star exploding, and the destructive power blasted towards Lin Feng. Beatty Sword Sutra, selfless style. The ancient sword in Lin Feng's hand slashed in all directions. The sword was extremely slow and even seemed to be stationary in the void. But when it fell, thousands of swords roared in the tens of thousands of miles around. The void turned into chaos. Completely collapsed, the earth cracked, and lava splashed millions of feet. With a radius of thousands of miles as the center, energy spreads layer by layer. The deserts fall into silence wherever they pass. The mountains begin to collapse, and the rivers dry up, reaching millions of miles. Countless saints and quasi-emperors have used law manifestation to protect the monks of their sects. The dust gradually dispersed, the void gradually healed, and the Yuanzhou northern desert returned to peace again. However, at this time, the surface of the northern desert was covered with semi-cooled lava, and the yellow sand was completely covered underneath. Cough, cough, cough. The three Taoist figures stood weakly on the sky, their eyes filled with sadness. Wait, you still dare to fight me? Lin Feng's long hair danced wildly, and his eyes were full of incomparable domineering and arrogance. The ancient sword was held in the palm of his hand, and the sword energy in the sky gathered again, and the killing energy burst out. The three half-emperors looked uncertain and stared at Lin Feng. Finally, the beautiful woman took the lead and said, Opportunities in the world are only for those who are strong. However, this destiny has no chance for me, the supreme sect, so I took the first step." As the voice fell, the beautiful woman tore the void apart and disappeared. The half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect was silent for a while. Then he snorted and tore through the void. Seeing that the two people had left, the half-emperor ancestor of the heavenly sword saint sect also left in embarrassment with an ugly expression. After all, if he continued to fight, his life or death would be unpredictable. He had lived too long, so he cherished his life even more. Looking at the departing half-emperor ancestors of the three sects, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had used 90% of his strength in that sword strike just now. If he continued to fight, he would definitely fall. Ding! The host takes action against the powerful half-emperor and realizes, selfless style, 100%. Ding! The host has defeated the powerful half-emperor and will be rewarded with a kilogram of chaos spiritual liquid and apex level Great Emperor killing formation +1. The sound of the system suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. Chaos spiritual liquid is a transcendent level treasure that can strengthen the body. It almost only exists in legends in the East Antarctic continent. As for the apex level Great Emperor killing array, it is even rarer. The Great Emperor's killing array has 3 levels: Ordinary Killing Array, Perfect Killing Array, and Apex Level Killing Array. The Great Emperor killing formation in this Emperor's tomb is an ordinary killing formation. It is only equivalent to 10% of the strength of an ordinary Great Emperor. It is difficult for the half-emperor ancestor to break through it even with an imperial weapon. The Perfect Killing formation is equivalent to 30% of the power of an ordinary Great Emperor. Even if the half-emperor ancestor desperately self-destructs, he can't shake it. Only the power of time has unfortunately weakened him. As for the apex level killing array, this is a powerful killing array that is comparable to 60% of the power of an ordinary Great Emperor. Unless the Great Emperor takes action, no amount of half-emperors or quasi-emperors can shake it. "It's not a bad trip," Lin Feng whispered, and he tore the void with a movement of his palm, leaving the northern desert of Yuanzhou, leaving silence all around. Countless powerful men stared at the desert that had turned upside down. After a long time, the world has changed. The world has completely changed. Lin Feng, the ancestor of Zishu, has become famous in the mainland from now on. The era of the three sects will gradually turn into history, and the new strong men will dominate the East Pole continent. The eyes of Saint and Quasi-Emperor flashed with depth. The warships and spaceships of countless forces are slowly leaving. The battle for the Emperor's tomb has come to an end, but the great era has just begun. In the Zishu sect, the long bells echoed on the winding mountains. The rich spiritual energy was rolling, and suddenly the void tore open, and Lin Feng slowly stepped out. There is a gentle breeze in the purple bamboo forest, and countless bamboo leaves rustle in the wind. Lin Feng's small courtyard is already covered with bamboo leaves. He moved his palm, and 99 formation flags appeared in his hands. The pressure of the great emperor slowly flowed on the formation flags. Rise! Lin Feng gave a soft drink, and the formation flag slowly floated into the sky, scattering thousands of miles around the Zishu Mountains. At the same time, a mighty killing aura protected the Zishu mountain range. The power of the god of the sky spread, and countless disciples and elders of the Purple Void Sect nervously walked out of their cave mansion. You don't need to worry. This is the great emperor's killing formation. It can protect the safety of our sect. The great world has begun. You should practice hard to compete for the luck in this world. Lin Feng's voice sounded loudly, and countless elders of the Purple Void Sect lit up their eyes. Great Emperor killing array? This is a true transcendent level formation, and forces protected by such formations can almost be passed on forever. Yes, Ancestor. Countless disciples and elders bowed respectfully to the Zishu Peak. The Ancestor was actually able to create such a killing formation. For a time, Lin Feng became more and more mysterious among the tens of thousands of Zishu sect monks. Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the monks of the sect, but called Han Shuya over, taught her some skills, and then gave her the no longer used supreme grade treasure to protect her. After all, Han Shuya is blessed with great luck, and with her in the Purple Void Sect, she will surely thrive. After doing everything, Lin Feng sat cross-legged alone in the small courtyard, brewed a pot of tea, and began to practice meditation, comprehending the ethereal Tao. The Emperor realm has the power to suppress rivers and mountains millions of miles away. His anger can turn the sea into mulberry fields and even destroy the stars in the dome. The purple bamboo danced in the wind, and the faint fragrance of bamboo flowed down Lin Feng's nostrils into his body. The breeze blew gently all over his body, and soon he entered an extremely mysterious state. The power of Dot's law surrounded his body, or the fierce killing of sword energy, or the vicissitudes of the Demon Sealing Sutra. 80 miles of purple bamboo, fluttering in the wind, ups and downs, just like a person's life. I am in the sea of bamboo, and the sea of bamboo is also in my heart. Heaven and earth coexist with me, and I resonate with all things. Man follows the earth follows the sky, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The aura all over Lin Feng's body became more and more peaceful, and the sharp sword aura and vicissitudes of life gradually converged, and the whole person seemed to be completely integrated into the sea of purple bamboo, as if he had transformed into a plain purple bamboo. As time goes by, 10 years, 20 years, Lin Feng still sat motionless in the small courtyard, like an old monk in meditation, and his state of mind began to gradually change. When he came to this world, he sang all the way and killed Saint, defeating the Quasi-Emperor, seizing the Emperor's tomb, and suppressing the 3 half-emperors. His mind was already restless. But in this state of concentration, he gradually understood his true nature. The so-called prosperity and fame are nothing but nothingness. Only by cultivating to the top and jumping out of the cycle of life and death can we be immortal. If you want to be the first ancestor of myriad worlds, then what does the current achievement count? Emperor Realm is just the beginning. The end of cultivation is immortality and longevity. It is to dominate the way of heaven and control reincarnation. Boom! Along with the breakthrough in the realm of mind, the aura on Lin Feng's body became more and more solid, with vague signs of breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed again, and the structure of the East Pole continent has completely changed, with countless geniuses emerging. The saint ancestors of many forces even entered the Quasi-Emperor, and countless saint-level orthodoxy were born. The era of strong men was completely formed in 100 years. A rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth emerged in the East Pole continent, and even some originally barren places began to turn into oases. Hezhou, Beidou Star Sect. Rich spiritual energy surrounds the rolling mountains. The Beta Mountains are thousands of miles long and look like the Big Dipper. They are dotted with formations. A faint holy light shone from the dome, showing off the majesty of a holy sect. Although the Big Dipper sect is not considered a transcendent level force in the East Pole continent, its sect's heritage is extremely long, and it is rumored that this sect has existed since ancient times. This is a sect that is not good at fighting, but its members are all good at divination, so the Beta Star sect can survive one catastrophe after another. The Emperor Star appears. In less than 100 years, an emperor will be born. In the Beta Star sect's main hall, a middle-aged Taoist looked at the star map in front of him, his eyes full of depth. Is the era of the great emperor about to begin? Can our destiny continue? A girl murmured, with worry and expectation in her eyes. Everything has its own fate. We let nature take its course, do not fight against the world, and devote ourselves to cultivation. The fate of our sect will naturally last forever. But this time it is very strange. Although the great world has begun, there should not be a great emperor so soon. Birth! The middle-aged Taoist's eyes showed confusion. As his voice fell, suddenly the ground in a wild forest in Huzhou suddenly cracked open, and an ancient building slowly emerged from the ground. This is a huge immortal mansion. As the immortal mansion slowly appeared, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. There was depression within 100,000 miles, and countless creatures began to run away crazily. It seems that there is something terrible in this fairy mansion. Boom! Thousands of thunderbolts as thick as buckets of water fell from the sky, and thousands of miles centered on the immortal mansion turned into a terrifying thunder field. Wanlei Great Emperor. Mortal transformation monks under 300 years old can enter my tomb. Those who pass my test can inherit my inheritance. The loud sound echoed in the sky and spread throughout the entire continent. Countless monks moved. Another imperial tomb appears. Last time, the ancestors of the Purple Void Sect took away all the opportunities. This time, they could not miss it again. If I emerge from the Emperor's tomb again, if I inherit the great Emperor's inheritance, I will definitely become the first great emperor in this world and be famous throughout the ages. The wheel of the times has turned. Our immortal transformation sect lost the chance last time. This time, we will fight even with the strength of our entire sect. The Emperor clan of the Yi family has been in decline for a long time. This world is an opportunity for our clan to rise again. Countless forces are boiling, and the three major transcendent level sects have been keeping a low profile for hundreds of years since their half-emperor ancestor was last defeated. But even so, no one dares to question its background. In the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect, the half-emperor ancestors of the three sects and the powerful Quasi-Emperor gathered together. The world is in chaos. If our three sects want to stabilize their status in this continent, they must work together. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect spoke with a heavy tone and eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. Since this is an era where geniuses emerge in large numbers, then why don't our three sects kill all the saint children and emperors in the world? The half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect showed a ruthless look in his eyes. Beheading the world's elites. I'm afraid it's too difficult, and this move may hurt the mainland's luck. The beautiful woman frowned and said, but the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect's eyes lit up. This may not be a solution. As for mainland luck, those emperors Saint Child, who killed all the emperors in the world, luck will naturally belong to my three sects. Then how can we kill all the Saint Child emperors in the world? The beautiful woman said in confusion. The ancestor of the Fiery Knife sect showed a faint smile and slowly said, this is easy. The great age has just begun, and the world's elites are eager to become famous. Then my three sects will give them a chance to become famous. Reopening Heaven Monument. Record all the top 100 young warriors in the mainland. Defeat or kill them, the strong one on the list can take his place. After 100 years, the ranking is almost certain. When the time comes, our three sects will send their emperors to kill all the talented people on the list. Yi. Is this possible? The beautiful woman said with doubtful eyes. Would those geniuses really care so much about a mere false name? It's feasible. The young prodigies are full of blood, especially those from the Saint Child sect. They are born to be inferior to one person in the sect and above 10,000 people. They are all arrogant and will not obey anyone. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect slowly spoke. Okay, let's do it. The beautiful woman sighed. Even if this method does not work, it must be implemented. The three major sects have dominated the mainland for millions of years and will never allow any force to challenge their status. By the way, how should we deal with Ancestor's issue? His existence is probably a huge threat to our three sects. When the beautiful woman mentioned Lin Feng, her expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. 100 years ago, the three of them fought with Lin Feng and escaped in embarrassment. The prestige of the three major sects also completely plummeted that time. This man is bound to die. However, the three of us can't do anything to him, but our three sects have the protector of the great emperor killing formation. If all three formations come together, plus the three of me, under the Great Emperor, he will die. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect said slowly. The sect-protecting formation is used to suppress Zishu Ancestor. This is unavoidable. The beautiful woman frowned. The Great Emperor-killing formation is the sect's strongest foundation. Any mistakes will have consequences worse than losing the half-emperor ancestor. Be serious. In the great world, don't be limited to what you see right now. What about the Great Emperor's killing array? As long as it can protect the fate and status of my three sects, everything is worth it. I think this proposal is successful. The ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect said loudly. Okay, then I'll take a gamble with the two fellow Taoists. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and agreed to the proposal of the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect, but she also raised the questions in her heart. But how to lure out Lin Feng? You can't kill the Zishu sect directly, right? Of course we can't kill the Zishu sect directly. The last time the ancestor of Zishu got the chance to get the Emperor's tomb, he let out a Great Emperor killing array. Maybe now the Zishu sect is protected by the Emperor's array. Killing anyone in a short time can't be done rashly. Breaking the formation alerted the ancestor's Zishu, and it would be difficult to attack him after he escaped. The ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect spoke in a hoarse voice, and the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect also nodded. Yes, since you want to take action, you must kill it with one strike. Otherwise, it will leave endless troubles. 100 years later, the ranking of Saint Child on the Heavenly Monument has almost been determined. Our three sects invite all the Saint-level and Quasi-Emperor forces in the mainland to gather in St. Yuan City. Establishing a grand competition among the 10,000 sects prodigies will not only take the opportunity to suppress the world's elites, but also take the opportunity to kill Zishu Patriarch. But will the ancestor Zishu really come? The beautiful woman was still full of doubts. These plans were too far-fetched, and she might not even be interested. Will come. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect slowly spoke, with incomparable confidence in his eyes. Why? The beautiful woman stared at the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect. The beginning of the Great Age is a matter of competition. Millions of years ago, it was just like today. Not only the ancestor's Zishu will come, but also powerful men from countless forces will come. Without this great competition among the 10,000 sects, there will eventually be a war. In this conference, all kinds of people will send their best forces to come. This is a golden age, but it is also a world of great competition. The genius can only reach the top by overpowering the heroes. Only by suppressing countless opponents can Yuanzhou be able to stand proudly forever. The same is true for my three sections. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect showed a hint of domineering in his eyes. This world is like chaos in ancient times, and only a fight can last forever. What our three sects have laid out is not a game, but an opening of the days in advance. This is the general trend. I will go back to prepare first. The competition between Tianbei and 10,000 sects will be decided by Tian. Let the Sword Saint Sect tell the mainland. The ancestor of the Fiery Knife Sect laughed, tore the void apart, and his figure completely disappeared without a trace. As the edicts of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect fell one after another, the East G continent was completely boiling. Heavenly Monument Order? The three sects may not have good intentions. The 10,000 sects conference? I'm afraid it will be a bloody storm if we go, but if we don't go, how will countless sects view our sect? Humph. I would like to see what tricks the three major sects are playing. Yunnan Prefecture is a small state with a radius of only tens of millions of miles. The fifth family is the sole overlord of this land. Wind and Rain City. The city is full of wind and rain falling at the end of the month, and the whole city reveals a touch of sadness and mystery. The mansion of the fifth aristocratic family is in this city. This is an extremely low-key family, but no force on the mainland dares to provoke this aristocratic family. The fifth family suddenly appeared on the East Pole continent 10,000 years ago. No one knows where this family came from. They only know that it is mysterious and powerful. Generally, the Quasi-Emperor Orthodoxy is not willing to provoke this family. Sir, the East Pole continent has entered an era of rising luck. I'm afraid hundreds of emperors will appear soon. In Fengyu City, on Yanyantai, an old man spoke respectfully to a young man in white. Are all the emperors here? We have wandered hundreds of millions of miles to this barbaric continent. We were planning to return to our master's home, but we didn't expect that this continent would be so prosperous. If we kill all the natives on this continent, we will seize this land. Feng Zaihua, maybe I can step into supreme in one fell swoop. When the time comes to return to the family, even the eldest brother will no longer be able to compete with me for the position of Patriarch. There was a hint of ferocity in the eyes of the young man in white, and the old man knelt down respectfully to the young man. I will definitely help you. Okay, Mr. Li, Get up. The time is not yet ripe. I have already laid out chess pieces on the continent. I only need to build a few more so-called imperial tombs, and those so-called genius natives will emerge. 100 years later, it's a time of great luck. The boy in white looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with incomparable depth, like a well with no bottom. In the Zishu sect, Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard, had gone through hundreds of years of accumulation, and a powerful aura gradually surged in his body. The wind around him suddenly became silent, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounded his body. Suddenly, a coercion burst out from his body, and the aura of the peak Quasi-Emperor burst out from him instantly. In 100 years, he has jumped from the early stage of Quasi-Emperor to the peak of Quasi-Emperor. If this speed of cultivation is spread, it will shake the continent. Call! Lin Feng exhaled, slowly opened his eyes, and shook the dead bamboo leaves on his body. Lin Feng felt that his strength had increased 100 times. Looking at the cracked wooden teacup on the table, he smiled bitterly and said to himself, "Sure enough, there is no Jiazi in the mountain, and it takes 100 years to enter Samadhi, but this time I have reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor. I wonder what the outside world is like now." Standing up slowly, Lin Feng instantly appeared in the Zishu sect's main hall. "Greetings to the Ancestor! Greetings to the Ancestor!" When a group of Zishu sect elders saw Lin Feng appear, they all knelt down respectfully. At the same time, they were extremely horrified, because they felt that the aura of their ancestors was more terrifying than 100 years ago. You must know that it is difficult to break through the Quasi-Emperor realm for thousands of years, and yet my ancestor has made a breakthrough again, just now. Well, just wait and get up. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the hall, and countless Zishu sect elders stood up one after another. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of awe and respect. 100 years ago, Lin Feng fought 3 half-emperors and seized the emperor's tomb. They already knew about it, and the reputation of Zishu sect completely spread throughout the continent at that time. Have any major events happened in the past 100 years? Lin Feng asked Zishu sect master. Back to my ancestors, over the past 100 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has gradually become stronger. Countless new holy sects and emperor sects have appeared. Our Zishu sect's spiritual power has broken through the saint realm. Elder Randing and Elder Zongjing have also been retreating to attack the saint realm. There is also the appearance of another imperial tomb in Hezhou. The 3 major sects reopened the Heaven Monument and invited all sects above the saint level in the East Pole continent to attend the 10,000 Sects Conference in St. Yuan City in 100 years. Zishu sect master told Lin Feng all the major events in the East G continent. Lin Feng closed his eyes after hearing the words and began to think deeply. After a long time, he slowly said, "Heaven Monument? 10,000 Sects Conference?" The 3 major sects actually played a good game. Why did the ancestors say that? Master Zishu asked in confusion. Lin Feng just smiled coldly. The geniuses are emerging in large numbers, and the world's strongest men are emerging. The 3 sects opening Heaven Monument has bad intentions. As for this 10,000 words conference, I'm afraid it's just a hungmen banquet. Does the 3 sects want to suppress the sects and countless geniuses in the world? The law enforcement elder asked in shock. The 3 sects have dominated the mainland for millions of years. Naturally, they will not allow any force or strong person to challenge their status. It is not surprising that they will take action. Lin Feng said indifferently. In that case, then our Zishu sect does not need to pay attention to the 3 sects and can develop with peace of mind. The law enforcement elder spoke. No, our Zishu sect must go to fight. The names of our disciples must be left on the heavenly monument. We must also go to the 10,000 Sects Conference. Zishu sect master seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, "Yes, this great world is a battle for luck. Tens of thousands of sects are rising together, and everything is a general trend. The battle with the 3 sects is unavoidable. If we avoid it this time, the Purple Void Sect will completely lose the possibility of fighting for luck. Even if it is a trap, we cannot avoid it. We can only hold the sword in our hand and cut off an eternal immortal for our Zishu sect." Lin Feng's voice echoed in the hall, and his eyes were fixed outside the hall. The era of the emergence of geniuses has begun. As the ancestor of Zishu sect, he is responsible for the fate of the entire sect. The leisurely days are gone forever, and the years of sword and fire have begun. Old ancestor, what should our Zishu sect do when the emperor's tomb is born this time? Zishu sect master said to Lin Feng in awe. Only Lin Feng can make the decision in such a big matter of competing for luck. This time the Emperor's tomb is opened. All disciples within the sect who are above the mortal realm can go and compete. I will personally lead the team. Lin Feng said calmly, this battle for the Emperor's tomb is just a chance for the disciples of the Purple Void Sect to see the genius of this continent. Perhaps countless core disciples will die during this trip. But there is no shortage of geniuses in this world. Only those who have experienced the baptism of life and death and stand out are worthy of being called strong. Yes, Ancestor, Zishu sect master said respectfully. Lin Feng nodded, and his body gradually disappeared from the place. Go and ask the disciples above the mortal realm to prepare. We can set off in 3 days. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the hall. A group of elders once again bowed respectfully to the place where Lin Feng disappeared, and all said, "Farewell to my ancestor. Farewell to my ancestor." Zishu Peak, in the bamboo forest. Yi Chun and Han Shuya sat cross-legged on the ground respectfully. In 100 years, Yi Chun's cultivation has entered the half-step of the divine ability realm. The horror of the chaos Dao body has gradually begun to show up on him, and Han Shuya has also broken through the early stage of the spirit sea. It seems that you two haven't slacked off in 100 years. Lin Feng looked at his 2 disciples with satisfaction. It's all master's teachings. Yi Chun and Han Shuya spoke respectfully to Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng waved his hands and said, "Okay, I haven't taken care of you since I taught you the skills and resources. All of this is based on your own efforts. The Emperor's tomb is about to be opened. Shui Yao, your cultivation level is too low, so you should stay in the sect and continue to practice. And Yi Chun, you are no longer weaker than some emperors. This time the Emperor's tomb is opened. You can compete with all the geniuses. Yi Chun will definitely live up to master's reputation." Yi Chun's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. When had he been among the ranks of geniuses and could compete with countless geniuses? The hatred of the Yi family stimulates him all the time. He wants to become the top being on this continent and make the Yi family pay the price. "Okay, I've been here for 3 days. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me." Lin Feng said calmly. "Master, I don't understand something here." Hearing this, Yi Chun quickly raised some questions about cultivation. "Here, because it's not right here, so..." Lin Feng answered Yi Chun step by step. "Master, after entering the spirit sea realm, my swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck." Han Shuya also asked Lin Feng a lot of questions, and Lin Feng patiently explained them to her. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Along with the long bell ringing, the huge warship in the Zishu sect was slowly suspended in the air. A dozen core disciples in the mortal realm stood on the deck, respectfully waiting for Lin Feng to arrive. There was a crash, accompanied by the distortion of the void. Lin Feng appeared on the deck of the warship with Yi Chun. Countless sect elders and disciples all bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. "Greetings to the Ancestor! Greetings to the Ancestor!" Countless sound waves echoed over the rolling mountains. Looking at the 7 or 8 core disciples with powerful auras on the deck, Lin Feng looked calm and just said 2 words, "Leave." As his voice fell, the 300-foot-long warship made a huge roar that shook the sky. A faint purple light enveloped the hull of the ship. "Farewell to my ancestor. Farewell to my ancestor." Accompanied by countless fanatical sounds, the warship gradually moved away, and the air waves rolled in its path, startling countless great monsters. In the wild wilderness of East Hezhou, the aura of heaven and earth is rolling, but in the middle of the endless green ancient trees, there is a thunder field thousands of miles away. Dark clouds rolled over the sky, and barrel-thick thunder roared with fangs and claws. An immortal mansion stands in this thunder field. Countless forces gather outside this thunder field. The thunder field is a great emperor-killing array. Monks under 300 years old and above the mortal realm will not be attacked when entering the thunder field. Therefore, young monks often go to the thunder field. Countless warships of the Saint-level Orthodoxy and the Quasi-Emperor Orthodoxy were docked outside the minefield. The warships of the major forces kept their distance and were on guard against each other. The Zishu sect warship, led by Lin Feng, also slowly approached, and with the roar resounding throughout the sky, countless forces started to stir up excitement. That's the warship of the Zishu sect. The man in white on the deck seems to be the Ancestor Zishu. Hiss? Why is this ruthless man here again? Didn't his Zishu sect already have the opportunity to build an emperor's tomb? Isn't it possible that he wants to force his way into the emperor's tomb again? The strong men of each force looked very ugly. 100 years ago, the ancestor Zishu defeated the 3 half-emperors of the 3 sects, and the fight made the sun and the moon dim, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Nowadays, no one on the mainland knows the name of Ancestor Zishu. Lin Feng listened to the discussions from all directions, but his face was very indifferent. He turned to the Zishu sect disciples on the deck and slowly said, "You can wait until you enter the emperor's tomb. It's up to you to decide your fate." Lin Feng didn't say too much. Everything was determined. "Yes, Ancestor." "Yes, Master." Yi Chun and several Zishu sect disciples bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Then their bodies turned into flowing light, rushed out of the warship, and rushed into the thousands of miles of Thunder Field. Are those all disciples of Zishu sect? The young disciple at the head has such a terrifying aura. I'm afraid he has already half-stepped into the divine ability realm. Is he the saint child of the Purple Void Sect? That monk with messy hair seems to be very powerful. He is actually at the peak of mortal transformation. Zishu sect actually contains so many geniuses. Many strong men from various forces stared closely at Yi Chun and others, when suddenly 3 powerful auras surged from the horizon. Whoa! I saw 3 warships approaching from different directions. The 3 warships are all thousands of feet long. Countless small warships surrounded these 3 huge warships. With the appearance of these 3 warships, the world became more oppressive. It's the 3 great traditions. The expressions of many forces changed. Although the 3 half-emperors were defeated by Zishu Ancestor 100 years ago, the power of the 3 great sects is still beyond doubt. Wow! One after another figures rushed down from the warships of the 3 great sections. These figures were all disciples of the 3 sects. Their auras were all powerful, causing the expressions of countless powerful men to change slightly. The 3 great traditions are worthy of being passed down for millions of years. The number of geniuses in the sect is probably unmatched by any other tradition. Look, the swordsman in black seems to be the emperor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect. Hen. A series of exclamations sounded. The emperor's son is only qualified to be canonized by the Taoist tradition where the great emperor has appeared. For example, the Yi family of the emperor clan is also qualified to be canonized the emperor's son. Although the Yi family is lonely, it once was glorious and a great emperor emerged in the family. Other orthodox traditions, even if there are quasi-emperors, or even several quasi-emperors in the clan, are still not qualified to canonize the emperor's son. Taishang Zong, Jiro, Fire Sword Sect, Chu Xiao. Geniuses from all over the world have gathered in this tomb. It's completely chaotic. It's an era where geniuses emerge in large numbers. I don't know if any dark horses will emerge. Countless discussions were heard all around, but Lin Feng just sat quietly on the deck with his eyes closed, meditating on the great Tao alone. Countless forces around them kept 1,000 miles away from the Zishu sect warship. The half-emperor ancestor of the 3 sects stared at Lin Feng with fear. I wonder if it would be feasible to use the Imperial formation to kill the ancestor Zishu at this moment. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect slowly spoke. I'm afraid it's difficult. It takes time to set up the Imperial formation. I'm afraid that the ancestor Zishu will escape early. The beautiful woman shook her head after hearing this. That's right. Let's just wait 100 years. The ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect slowly spoke. In the immortal mansion, there is no violent thunder field like the outside world. Instead, there are beautiful mountains and clear waters, with small animals jumping in the grass from time to time, just like a paradise. This is a small world with a radius of 200,000 miles, lined with lush ancient trees, and filled with rich aura of heaven and earth. After Yi Chun entered the immortal mansion, he was randomly teleported on a piece of hay. When he woke up leisurely, he even suspected that he had arrived at a fake emperor's tomb. It's too peaceful here. There is no murderous intent in the legendary emperor's tomb, and there are no great monsters all over the ground. There are only 3 or 2 sparrows chirping and small beasts jumping in the grass. Rusty. Suddenly, Yi Chun felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. He instantly pulled out his long sword, and the breath of divine ability suddenly burst out half a step later. He looked to the side and saw a terrifying sword light passing by Yi Chun. Pass! Boom! The sword light cut through the air, but the powerful force cut the ancient trees along the way into ashes. Sword intent? A disciple of the fiery sword sect. Yi Chun's heart surged with anger, and he looked at the person who attacked him. It was a skinny young man who attacked him. The young man was wearing a black Taoist robe, and was obviously a core disciple of the fiery sword sect. When the skinny young man saw that Yi Chun had actually dodged his attack, his expression changed slightly, and he said in a solemn tone, "I actually escaped. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the green water flows forever. Farewell." When the voice fell, the skinny boy was about to run away, but Yi Chun just snorted coldly. "I want to leave. It's not that easy." The chaos immortality art was running, and the sword intent reached its limit. Yi Chun's body was like a ghost, instantly blocking the way of the skinny boy, and the long sword in his hand fell out of reach. Half-step of divine ability realm? There was fear in the skinny boy's eyes, and he hurriedly blocked the sword, sending his whole body flying away. Wow! A mouthful of blood gushed out from the mouth of the skinny boy. He was seriously injured with just one sword strike. He struggled to get up. He swallowed a pill, turned around, and ran away. "Can you leave?" Yi Chun's voice fell slowly, and a sword thrust out, majestic and dazzling like a shooting star breaking through the dark night, falling down with an unstoppable force. "No, don't kill me. I am a disciple of the fiery sword sect. If you kill me, it will bring great disaster to your sect." The skinny boy screamed in fear. Yi Chun just smiled coldly. "Huh, a big disaster? Just because of your fiery sword sect? 100 years ago, my master was able to suppress your 3 sects in half a step, Great Emperor. So what does it matter to you if I kill you today?" The sword energy passed by, roaring like a devastation. The voice of the skinny boy stopped suddenly, and his body completely turned into nourishment for the vegetation in this area. After killing the skinny boy, Yi Chun searched his storage ring and left the place. After he left, 2 Taoist figures fell on the place where the skinny boy was beheaded. There was a battle here, and there are still residual sword intentions in the air. Looking at the fragments of clothes and corpses on the ground, the person who died should be a disciple of the fiery sword sect, and his cultivation level should be around the late stage of mortal transformation. Mortal late stage? Then how come he doesn't even have a chance to escape? Looking at the power of sword intent, this disciple of the fiery sword sect should have been killed by 2 swords. What? Killing the mortal late stage with 2 swords? Could it be the saint child who did it? We don't rule out this possibility. Let's meet up with the Emperor as soon as possible and then break into the Emperor's tomb together. The 2 Taoist figures chatted for a while and quickly left the place. Yi Chun was walking blankly in the world of the Emperor's tomb. Since he killed the young man in black, he had not met anyone again. He didn't know what the test of the Feng Emperor's tomb was or where the opportunities were. It was too much here. It was peaceful, like a paradise in the world. Except for the rich spiritual energy in the air, there are no opportunities or dangers in the entire world. Not even the construction of the Emperor's tomb. Only a pointed tower stands in the center of the world. That tower has many floors, towering directly above the clouds. Yi Chun also went to explore the tower before. There was nothing in the tower, except for the endless stairs. It was just empty. A month passed gradually, and when Yi Chun was about to exit the world of Emperor's tomb, suddenly the originally peaceful world changed. Terrifying thunderclouds filled the sky, and pieces of Quasi-Emperor treasures and even imperial treasures fell from the sky. Countless geniuses went crazy and started fighting for the treasures. Yi Chun also took action to seize a low-grade Emperor treasure, then stopped taking action and quietly observed the sky. Although there are occasional Emperor treasures left behind, they are all low-grade Emperor treasures, and the treasures in the Emperor's tomb will definitely not be limited to these. The emperors of the 3 sects did not take action to seize the treasure. Instead, they led a group of sect disciples to quietly stay in one place to recuperate. 10 days have passed again, and the world of Emperor's tomb has been completely transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and countless geniuses have fallen. The treasures in the sky no longer fall, but the thunderclouds become more and more terrifying, and a throbbing and uneasy depression fills all directions. Finally, with a terrifying thunder falling, the whole world completely exploded. Dense thunder and lightning fell like the end of the world. A series of wailing sounds sounded, and countless weak monks died on the spot. Thousands of thunders will punish me for 10 days, and any living person can take away my inheritance. A majestic voice fell from the sky, and an ancient stone tablet was slowly falling among the thunderclouds. On the tablet were engraved 4 large characters, the scripture of 10,000 Thunder Emperors. This seems to be the native skill of the great Emperor of 10,000 Thunders. There is also a long sword and 3 black thunderballs suspended around the steel. The long sword is simple and unpretentious. It is obviously a supreme, great imperial weapon. The black thunderball is the original power. The origin is a divine object that can transform monks. Countless monks stared at the 3 treasures with incomparable heat and greed in their eyes. If you get these, becoming an emperor is just around the corner. The emperors of the 3 major sects also kept an eye on the 3 treasures. One person has a group of origins, and one person can obtain the imperial weapon. The one who obtains the imperial weapon will compensate the other 2 with treasures, and each person will make a rubbing of the 10,000 Thunder Emperor scriptures. Mo Hen, the emperor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect, said lightly. Ji Yuro and Chu Xiao nodded, agreeing to Mo Hen's proposal. Boom! Thunder fell from the sky, and screams resounded everywhere. The emperors of the 3 sects sacrificed their respective high-grade imperial weapons to protect the disciples of their sects. Yi Feng held a low-grade imperial weapon and easily withstood the thunder in the sky. He glanced around and found no disciples of the Purple Void Sect. He sighed and whispered, I don't know what happened to them. Saint Child. Suddenly Dong Wuchi's voice sounded behind Yi Feng, and Yi Chun slowly turned around, only to see Dong Wuchi holding a rusty exerciser and walking calmly in the sea of thunder. It turns out to be senior brother. Yi Chun was also very happy to see his fellow disciples and said politely, Saint Child is joking. I am no longer qualified to be your senior brother. Saint Child has surpassed me in cultivation. In the immortal cultivation world, strength is the most respected, so I should be called senior brother Saint Child. Dong Wuchi waved his hand and said slowly, By the way, senior brother, can you see the other disciples of my Zishu sect? Yi Chun said doubtfully. Dong Wuchi sighed after hearing this and said slowly, I'm afraid they have all fallen. There are too many geniuses in this tomb of the Emperor world. I had a fight with Saint Child, the Fiery Blade sect, and almost lost my life. What a pity, what a pity. There was a trace of melancholy in Yi Chun's eyes. Although these fellow disciples had no contact with him, they were fellow disciples after all. Dong Wuchi said nonchalantly, Saint Child, there is no need to feel melancholy. I am a seeker who lives and dies day and night. Unless I become the most powerful being between heaven and earth, my fate will never be controlled by me. Ask her, life and death day and night. Destiny, Yi Feng murmured to himself, with a wry smile on his face, and then stopped talking. 10 days have passed slowly. At this time, the ancient tomb world has turned into a hell on earth. The earth has been scorched by thunder. The corpses of countless monks have even been roasted into ashes. The earth is full of broken objects. Law treasure. As the thunderclouds gradually dispersed, the roar gradually came to an end. There were now only about 10,000 of the hundreds of thousands of young monks in the ancient tomb world. The thunder around the 3 treasures suspended in the sky also faded, and countless eyes stared at it for a moment. After being baptized by the terrifying thunder, almost all the remaining young monks are at the genius level. The atmosphere was extremely depressing for a moment, but no one took the initiative to seize the treasure. After all, no one wanted to be the first to be targeted by all the geniuses. In this way, as time gradually passed, a young genius finally couldn't stand it any longer. This was a peak mortal man with 2 swords, and it was unknown which orthodox saint child he was. His body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the great emperor inheritance. He was about to seize 3 treasures in his hands. A dazzling sword light suddenly came through the sky. Mighty strong winds surged from all directions, and the sound of piercing the sky whined. Boom! The huge force tore the prodigy, who wanted to seize the inheritance into pieces, and the sky was filled with blood. This treasure belongs to me. Get back, please! At this time, a sun rose in the sky, and a young man covered in golden armor came out of the sky, with a powerful aura filling all directions. What a shameless statement. The opportunity to be the great emperor should belong to my immortal transformation sect. Another huge aura slowly spread out, and with the violent wind blowing up in the sky, the 2 of them fought directly. The great emperor's inheritance is obtained by those who are capable. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless under the sword. Damn it, who are you calling me? Are you educated? What kind of sacred land would have a wild dog like you? You two vulgar people, get out. Otherwise, I will be ruthless with my sword. How dare an ant be so arrogant here? The light of fireflies dares to compete with the bright moon. Get out of the way. This inheritance belongs to me. This bunch of rubbish talks a lot. Let's just show the real thing under my hands. Boom, boom, clang. The sounds of quarreling, yelling, and fighting. From time to time, blood splashed all over the sky, and from time to time, screams could be heard. Saint Child, do we need to take action? Dong Wuchi said to Yi Chun. Yi Chun shook his head and said, Don't worry. The emperors of the three sects haven't taken action yet. Yes, Saint Child. Dong Wuchi looked in the direction of the three sections. Since Yi Chun couldn't take action, he closed his eyes and started practicing. The sky was filled with tragedy. As time went by, only less than 5,000 people remained. The stumps were scattered on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the surroundings. Seeing that everything was similar, the emperor's son of the three great traditions stood up slowly, and an aura of terror began to fill his body. The three emperors led hundreds of geniuses to rush into the sky. Mo Hen slowly moved the sword in his hand and gave a cold drink. This thing belongs to our three sects. Please step back. Three sects? What are the three sects? The opportunity of the great emperor belongs to those who are capable. A burly young man who was half a step into the divine ability realm said coldly, looking at Mo Hen with disdain. In his opinion, any emperor's son is nothing more than a chicken or a dog, but he did have the strength. As his voice fell, Mo Hen raised his head and glanced at the burly young man and said softly, Really? Then take my sword. As Mo Hen's voice fell, he slowly walked into the burly young man and gently slashed out with the long sword in his hand. This sword is very plain, even weak, but the burly boy's pupil shrank, and he saw thousands of swords slashing at him. Silver Moon Slash. The burly boy's whole body exploded with momentum, and the axe in his hand danced wildly, but it had no effect at all. Mo Hen's sword cut his axe like tofu, and then cut the burly boy's body into several sections. No, do not want. Blood splashed. Countless pieces of meat fell from the air, and the screams of the burly boy were still echoing in the air. For a moment, the world fell into silence. Countless geniuses felt cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, and Mo Hen's sword completely shocked them. Very scary. This power is only possessed by the divine ability realm, right? But he is only half a step into the divine ability realm. Countless geniuses have stopped fighting for the inheritance of the great emperor. They are afraid. Just one ink mark is so terrifying. If the other two emperors take action, will they have a chance to get the inheritance of the great emperor? Are there still dissenters? Mo Hen looked down at the group of geniuses. His tone was extremely arrogant and domineering. For a time, thousands of geniuses did not dare to take a step forward. Saint Child, shall we do something? Dong Wuchi, who was in meditation, had woken up at this time. He stared at the ink marks on the sky with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Okay, today you and I will fight these three emperors. Yi Chun moved the long sword in his hand, and with the movement of his body, the sword energy filled the sky with strong winds. Boom! With the explosion in the air, he took the lead in charging into the sky with one sword and one person, and his whole body was as powerful as a knight riding through the sky. I, Zishu sect, want this thing. Yi Chun's voice echoed between heaven and earth, very calm. Zishu sect. Now, there's something exciting to watch. 100 years ago, Zishu Ancestor defeated the three half-emperors of the three sections. Is Zishu Saint Child going to create mythical again today? These three sects act in such a domineering manner that I can't stand it for a long time. A group of geniuses stared at Yi Chun's figure and began to discuss. Are you the Saint Child of Zishu sect? Mo Hen looked at Yi Chun with murderous eyes and a serious tone in his tone. Exactly. Yi Chun replied with his words as precious as gold. Stand back, or I will kill you with 3 swords. Mo Hen's voice echoed in all directions, and the sword energy spread out with him as the center. Oh, really, I think so too. With a move of Yi Chun's long sword, his momentum reached its peak, and he began to compete with Mo Hen's pressure. So powerful. Zishu Saint Child is definitely no weaker than the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Saints sect. A voice sounded among the geniuses. Tianzi Sword Art. Killing Order. There was a hint of coldness in Mo Hen's eyes, and the imperial treasure in his hand burst out with supreme power. The terrifying sword intent vaguely distorts the void. The throbbing aura enveloped 1,000 miles around. As his voice fell, time seemed to stand still, and the long sword turned into 100 feet long, slashing at Yi Chun mightily. Swordsmanship? I can do it too. Although the imperial treasure in Yi Chun's hand is only low grade, relying on the strength of the Chaos Dao body, the momentum is not inferior to Mo Hen at all, and even slightly suppresses Mo Hen. The first sword of chaos. Here comes the sword. As the light in the sky lit up, Yi Chun was like a god and demon, and his terrifying power directly met Mo Hen's imperial treasure. Boom! Wow! Accompanied by violent noises, energy spread out like waves. What emperor's genius is suppressed by me? Yi Chun's body was like a sun at this moment, dazzling, hot, powerful, and unstoppable. Emperor claimed the genius of the Yi family showed extremely complicated eyes. Such a monster was once a member of the Yi family, but unfortunately, now he is turned against him. Thinking of this, a group of Yi family geniuses had murderous intent in their eyes. If Yi Chun didn't die, the Yi family would be in trouble. Dong Wuchi naturally noticed this scene. He snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The rusty broken sword moved and slashed directly at the Yi family's genius. You and other juniors also want to attack our sect, Saint Child? Kill them. As the white light whizzed past, the expressions of a group of talented people from the Yi family changed drastically, and they quickly took action to resist. But Dong Wuchi's strength was too strong, and in just one breath, all the geniuses of the Yi family fell. It's so scary. This person seems to be from the Zishu sect, killing several geniuses with one sword. This strength is not weaker than that of the emperors of the three sects. The Zishu sect is really terrifying. Two evildoers appear at the same time. A group of talented people were shocked. Above the sky, Yi Chun had completely suppressed Mo Hen, and the mighty sword energy made Mo Hen almost retreat. Brother Mo, let me help you, Chu Xiao shouted loudly, and with swords all over his body, he rushed towards Yi Chun like a humanoid beast. Two great emperors attacked Zishu Saint Child at the same time. Damn it, the emperors of the three sects are so shameless. Unfortunately, this Zishu Saint Child will definitely be defeated at this time. Voices rang out one after another, and Dong Wuchi snorted coldly. He held the broken sword and moved. The sword energy rolled up thousands of feet like a sea wave and rushed towards Chu Xiao. The emperors of the three major sects are so shameless. It's not that easy to deal with our sect. Saint Child, it's you. I'll let you run away last time. I will definitely kill you this time. When Chu Xiao, the emperor of the fiery sword sect, saw Dong Wuchi, there was a hint of evil in his eyes, and he slashed out with a violent sword intent. Whoa! The sound of breaking through the sky was mixed with the turbulence of the storm, and a dangerous aura enveloped Dong Wuchi's whole body. But he was completely fearless, swinging the broken sword like a dense rain. Drizzle turns into threads, drops of water turn into swords. Boom! The two started fighting, and for a while neither could do anything to the other. Miss Ji, go and help Brother Mo kill Yi Chun. Chu Xiao shouted loudly at Ji Euro, and the domineering sword light from his body fell again. Dong Wuchi did not dare to touch him head-on and stepped sideways to avoid it. Then he broke the sword in his hand and picked it up lightly, stabbing Chu Xiao between the eyebrows. When Ji Euro heard this, her body turned into a breeze and quickly approached Yi Chun. Wherever the girl passed, snow fell all over the sky, and the endless cold air instantly froze 100 miles around. Ice and snow sword. The cold breath wrapped into sharp, sword energy, slashed at Yi Chun. Yi Chun felt threatened, so he had to give up and continued to suppress Mo Hen. With a slash of the long sword in his hand, he attracted the sword energy from all directions and fought with the girl. Wow! As the airwaves filled their eyes, both of them fell back hundreds of feet. As expected of the three great sects, they all like to fight the more against the less. 100 years ago, my master was able to suppress the three half-emperors of your three sections. Today, I, Yi Chun, can also defeat your three emperors. Ha ha! Yi Chun's fighting spirit rose all over his body. He smiled heroically and swung his long sword down from the dome. The second sword of chaos. The immortal sword is coming. Whoa, 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 whoa. The wind began to whisper, and a breath of destruction surged, and the air of murder merged all over the sky. The 1,000-foot-long sword light came from hell and pounced on Jiro and Mo Hen. "No! Back off!" Mo Hen's tone showed panic, and his body began to retreat violently, but it was already too late. The sword is coming. Phew! The two used the Emperor's treasure to block in front of them, but they still felt a heavy blow on their chests. Blood gushed out, and the two geniuses quickly gathered around them. "Emperor, are you okay? Miss, how are you? Oh my god!" The two great emperors have been defeated. Zishu Sheng recreates mythical. Countless geniuses turned pale with shock. What? Chu Zhao's expression changed drastically. Yi Chun's power exceeded their expectations. "Come together and kill this guy." Mo Hen shouted loudly, his eyes showing madness. Following his order, countless geniuses from the Heavenly Sword Saints sect surrounded Yi Chun. Chu Xiao and Jiro also looked ugly and began to order the geniuses within the sect to surround Yi Chun. "Are we going together? Then we'll kill them together." Yi Chun shouted angrily, his sword energy rolling all over his body, and he slashed out the imperial treasure in his hand. The head of a genius from the Taishang sect was separated instantly, and blood splashed all over Yi Chun's Taoist robe. At this time, countless geniuses watching the battle stared at the inheritance of the great emperor in the sky, and their originally frightened hearts were once again filled with greed. "Kill! Seize the inheritance of the great emperor." I don't know who shouted, and in an instant, countless geniuses fell into madness again and rushed towards the great emperor inheritance. "Mine! The inheritance is mine! Be bold! You dare!" There were sounds and blood splattered. The world is plunged into chaos. Yi Chun's eyes were already red with blood at this time, and countless geniuses had fallen into his hands. "Kill Zishu Saint Child together. Otherwise, the opportunity of great emperor is destined to miss our generation." At this time, a Saint Child who was half a step into the divine ability realm world suddenly shouted loudly. Countless geniuses instantly noticed the godlike Yi Chun, with murderous intent in their eyes. At this time, the three emperors had almost lost their fighting power. Yi Chun was the strongest and the greatest threat present. In an instant, Yi Chun inexplicably became the target of public criticism. "Kill Zishu Saint Child." One by one, the geniuses roared and killed each other towards Yi Chun. Various spells and sword light flashed in the sky. "Drink!" Dong Wuchi's voice sounded. At this time, he was covered with dense wounds, and Chu Xiao was even more miserable. One of his arms was cut off by him. His whole body was dying, and he was only one step away from death. "Emperor's son, kill him. Wuchi and Saint Child will kill these 3,000 geniuses together." Dong Wuchi shouted loudly, dragging his seriously injured body, and erupted with powerful sword light again. "Ah, no!" Miserable screams were accompanied by the falling of broken limbs all over the sky. The entire ancient tomb world was filled with gunpowder smoke and the pungent smell of blood. I don't know how much time had passed. Yi Chun had killed countless geniuses. The low-grade Emperor treasure had even been killed. A crack appeared. The first sword of chaos. Wow! The sword energy swept wildly, and blood splashed. "Devil! Devil in hell!" A series of frightening sounds sounded, and some geniuses started to turn around and run away. There are not many geniuses left among the three sects at this time. Yi Chun has suppressed 3,000 geniuses with one person and one sword. Dong Wuchi had fainted at this time, but with Yi Chun guarding him, no one dared to step forward. "You must get out of the Emperor's tomb within 10 breaths, otherwise kill." Yi Chun's cold voice echoed, and evil energy flowed out. The living geniuses fled from the world of Emperor's tomb in fear. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Yi Chun looked at the Thunder Emperor's inheritance in the sky, walked slowly, and grasped the long sword that glowed with thunder. The world of the Emperor's tomb began to shake. "Inherit what I have taught you, and this Emperor can sleep peacefully." A mighty sound fell from the sky. Boom! The void began to twist, and the thunder outside the immortal mansion also dissipated instantly. And then, the entire Emperor's tomb began to gradually collapse. Countless forces are keeping an eye on the Emperor's tomb. Who has obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor? Could he be the Emperor's son of the third sect? Along with the discussion, a group of figures rushed out of the immortal mansion. As the figure appeared, countless forces were horrified. Those figures were the emperors of the three sects and the geniuses of each sect, But at this moment, they were not as high-spirited as before. Instead, they were covered in blood. Chu Xiao, the emperor of the Fiery Sword Sect, even had one of his arms broken. Oh my God, what happened? The arm of the emperor of the Fiery Sword Sect was actually cut off? Did he encounter some terrible existence in the tomb of Emperor Feng? No. Why are there so few geniuses coming out? And all of them are seriously injured. Why didn't our sect Saint Child come out? A fearful premonition arose in the hearts of the powerful men from all the major forces. A prodigy covered in blood returned to his sect camp, knelt in front of his Quasi-Emperor Ancestor, and said with sad eyes, "Ancestor, all the senior brothers are dead. They were all killed by Zishu Saint Child." What? What happened? The Quasi-Emperor was instantly furious. 90% of his mortal transformation genius was dead. This impact on the entire sect has been considered as severe. Zishu Saint Child and another disciple of Zishu sect suppressed the 3 emperors in the tomb, killing 3,000 geniuses, and blood flowed like rivers. The ancestors and senior brothers were also beheaded by that Zishu Saint Child. Wow! There was silence in all directions, and then countless sects stared at the Zishu sect worship unkindly. The half-emperor ancestors of the 3 sects also looked ugly, and the ancestors of the Fiery Knife sect were even furious. One of their own emperor's sons actually had an arm cut off. What does this mean for his Fiery Sword sect? This son must die. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. The ancestor of the Fiery Blade sect gritted his teeth and stared at the emperor's tomb. The half-emperor ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect also stood up and said loudly, "Zishu Saint Child is cruel. He actually killed all the Taoist geniuses like us. If he succeeds in cultivation in the future, wouldn't it be a disaster to the mainland? For the sake of the world, I hope that Lin fellow Taoists will take action to kill this child. Otherwise we and the Taoists will surely— I want to ask your Zishu sect for an explanation." "Yes, Lin fellow Taoist, your sect Saint Child is so murderous. He will definitely fall into Demon Tao in the future, and he must be killed today to avoid future troubles. I order you, Zishu sect, not to seize this opportunity of the Emperor's tomb again. Let us and other sects divide it equally to make up for the loss." Another orthodox Quasi-Emperor Ancestor stood up. As the 3 sects opened their mouths, Emperor Clan, Quasi-Emperor Orthodoxy, and even Saint-level Orthodoxy began to put pressure on Lin Feng. At this time, the Emperor's tomb immortal mansion had completely collapsed, and Yi Chun walked out carrying Dong Wuchi, who had fainted. Listening to the shouts of death around him, Yi Chun respectfully walked up to Lin Feng and said worriedly, "Master, you don't have to worry. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. As long as I'm here, if anyone dares to touch you, I'll kill them with one strike of my sword." Lin Feng's voice slowly spread out, and the aura of Quasi-Emperor's peak instantly enveloped all directions. "Fellow Taoist Lin, I have one last question. Do you want to make friends with me or not?" The half-emperor ancestor of the Fiery Sword sect looked at Lin Feng. Although he was very fearful, he saw that 2/3 of the forces around him were on his side. In addition, there were countless Quasi-Emperors from the 3 sects here. My heart was instantly calm. Maybe this time we can kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. The half-emperor of the Fiery Sword sect spoke to the ancestors of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect and the Taishang sect. The sky was full of Quasi-Emperor and Saint realm powerhouses surrounding Lin Feng, with endless killing intent in their eyes. Both Yi Chun and Lin Feng are too evil, so evil that countless forces find it difficult to breathe. They are afraid that the Purple Void Sect will eventually dominate this continent. Are you worthy of killing my Zishu sect Saint Child? If you want to fight, then fight. What do I fear? Lin Feng's eyes were full of indifference, and the awe-inspiring sword energy tore through the sky. Through the void, he could vaguely see the stars in another world, and a hint of imperial power suddenly burst out from Lin Feng. Arrogant! How dare one person go against hundreds of sects like me? Next year today will be the memorial day of your ancestor Zishu. From now on, there will be no more Zishu ancestor. After we kill you, there will be no more Zishu sect in the East G continent. Voices echoed across the sky. Destroy our Zishu sect? Taishang sect, Heavenly Sword Saint sect, Fiery Sword sect, Chun family. Very good. I will kill you and the other rats today first, and then massacre 100 of your sects. Yi Chun, please take Dong Wuchi to the warship. I will kill hundreds of ancestors today. As Lin Feng's voice falls, the law manifestation of mountains and rivers stretches for thousands of miles. The mighty river rolls and roars, and the sword energy meets in the surging waves. Above the sky, countless quasi-emperors control fire and water, or activate the illusion of the galaxy. They use swords, and guns to make clanging noises. The precious light shines for 9 days, like the Milky Way falling down, and the powerful aura floats in all directions. Ancestor Zishu, suffer death. Immortal King overlooks the 9 heavens. Zhao, Tianchao. Duzi's soul-suppressing art. Boom. Wow. Countless forces converged. The void collapsed, the earth shook, and lava rolled in the cracks and splashed into the sky. The strong wind exploded, and countless divine abilities suppressed Lin Feng. Ancient Way. One thought seals the mountains and seas for eternity. One rage suppresses all living things. If I were destined to be like a demon, I would insist on sealing the heavens. Lin Feng looked at the terrifying divine ability in the sky, his eyes full of calm, his fingers intertwined, triggering the supreme mysterious law. The ancient sword surrounded him. The sword energy roared, divine ability, demon sealing sutra. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the mountains and rivers in the sky burst out with an ancient atmosphere, long and vicissitudes of life. The fairy sounds of bells and drums seemed to intersect among the long rivers stretching over the mountains. Once the demon is sealed, mountain and sea appear together. Bang dang! A force from endless time fell from the law manifestation of the mountains and rivers in the sky, and everything in the world seemed to fall into silence. Boom! One thought is eternal, and it can control the vicissitudes of mountains and rivers. My life is like a demon, and I want to seal the sky. Boom! The divine ability collapsed all over the sky, and countless swords disintegrated. Countless saints turned into a ball of blood mist, and Quasi-Emperor was instantly seriously injured in the sky. The expressions of the 3 half-emperors changed drastically, and they quickly used their divine abilities to resist. What power is this? No, do not want. Screaming, unwillingness, fear. The ancestors of countless forces no longer had the will to fight in their hearts, but the world in all directions was blocked by Lin Feng, and they could not escape even a step. No, please spare your life, Senior Lin. Ancestor Zishu, spare your life. I don't want to die now. Sounds rang out, and brilliant light bloomed across the sky, with countless blood flowers and minced meat flying in it. The sacred and solemn sound of bells and drums echoed in all directions, but this sweet sound turned into the mourning sounds of countless Taoist ancestors. Some Taoists who did not take action looked at it with horror from thousands of miles away. Is this power still a human being? Fortunately, my sect did not take action. Each and every Saint Quasi-Emperor was covered in cold sweat, and their hearts were full of joy and fear. Quickly retreat. The eyes of the ancestor of the Fiery Knife sect were full of fear. He shouted loudly and danced wildly, with the imperial treasure in his hand to protect his own safety. But those Saint Quasi-Emperors were in dire straits. They were like lambs to be slaughtered under Lin Feng's law manifestation. Mountain and sea appear together. The river turns into the sea, and the mountains become immortal. The thought of sealing the mountain and sea, in my name, the demon sealing sutra. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, and the transcendent level enlightenment function of the ancestor system was operating at full capacity. He felt that he was becoming more and more enlightened. The power of the demon seal became more and more terrifying, and the mighty river gradually widened, and finally turned into a vast sea. The waves roar, thousands of miles in radius, and the sky is stained with blood. The ancestors of the 3 half-emperors were horrified. The shadow of death made the 3 of them forcefully break through the void and escape in embarrassment. You want to escape? I don't agree. Lin Feng shouted, and the laws converged to seal the void. The power of terror is like death. Irresistible. Sword solution. Knife solution. The supreme protective spell. The prohibition on killing. In extreme fear, the ancestors of the 3 sects either exploded their imperial treasures or used forbidden spells to escape from the void. Lin Feng frowned and stared into the void. After all, the 3 of them were half-emperors who had lived for nearly 50,000 years. They had too many ways to save their lives, and it was very difficult to kill them. Since the 3 half-emperors of the 3 sects have fled, I will kill you all first. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the mountain and sea law manifestation suppressed thousands of miles, and the roar resounded between heaven and earth. Ancestor, save me. I don't want to die. The Quasi-Emperor Saint of the 3rd sect was completely panicked when he saw the half-emperor ancestor running away. Tear! Boom! No! Thousands of miles around, it's all dazzling. The roar ended, and everything returned to silence. Dead. There They're all dead. Countless powerful men stared blankly at the gradually collapsing mountain and sea law manifestation. Lin Feng stood proudly among it at this moment, like a god coming to the world. Whoa! A huge roar sounded, and Lin Feng had returned to the Zishu sect warship at this time. As the warship slowly started, only a group of strong men were left with changing expressions. Zishu Saint Child killed 3,000 geniuses with one person and defeated the emperors of 3 sects. Lin Feng beheaded hundreds of sect ancestors and killed 3 sect half-emperors to flee again. The Zishu sect seems to have the momentum to become the #1 overlord in the East Pole continent. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in the warship, his aura fluctuating. That battle had taken too much of a toll on him. But once the demon was sealed, Lin Feng had power that was infinitely close to the level of the Great Emperor and could suppress the whole world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 13 Quasi-Emperor monks and defeating 3 half-emperor ancestors. Reward with a golden body. Wow! As the sound of the system fell, golden light surrounded Lin Feng's body, and a mysterious force enveloped him. Then he felt as if his physical body had undergone a qualitative transformation. Ding! The creation of the golden body is completed in 1 turn. The host's current physical strength is comparable to a quasi-imperial law treasure. Damn, so awesome? Lin Feng opened his eyes and clenched his fists. A vast power surged through his body. At this moment, he didn't even use any divine ability. He can kill an ordinary Quasi-Emperor with just his fist. I didn't expect that this trip would be such a blessing. If I slaughtered those 100 sects, I wonder what kind of reward I would get. Lin Feng whispered, and as his voice fell, the system issued the task again. Ding! The mission is triggered. Quell the chaos of hundreds of sects. Mission requirements. Destroy the hundreds of sects that attack Zishu sect and annex its territory. Mission reward. Second transformation, golden body. Sword Dao law fragments. Fragments containing powerful sword intent, which can be directly used to comprehend sword intent. Ding! The final mission is released. Destroy 3 sects and win the luck of the 4 directions. Unify the East Pole continent. Reward. The complete version of Demon Sealing Sutra. The complete version of Beatty Sword Sutra. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the voice next to his ear, and he transformed into a golden body. Wouldn't that mean that the physical body is directly comparable to an imperial weapon? It's terrifying to think about becoming an emperor with the power of the physical body. As for the complete versions of Demon Sealing Sutra and Beatty Sword Sutra, they are even more valuable. Only the fragmentary version of the Northern Emperor Sword Sutra can be cultivated to the peak level of the Great Emperor. This complete version is definitely enough to allow one to step beyond the realm of the Great Emperor. Yuanzhou, Fengyu City. In the main hall of the 5th family, the 3 half-emperors of the 3 sects knelt respectfully in front of a young man in white, their eyes full of fear. You said that the ancestor of the Purple Void Sect is as powerful as the Emperor realm? The young man in white said calmly, without any emotion in his tone. Yes, please take action to kill this person. The half-emperor ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect spoke respectfully to the young man in white. He had seen the terror of this young man in white. He once shattered the imperial treasure with just 1 finger. Let your 10,000 sects conference continue. I have my own plans. The eyes of the young man in white were full of depth. Yes, sir. The 3 half-emperors of the 3 sects spoke at the same time. The young man in white ignored the 3 of them and turned around to leave the hall. The 3 of you should go back. If the ancestor of the Purple Void Sect attacks your 3 sects at the 10,000 sects conference, I will take action. When the voice of the young man in white fell, the ancestors of the 3 sects felt reassured and quickly bowed respectfully again. Thank you, sir. At this time, the young man in white had disappeared into the main hall, standing on a tall building, looking into the distance and whispering. 100 years from now, at the time of harvest, when I step into the supreme realm, the position of the head of the Bai family will belong to me. By Zihan. Just wait, big brother. Within the Zishu sect, there was peace and quiet. Fairy mist surrounded all directions, and the sound of bells echoed leisurely in the winding mountains. As the huge warship returned, countless disciples and elders knelt on the ground respectfully. Congratulations to our ancestor for his return. Congratulations to our ancestor for his return. Voices resounded through the sky. Lin Feng's deeds of killing hundreds of sect ancestors and suppressing 3 half-emperors have been reported back to Zishu sect. Countless disciples and elders' belief in Lin Feng has reached the point of fanaticism. Whoa! As the warship docked, Lin Feng's figure moved and returned to his small courtyard, lying on the Taisher chair that had been around for thousands of years. The breeze was blowing in all directions, and the purple bamboo forest was rustling. Lin Feng closed his eyes comfortably and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around him, bringing a sense of comfort in the warmth. Man follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows the will. All are natural. While whispering, Lin Feng restored the spiritual energy consumed in the battle. Time passed slowly, and 10 years passed again. Dung, dung, dung. The long and crisp voice echoed throughout the sect. Lin Feng had returned to his peak state at this time, and even improved slightly in his cultivation. I still can't feel the artistic conception of Tao, that's all. The mystery of Tao cannot be forced. Today seems to be the day when the sect accepts disciples. I'll go and have a look too. Lin Feng muttered to himself, and then disappeared into the small courtyard and arrived at the Zishu sect's main hall. At this time, there was only Zishu sect master in the hall. When Lin Feng appeared, he bowed respectfully. I've met my ancestor. Is today the day when our sect opens the mountain and accepts disciples? Lin Feng said calmly. Back to my ancestors, exactly. Zishu sect master's eyes were full of respect. Lin Feng said nothing, but slowly walked out of the hall, stood in the air, and looked down at the thousands of young people under the Zishu mountains. These young monks are either very powerful, or they have strong people protecting them behind them. More than 100 years have passed, and time is like water. There was a trace of melancholy in Lin Feng's eyes. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for more than 100 years. This is equivalent to a mortal lifespan. The Purple Void Sect opens a mountain once every 300 years, and only accepts more than 5,000 disciples each time. Hundreds of years have passed, and the outer disciples of the Purple Void Sect have either entered the Violet Palace and gained a longer lifespan. Most of them have long since become for a rub of lust. If I don't step into the highest realm, maybe I will become a decaying corpse in 10,000 years, right? Lin Feng murmured to himself. In this world of 9 realms of cultivation, the spirit gathering only has a lifespan of 100 years, and once you enter innate, you can live for 200 years. The monks of Violet Palace have lived for 500 years and can live for thousands of years by entering the spirit sea. Successfully transformed into a mortal for 2,000 years. Divine ability monks for 5,000 years. Saint has a long lifespan of 10,000 years, and Quasi-Emperor can live to 50,000 years. And the Great Emperor, who was said to be the power to suppress the world, could not survive 100,000 years. No matter how powerful a creature is, it cannot escape the end of its lifespan. The hardest thing is to catch up with time. When will we catch up with the fleeting years? Maybe we can find the secret of immortality by breaking through the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng looked at the countless innate and Violet Palace disciples and shook his head. At this time, Zishu sect master followed Lin Feng respectfully, not daring to say a word. Let me set up this test. Lin Feng moved his finger, and the sword energy rolled, instantly cutting out an open space of 100 miles under the Zishu mountains. Yes, Ancestor. Zishu sect master also stared at the open space with interest, but he did not ask any more questions. He did not dare to give instructions on what the Ancestor wanted to do. Sword energy, get up! Lin Feng's voice fell, and the empty space was instantly enveloped by the terrifying sword intent. Countless teenagers obviously noticed the huge changes in the clearing, and the terrifying sword intent rolling around made their faces turn pale. This formation is called the 10,000 Swords Slashing Heart Formation. If you can stay in it for 30 breaths, you can worship at my Zishu outer sect. If you can stay in it for 100 breaths, you can enter the inner door. If you can hold on for 500 breathing or above, you can directly become the core disciple of our sect. Lin Feng's voice fell, and countless teenagers became commotion. That sword formation is so terrifying. I could feel the terrifying throbbing from more than 10 miles away. If I entered it, I might not be able to hold back 3 breaths. A young man looked very ugly, but we have to give it a try anyway. This is our only chance to join the Zishu sect. That's right. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, we have no way out. The Purple Void Sect has already become famous in the mainland. This time, only the monks from my Yuanzhou area came to worship the sect. If the Purple Void Sect is completely announced as a Quasi-Emperor orthodoxy, the entry requirements will probably be even more stringent. The eyes of each young monk were full of determination, and finally, a young man in the early stage of spirit sea strode towards the formation. One boy moved, and countless boys started to move soon after. Lin Feng just watched everything quietly from the sky. This world is so cruel, but it's also true. You can be afraid, but you must not retreat. because if you retreat, you will completely lose your qualifications. How about spiritual practice? In the fantasy world, you fight against the sky, against people, against monsters. Only those who are fearless in life can overcome the vicissitudes of life. Ancestor. How many people do you think can hold on for 30 breaths? The Zishu sect master on the side looked at the sword array with a powerful aura and tentatively spoke to Lin Feng. Lin Feng just shook his head and slowly said, I don't know, maybe there's only one person, maybe 1,000 people, maybe 10,000 people. This formation looks scary, but in fact it is just a heart formation. With a fearless heart and a strong will, even if he has no cultivation level, he can survive 30 breaths in this formation. But his will was shaken and his heart was afraid, even if Saint couldn't hold 10 breaths. As Lin Feng's voice fell, a scream sounded out from within the formation. No, do not want. I saw a young man's eyes full of fear, and he fainted, and then the formation quickly sent him out. The young man's cultivation level is not low, and he is at the peak of Violet Palace. Judging from his clothes, he should be a disciple of a certain family. As the young man was sent out of the formation, 2 middle-aged men in black appeared next to him in an instant, and they spoke with nervous eyes. Master, are you okay? Wake up, Master. Lin Feng just looked at everything indifferently and said to the middle-aged man next to him, he is afraid, otherwise it would be easy to hold on for hundreds of breaths with Violet Palace's peak cultivation level. But it is not a pity. In the world of immortals and demons, the weak eat the strong, and there are too many terrible things. If we are afraid of everything, this great Tao can't go far. This is what our ancestors taught us. There was a hint of contemplation in the Purple Sect leader's eyes, and he bowed to Lin Feng as if he had some enlightenment. 10 breaths have passed. 30 breaths have passed. 100,000 young people have eliminated 90,000. However, the remaining 10,000 people have passed the test and can at least join the outer sect of Zishu sect. 100 breaths passed. There were less than 1,000 disciples in the formation. 500 breaths passed, and this time there were actually 100 people supporting the formation. According to Lin Feng's promise, these 100 people would eventually become core disciples. Hey, these 100 people have a very strong will. Lin Feng said with some surprise. The leader of the Zishu sect was also full of eyes. The last time he captured the Emperor's tomb, almost all the top disciples of the Zishu sect's core disciples were destroyed. This time, 100 people were able to stand upright in the formation set by the Ancestor. 500 breathe. Another 500 breaths of time have passed, and there are still 50 people in the formation standing strong. Yes. If these 50 people can be cultivated, it is absolutely inevitable to become saints in this great era. It is not impossible for them to step into the Quasi-Emperor, even if their fate is deeper. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. No matter in the fantasy world where immortals and demons loom, or in the world of the past life, those with a strong will eventually achieve certain results. As for how far you can go, it depends on luck. God bless the Zishu sect. God bless the Zishu sect. Zishu sect master's eyes were also filled with immense joy. As the leader of a sect, he was even happier to see the sect become stronger than his own breakthrough in cultivation. Okay, I'm going to take a trip. It's time to understand what happened 10 years ago. Lin Feng's voice fell, and his whole person disappeared on the spot. He came here to slaughter hundreds of sects. Liuzhou, Chun family. The huge mansion is located in the center of the huge city. The powerful formation flashed with brilliance in the sky. Although the Chun family is not an emperor clan, there are 4 Quasi-Emperor ancestors in the clan. Although the second ancestor of the Chun family fell, and the 4th and 3rd ancestors also fell in the hands of Lin Feng, but this has not shaken the influence of the Chun family. After all, the great ancestor of the Chun family is an ancient being at the pinnacle of Quasi-Emperor. As long as he is around, the Chun family will not fall. The monks were walking around in the city with a population of 1 million, and suddenly the formation in the sky began to shake. Boom! Accompanied by violent noises, the Chun family's city defense formation shattered. What happened? Why did the city defense formation collapse? Is it the ancestor Zishu who is looking for trouble with the Chun family? Countless monks stared at the sky in panic. Chun family Ancestor Zishu, come to slaughter your clan. Lin Feng's voice echoed loudly in the sky, and the Chun family fell into panic. The fame of Zishu ancestor shocked the continent. No one knows. What should we do? Ancestor Zishu is here to kill us? Is my Chun family going to perish? No. I don't want to die. Ancestor, countless monks of the Chun family are filled with despair, and the law manifestation above the sky is bursting with oppressive aura. If it falls, the Chun family may be removed from the mainland in an instant. Fellow Taoist, please spare others if you have to. My third and fourth brothers took action against you. It was their fault. They deserve to die. But I, the Chun family, are innocent. A vicissitudes of voice sounded in the Chun family, and an old man like a skeleton walked out slowly. With the appearance of the old man, the world fell into an incomparable depression. This old man has lived for nearly 50,000 years. Although his cultivation is stuck at the peak of Quasi-Emperor, his strength is unquestionable. Oh, innocent? Ha! Lin Feng sneered, and a murderous intent broke out in his eyes. The mountain and sea law manifestation slowly fell from the sky in a mighty manner. The terrifying pressure and violent power made the surrounding world extremely depressed. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He felt an unstoppable aura on the law manifestation. He quickly said to Lin Feng, "Fellow Taoist, stop. The Chun family is willing to pay any price just to ask fellow Taoists to let my Chun family live." After hearing this, Lin Feng was silent for a while and began to communicate with the strongest ancestor system. If I ask this Chun family to surrender to our Zishu sect, will that count as completing the mission? The forces that surrendered to the Zishu sect can be regarded as having been destroyed by the host. The ethereal voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. That's it. That's easy to handle. Lin Feng felt happy. He looked at the ancestor of the Chun family and said, "If the Chun family surrenders to the Zishu sect from now on, and everything in Liuzhou will be controlled by the Zishu sect, I can leave your Chun family a way out." Lin Feng's voice echoed in all directions, and countless monks stared at the sky. Will the Chun family surrender? The ancestor of the Chun family fell silent, and countless members of the Chun family also looked at him. By surrendering to the Zishu sect, the Chun family would completely lose its full power to rule Liuzhou, and even lose all freedom. Everything you say and do must obey the orders of the Zishu sect. You don't agree? Seeing that the ancestor of the Chun family was silent for a long time, Lin Feng frowned, and the terrifying aura slowly dropped. The ancestor of the Chun family turned his face aside, struggled to squeeze out a sentence, and knelt down. Yes, Chunzong pays homage to the ancestor of the sect. As the Chun family ancestor knelt down, countless Chun family monks also knelt down and respectfully said to Lin Feng, "Greetings to our ancestor. Please get up." Lin Feng said calmly, and with a move of his hand, he directly carved a curse seal on the Chun family ancestor. As the curse seal was completed, a mysterious force enveloped the entire Chun family mansion with the Chun family ancestor as the center. Lin Feng looked at the frightened Chunziang and slowly said, "Don't worry, this curse is a cause and effect curse. From now on, your Chun family is a family affiliated with my Zishu sect and is protected by my Zishu sect. But if someone has evil intentions and the cause and effect has been fulfilled, this curse will definitely kill them." Listening to Lin Feng's voice, countless members of the Chun family had complicated expressions. The Chun family was no longer an independent family, but a vassal of the Zishu sect. Chunzong knelt respectfully in front of Lin Feng, feeling pain and helplessness in his heart. But at this point, he could only blame his two younger brothers for taking action against the ancestor's issue, which brought this situation to the Chun family. Disaster. Yes, ancestor of the sect. Chunziang said respectfully. "Okay, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving." Lin Feng's voice fell, and with a move of his hand, the void cracked open. He stepped into the void and left the place instantly. "I hope this is not a disaster." Chunziang sighed and returned to his retreat. Everyone in the Chun family was at a loss. Finally, the head of the Chun family stood up and said, "From now on, the Chun family will be headed by Zishu sect." Split Sword Sect. A saint-level orthodoxy collapsed in the face of Lin Feng's arrival. Surrender or die. Lin Feng was like a god and demon, with a mighty aura covering all directions, and his tone was full of endless domineering. "Ancestor, we are willing to surrender." Facing Lin Feng, who could crush hundreds of ancestors, the Split Sword Sect did not resist and chose to surrender without hesitation. Immortal Transformation Sect, surrounded by fairy mist. Lin Feng also tore through the void and came. Law manifestation suppressed the sky in all directions, wrapped in the power of the apocalypse. Countless strong men of the immortal transformation sect were shocked. Before Lin Feng could speak, they all knelt down to express their surrender. Lin Feng traveled across the East G continent, and wherever he went, countless sects surrendered. In just 10 days, among the 14 states in the East, Zishu sect had already captured 9 states. But the 3 largest states of the 14 states in the East Pole are still controlled by the 3 great Dao rulers. These 3 states together account for 70% of the mainland. Qingzhou, Emperor clan Yi family. Yi Chun had long since disappeared after being defeated by Lin Feng. The Yi family's status plummeted, and only the 2 saint ancestors struggled to maintain the last glory of the Emperor clan. But ever since the ancestor of the saint, the last ancestor of the clan, attacked Lin Feng and was beheaded, the Yi family has been in fear for the past 10 years, fearing that Lin Feng would come to kill him. At this time, the Yi family's main hall was filled with gloom and gloom. Saint in yellow sat slumped on a big chair, his eyes full of lifelessness. He trembled and said, "My Yi family is almost exhausted. Think about how glorious our clan was back then. Not even the 3 sects dare to look down upon it. Now we have to wait here for the ancestor Zishu to kill us. The mighty Emperor clan has ended up like this. How sad. Ancestor, what should we do?" A group of Yi family divine ability realm elders spoke respectfully to the yellow-clothed saint, their expressions filled with uneasiness and panic. "I don't know either. I don't know either." The yellow-clothed saint's eyes were full of despair. He stood up slowly, walked to Yejia Square, and knelt down in front of a statue. This statue is 100 meters tall, with a majestic and domineering look on its face, holding 2 maces in its hands and a 3-headed giant lion at its feet. This statue is none other than the great emperor of the Leaf clan. "My ancestors, please bless the Yi family to prosper." The saint in yellow knelt at the foot of the emperor's statue, his eyes full of piety, as if the emperor's statue could bring him a sense of security. As the saint in yellow knelt down, countless members of the Yi family also knelt down. Suddenly, there was a shaking in the sky, and the sky became dark. A huge palm fell overwhelmingly, and the terrifying power fluctuations instantly shattered the Yi family's formation. But in the end, the palm did not destroy the Yi family in one fell swoop, but slowly collapsed. "The Yi family? I will save your life today." Lin Feng's voice resounded throughout the sky. Everything in the Yi family should be ended by Yi Chun. Only in this way can the Taoist heart of his disciple be perfected and reach the peak. Countless members of the Yi family looked at Lin Feng in the sky with fear. The evil name of Ancestor Zishu had already been imprinted in their souls, especially Lin Feng's palm just now, which directly destroyed the Yi family's great emperor. "Hooray! But I can't complete my mission without destroying the Yi family?" Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the Yi family's mansion. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the Yi family's ancestral temple and the emperor's statue. "I won't kill the Yi family, but I can still destroy the Yi family's foundation, right? This can be considered as destroying the Yi family once, right?" Lin Feng communicated to the system. "Ding! Yes, destroy the Yi family's luck and kill the family's spirit vein." The system can determine that the host has destroyed the Yi family. The system's ethereal voice rang. Lin Feng's eyes flashed fiercely when he heard this, and the ancient sword slowly appeared in his hand. As spiritual energy was injected into the sword body, the terrifying sword energy fell from the sky. Boom! The huge statue of Emperor Ye's family collapsed suddenly, sending dust flying all over the sky. As the emperor's statue collapsed, the entire Yi family seemed to have lost something, and countless Yi family members felt that their hearts suddenly became empty. The statue of our ancestors collapsed. "Ancestor!" Countless members of the Yi family knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. The moment the emperor's statue fell, it seemed that their faith also fell with it. "No, do not want." The yellow-robed saint collapsed on the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out from his mouth. His cultivation instantly fell to the early stage of saint, and he fainted. This cut away the Emperor clan's glory and faith. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth, as if he was taking an oath. Then he raised his hand and slashed with his sword again, and the Yi family ancestral hall instantly turned into powder. At this moment, countless members of the Yi family completely collapsed. The ancestral hall of the family was beheaded. What a shame. Ancestral temple. No, it won't happen. Don't want. The Yi family members knelt on the ground, with a trace of sadness in their eyes. This sword will cut off the history of your Yi clan. From now on, the cause and effect of the Yi clan will have nothing to do with you anymore. Lin Feng's voice fell, and somehow, the Yi family's luck completely collapsed. But Lin Feng still didn't stop taking action, and the ancient sword fell on the Yi family's foundation again. Spirit vein. That is the lifeblood of my Yi family. It's over. Everything in the Yi family is over. Countless Yi family monks were completely despairing in their eyes. Lin Feng's 3 swords fell, and the Yi family's faith, history, luck, everything was wiped out. Lin Feng did not stay at Ye's house longer, tore the void apart, and disappeared from the spot. Lin Feng destroyed hundreds of sects in succession, and in just 10 days, the East Pole continent was in shock again. The 3 great Tao traditions were peaceful, as if they didn't know what was happening on the continent. Lin Feng returned to Zishu sect, and everything seemed to have returned to peace. But countless forces know that the beginning of the 100 Sects Conference will be a complete, decisive battle between Zishu sect and the 3 sects. The pattern of the mainland will be completely changed. Zishu sect, Zizhu forest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly rotating around him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, pacifying hundreds of chaotic sects. The Sword Tao Law fragments have been distributed. Ding! The second turn golden body begins to take shape. As the sound of the system fell, a broken piece of iron fell in front of Lin Feng. The piece of iron was pitted and rusty. It couldn't even be described as broken. But it is such an ugly piece of iron that is filled with the terrifying sword intent. This sword intent is different from any sword energy that Lin Feng has come into contact with. It is accompanied by an aura that is like the power of heaven. The grandeur and vicissitudes of life seem to be able to tear apart time and years. The traces of Tao are looming on it. This piece of iron contains the artistic conception of Tao. If placed on the East Pole continent, it would be enough to cause countless Quasi-Emperors to go crazy. Before Lin Feng could study the broken piece of iron carefully, a golden light slowly enveloped his body, and then a warm current enveloped him, and countless powers slowly gathered on Lin Feng's skin. I don't know how long it took, but the warmth gradually turned into pain, and then the pain began to amplify infinitely. It's like thousands of ants eating your heart and burning it like fire. Big drops of sweat rolled down from the top of his head, and veins popped out on his forehead. The second transformation of the golden body is like the transformation of life levels. Once the physical body is completely stabilized, Lin Feng can fight against the great emperor with the power of his physical body. Time passed quickly, and Lin Feng had reached his limit and almost suffered a mental breakdown. Finally, the endless torment instantly turned into coolness and comfort. Crackling, there was an explosion from the bones. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and a pressure spread across his body, whipping up a strong wind in the sky. After shaking his hands, Lin Feng felt a majestic power surge in his body. Even an ordinary great emperor can be suppressed by me with my body, Lin Feng said to himself, with a touch of confidence in his eyes. Ding! The golden body is completed. The system's ethereal voice sounded in his ears again. Lin Feng adapted to the power in his body, looked at the broken iron block in front of him, and whispered, "This piece of iron is the fragment of Sword Tao Law. This power contains the way of the sword." Lin Feng played with the broken piece of iron in his hand. The monk began to understand the power of the law from the moment he became mortal, and the law belongs to the skin of the Tao. The Tao is mysterious and indescribable. Everywhere, the great emperor has the power to suppress the world precisely because he has understood a way. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and his consciousness slowly merged into the broken iron, and a sword concept as deep as the sea instantly poured into his mind. It turns out that the so-called imperial power is just the breath of Tao. Lin Feng comprehended the artistic conception of the sword, and gradually began to have some understanding in his heart. He had gradually come into contact with the artistic conception of the sword. The way of swordsmanship is for killing. The sword is a killing weapon, stabbing, chopping, and prodding. Use killing to control the sword. Use heart to control the killing. Lin Feng's body was full of murderous aura, and there were faint traces of Tao spreading in all directions. His cultivation has already entered the Emperor realm with half a foot. Just when Lin Feng was intoxicated, suddenly the broken iron block burst apart. The artistic conception of the sword suddenly dissipated. Lin Feng opened his eyes, looked at the broken iron block and said to himself, "It seems that the power of Tao on this iron lump has been exhausted. Unfortunately, if there are a few more iron lumps like this, maybe I can break into the realm of the great emperor." Shaking his head, Lin Feng casually crushed the iron lump into powder, lay on the Grand Master's chair, and looked at the stars in the sky. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with profound thoughts. The East Pole continent is just one of the 3,000 continents in this world, and this world is just an insignificant existence in this sea of stars. Is it possible to achieve immortality in the Emperor realm? After exhaling, Lin Feng stopped thinking and closed his eyes leisurely. 90 years have passed by in a blink of an eye, and several imperial tombs have appeared in the East Pole continent. Since Yi Chun killed 3,000 geniuses, countless more amazing people have been born. There is an unknown swordsman who leaps across the realm to kill the powerful man in the divine ability realm, and the emperor's son of the saint child from an ancient family reappears. However, the first and second positions on the heavenly monument have never wavered. The names of Yi Chun and Wuchi hang like stars at the top of the heavenly monument. The two of them killed 3,000 geniuses in total, which has amazed the entire era. Yuanzhou City is the largest city in the East Pole continent. The city is full of strong men and powerful people. Huge city walls tower into the sky. Dense formations cover the world in all directions, and the throbbing power appears and disappears. This is a transcendent-level city with a population of 8 million, and countless powerful people gather in this city. As the 100 Sects Conference is about to begin, warships from countless forces have arrived in Yuanzhou City. The atmosphere in the East Pole continent is also becoming more and more tense. This competition is destined to be bloody, but the continent will also give birth to giants from now on. If we, the Beta Star sect, are lucky enough, we will witness the coming of a great era. The rise or fall of the Ma family depends on this. If the three sects are destroyed, the Zishu sect will rise. But isn't this the moment when the world's luck is divided again? If I become emperor in the future, I will bloom with 10 miles of flowers. In Wind and Rain City, a young man in white clothes sat firmly in a small pavilion. The tea on the table was steaming with steam, and the tea leaves were rising and falling in the boiling water. "Sir, 100 years have come. The blood formation has been laid out. The 100 Sects Conference has begun, and we are ready to take action." An old man spoke respectfully to the young man. "Don't worry, let the natives of this continent fight for a while. Wouldn't it be fun for ants to fight? Luck has begun to gather, and these ants are already in the palm of my hand." The boy in white filled a pot of tea for himself. He looked at the tea in the pot and smiled lightly. Luck is at its peak in this continent, but it's a pity that these ants don't have superior skills. They only rely on a pair of indigenous-level skills to try to enter the advanced realm. It's just an idiot's dream. They are like the tea leaves in my pot, crowding up one after another. It's not easy. I thought I was at the top, but actually I still can't escape my teapot. The young master will definitely break the barriers of the Emperor realm this time and step into the Supreme Realm in one fell swoop. He will return to the Bai family immediately. Who among the younger generation can stop the young master? The old man knelt in front of the young man with respectful eyes. Within Zishu sect, the huge warship is suspended in the sky. 6 Saint Realm elders respectfully waited for Lin Feng to arrive on the square. Tens of thousands of disciples knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Lin Feng killed the ancestors of hundreds of sects, suppressed hundreds of sects, unified the 9 states, and made hundreds of millions of monks worship Zishu sect. His prestige has reached its peak. The 100 Sects Conference will begin, and because of Lin Feng's power, Zishu sect will go as the overlord of the continent. In the past 200 years of Zishu sect, first Lin Feng swept across all directions, and then 6 elders entered the Saint Realm. The younger generation Yi Chun and Wuchi even killed 3,000 geniuses. Whether it is the older generation or the younger generation, Zishu sect has suppressed the entire era. Even if the era of hundreds of emperors competing for power comes, Zishu sect will definitely be one of the strongest great traditions. 100 Sects Conference, the world competes for luck. The 6 Saint Realm elders and the core disciples above the mortal realm will follow me to Saint Yuan City. Win the top of the world. Let's go. Maybe there will be a bloody storm. If you go here, you may return home wrapped in a corpse. However, We monks will fight against the same sky, fight against the same earth. The vicissitudes of time will be eradicated by eternity. The only Taoist heart is immortal. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth. He slowly fell from the dome, majesty reflected in his eyes. The sword energy is like a tide, echoing around the world. The power of our ancestors suppress the whole world. Zishu is immortal and the glory is eternal. We are willing to follow our ancestors and march on the great Tao to sing long songs. Suppress all directions. Create the supreme orthodoxy. The sound waves rolled up and filled the sky with clouds and seas, shaking the mountains and rivers. Get up, let's go. Lin Feng's voice fell, and countless disciples bowed again. Farewell to the ancestors. Farewell to the elders. Farewell to Saint Child and all the senior brothers. Whoa! The huge warship made a huge roar, and then slowly began to move, faster and faster, until it rushed into the sky and turned into a meteor. This is the end of the bloody storm. The road is long. I hope that when our ancestor returns, our sect will be more prosperous. Master Zishu looked at the distant warship and murmured to himself. In the Zhou family, a skeleton-like old man was sitting in a coffin, and outside the coffin were kneeling several powerful divine ability realm warriors. Blood is falling in all directions, heaven and earth are changing, and there is disaster in the east. The source is actually Xingyuan City. The skeleton-like old man spoke in a weak voice. Several powerful men from the divine ability realm changed their expressions upon hearing this, and quickly said, "There is trouble in the East Pole? Ancestor, what have you deduced? Isn't Xingyuan City the place where the 100 Sects conference started? The catastrophe has descended on the entire continent, and tens of billions of creatures are everywhere with corpses. But the source of the solution to the catastrophe is also in St. Yuan City. Many old men can't deduce it. Ahem. But even so, the tribesmen are warned not to go to St. Yuan City." The old man's voice became weaker and weaker, and the expressions of several powerful people in the divine ability realm changed drastically. They quickly approached the old man, only to see that the old man's aura had begun to dissipate, and the death energy began to surround his body. 10,000 years. Time flies so fast, cough, cough. Old friends, I'm here. I've been alone for so many years. I have done my best for the Zhou family, and I have nothing to do with the affairs of my descendants. The old man's eyes were extremely calm. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and his whole body seemed to have returned to its peak. But soon this breath quickly withered, boom. After I passed away, this coffin was buried in Nanshan. Where is there a person who has been with me for many years when I was young? The old man's voice fell, and his eyes showed nostalgia. His skeleton-like body fell heavily, and the holy light collapsed, completely losing all life. Ancestor, ancestor. Several divine ability realm monks knelt on the ground and burst into tears. This ancestor of the Zhou family had protected the entire family for nearly 10,000 years. Now he passed away, and the Zhou family has since lost this ancient blessing. North of the Zhou family, on the Nanshan mountain, with light snow falling, a saint ancestor is buried. The middle-aged Taoist of the Big Dipper sect holds a long sword, and the star diagram rotates slowly. A mysterious aura floated, and there was a hint of ugliness in his eyes. Misfortune comes from the sky, and the 14 states are covered in blood. Something big is happening in the East Pole continent. Senior brother, please stop nagging all day long. Didn't you say before that our East Pole continent's luck is rolling and that hundreds of emperors will appear? Why is there another bloody disaster? A beautiful girl stared at the middle-aged Taoist speechlessly. Girl, Shinji's calculation is good. There is indeed a catastrophe in our East Pole continent. A long voice sounded, and the void twisted. An old man covered in rags and carrying a wine gourd slowly appeared in the hall. Master, meet the master. The middle-aged Taoist and the beautiful girl bowed respectfully to the old man at the same time. Okay, old man, I don't like these complicated etiquette. The old man spoke with laziness in his eyes, sat down on the steps, and slumped on the ground without any image, sipping the wine from the pot. Master just said that our East Pole continent is going to be in disaster. The beautiful girl nervously spoke to the old man. After drinking enough wine, the old man took out a chicken leg from somewhere and said slowly, Not only is a catastrophe imminent, but when the time comes, the whole world will be in catastrophe, and you and I will both die to the point of death." "What? Master, you don't scare me. I'm a coward." The beautiful girl's face was pale. This old man was the oldest member of the Beta Star sect and had lived for 8,000 years. He has already half-footed his way into Quasi-Emperor, and he has a profound knowledge of deduction. "Master, please don't scare junior sister. I'm not good at deduction, and there are still some things I haven't seen. May I ask, Master, if you are alive?" The middle-aged Taoist looked at the old man lying on the ground, drinking heavily with a headache, with a look of helplessness on his face. Since this old guy was drinking heavily with such ease, the East Pole continent would inevitably be saved from danger in the end. Okay, the old man won't scare you anymore. The catastrophe started in Yuan City and ended in Yuan City. The Beta Star sect, sealed the mountain and did not care about the world, so naturally we are safe and sound. Hiccup. The old man wiped the oil from the corners of his mouth, burped, and spoke lazily. The middle-aged Taoist and the beautiful girl were speechless at the same time. St. Yuan City is extremely lively. Auctions, gambling arenas, restaurants, everything is available in the huge city. This ancient city has a longer history than the three sections. According to legend, it was founded by the great emperor of Yuan tens of millions of years ago. That great emperor was the first transcendent-level great emperor in the East Pole continent since ancient times. That great emperor was different from other great emperors in the past. He was the first to go outside the East Pole continent in order to pursue realms other than the great emperor. Exist. Boom. Accompanied by the roar in the sky, a huge warship slowly sailed into St. Yuan City. The flag with the three characters Zishu Sect engraved on it was flying. Zishu Sect. It's the warship of Zishu Sect. Accompanied by the exclamations of a group of monks, the warship of the Zishu Sect slowly docked on a huge flat land. Since the suppression of Kyushu, there are less than 20 sects left in the Dongji continent that have come to this St. Yuan City. With the arrival of Zishu Sect, the three sects controlling Yuan City also took action. Report: Zishu Sect has arrived at Yuan City. A monk from the Divine Ability realm knelt respectfully in front of the Ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect. "Oh, are you coming?" The half-emperor Ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Saint Sect showed a hint of evil in his eyes. "The formation is ready. Let the battle of geniuses begin first. The Purple Void Sect has no wings to fly today." The half-emperor Ancestor of the Fiery Sword Sect smiled coldly. Over the past 200 years, Lin Feng has almost become a demonic obstacle to the three sects. The ancestors of the three half-emperors wanted to cut off Lin Feng all the time, and finally, they had waited for this day. Dung dung dung. 3 long bells echoed in Yuan City, and then countless sword chi and sword chi rushed into the sky. The world is blessed. Luck is revived. The era of geniuses is my blessing in the East. The sects have arrived, and the 100 Sects Conference has officially begun. There are hundreds of people on top of the Heavenly Monument. You and other young people can choose one person to challenge. Seize the Heavenly Monument. Bit. A loud voice sounded, and countless disciples were excited. The battle for the Heavenly Monument. The battle of luck. If you go to the Heavenly Monument, you will become famous from now on. In Yuan Square, millions of monks gathered. They are all the geniuses and top talents of this continent. I Wu Lei. Transform into mortal late stage and challenge the 90th ranked Yi Chun on the Heavenly Monument list. A young man in red walked through the air and slowly landed on a stage in Tianyuan Square, his eyes filled with fighting intent. "Oh, how dare you dare to challenge me on late stage?" A light voice fell, and then a scholar in a robe slowly landed on the ring, half a step into the Divine Ability realm world. "Stop talking nonsense. So, what about the late stage of transformation? Wu Lei can kill you too." The young man in red had arrogant eyes, but the scholar in long robe just shook his head and said calmly, "Zheng hasn't taken action yet. Please step back. I don't want to kill you." "Huh? Kill me? Stop talking nonsense. If you are afraid, kneel down and call Grandpa. I will spare you," the young man in red said with arrogance in his eyes. The scholar in robes frowned, and a faint murderous intention slowly appeared. "Don't seek death." "Huh? I will kill you right now. Just give me a hammer." The young man in red jumped up and took action in an extremely arrogant manner. He was like a meteor falling down, with a powerful momentum like a rainbow. "One sword." The robed scholar's voice fell. The sword energy roared, and the cold wind instantly enveloped the entire arena. Wow! The sword light flashed all over the sky, and then a look of fear appeared in the eyes of the young man in red, and then the scene seemed to freeze forever. Blood splashed in the sky. Ants! The voice of the robed scholar sounded faintly. There was a dead silence under the arena. Is this the genius on the heavenly monument list? Huh? The young master is quite good, Su Gongyang from the slave family. Come and ask for advice. A neither male nor female voice sounded, and a feminine monk wearing a girl's clothes slowly stepped onto the ring. Half-step divine ability? Not bad. You deserve 3 sword strikes from me, the scholar in the robe said calmly, and the monk, who was neither male nor female, sneered, with 2 dimples showing on his face. He was obviously a boy, but he was a little more charming. Then please be merciful, master. I will be in terrible pain. The monk, who was neither male nor female, had a strange voice, and countless monks under the arena felt chills in their hearts. 1 sword. The scholar in the robe still slashed down with his long sword, and the sword energy fell violently from the sky. The monk, who was neither male nor female, looked at the powerful sword energy and took out an embroidery needle in a hurry. Laughed suddenly. Let's see how the slaves work together. Bah! 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 The sound of breaking through the sky sounded, and the void trembled. Crooked ways? Kill them with 1 sword. The robed scholar spoke loudly, his sword energy sweeping away. It seems that the world will be suppressed. Boom! The sword energy spreads out. Countless embroidery needles were shattered into pieces, and cold sweat fell on the forehead of the male and female monk. With a movement of his 10 fingers, countless needle points shot out from the terrifying sleeves. How scary. If it were me, I would be beaten into a sieve, right? I wonder if fellow Taoists can accept the robe? Just as a group of monks were discussing, the terrifying sword light crashed down. The embroidery needles all over the sky were instantly annihilated. The sword energy fell, blood splashed, and the male and female monks were instantly cut into pieces. In the whole process, the scholar in robe only used 2 swords. Hiss! Countless monks were shocked. Is this the genius? Killing ants in the same realm. Humph! Anything that is neither male nor female is worthy of challenging me. Who else? Come on! The robed scholar stood proudly on the stage, looking down at countless monks. But no one dared to take the stage again. Since you don't dare to go on stage, then I want to challenge Yi Chun, the #1 in the Heaven Monument. The voice of the robed scholar echoed, and the surroundings fell into silence. This robed scholar wants to challenge Yi Chun, the monster who has killed 3,000 geniuses? Yi Chun, who was in the Zishu sect camp, heard that someone wanted to challenge him, so he walked out with a calm expression and slowly appeared on the ring. He looked at the robed scholar who had not yet spoken. The scholar in the robe proudly said, "Are you Yi Chun? I think it's just a false name. What are the 3,000 geniuses? Isn't it just killing 3,000 trash? I, Yi Su, should be #1 in the heavenly monument. Is it?" Yi Chun did not refute Yi Su, the robed scholar, and suddenly burst out with an aura unique to the divine ability realm. What am this? Divine ability realm? Zishu Saint Child? Horrifying as hell. Is this guy in a robe looking for death? Countless monks exclaimed. Yi Chun's eyes were filled with calmness, and his state of mind had already changed over the past 100 years. Take action. Yi Chun opened his mouth and said like gold. The monk in robes was already confused and said incoherently, "No, impossible. You can't be the divine ability realm. No." Boom! The sword energy spread. The robed monk's eyes were full of madness, and he slashed at Yi Chun with his long sword. This sword lacks artistic conception. Yi Chun moved his 2 fingers, and the terrifying sword intent climbed up, and he actually clamped the sword between his 2 fingers. Countless monks watching the battle were in an uproar again. No! Impossible. Catch the sword with 2 fingers. Clang! A crisp sound sounded, and the sword in Yesu's hand broke. You lost. Yi Chun's eyes were still dull, and Yesu sat slumped on the ground, his eyes blank, and he murmured to himself, "I actually lost, with 2 fingers. 2 fingers defeated me." Yi Chun ignored Yesu and returned to the Zishu sect camp. Zishu Saint Child is indeed well-deserved. Come and request a battle. A sad voice sounded, and an animal-skinned boy slowly stepped onto the ring. The animal-skinned boy's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and sadness. As he stepped onto the ring, a depression of sadness instantly enveloped everyone. This sadness seemed to be able to affect the world around him. Dare I ask my brother's name? Yi Chun bowed to the animal skin boy. This sad boy was a strong man, and his cultivation was at the early stage of divine ability. Zishu Saint Child, you are polite. I am going down to the mountains and fields sea of bitterness. The young man slowly spoke to Yi Chun, and the sad aura all over his body became stronger. Sorrow can also be cultivated into laws? Brother Dao is unique. Yi Chun looked at the animal skin boy with some curiosity. The animal skin boy just showed a wry smile and said sadly, if possible, I would rather not cultivate in this life than understand the law of sadness. The word hurt is engraved in my heart, and the pain is in my bones. The price I paid for stepping into divine ability is unforgettable pain, whether it hurts or cultivates. We monks are against the sky. I asked the great Tao, are you not afraid of life and death? Why are you afraid of sorrow? Yi Chun laughed. Sword energy surged all over his body, and the sad atmosphere around him collapsed, turning into endless killing. After a few words of conversation, he almost fell into the trap of this bee-skinned boy. A life of hardship has come to divine ability. 100 years ago, I had no worries, but after each experience, I feel dead. Bodhi Tree looks pessimistic. Once he ate Tao fruit, he got a sword manual and realized the great Tao. Now he has stepped into the world of divine ability. Divine ability realm. If Brother Tao's sword can break my law of sorrow, I am willing to be Brother Tao's slave. With sincerity in the eyes of the animal skin boy, he bent down and bowed respectfully to Yi Chun. Can my sword break your sorrow? Yi Chun looked at the animal skin boy in front of him. Was he sad? Who has no hatred in life? Who is not injured? He thought he would have no problems with others in the Yi family. But he was persecuted by his clan members and fled, killing his father and mother. Is this hatred deep? This kind of experience is not sad? No. The hatred is hidden in the heart, and there is calmness in the eyes. Since the sword can be held in the hand, it turns into a firm heart to cut off the shattering void delusion. In an instant, Yi Chun's mood suddenly brightened, his obsessions and demonic obstacles were resolved, and his eyes were filled with endless detachment. Lin Feng, who was practicing with his eyes closed in the distance, suddenly opened his eyes. It was an unexpected opportunity that the demonic barrier in Yi Chun's heart was removed. He whispered to himself lightly, then closed his eyes again and began to understand the way of the sword. He has begun to touch the realm of Tao. Once Tao integration, he can suppress the world's great emperor. Brother Tao, please use your sword. The bee-skinned boy's voice sounded again. The Thunder Emperor sword slowly appeared in Yi Chun's hand, and the powerful aura of the Emperor's treasure was released instantly. The terrifying fluctuations made countless weak monks find it difficult to breathe. Chaos gives birth to all things, just like thunder running thousands of miles. Just like the posture of myriad manifestations in the world, my sword is not stained by the world of mortals. It cuts out from chaos and can destroy the vicissitudes of nothingness. The sword is coming. As the sword intense soared into the sky, the sea of clouds rolled, and the sky and the earth roared and murmured in all directions. This sword is as bright as a shooting star in the eternal night, like a spark blooming in chaos. Bright and grand, the sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles, and one sword freezes 14 states. Boom! The laws converged. Thousands of thunders roared from the chaos, and a giant sword fell from it. Invincible, like a sword from an immortal. Sadness flows backwards, like a long river in February, cold and despairing. This sword is called Su Song Ji. The animal skin boy's eyes were filled with sadness and despair, and a sense of depression was brewing in the surrounding world. This sword doesn't have any majesty, nor does it have any sword energy like a rainbow. Instead, it has the unstoppable sadness of vicissitudes of life. Like a funeral dirge, depressing and powerless. The collision of the two forces exploded with huge energy. Boom! Yellow sand is flying all over the sky. How can a person live in this world without being injured? However, we are monks. We can survive the vicissitudes of life, dare to compete with heaven and earth for fate, and can compete with all kinds of luck. You are so stupid to understand the laws of Taoism. My sword comes from chaos, and it can only be fearless. Yi Chun's voice resounded throughout the sky, and his figure was dazzling and brilliant. Like the stars in the sky, they will never go out. The mighty sword energy moves forward in an indomitable and domineering manner. The bee-skin boy's sword intent was completely shattered in an instant. What a terrifying power! It broke the law. Zishu Saint Child actually broke the law with one sword. The Purple Void Sect has so many powerful men and evildoers. In this great world, I am afraid no one can stop its rise. Countless monks exclaimed. As the sword energy in the sky dissipated, the boy with animal skin half knelt on the ground, his eyes showing great confusion, and he murmured, "Lord Saint Child, get up, you don't have to kneel to me. I won't accept you as a slave." Yi Chun said calmly, "Am I wrong in my teaching?" The animal-skinned boy looked at Yi Chun, as if longing for an answer. Yi Chun shook his head. "Your path has gone astray. Is it off?" The beast-skinned boy spurted out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. Lin Feng had stopped enlightening at this time and was looking at the ring quietly. The Taoist heart of a monk is sad but not broken, angry but rational, and sticks to the original heart, which is so valuable. Yi Chun said calmly, then turned and left the ring, leaving only the beast-skinned boy sitting on the ring. "Master." Yi Chun returned to the Zishu sect camp and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and slowly said, "Yes, the state of mind is precious. If you become a saint one day, you will definitely be free from demonic obstacles." Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura fell mightily between heaven and earth, and the void twisted. A colorful brilliance surrounds the dome, extremely beautiful. But beneath this beauty lies a strong, murderous intent. What happened? What is this? Countless monks panicked. Ancestor. The 6 saint realm experts from the Purple Void Sect looked at Lin Feng. "Don't panic. The 3 sects are just about to take action. A few great emperor killing arrays can't do anything to me." Lin Feng said calmly, with incomparable confidence in his eyes. "Haha, Ancestor Zishu. Our 3 sects have been waiting for you for a long time. Think of this gift as our 3 sects giving you the chance to become the overlord of the East G. But if you can't accept it, from now on, there will be no Zishu sect in the East G continent." A voice sounded from the sky, and the demigod ancestor of the fiery sword sect was seen standing in the air, his eyes filled with pride. "Oh, his fellow Taoist, so confident," Lin Feng said calmly, and the ancestor of the fiery sword sect frowned. Because Lin Feng acted too calmly, it seemed as if he didn't care about the great emperor's killing formation above his head. "Ancestor Zishu, stop bluffing here. Today I will behead you and wash away the shame of our 3 sects." The voice of the half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect echoed between heaven and earth. These 3 sects actually took action so quickly. The sky is actually covered with 3 great emperor killing formations. This ancestor of Zishu will fall even if he has unparalleled combat power. Is the legend of a generation coming to an end? Countless monks sighed and looked at the dome. 3 sects? What if 3 sects? Great Emperor killing array? Ha! An indifferent smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. His physical body was already comparable to that of the Great Emperor. How could a mere imperial formation defeat him? Humph! Ancestor Zishu, St. Yuan City will be your burial place today. Boom! Above the sky, endless murderous intent poured down like the Milky Way, and the terrifying power caused the void in all directions to collapse. Form up a formation and suppress Ancestor Zishu. At this time, the ancestors of the 3 sects appeared together. Nearly 100 saint realm and thousands of divine ability monks stood in the air and entered the great emperor's killing array. The billowing aura was comparable to the emperor's arrival. In order to suppress and kill Lin Feng, the 3 clans almost mobilized their entire clan. "Kill me? You deserve it!" Lin Feng shouted loudly, and his whole body was filled with sword intent like a storm. Wow! The sword glows like a roaring beast, and the mountain and sea law manifestation emerges. The emperor's power suddenly erupted, and golden light surrounded Lin Feng's body. The ancient road concealed the vicissitudes of mountains and rivers with just one thought. This sword, opening heaven style, law manifestation in one hand, sword in the other. Lin Feng directly attacked the 3 imperial formations. Block him. Suppression. Kill the ancestor of Violet Palace. The 3 half-emperors shouted loudly and controlled the imperial formation to attack Lin Feng at the same time. The 2 forces collided together. The roar made the void tremble. The buildings in St. Yuan City began to crack and boom. This huge, ancient city began to collapse. What? St. Yuan City is going to collapse. Countless monks ran away in fear. However, the imperial formation enveloped them, and they could not escape. The powerful saints and quasi-emperors took action to protect the disciples of their sections. And many of the monks who were not protected by the strong died, tragically, under the influence of the energy. Lin Feng noticed the scenes in the city, but unfortunately, he had no choice. The only thing he could do was to quickly break through the great emperor's killing array. Stop struggling fearlessly. No one can survive under the imperial formation. The three half-emperors of the three sects smiled ferociously. Is it? Lin Feng said calmly. His palm became as big as 10,000 feet, and a law manifestation surged in his palm. The terrifying power of law is slowly suppressing in all directions. Huh? Isn't it just a mere law that you want to deal with the imperial formations of our three sects? The half-emperor patriarch of the three heavenly sword sects sneered. The beautiful woman Lao Xiang also had a hint of murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes, and she said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, it's just that you threaten my three sections. Death is your best destination." Boom! The heavenly emperor's majesty converges. Like a big net, the sword energy, the light of the sword, and the realm of Tao surged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the various brilliance in the sky without any panic in his eyes. These moral thoughts could not harm him at all. Even Lin Feng had an epiphany in these artistic conceptions of Tao. Swordsmanship? Is this the realm of swordsmanship? There was a hint of ecstasy in Lin Feng's eyes. When he collided with this overwhelming power, he seemed to have touched the threshold of the great emperor. Crossing that haze, he will become an emperor. I will also use one sword to cut off your Taoist while that fills the sky. Lin Feng took out the ancient sword and slashed it out with one strike. The ancient sword roared, and a terrifying sword light erupted. Wow! As the sword light collided with the formation, Lin Feng felt his hands go numb. But the three imperial formations shook, and blood spurted out from the saint and divine ability realm monks of the three sects, falling from the sky like dumplings. What? Conquer the three imperial formations. Will Ancestor Zishu create mythical again? This era belongs to Ancestor Zishu. It belongs to Zishu sect. The power of the Emperor. I feel the power of the Emperor in Lin Feng. Could it be that he is going to become the Emperor? Countless saints and quasi-emperors looked at Lin Feng above the sky, their eyes full of horror. Is the emperorless era coming to an end? If Lin Feng becomes emperor, Zishu sect will be #1 on the mainland. Destroy! Lin Feng's voice was calm and long. The wind between heaven and earth was violent. The sword energy rolled like ocean waves, and the air seemed to turn into a beast. Roaring! I understand the meaning of the sword. Lin Feng's eyes reflected a flash of edge, and the sword energy reverberated between heaven and earth. The ancient sword in his hand slowly slashed towards the sky again. This sword was surprisingly slow, but it seemed to turn the darkness into a long night, immortal and timeless. The imperial formation began to collapse, and the bodies of the three sects' divine ability realm monks and saints died instantly. Blood mist is flying. Countless strong men watched everything with fear. There were thousands of divine ability realms and nearly 100 saints, but they were killed by Lin Feng like ants. The whole process takes less than half a breath. The eyes of the three half-emperors showed endless fear, and the aura of death quickly enveloped the three of them. No, impossible. This is impossible. You can't break through three great emperor killing arrays. It's not true. It's not true. The half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect's eyes were broken. His speech was incoherent, and his Taoist heart even began to be unstable. End it! The sword in Lin Feng's hand slashed at the three half-emperors of the three sects, and the aura of destruction seemed to be the end of the world. Sir, help me! The half-emperor ancestor of the heavenly sword saint sect was in panic and shouted to the sky. At this time, Lin Feng's aura has completely climbed to the emperor realm. The power of the great Tao spreads across the world in all directions, and Lin Feng stands proudly on the top of the sky, completely out of heaven. Holy and majestic, my way of swordsmanship, killing and fierceness. Opening heaven, selflessness. Count in the heart, Beatty Sword Sutra, sword fighting style. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the sword energy fell out of the void, as if it had penetrated time and years, destroying the vicissitudes of eternity. Wow! The body of the half-emperor ancestor of the fiery sword sect collapsed instantly. Next is the ancestor of the heavenly sword saint sect. No, do not want. The face of the last remaining Taishang sect ancestor was full of fear, but the sword energy did not stop at all and landed on her head in a mighty manner. The ancestors of the three sects were all destroyed. Countless forces took a breath of cold air. The three sects were almost wiped out this time. What three losers? Suddenly, a light and fluttering voice fell from the sky. I saw a young man in white walking from the void. Behind the young man in white was an old man. The old man's body was filled with the coercion of the mid-stage emperor realm, and the aura of the boy in white is even more powerful. The pinnacle of emperor realm. Great emperor? Lin Feng frowned. These two people in front of him were both great emperors. But the East Pole continent has been invincible for millions of years? Where do they come from? Not bad. An ant actually broke through the emperor realm so quickly. This is definitely enough luck for me to step into the supreme. The young man in white said calmly, his eyes full of arrogance. Lin Feng stared at the two of them warily. His whole body's spiritual power began to circulate, and he held the ancient sword tightly in his hand. Blood array, activate. The boy in white suddenly moved his palm, and the sky turned dark red. Dense formations appeared on the sky, evil and cold. What is this? Heaven. What's going on in heaven? On the East Pole continent, countless creatures stared at the dome in fear. Some were praying, some were crying. The sky has changed, and there is a catastrophe in the east. In the Zhou family, a group of powerful people from the divine ability realm looked at the sky quietly, with worries on their faces. The sloppy old man from the Big Dipper sect was also looking at the sky. His face no longer carefree. His eyes were extremely serious and nervous. A group of powerful people from the divine ability realm stood quietly behind the old man without saying a word. In St. Yuan City, Lin Feng looked at the formations in the sky, filled with an ominous premonition. You ants, let's forge my path to supreme. The young man in white had eyes full of madness and bloodlust. He had been waiting for this day for too long. The fifth family was just a random name he used to break into this continent. Supreme? Is this an existence above the Emperor realm? Are these two people from outside the mainland? Lin Feng said to himself. An inexplicable excitement suddenly rose in his heart. There are more powerful beings above the Emperor realm, which means that it is true to live forever and even become immortal. There is another mid-stage Great Emperor at the peak of the Great Emperor. I can fight. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a touch of incomparable confidence. His physical body is comparable to that of the Great Emperor, and he has mastered the art of killing and slashing with the sword. At the Emperor's level, he is almost invincible, even if he is just entering the Emperor realm for the first time. Boom! The mighty sword realm echoed around Lin Feng, and the dazzling sword light filled the sky. Ant, do you want to challenge me? The boy in white turned his head and looked at Lin Feng from above. If you want to kill tens of billions of living beings in our East Pole continent, you must kill them. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth, domineering and majestic. Kill me? I don't know how high the world is. You ant, I want you to see what power is. The young man in white moved his fingers, and peach blossoms fell from the sky, slowly gathering into a huge, three-eyed giant. The giant was 10,000 feet tall, holding a battle axe, and slowly slashed towards Lin Feng. The battle axe broke through the void, and a force of death rushed towards Lin Feng. The art of illusion and the way of annihilation. Lin Feng mobilized the sword energy from all directions and struck out with one sword. The figure is as stunning as a thunderous horse riding on a horse, rolling up snow all over the sky. As the sword energy slashed down, the mountain and sea shook. The brilliant light shines all over the world. Boom! The collision of the two forces made the sky seem to shake. Countless monks on the earth had already retreated millions of miles away. This space turned into a huge battlefield. The roar resounded throughout the entire continent, and all forces from all directions paid attention. Ancestor Zishu is fighting the demon in white. Wonder if he'll be able to recreate mythical. The fate of the mainland is decided here. Countless monks began to pray for Lin Feng. They hoped that Lin Feng would start mythical again. The wind hummed, and the sky was filled with an unsettling red blood. Lin Feng was like a god and demon. His sword light destroyed the giant with devastating force. Ah! You have some strength. Then I will use the strongest means to suppress you. The young man in white looked at Lin Feng with slight surprise, and also put away his contempt for Lin Feng in his heart. A strange lamp appeared in his hand. There was a strange aura floating above this lamp. The flame of the wick is not the normal yellow, but dark red like blood. Transformation, Nirvana. As soon as the voice of the boy in white fell, monsters with teeth and claws appeared around the lights. They were either ancient ferocious beasts or ancient relics. Roar! Ouch! Hey! Countless monster phantoms filled with terrifying auras rushed towards Lin Feng overwhelmingly. Transformation. Lin Feng just smiled faintly, and the shadow of the 100,000 miles mountain range appeared. The sea surrounds the mountains. The waves are rising, roaring and roaring. With one thought, I can seal the mountains and seas for eternity, and with one rage, I can suppress all living things. If I were destined to be like a demon, I would be obsessed with sealing the heavens. Lin Feng's voice fell, and there were faint sounds of bells and drums between the mountains, and sword energy seemed to be traveling through the waves. All kinds of great monsters roar in the mountains, and myriad manifestations appear. What level of divine ability is this? There was faint fear in the eyes of the young man in white. He felt that this law manifestation in the sky could suppress everything, including him. This sutra is called Mountain and Sea Suppression. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth. The law manifestation crashed from the dome, and the ancient lamp of the boy in white shattered. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the boy in white. Master! The old man was horrified that this wild continent actually had such a powerful divine ability. Quick! Use blood array. The boy in white showed great fear in his eyes, and he yelled at the old man. You have no chance. I want to seal mountain and sea. Everything will perish. Lin Feng's voice sounded mighty, and law manifestation bloomed all over the sky, such as a mortal domain Lin Kong. Snapped. A crisp sound resounded above the dome, and the blood-red sky instantly disintegrated like broken glass. Blood formation. My master's blood formation. I'm going to kill you. When the boy in white saw the blood array shattered, his eyes fell into incomparable madness. This was his 10,000 years of hard work. He had been on the East Pole continent for thousands of years just for this day, but the appearance of Lin Feng completely shattered his hopes. Sir, let's go quickly. The old man grabbed the young man in white with crazy eyes and was about to escape through the air. Can you leave? Lin Feng's light and fluttering voice resounded in all directions, and the power of Tao instantly sealed the world in all directions. The long sword comes from the sky, cuts through the vicissitudes of time, and catches up with endless immortality. A misty voice sounded in Lin Feng's mouth, and the sword energy whispered in a radius of 100,000 miles. Clang! Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, and the sword energy from all directions gathered. Boom! Thousands of feet of sword light fell from the sky, and with the unstoppable power of gods and demons, it instantly smashed the young man and the old man in white into the ground. Hell no! You can't kill me. I come from the Bai family of Jiuxiao continent. If you kill me, my Bai family will definitely slaughter all of you in this barbaric land. The boy in white had crazy eyes and was completely awakened by Lin Feng's strength. Is it? Lin Feng's ancient sword moved, and the old man's head next to the boy in white instantly fell to the ground. His breath was gone, and the terrifying sword intent spread along the old man's body. There was only a roar, and a great emperor was killed by Lin Feng like a native chicken. When the boy in white saw this, his face turned pale with fright, and he knelt on the ground. He was afraid of death. Senior, have mercy on me. Senior, have mercy on me. Don't kill me. Our Bai family is willing to pay any price, treasures from heaven and earth, supreme spirit medicine, or divine skills, as long as you don't kill me, senior. The young man in white was talking incoherently, and he completely lost his aloof look. Cloud continent? God? Supreme? Lin Feng suddenly stared at the young man in white, and the heavenly emperor suppressed him completely with great power. Then when the young man in white was full of fear, Lin Feng stretched out his palm, and a ball of white light fell down. Soul-searching technique, a domineering divine ability, can forcefully break through the monk's divine sea and read the memories of others. It's just that the person being cast by the spell usually turns into an idiot with no memory. No, do not want. The boy in white used all his strength and even sacrificed countless life-saving law treasures. But they all collapsed under Lin Feng's mountain and sea law manifestation and had no effect. Fear filled the face of the boy in white, and his pupils tightened. But as the soul search began, the eyes of the young man in white gradually turned to dullness and dementia. After a long time, Lin Feng's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. He looked at the fainting boy in white and raised his hand to kill without hesitation. From the memories of the boy in white, Lin Feng finally understood the world of mountain and sea. Among the 3,000 continents, the East Pole continent is just the most wild existence, with an area of only a few 100 million miles. The strongest person is only the so-called Great Emperor. But in the vast 3,000 continents of mountain and sea, there are countless powerful families, kingdoms of gods, and even ancient traditions. Great Emperor, known as Emperor Realm in the mountain and sea world. Emperor Realm is far from the end of cultivation. There is also Supreme and Divine Fire Realm above it. Even gods. There is even a Supreme Divine Realm above this god. But there is no information about a higher realm in the memory of the boy in white. Beyond this world, there is an infinite sky, billions of vastness. The Bai family is a powerful ancient family with a history of millions of years. There are many emperor realms in the family, including the Supreme and even the half-step Divine Fire Ancestor. The Yuanzhou continent is a transcendent-level continent 10 times wider than the East Pole continent. The Bai family is the overlord of Yuanzhou continent. The forces of more than 100 continents within the radius of Yuanzhou continent are required to pay tribute to Yuanzhou continent every 10,000 years to express their submission. The East Pole continent was too barren, so the Bai family of Yuanzhou continent even ignored its existence. Besides the Bai family, there is also a powerful divine kingdom that rules thousands of continents, including the Bai family's Yuanzhou continent. That divine country has gods and a powerful army. Lin Feng looked at the sky. His eyes seemed to see through nothingness. This world is magnificent. The vastness. It's time to return to the sect. The East Pole continent is surrounded by luck. Tens of thousands of years from now, we may not be able to stand proudly on this world. Lin Feng exhaled. Now there are only 3 remaining sects that have not been resolved. After returning to the sect to cultivate for a while, the Zishu sect will officially begin to unify the continent. Win! Ancestor Zishu wins. Kill the 2 emperors. Dao integrate into the Great Emperor. The first person in a million years. Ancestor Zishu. There are no more 3 sects on the mainland. The Zishu sect will amaze this era. The rise of the Ancestor of Zishu is the beginning of an era, or is it the beginning of the era of Zishu sect? Countless monks stared at the sky, with joy, complexity, and awe, all intertwined in their eyes. The Emperor's power has not faded in the sky for a long time. Lin Feng has already returned to the purple bamboo forest and began to restore his spiritual energy. Zishu sect was shocked. My ancestor became emperor. Zishu sect, from now on, the only one in the continent. Zishu sect master's eyes were extremely excited. The ancestor has entered the great emperor level, and our Zishu sect can also be called the emperor sect from now on. With such a powerful sect behind you, traveling across the continent will be much safer. I'm glad I joined the Zishu sect. The disciples are even more excited. A strong sect means it will gain more territory and resources. They will be admired by thousands of people when they go out. Time flies by 10 years. Lin Feng has stabilized the Emperor realm, and he slowly woke up from practice. It's time to complete this system's mission. Lin Feng whispered. His body disappeared on the spot and appeared on the high platform of Zishu Square. With the sword energy rolling in the sky, Lin Feng looked down at the entire Zishu Mountains, and a mighty voice sounded. Today, my sect has defeated 3 sects. Unify the continent. Ancestor Eternal. I am willing to follow my ancestors, defeat the 3 sects, and unify the continent. Destroy the 3 sects and unify the continent. Boom! Each and every Zishu disciple burst out with sword energy and sword light. The clouds were dispersed, and a ray of sunshine fell down. The entire Zishu mountain range seemed to turn into a sea of light, dazzling for thousands of miles. Disciple Yi Chun has entered semi-saint and wants to kill the Yi family to fulfill his century-old wish and quell the hatred in his heart. A sword energy fell from the sky. When the sword energy dissipated, Yi Chun respectfully knelt down in front of Lin Feng. That's right. In just a few hundred years, you have entered the semi-saint level, but although the Yi family's heritage has been destroyed by me, there are still 2 saints. Let the law enforcement elder accompany you. Lin Feng looked at Yi Chun quite satisfied. Yes, Ancestor. For hundreds of years, the luck of the world has returned to the Zishu sect. The law enforcement elder has reached the pinnacle of the saint realm by virtue of various blessings and his cultivation. In addition, he has practiced swordsmanship, and few people under the Quasi-Emperor can fight with him. Then, let's go. Lin Feng gave an order, and thousands of deacons and disciples of the divine ability realm, as well as hundreds of elders of the divine ability realm, stepped onto the huge warships. Whoa! The roar echoed across the sky. Countless sects and families were shocked. Zishu sect will sweep away the 14 states. Our Chun family will provide our full support as soon as possible. The rise of the Purple Void Sect is unstoppable. We, the Beta Star sect, will immediately join forces with the Purple Void Sect to express our submission. Everyone in the Zhou family listens to the order. Everyone in the Spirit Sea realm will follow me to fight. Help the Purple Void Sect to defeat the 3 sects. The 3 sects colluded with the monks from the outer continent to harm all living beings in our world. The crime is extremely heinous, and our clan obeys the fate of fate. Follow the path of Howren, join forces with the Zishu sect, and defeat the 3 sects. The world is in turmoil. As the warships of the Zishu sect passed by, more and more forces joined behind the Zishu sect, and everything they passed was vast. In the 3rd Great Tao, the sect was surrounded by fairy mist, and countless disciples broke up and fled. Outside the Taishang sect, millions of monks gathered under the mountain gate, and a horrified voice sounded inside the Taishang sect. Are you trying to provoke me, the Supreme Sect? This is the roar of a Quasi-Emperor. Since the battle 10 years ago, the Supreme Sect has only one Quasi-Emperor left. The other saints and half-emperor Quasi-Emperors in the sect have all fallen. The Supreme Sect, colluding with monks outside the mainland, it is no longer worthy of existing on the mainland. I am waiting here to wait for the Ancestor of the Zishu sect to come and conquer this place. A Quasi-Emperor shouted loudly at the Supreme Sect. The Quasi-Emperor of the Supreme Sect was furious when he heard this, but he did not dare to leave the sect because there were millions of strong people outside. If he rushed out, even if he was Quasi, the Emperor will also die without a burial place. Instead, relying on the Taishang sect's countless formations over millions of years, he was able to have no worries for a while. Today, the Supreme Sect is destroyed. While the Quasi-Emperor was thinking, a majestic voice sounded, and then a huge sword fell from the sky, and the mighty sword energy rolled down, unstoppable. The brilliance of the Taishang sect's Wanli Mountain shines brightly, and the runes on the streams of light dance. These are the foundations of the Taishang sect for millions of years, the formations carved by countless saints and Quasi-Emperors. But without the great Emperor's killing array, Taishangzong couldn't resist even Lin Feng's casual sword. Mountains collapse. Countless divine ability realm elders have fallen. Dung dung dung. The rushing bells echoed in the Taishang Mountains, a total of 99 and 81. This means that the Taishang sect is about to be exterminated. It's over. The millions of years of Taishang sect's inheritance are over. Ancestor is stupid. In this world, hundreds of emperors should have appeared. If we had not forcibly maintained our dominance, our sect would not have fallen to this level. Every divine ability realm elder in Taishang's sect was in tears. The Chun family has come to join forces with Shang Zishu. Let's fight against the 3 sects together, do justice for heaven, and conform to the general trend. The ancestors of Shangzong are powerful throughout the ages, and Zishu is immortal. Beta Star sect, come to pay homage to the ancestor of the Zishu sect. Lin Feng, Great Emperor, is famous throughout the ages and is immortal. The state where our sect is located is willing to surrender to the sect. The illustrious Zishu is immortal. The Wang family has come to surrender. More and more huge warships are gathering at the foot of Taishang's sect, and the disciples and elders of Zishu sect are all filled with pride. From now on, the Zishu sect will stand at the top of the continent. Hundreds of clans and all races are exempt from gifts. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the Taishang mountain range had been cut into 3 parts. Those who surrender will avoid death. When Lin Feng's voice fell, countless monks from Taishang sect knelt down one after another, but there were also monks who vowed to live and die with Taishang sect. We pay our respects to the ancestor of the sect, Lin Feng, Great Emperor. You bunch of idiots! Have you forgotten the sect's oath? Ancestor Zishu, kill him if you want. Fight to the death. Several Supreme Sect divine ability elders rushed towards Lin Feng. Their bodies expanded instantly, and they all chose to self-destruct. But before he got close to Lin Feng, he was chopped into pieces by a brutal sword. It's a pity that you were so loyal, but the Taishang sect has been exhausted for millions of years, so let's end it. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Over the past million years, the three great Tao unifications have acted arrogantly and did many dark things. In the fantasy world, be it between sects or cultivators, there is no right or wrong, only strength and weakness. Heaven does not protect the weak. This is the law of the fantasy world. Lin Feng's eyes were neither happy nor sad, but there was a hint of emotion. Transmigrate this world. His heart began to transform and became more suitable for this world. Taishang Zong, be removed from this position. As Lin Feng's last sword fell, countless attics and mountains collapsed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the mighty power of animation. Lin Feng also grabbed the Taishang sect secrets and put them into his pocket, preparing to take them back to train more for the Purple Void Sect. What a strong man! Looking at the supreme sect that had collapsed and turned into ruins, many monks knelt down and laughed. Ha! The supreme sect has finally been destroyed. Dad, your revenge has been avenged. Although I did not do it myself, I saw it with my own eyes. The sky is open. Ancestor Zishu will live forever. A middle-aged man was lying on the ground, smiling and bursting into tears. His father was once a powerful man in the divine ability realm and controlled a family just because the spirit vein mine appeared in the family's territory. The powerful zone came directly, first killed his father, and then suppressed his entire family. The blood feud is finally avenged. Ancestor Zishu is eternal. The supreme sect is finally destroyed. My son's revenge will finally be avenged. You are in the spirit of heaven. You can see that the supreme sect has been destroyed. You. Ancestor Zishu will last forever. He will be powerful throughout the world. Lin Feng looked at the monks kneeling on the ground one by one, and then looked in the direction of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect. As soon as the figure moved, it tore through the void and flew away. He led the entire clan to attack the Taishang sect in order to frighten the 14 continental states. Now that his goal has been achieved, he will naturally not waste any more time. On the Heavenly Sword Mountain vein, a huge palm fell with a rumble. The void in all directions twists, and meteorites fall from the sky. From now on, the Heavenly Sword Saint sect will be destroyed. Lin Feng's voice fell, and his palm hit the Heavenly Sword Saint sect's formation. Boom! The dense formation was as thin as paper, completely unable to withstand Lin Feng's palm. Everyone in the Heavenly Sword Saint sect was in panic. Don't kill us. I quit the sect. From now on, I will no longer be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect. No! Disciples ran away frantically, and the elders of the divine ability realm also panicked. In the last battle of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect, all the strong men above Saint in the sect fell. In the Great Formation, other forces will completely destroy the Heavenly Sword Saint sect. Anyone who surrenders will not be killed. Lin Feng's majestic voice sounded loudly, and the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Saint sect knelt down one after another, all surrendering. The Heavenly Sword Saint sect, which has been passed down for millions of years, has also been lost in the long river of history. The Fiery Sword sect also lost all its high-end combat power 10 years ago. The entire sect did not even resist and directly opened the formation. Several Fiery Sword sects from the divine ability realm held several heads and knelt respectfully at the foot of the mountain gate to greet Lin Feng. Those heads were the main fighting faction of the Fiery Knife sect. Ancestor Zishu will be powerful throughout the ages. The Fiery Sword sect is willing to surrender. Ancestor Zishu is eternal. Voices rang out one after another, and countless disciples of the Fiery Sword sect had fear and uneasiness in their eyes. Lin Feng's strength makes them unable to resist at all. With the destruction of the three great Tao traditions, the old era has completely become a thing of the past. Outside the Zishu sect, warships from countless forces were suspended in the sky, and the great leaders brought countless tributes to worship the Zishu sect. Lin Feng was sitting on the Zishu hall, and countless powerful men were half kneeling on the ground, their eyes full of awe. Ancestor for eternity. All the 14 states in the east are under my sect. Hundreds of sects and thousands of tribes come to worship. Master Zishu spoke respectfully to Lin Feng. Well, just go and receive them. I'm going into seclusion. Lin Feng said calmly, and his body disappeared from the spot. In the purple bamboo forest, the breeze blows gently, and small animals jump from time to time. Lin Feng's courtyard is filled with the smell of bamboo and wood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The rewards have begun to be distributed. The sound of the system sounded, and an ancient book appeared in front of Lin Feng. This ancient book was still made of sheepskin, but its whole body was filled with antiquity. The cover of this book still has 4 big characters with flying dragons and phoenixes. The Sword Sutra of the Northern Emperor. In addition to the ancient book, there is also a scroll, which is written on the scroll, the Demon Sealing Sutra. Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the Northern Emperor's Sword Sutra, which was his main practice. As the book was opened, a grand artistic conception slowly spread out. The extreme realm of Baitian, the ultimate way of the Emperor, the vicissitudes of 3 cuts, the ultimate realm of gods. A piece of misty text slowly emerged. Lin Feng frowned. The ultimate way of the Emperor? The ultimate realm of God? What does it mean? Could it be said that this technique can be practiced to reach the peak of the divine realm? The great Emperor can live for 100,000 years, and the Supreme can live for 500,000 years. But even if he ignites the divine fire and becomes a god, the divine fire will be extinguished in millions of years. Gods can suppress the world, but they still cannot withstand the years. Even the supreme god in this world can still only live for 5 million years. There are countless realms above the gods. Whether the limit of the gods can last forever, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The great Tao is calm, and it will never come back. My Tao is boundless, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Beyond the East Pole continent, there is the endless sea. From time to time, there are terrifying waves rolling. And from time to time, ferocious beasts rush out of the water in the deep ocean, triggering storms thousands of miles away. Above the sky, there is a terrifying winged bird with a wingspan of 10,000 meters, and its powerful aura even makes the void tremble. In the world of mountain and sea, many continents are suspended above this sea. The East Pole continent is only an insignificant part of the east of the mountain and sea boundary. The distant Yuanzhou continent is vast and boundless, with countless Taoist traditions standing there. But countless orthodoxies respect the Bai family. In the Bai family land, a 7-color rainbow is suspended above. The majestic palace has white jade walls and golden spiritual bamboo tiles. These buildings are hunched over the domes by clouds and mist, and countless spirit beasts with powerful auras are wandering on the top of the colorful clouds. At first glance, it is quiet and peaceful, like a fairyland. This rainbow and countless suspended palaces are symbols of the power of the Bai family. Because the Bai family has an ancestor who is a half-step god, the rainbow is originally an illusory thing, but the ancestor of the Bai family used the law of God to construct it into an entity so that it can be suspended in mid-air. In the main hall of the Bai family, a middle-aged man sat on the Patriarch seat. Clan leader, the 3rd young master's life fire was extinguished, and the place where he fell was the East Pole continent. A blind old man knelt in the main hall and spoke respectfully to the middle-aged man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man spoke with neither joy nor sadness in his eyes. Dongji continent? That barbaric land is full of a group of natives. There are very few Emperor Realm monks. Zihan's cultivation is already at the peak of the Emperor Realm. Who can threaten him? Clan leader, do you want me to go check it out personally? The blind old man spoke slowly, the initial breath of supreme rolling over his body. No need. It's just a barbaric continent. Let a law enforcement team investigate. If nothing is found, the East G continent will be destroyed. The Bai family is majestic and cannot be provoked. The middle-aged man's eyes showed an extremely domineering look, and the aura of supreme late stage spread mightily. Yes, Patriarch. I will make arrangements right now. The blind old man bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man and then exited the hall. As the old man withdrew, the middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes. To him, the death of a son was nothing. As the head of the Bai family, the most important thing for him was a son. In Zishu sect, Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the courtyard, feeling the spiritual energy of the world from all directions. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the void, and then a loud voice sounded. The Bai family is on a parade. The ancestors here come out and kneel down quickly. In the purple bamboo forest, Lin Feng, who was in retreat, slowly opened his eyes. The Bai family of Yuanzhou continent? Are you here so soon? A palm tore through the void, and Lin Feng stepped onto the sky. The leader of the Bai family is a big man. The big man has stubble and ugly appearance, but there is incomparable arrogance in his eyes. He is the peak of the great emperor. Behind him were 9 people, all of whom were emperor realm. The Bai family's background is indeed profound, and they can easily mobilize the 10 emperors to take action. Lin Feng looked at the 10 people and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, why do you want to come to our Zishu sect? Bold native, you don't kneel when you see me. You are looking for death." The big man showed great disdain in his eyes when he saw that Lin Feng was only in the early stage of the emperor realm. The big palm hit Lin Feng mightily. In his opinion, it was only the early stage of the emperor realm, and it was still the emperor realm in a barbaric land. He could wipe it out with a raise of his hand. But who would have thought that before the palm fell, the sword energy in the sky turned into 10,000 feet. With a bang, his hand was cut off directly. Who was the Bai family? "This is my Zishu sect." Lin Feng's voice was cold. Since the Bai family is like this, he is too lazy to talk nonsense. Although the 10 emperors are strong, Lin Feng can still fight with the mountain and sea law manifestation, the Northern Emperor Sword Sutra, and a strong physical body. "Aboriginal, you actually dare to attack me. I will definitely massacre this place today. Use your blood to warn everyone. The Bai family is majestic and cannot be offended." The big man roared angrily. His palm has grown again. Just now, Lin Feng cut off his palm with a sword, and he felt that his face could no longer hold it. "Kill our East Pole continent? Are you worthy of it? You, and I only need 10 swords to kill you." Lin Feng's voice swept across all directions, and along with the sword light in the sky, the world fell into darkness. The long sword is like a dazzling star, eternally bright. In the Zishu sect, countless disciples looked at the dome, and Lin Feng was already like a god in their hearts. The Ancestor is unparalleled. The Ancestor is unparalleled. Voices echoed in the Zishu mountains, but the law enforcement elders and other saints looked uneasy. They felt that the 10 people led by the big man were not simple. These 10 people seemed to be great emperors. I'm afraid they were the force behind the Ancestor's execution of the boy that day. These people come with bad intentions. I wonder if our Ancestors can kill them all. Otherwise, our Zishu sect and even the entire Dongji continent will be in danger. In the past 100 years, my Ancestor has killed many mythicals, and he was the first to become an emperor. My Ancestor should be able to defeat these people. Yes, we believe in our Ancestors. With our Ancestors here, our Zishu sect will never have to worry about anything. In the void, the ugly man felt uneasy under Lin Feng's sword energy, and he shouted loudly, "Get in formation! Kill this guy!" Following the ugly man's order, the other 9 emperors surrounded Lin Feng. They are the law enforcers of the Bai family, and they have destroyed many forces that were disrespectful to the Bai family over the years. The cooperation between them has long been in harmony. The light of the sword, various auras locked onto Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw this, there was no fear in his eyes, but he was extremely excited. If we kill these people, we might get great benefits from the system. With one thought, I can seal the mountains and seas for eternity, and with one rage, I can suppress all living things. If I were destined to be like a demon, I would be obsessed with sealing the heavens. The vicissitudes of voice in Lin Feng's mouth echoed. The vast and majestic breath slowly spread out, and at the top of the sky, mountain and sea appeared together. Once the demon is sealed, divine ability town mountain and sea, the ancient path, seal the mountain and sea with one thought. The power of law manifestation, the power of sword energy. The storm is turbulent and there is chaos in all directions. Roar! Ouch! Phew! All kinds of phantom beasts roar in the mountain and sea law manifestation. The phoenix dances in the sky for 9 days on the mountain, and the dragon plays in the water on the sea. As the law manifestation fell, the 10 emperors felt great uneasiness. A bronze-colored sledgehammer appeared in the big man's hand. The hammer was surrounded by flames, and the terrifying aura was overwhelming. The other 9 people also attacked Lin Feng. Indigenous people, wake up! The Bai family is majestic and cannot tolerate your provocation. D. Sounds sounded one after another, and the forces collided together. The world is darkened, and the void is shattered. Is it? Lin Feng's voice was very calm, but the long sword pierced the void and came out in a sword-fighting style. The war between heaven and earth breaks out. What? The ugly man's frightened voice sounded. He wanted to dodge the sword, but the divine ability suppressed the top of his head, so he had no choice but to resist. But the ancient sword, and the sledgehammer collided. Clang! There was a crisp sound, and his sledgehammer was directly pierced. The breath of death enveloped his whole body. "Do not kill me. I don't want to die. Stop, Aboriginal. You will bring endless trouble to the East Pole continent." The ugly man screamed in horror, but in the end his life was wiped out. Fallen on this land. Run! Run away! The remaining 9 emperors were seriously injured at this moment. Lin Feng's power made them feel desperate and ran away one after another. "Leave? Can you leave? Our Zishu sect doesn't just come and go wherever we want." Lin Feng holds a long sword. Taoist robes are fluttering. Law manifestation divine ability hits shattering void. The sun and moon have no light. The 9 emperors wanted to tear apart the void and escape, but the world had been blocked by Lin Feng's power of Tao. In despair, the blood and screams of the 9 emperors filled the sky above the Purple Void Sect. Suppress the 10 emperors. The power of the ancestors. Horrifying as hell, our sect is prosperous. The saint elders of Zishu sect are full of excitement. Lin Feng's strength means that Zishu sect will become more and more prosperous. The only way to offend our Zishu sect is to sacrifice them with blood. Lin Feng's voice echoed across the sky. The wind blew, and the void began to heal. Everything seemed to have returned to tranquility. In the Bai family, the blind old man hurriedly broke into the main hall. Clan leader, the 10 emperors of my Bai family went to the East Pole continent, and all of them died. Their life lights have been completely extinguished. What? The middle-aged man was furious when he heard this, and slapped his palm hard on the desk carved from 10,000 years of spiritual wood. The terrifying force directly shook the entire desk into powder. It has been many years since any force dared to provoke the Bai family, and now the Bai family is actually killing Bai family monks one after another in a wild continent. Pass on my decree. Destroy the East Pole continent. The Bai family is majestic and cannot be provoked. The middle-aged man's furious voice echoed in all directions. Hearing the words, the blind old man spoke respectfully. "Yes, Patriarch, I will go there personally this time." As the blind old man's voice fell, he left the hall and began to mobilize the Bai family warships and strongmen. The Zishu Mountains wind for thousands of miles. There are strong men riding cranes through the clouds and mist, and there are disciples flying across the sky with swords. 10 years have passed. The mainland's luck is at its peak, and its aura is getting stronger and stronger. Countless geniuses flocked to the Purple Void Sect, and saints and quasi-emperors from all directions regarded the Purple Void Sect as their sacred land. Dung dung dung. As the long bell rang, a red sun rose from the east, and its light filled the towering mountains of the Zishu sect. Lin Feng sat cross-legged under the ancient tree in the small courtyard, surrounded by a lush purple bamboo forest for 80 miles. 100 years of vicissitudes pass by in a blink of an eye. The Chong flute blows the falling plum blossoms, making it difficult for people to distinguish a foreign land from their homeland. The 2 classics of sealing demons make time flow backwards. The sound of vicissitudes of life echoed in Lin Feng's mouth. His black hair gradually turned white, and his white hair gradually fell off. A wisp of black hair emerged between life and death. The mysterious power blocked the surrounding area for 10 miles. How can time flow backwards? I can only seal the vicissitudes of life with one thought. Lin Feng looked at the sky, and the mountain and sea law manifestation loomed. But there was no great monster emerging in the mountain and sea, nor was there a rainbow in the sky, but a great Tao breath was reverberating. This breath is like reincarnation, stained with decay and vitality, and stretches endlessly. The way of time, the first law of chaos, the power of reincarnation, all living things cannot avoid it. The second Demon Sealing Sutra, the reverse flow of time. Lin Feng gave a light drink, and a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared on the top of the Zishu Mountains. The mountains and seas in the sky began to reverse change. The mountains turned into seas, and mountains grew in the seas. Blending is like a sea of change, and the passage of time goes against the flow. Is the Ancestor having an epiphany? What a powerful aura! What level has our Ancestor reached? Countless Zishu sect powerhouses stared at the sky in awe, while some monks sat cross-legged on the ground and began to understand the laws of heaven and earth. Time, reincarnation, the sword of eternal life. The Zishu sect law enforcement elder looked thoughtful in his eyes, and a sword intent began to spread from his body. Quasi-Emperor's power suddenly exploded. He broke through. The rising sun in the east is getting brighter and brighter. Powerful auras are coming and going from the Qinli Zishu Mountains, and the situation is changing. An unsearchable power of luck is condensed in Zishu sect, and this power is integrated into the thousands of miles of mountains, rivers, earth, and rocks. Ouch! A silver wolf roared, and it led thousands of wolves to kneel down to the Zishu mountains. Countless great monsters rushed out of the swamp's secret realm and converged on the Zishu mountains. The winged snake spreads its wings, and its body is thousands of miles big. 100-foot giant bear walks through the air. The myriad monsters roared and worshipped under the Zishu sect one after another. They were worshipping and expressing their surrender. At this time, the sound of the system echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Congratulations to the host for killing the 10 emperors of the Bai family and gaining 100,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for killing the second emperor of the Bai family and obtaining the Sword Dao Law Fragment. Congratulations to the host for understanding the Demon Sealing Sutra and mastering a ray of reincarnation. Cultivation reward, 50,000 years. The ethereal voice echoed, and a larger aura spread in Lin Feng's body, and a huge amount of spiritual energy surged in his dantian. The early stage of the Great Emperor, the middle stage of the Great Emperor, Great Emperor late stage. Lin Feng's cultivation increased explosively. The sword energy tore through the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles, and the law manifestation shook the 14 states. Wow! The sky and the earth darkened, and the red sun also lost its color under Lin Feng's aura. And then, the sky and the earth darkened. Lin Feng began to burst out with the peak aura of the Great Emperor. The transcendent level enlightenment function is activated, and Lin Feng seems to have integrated into the law of Tao. The Ancestor's aura is like the will of heaven and earth. Does the Ancestor want to cross the extreme realm beyond the Great Emperor? Above the Emperor realm, this power is comparable to that of gods and demons. Our sect will be immortal forever and stand proudly on the dome. Ancestor eternal. Ancestor eternal. Voices echoed in Zishu sect. Boom! Golden light falls from the sky, and the power of faith gathers like a tide. Rushing into Lin Feng's head, his cultivation level has been infinitely close to the limit of Emperor realm. Above the Emperor, I am the supreme in the world. If I am the supreme one, I will be immortal for 500,000 years. A golden lotus blooms at the feet of Lin Feng. Beautiful and gorgeous. What happened to Zishu sect? What a powerful aura. I feel an unshakable pressure. Does Ancestor Zishu want to break through the realm beyond the Great Emperor? The eyes of the powerful men from countless forces were filled with horror. Above the Emperor realm, it is just a legend in the East Pole continent. In endless years and thousands of great emperors, only one person can cross that extreme realm. Does Zishu Ancestor want to break this mythical? An old man with eyes filled with vicissitudes of life stared at the sky and said to himself in a hoarse voice. To the north of the East Pole continent, tens of billions of miles away, on a huge island, ancient trees from various continents stand proudly. But the most shocking thing is that there is a tall willow tree standing in the center of the giant island. This willow tree is bathed in sacred light. The thick and powerful willow branches swim slowly like a giant python. The roots of the giant willow branches are inserted into the earth like steel bars. The corpses of countless great monsters and human monks with terrifying auras were covered under the willow trees. I feel the strong power of luck. If I can use that infinite luck, I will definitely ignite the divine fire. From now on, the world of mountain and sea is so vast that I can roam around it. An old face suddenly appeared on the trunk of the willow tree. A long voice echoed on the giant island, and the laws of heaven and earth rumbled. In the Bai family, huge warships gathered on the dome. Nearly 100 Emperor realm experts, thousands of Quasi-Emperors, and more than 10,000 saints stood on the hull. A blind old man sat on the largest warship at the head. The Supreme was powerful. Pressure covers the world. Let's go. Erase the East Pole continent. As the old man's voice fell, hundreds of warships slowly sailed out of Baijia. The battle flags were flying. Wherever he went, countless powerful people were afraid. The Bai family is too powerful. It was so powerful that one clan could suppress hundreds of continents. Which force offended the Bai family again? So many warships and supreme ancestors have been dispatched. I'm afraid they're going to conquer some continent, right? I am ordering the disciples of my sect to go out less in the near future to avoid offending the Bai family. One by one, the powerful great Dao ancestors began to pass orders, and countless supreme sects and emperor clan even announced that they were closing their doors. The Bai family's influence over hundreds of millions of miles is too huge. There used to be forces that disobeyed the Bai family, but they eventually disappeared in the long river of history. Boom! Whoa! The Bai family's warship was so flamboyant that everything it passed was shaken. In the Zishu sect, Lin Feng's eyes were full of calm. His aura had stabilized at half-step supreme, and a trace of divine power began to circulate in his dantian. The so-called supreme is the process of converting spiritual power into divine power. When the spiritual power in the body is completely transformed and the divine power is complete, you can start trying to ignite the divine fire and become a powerful god. The gods have a long lifespan of millions of years, and they sacrifice a ball of divine fire that can burn everything in the world. There is a cloud in the Northern Emperor, the ultimate way of the Emperor, the ultimate realm of gods. The third form of the Emperor's Sutra, sword fighting. Wow! Between heaven and earth, there is eternal light, eternally bright. The breath is like the chanting of ancient bells, ancient and long, confusing the world myriad manifestations. A trace of divine power poured down from the dome, and Lin Feng's body was enveloped and baptized by divine light. Break! With the sword energy roaring all over the sky, the mountain and sea appear together, and time goes against the flow. The sound of the great Tao sounded mighty. Supreme's coercion shrouds all sides. Countless great monsters are trembling and worshipping. Lin Feng's aura is already above the Emperor realm. He broke through the vicissitudes of life and became the first supreme in the East Pole continent. In the world of mountain and sea, the power of heaven is rolling. The rich spiritual energy descended, and the East Pole continent was filled with heavy fog. Purple light shines from the dome. Beyond the East Pole, countless continents were shaken by this vision. Shuya family, Shuya continent emperor clan. It has been inherited for 400,000 years, and there are 9 emperors in the clan. At this time, the 9 ancestors of the Shuya family came out one after another and stared at the direction of the East Pole continent. Supreme appears. It seems that even the great emperor has not emerged from that continent for 1,000,000 years. How can anyone step into the supreme realm? The ancestor of the Shuya family, a peak powerhouse of the emperor realm. He looks only in his early 40s with solid muscles, white hair flying, a heavy sword hanging on his back, and a powerful aura reverberating around his body. Another supreme continent has risen. When will supreme be born in our Shuya family? An old man with gray hair murmured. The old man's aura was still at the peak of the emperor realm. He was the second ancestor of the Shuya family. On the Xianshan continent, 2 old men, one short and one fat, were sitting opposite each other on a fairy peak, playing chess. A new supreme was born in the East Pole continent. So what? The world of mountain and sea is so vast. What's so surprising about the birth of a supreme? No, the East Pole continent is a barbaric land, and the birth of a supreme is abnormal. Oh, could it be that the birth of a supreme can disrupt the structure of the mountain and sea world? It may not be impossible. The 2 old men communicated casually, and the chess pieces in their hands kept falling. Did fellow Taoist with 2 eyes see through some secret? The thin old man lifted the chess pieces and took the Tian Yuan directly from the board, moving fiercely every step of the way. Fellow Taoist is just joking. I can only comprehend the secrets of the supreme late stage. I just have a feeling the world of mountain and sea will not be peaceful anymore. The short old man said with a smile. The chess piece in his hand fell with a bang, and the thin old man frowned. The chess game completely collapsed. That's all. I lost. If we don't win today, I will return to the clan. The thin old man waved his hand, stood up, and tore the void apart, and his whole body disappeared into place. Above the distant sea, a huge landmass hangs in the void. This is a continent 100 times vaster than the Yuanzhou continent. There are endless wild forests and countless vast deserts on the continent. The creatures on this continent are terrifyingly powerful. Saint Realm, Quasi-Emperor everywhere. A magnificent city stands in the center of the continent. This city is full of supreme and emperor realm. There were golden-armored soldiers coming and going in the city. Each of these golden-armored soldiers carried terrifying imperial weapons, exuding coldness and majesty. There is a god living in this city. This continent is called Apocalypse Continent. The kingdom of God Apocalypse is built on this continent. And that powerful god is the ruler of the kingdom of Apocalypse, Emperor Qi. In the Apocalypse Temple, white jade steps lead to the endless void. Inside the main hall door, there is depth and mystery. The law of God echoed, and 2 monsters with huge auras lay outside the hall. A 3-eyed golden wolf, 100 feet tall, The hair all over its body shone like golden needles, and its blood-red eyes surged with pressure. It turned out to be an existence lit with divine fire. The other monster is a fiery red fox with 6 tails. The fox is only 10 feet tall, but its whole body is burning with blazing fire. The flames were wrapped in a throbbing temperature, causing the void to twist. This firefox is also a being that ignites divine fire. Suddenly, stars appeared in the sky, and a handsome general walked out of the sky riding a golden crow. Bashia, I have met you 2 adults. Please inform your majesty that I have something important to report. The young general stepped down from the golden crow and bowed respectfully to the 2 gods. The young general's cultivation level was also half a step to the divine fire level. His Majesty Qi Huang is in retreat. General, please come back. The flaming red fox opened its big mouth, and its majestic and vicissitudes of voice echoed from all directions. But, my lords, this matter is related to the lifeblood of our apocalypse kingdom. It is of great importance, and I must see your majesty. The young general spoke with determination, and at the same time knelt down before the 2 gods. General, your majesty has gone into seclusion to comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly god realm. Do not disturb him. If you have anything, you can tell us. The giant golden wolf opened its mouth and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the young general bowed respectfully to the 2 gods and said, 2 adults, I was traveling outside and found a gathering of luck in the Bai family's domain. I'm afraid there will be a great person there. I don't know if this will be a disaster or a blessing for our apocalypse kingdom. Gathering of luck? Nothing like this has happened in 100,000 years. Our 3 million-year-old kingdom of Apocalypse Divine Kingdom has unparalleled 3 generations of Emperor Qi, suppressing countless forces in the 800 continents of the East. Thousands of sects and tribes all surrendered to our dynasty. There was a trace of vicissitudes in the eyes of the 6-tailed firefox, and the vast divine power swept across all directions. The young general spoke respectfully to the 2 gods. 2 adults, I just want to come here to ask for your majesty's instructions to send troops to the Bai family's territory to seize luck. Sending troops to the Bai family's territory? It's inappropriate. To rashly suppress the forces that rely on our kingdom without a chance, the fate of our country will also be affected. Golden Wolf shook his head. Then I would like to ask you 2 adults, what should we do? The young general spoke respectfully. When the 6-tailed firefox heard this, his vicissitudes of voice sounded. General, you are worrying too much. His Majesty the Emperor of our kingdom is ready to enter the realm of gods. Even if we look at the mountain and sea world, there are not many people who can shake the foundation of our kingdom. It is naturally easy to suppress the forces within the Bai family, but it is lucky that it will affect our country. Not worth. His Majesty, Emperor Qi, has entered the realm of gods and is about to abdicate, but the crown prince's position has not yet been decided. Let's send the princes to the Bai family domain this time. If we can successfully seize that lucky prince, the 2 of us can propose to the emperor and make him the crown prince of our kingdom of God. Yes, Lord Firefox. The young general bowed respectfully to the 6-tailed firefox. These 2 ancient gods are Emperor Qi's spirit beasts, and they have accompanied Emperor Qi in his conquest for hundreds of thousands of years. Their relationship with Qi Huang is like brothers. They were inseparable from Emperor Qi, who was in seclusion, and they also loyally guarded him outside the Tianqi Palace. Don't let anyone disturb Qi Huang. Even if the emperor retreats, they can decide the affairs of the kingdom of God. In the Purple Void Sect, the visions in the sky have come to an end. Lin Feng is sitting quietly in the courtyard. His realm has been stabilized at the early stage of Supreme. A broken piece of iron is suspended in front of him. The realm of swordsmanship is swirling, and Zishu sect is covered by luck, with a little bit of mysterious divine energy in the aura. Lin Feng was unaware of the turmoil outside the East Pole. The systematic voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the Supreme Realm. The sect spirit vein has been strengthened. Ding! The Purple Void Emperor formation is upgraded to Supreme Star Formation. This formation is a Supreme-level formation that can block the attacks of ordinary Supremes. The power of the formation can kill the Great Emperor like an ant. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes at this time. His whole body was as mysterious as the power of the stars, and the long sword named Eternal was quietly suspended in his hand. He has seen through the mystery of this sword. This is a supreme, grade-long sword. Even Lin Feng's strength cannot fully unleash the full power of this ancient sword. If this sword fully explodes, it can cut off the cause and effect in the world, even killing gods. But even so, with this sword in hand, Lin Feng can kill Supreme like a chicken, but a dog. The Bai family will definitely not give up with this weapon in hand. Even if demigods come to kill me, I can still fight. Come on, Bai family. The more strong people come, the faster I will grow. Lin Feng's eyes burst with sharpness, and the divine weapon gave him extremely strong self-confidence and confidence. And killing the opponent will only make him stronger. If several million-year monks were revealed, Lin Feng could even step into the divine realm in one step. With the blessing of the system, Lin Feng in this world is almost as if he has his own plugins, killing, challenging. Everything is just a process for him to become stronger. The peaceful years flow slowly, and the East Pole continent is prosperous. Countless strong men are born. Han Shuya and Yi Chun have both entered Saint Realm, a body of luck, a chaos Dao body. They are all stunning people. But the shadow of the Bai family has always shrouded the continent. After Lin Feng entered Supreme, other continents began to communicate with the East Pole continent. Even a powerful chamber of commerce, the Qianga, has begun to settle in the East Pole continent. Money Pavilion is a transcendent level force. Its influence spreads throughout the mountain and sea world. This chamber of commerce has branches all over the world. They do not compete with any force in the mainland and have always believed in business. But this does not mean that they are not strong. On the contrary, the Qianqian Pavilion is terrifyingly powerful. Even the Kingdom of God would not dare to offend them. No one knows how powerful they are. As these mysterious and powerful forces settled in, news about the world of mountain and sea also began to appear in the eyes of countless monks. The power of the Bai family, the existence of the Apocalypse Kingdom, boom! In the Ziji continent, roars resounded throughout the world. Along with the violent aura that filled the sky, a mighty warship appeared, covering the sky and the sun. Eastern Jin natives, how dare you kill me, the third son of the Bai family. After today, your corpses will be integrated into the Lus here. The domineering voice enveloped the continent for hundreds of millions of miles. Tens of billions of creatures looked at the sky, with endless panic in their eyes. Are you coming? In Zishu sect, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with calmness. He rushed into the sky, his sword energy shocking the wind and clouds. Eternal as ever, the Bai family dares to act recklessly in our East Pole continent. Lin Feng's voice resounded throughout the world, and the void trembled. Countless creatures looked towards the dome law manifestation. Wow! A huge sword 100,000 feet long swept out with the force of opening heaven. Suppress all parties. Huh? Supreme Realm? The blind old man stepped out of the Bai family's warship with some surprise. A brush appeared in his hand, and as he lifted it up, he dropped it. The world is vast. Use your pen to make a difference. The blind old man spoke slowly, and the strokes of his pen outlined a landscape of mountains and rivers, suppressing Lin Feng. The sword collides with the mountains and rivers. The terrifying power caused the void within 1,000,000 miles to collapse and the airwaves to roll. It's been 100,000 years since the Bai family came to Supreme. The Ancestor's issue may not be his match. A Supreme with a powerful aura stepped on the sea and spoke slowly. No, I'm afraid the Bai family will all be destroyed here this time. A white-haired girl stepped out of the void and appeared. Her smile was like the spring breeze, which melted away the cold wind on the sea. Her eyes were like stars, and she seemed to be stunning in the world. She was as beautiful as a fairy in the sky. As she appeared, the powerful Supreme bowed respectfully. Mr. Gu, no need to be formal. Let's watch the battle together. The power of this Ancestor Zishu has exceeded my expectations, and the sword in his hand is a supreme grade law treasure. The girl said calmly, Isn't Mr. Gu trying to win over this Ancestor's issue? The powerful Supreme spoke slowly. The girl did not answer his words, but stared at the void and said, There are 3,000 continents in the mountain and sea world. Although countless forces have been in constant friction, they have been relatively peaceful for the past 10 million years. But the world will be united if it is divided for a long time, and it will be divided if it is united for a long time. I, the chief of the Qian Pavilion, will pay the price of 10,000 years of life to peek into the secret of heaven. Mountain and sea will be in chaos, and the unified world will come. I am afraid that my money pavilion will also be affected immediately. By attracting powerful people from all parties in the face of drastic changes, my money pavilion can also reduce losses. Old wise man. The Supreme bowed respectfully to the girl. Above the dome, Lin Feng's eyes revealed peace. Wow! Powerful power spreads in all directions. The blind old man of the Bai family felt as if his body had been hit hard. His internal organs shook, and a mouthful of blood spilled from his mouth. Phew! Elder! The monks of the Bai family were shocked and looked at the blind old man nervously. No problem. The blind old man waved his hands and staggered upright, with a mournful smile on his face. Not bad, you have some strength. Zhijia, you deserve my full strength. The blind old man's withered palm slowly moved, and the writing brush began to draw in the void swayingly. Is it true that the Bai family is full of pretentious rats like you? Use whatever tricks you have. I just want to see you, Lin Feng said calmly. Yi. Natives, I paid the price of blindness to understand this blind river painting. With one stroke, you can suppress the sea. Feel the despair. The blind old man's voice sounded loudly, and the pen in his hand drew faster and faster. So much nonsense. I only use one sword. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and a powerful aura burst out. Sword fighting style. A very powerful sword. Fighting spirit echoes all over the sky. The densely packed long swords condensed out of thin air, and Lin Feng's figure disappeared between heaven and earth. Cut! As the domineering voice fell, the sword energy was like a long song, unstoppable. The old man also sketched a strange picture in his hand. The picture was thousands of miles in size, but the sword energy was like a blazing flame, making the dome bright. Boom! A broken sound sounded. The picture scroll all over the sky began to crack, and the sword energy was everywhere. This power. Have I failed? There was a hint of disbelief in the eyes of the blind old man. The hot sword energy enveloped him, and his blind eyes opened. The scene of the world was reflected in his pupils. This world turns out to be so beautiful, but it's a pity that I took the wrong path. The old man smiled bitterly. His cultivation level dropped rapidly, and the sword energy completely passed through his body, and time seemed to freeze. Supreme, Ancestor Zishu killed the Supreme of the Bai family. The world has changed. After tens of thousands of years, there are actually forces in this Dongji continent that dare to challenge the Bai family. The Bai family has a demigod ancestor who rules more than 100 continents. He will definitely not give up. The Purple Void Sect will eventually be shattered under the wrath of the Bai family, and the tens of billions of creatures on this continent may not be able to escape the hands of the Bai family. Outside the East Pole continent, countless powerful people watching the battle were paying attention to Lin Feng. Elder, the death of the blind old man made countless Bai family monks angry and scared. Although there were many of them, there was no supreme realm beach, and they were unable to fight against Lin Feng. Retreat! Retreat quickly! A group of Bai family monks originally thought that the blind elder would deal with Lin Feng, and then they would be responsible for massacring the East Pole continent. But now that the blind elder is being killed, they will only become targets of being killed if they stay. Woohoo! The warships in the sky quickly turned around and retreated. When Lin Feng saw this, he slashed with the long sword in his hand. The sword energy roared. It pressed against countless Bai family warships with overwhelming force. Explosions and screams came one after another. Bold native, if you dare to attack us, the Bai family will not let you go. Senior, spare your life. I will never dare to offend the East Pole continent again. Oh no! Facing the shouts and curses, Lin Feng just looked indifferent. Zishu sect is not a place where you can come and leave whenever you want. Rumble. Balls of black smoke rise in the sky, and each ball of black smoke is a warship of the Bai family. 99% of the Bai family's hundreds of warships perished. In the end, only a few warships escaped in embarrassment, and only a few of the hundreds of great emperors perished. Looking at the remnants of the Bai family who had fled far away, Lin Feng heard an ethereal system notification sound in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Supreme. The host has obtained a fragment of the power of the gods. This fragment contains the power of the gods. After activation, The host will gain the power of the gods in a short time. As the system voice fell, Lin Feng felt that the system warehouse was empty. There was an extra copper coin. He quickly returned to his small courtyard and took out the copper coin. The copper coin was full of gaps, and the surface of the coin was also pitted. It looked completely devoid of any aesthetic appeal. If it weren't for the powerful power contained within it, no one would be willing to take a second look at this copper coin if it fell on the ground. The fragment of divine power is a good thing. It's good to keep it as a trump card. Lin Feng murmured to himself that this time he killed 100 emperors of the Bai family, and the Bai family might kill him again soon. It is too passive to continue like this. After all, the foundation of our Zishu sect is too weak. We must improve our sect's strength as soon as possible. Lin Feng whispered. In the Bai family, the middle-aged man was completely angry. Zishu sect, Dongji continent, very good. Kill one of the 100 emperors of my Bai family. If I don't wash the Dongji continent with blood, where will my Bai family's face be? The roar echoed through the Bai family. Several Emperor realm monks knelt tremblingly at the feet of the middle-aged man, their eyes full of fear. Pass on my decree. Gather 100,000 disciples. Crusade against the East Pole continent. The middle-aged man's voice fell, and the Bai family was shocked. More than a dozen powerful auras appeared in the Bai family hall. They are all supreme realm elders of the Bai family. A mere barbaric continent is actually provoking my Bai family in this way. Our clan must take full action. It has been thousands of years. It's time for those forces that are ready to take action to see the background of my Bai family. An old man spoke slowly. The old man was holding a cane, but there was an aura of supreme, late stage flowing about him. I'm so blind. Who did it? At this time, a very angry voice sounded, the void twisted, and a wrinkled old man stepped out. The old man's eyes were hollow, and his whole body was as withered as a skeleton. But his breath is indeed the peak of terrifying supreme. As the old man appeared, a group of Bai family supremes quickly bowed respectfully. Elder of the clan. Blind and dead? What's going on? The old man grabbed the head of the Bai family by the neck, and a terrifying power erupted. The head of the Bai family felt that his breath was stagnant in the old man's hand, and he had no power to resist. This old man is an ancient being of the Bai family who has lived for 400,000 years. His cultivation level can rank among the top 3 even in the Bai family. The blind old man is the old man's disciple and nephew. This old man has always protected the weak in the clan. The blind old man was beheaded, and the old man was almost in a state of rage at this moment. Elder of the clan, please calm down. The blind elder was killed by the monks from the Dongji continent. I have gathered the clan members to prepare to kill him on the Dongji continent. The head of the Bai family spoke with difficulty, and the old man gradually loosened his palms after hearing this. Eastern Pole continent? What a great East Pole continent. This time I will personally take action and kill all the creatures in East Pole continent to commemorate the death of Blind Eye. The old man's tone was full of murderous intent, and the air around him even turned cold. A group of Bai family supremes felt sweat dripping down their backs. Although they and the old man were in the same supreme realm, the difference in strength was as great as the world. This old man has lived for too long, and his cultivation is so powerful that he is about to break through to the demigod level. If it weren't for the death of the blind old man, he wouldn't even bother to ask about the Bai family's affairs. Yes, clan elder. The Bai family members wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, knelt on the ground, and spoke respectfully. Above the Baija Square, thousands of huge warships are suspended from the dome. A dense crowd of Japanese disciples gathered in the square. The head of the Bai family sat on a big chair, overlooking the nearly 1 million Bai family disciples. His face was full of majesty, and his voice sounded mighty. My Bai family has stood proudly on the Yuanzhou continent for millions of years. Countless forces have attached themselves to our clan. However, the third son of our clan was first killed by the natives of the East Pole continent. Then they brazenly attacked our clan's law enforcers. And then our Bai clan supreme, the elders, went there, but they also used despicable means to trap and kill him. If this revenge is not avenged, where will the Bai family's face be? Where will the glory of our family exist? Now I declare here that I will gather the strongest members of the family, kill to the East Pole continent, and fight for the glory of my Bai family. Fight for the blood feud. Slaughter all the people in the East, and the Bai people will dominate. The voice of the head of the Bai family echoed, and the eyes of countless Bai family monks were extremely enthusiastic. Kill, kill, kill. Slaughter all of Dongji, and the Bai people will dominate. The glory of the Bai family cannot be provoked. The auras of the Bai family monks were rolling around their bodies. Seeing this, The head of the Bai family showed great satisfaction in his eyes and gave a majestic shout. "Get aboard!" and set off. As his voice fell, countless Bai family disciples rushed onto the warship. Slaughter the entire East Pole continent. Kill, kill, kill. Slaughter the entire East Pole continent. Kill, kill, kill. The shouts of killing from countless disciples shook the sky. Thousands of huge warships roared with great momentum. The Yuanzhou continent was shaken, and countless forces attached to the Bai family also joined the warship team in order to show their loyalty to the Bai family. More than a dozen supremes and more than 500 great emperors. The Bai family can be said to have used almost half of the entire family's strength. And as time goes by, the Bai family's team becomes larger and larger. The number of warships has reached 3,000. Countless forces are gathering towards the Bai family. All parties were shocked. Countless forces were once again shocked by the strength of the Bai family. The Bai family had not mobilized on such a large scale for many thousands of years. To destroy an East Pole continent, the Bai family actually went to war in such a big way. I'm afraid the Bai family did this on purpose. They were showing off their family's strength. But the background of the Bai family is indeed terrifying. The East Pole continent is completely over. Some neutral Supreme Orthodoxy and Emperor sects are paying attention to this battle, but no one has any illusions about the Purple Void Sect. Just kidding. On one side is the Bai family, a transcendent-level family that has been powerful for millions of years, and on the other side, on one side, is the Zishu sect of the East Pole continent, which has just separated from its indigenous status. Elder Pavilion, would you like me, Chanchian Pavilion, to help the Zishu sect? In the void, a tall man with supreme aura spoke respectfully to the beautiful white-haired girl. The beautiful white-haired girl just shook her head and said lightly, "No need. If Zishu sect can't withstand this kind of battle, then they are not worthy of my money pavilions when over. As long as the Ancestor Zishu can resolve it this time, my money pavilion will even risk offending the Bai family demigod. Ancestor, we must also protect Yi Chun. Everything depends on Mr. Ji's arrangements." The big man spoke respectfully, and the beautiful girl nodded, no longer speaking, and quietly looked at the distance beyond the sky. In the Zishu sect, Lin Feng's figure rushed up to the dome. The loud sound spread across the entire continent. Thousands of clans and tribes in the East Pole continent obey orders, but the Bai people are arrogant and arrogant. They have repeatedly tried to destroy the tens of billions of living creatures in our East Pole. We should carry 3-foot-long swords and 10,000 heavy knives to protect our homeland under our feet and behind us. Son, please give me flowers. Oath to me together. Anyone who invades our East Pole continent will fight to the death. We can only fight. Countless forces were shaken, and countless geniuses stepped into the shattering void. Gathering towards Zishu sect, a golden carriage traveled through the air and appeared mightily outside the gate of Zishu sect. Behind the carriage were tens of thousands of troops. Divine ability, spirits see. Countless monks were excited. Protect my mountains and rivers in the east. Keep my descendants safe. If you dare to invade my homeland, we will fight to the death until blood is shed. The blood will not dry up. Fight to the death. The sun rises in the East Pole, lighting up the prosperity of the 14 states. More and more monks are gathering together, blocking out the sky and the sun. The strong men on the mainland are gathering together in the Purple Void Sect, and a war is about to begin. The ants from the East Pole continent are killing my members of the Bai family. Today, not a blade of grass was left behind. Blood splattered across the sky. A loud sound fell from the dome. The Bai family's warship was like a sky full of meteors, with endless brilliance wherever it passed. The mighty aura fell overwhelmingly from the huge warships. Woo! The roar shattered the void, and a skeleton-like old man stepped out of the warship in one step, with terrifying murderous intent reflected in his eyes. The ants dare to kill my disciples. Destroy them. The old man's hoarse voice echoed, like a beast roaring and roaring. What a terrible smell. Is this an ancient unit of the Bai family? To deal with the East Pole continent, the entire Bai family has mobilized. Countless forces looked at the skeleton-like old man with trembling fear, the supreme peak. He was definitely a being that could be counted in the palm of a hand among the hundreds of continents around him. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. The Bai family is majestic. Surrender from all sides. Countless Bai family monks and affiliated families roared. The huge momentum made the entire East Pole continent tremble. War! Guard my rivers and mountains in the east. Protect my descendants for generations to come. Kill all the invading enemies. As long as the blood is not dry, we will fight until death. Countless strong men from the East Pole continent rushed onto the dome, and their aura spread in all directions. The star array twinkles like a stream of light, and the law manifestation shines all over the sky. A group of ants dare to challenge the will of my Bai family, and they don't know whether to live or die. The skeleton-like old man sneered and gently slapped the countless monks from the East Pole continent with his palm. Supreme power exploded, and his palm turned into a million-foot giant. Divine power surges. The complex and intertwined ancient curse patterns beat on the big palm. The throbbing breath distorts the void, and darkness envelopes the entire continent. How dare a dying man speak so shamelessly in our East Extreme continent? Lin Feng's voice sounded mighty, and a huge sword pierced the sky from the earth, causing sparks to fill the sky in the broken void. This sword is like the wrath of an ancient god. It shakes the mountains and rivers for millions of miles, and the heavens tremble, as if suppressing the whole world. Rumble! The giant palm was pierced by the giant's sword. Countless curse patterns disintegrated. The darkness in the sky ended in an instant, and light spread from all directions. There are millions of miles of mountains and seas in the universe. The ancient road seals the vicissitudes of eternity and controls the world. My destiny is like a demon, and I want to hold on to the awe-inspiring power of the heaven. Lin Feng's voice echoed from all directions. The sky was full of sword energy. The majestic and winding mountains stood tall, and the waves of the sea rolled. The sound of ancient bells seemed to have penetrated the years and traveled through vicissitudes. Symphony among the mountain and sea. The powerful force suppressed the ancient supreme of the Bai family. The Ancestor is unparalleled. The East Pole of eternity. The Ancestor is unparalleled in the world, and he lives in the East for eternity. The Ancestor is unparalleled in the world, and he lives in the East for eternity. The eyes of countless monks on the East Pole continent showed fanatical faith and reverence, and their momentum was rising steadily. Ants. They are just ants after all. So what about divine ability? I can suppress them in one fell swoop. The skeletal old man snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. When he saw that Lin Feng was still in the early stage of Supreme, he didn't take him seriously at all. An ancient bowl appeared in the old man's hand. This bowl was very inconspicuous, just like a thick bowl used by ordinary people in the world. But when such a bowl appeared in the void, the world was instantly shrouded in terrifying pressure. There is a faint sound of dragon and tiger roaring in the bowl. Zenzizue. The ancient bowl slowly left the old man's palm and became 10,000 feet wide. A dangerous aura filled the air, and there were vague signs of Lin Feng's mountain and sea divine ability collapsing. It is indeed the pinnacle of Supreme. It is indeed powerful. Lin Feng murmured to himself. He put away the mountain and sea law manifestation, held the eternal sword, and looked at the dome with fighting intent. I have a sword. The only thought of fighting is immortal. The sword comes from the dome, selfless, fearless, opening heaven. The sword energy gathered together, and the long sword swept out. This sword did not have any gorgeous moves, nor any majestic momentum. Song slashed towards the ancient electric bowl so calmly. The two soldiers met each other, as if time had been frozen for eternity. Dazzling light, spreading energy like waves. Clang! Everything came to an end, and there was an incomparable silence everywhere, but only a clear reminder sounded. Bang! There were cracks on the ancient bowl, and then the entire bowl began to be covered with countless small cracks. Boom! The bowl body turned into pieces. The skeleton-like old man turned pale in an instant, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Wow! Elder of the clan. Several Bai family supremes hurriedly stepped forward to support the skeletal old man, while endless fear and jealousy arose in their hearts. Lin Feng's power was already strong enough to suppress the ancient Bai family. This is still Dongji Aboriginal, silent and depressing. The thousands of monks led by the Bai family showed retreat in their eyes. Since you want to bloodbath my East Pole continent, then I will bury you here today as a warning to other continents. Lin Feng looked coldly at the Bai family's warships in the sky. His sword energy rolled, and his overwhelming fighting spirit erupted. I am willing to follow my ancestors and kill all the intruders, and glorify my Zishu glory. Protect the rivers and mountains of the East Pole. The illustrious Zishu is eternal and immortal. Our ancestor is unparalleled throughout the ages. Fight! Behead all the intruders and sacrifice the vicissitudes of life with blood. Countless East Extreme continent strongmen and disciples of the Purple Void Sect held long swords and charged towards the Bai family warships without fear. Millions of them, densely packed, covering the sky and the sun. Facing the monks from the East Pole continent, whose cultivation level was far lower than theirs, the tens of thousands of monks led by the Bai family felt inexplicably afraid. Quick! Defend quickly! Block! Block these lunatics! For a time, tens of thousands of monks led by the Bai family were in chaos. Suppress them! Suppress them! Madman! Madman! You natives are all madman. No, do not want. The monks from the East Pole continent were all furious. Their long swords stabbed wildly, and their swords roared. Many monks even rushed directly into the Bai family's warship and blew themselves up, roaring, screaming. Lin Feng's eyes were full of anger and evil spirits. The cultivation level of the East G continent was always too low. Although countless monks were eager to fight, the losses were huge. Tens of thousands of monks died every second. These are all living lives. The Bai family. After today, I will definitely come to visit Tuer and the rest of the family in person. Lin Feng roared, and the sword energy suppressed all directions. A dozen Supremes tried to work together to kill Lin Feng, but under the terrifying power of the Eternal Sword, a dozen Bai family Supremes were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. There was no resistance at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Supreme. The third transformation of the Golden Body has begun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Supreme, gaining 50,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring a Supreme, gaining 5,000 years of cultivation. The sound of the system kept ringing, and Lin Feng's breath was rising steadily, rumbling. A surge of Supreme's mid-term pressure erupted on his body. What? Breaking through while fighting? What kind of monster is this native? The eyes of the Bai family Supremes were extremely frightened, and a chill arose in the heart of the skeleton-like old man. Is this still a human being? One person suppressed more than a dozen Supremes. Is this Ancestor Zishu, the reincarnation of the 3.0 ancient god? He is such a monster. He is only in the early stage of Supreme. Huh? No, he actually broke through during the battle. What a terrifying talent and power. I warn the monks in the sect not to provoke this Ancestor's issue. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. This battle, the Zishu sect has become famous all over the world. I just don't know who is stronger, the Bai family demigod Ancestor or the Zishu Ancestor. Each powerful person stared at the dome in horror. The Bai family, who was originally so aggressive, actually kicked the iron plate. The ending was so surprising. There hasn't been such a strong person in hundreds of continents in the surrounding area for many years. Cut! The system prompts echoing in his ears made Lin Feng's aura become more powerful, and the sword in his hand became more violent. Blood splashed into the sky, fell into the broken void, and bloomed into beautiful blood flowers. Retreat! Retreat! The eyes of the remaining Bai family Supreme were full of fear. The skeleton-like old man was covered in horrific sword wounds, densely packed with thousands of them. The whole body was almost cut into a sieve. People of the Bai family, retreat. Return to the clan and let the ancestors come out of seclusion and suppress this sun. The skeleton-like old man roared, and his body was about to tear into the void and escape. Old guy, where are you going? The long sword in Lin Feng's hand slashed hard in front of the skeleton-like old man. The sword energy tore through the void, and the terrifying power suppressed all directions. Aboriginal, if you dare to block me, do you know? There's so much nonsense. Destroy. The long sword in Lin Feng's hand suddenly fell down. Dazzling light shone out, and the hot sword energy instantly annihilated the skeleton-like old man. Elder of the clan, you dare to kill me, the elder of the Bai family. My Bai family will definitely capture you alive and extract your soul to refine it. The clan leader is dead. Run away. Run away quickly. Flustered and cursed, Lin Feng looked at everything indifferently, and the sword in his hand did not stop, frantically harvesting the lives of the Bai family monks. Blood and mutilated limbs fell like raindrops. Devil. 14, you devil. Don't kill me. I'm not from the Bai family. Senior, spare your life. No. Madman. You are all madmen. Screams echoed on the dome of the East Pole continent, with calmness and perseverance in Lin Feng's eyes. In the fantasy world, the strong are respected. Anyone who kills will be killed. The Bai family takes action against the Zishu sect and takes action against the Dongji continent. This feud has been forged. The only choice is to fight to the death. Follow me and kill all the intruders, leaving no one behind. Lin Feng's long sword pierced the body of a supreme, and the aftermath of the terrifying sword intent was not slowing down, and each of the powerful by family Emperor realm men was shattered into pieces. War! 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 We will follow our ancestors to kill all the intruders, and together we will protect the prosperity of our East End. Leave no one behind to promote my reputation. Blood! Cry to kill, disintegrate, and run away. Countless forces watching the battle are staring at the dome, killing the Bai family and its tens of millions of affiliated monks, and the evil reputation of the Ancestor's issue will be completely spread. From now on, for all eternity, the author in the East Pole continent will be killed. The East End belongs to my Zishu sect. Anyone who openly offends our mainland will be punished. Lin Feng's voice was heard in all directions, and countless forces looked horrified. Crazy Ancestor's issue is a madman through and through. The Zishu sect is not to be messed with. Ruthless and domineering, this Ancestor's issue is far more courageous than the demigod ancestor of the Bai family. A supreme powerhouse from the Money Pavilion smiled and said to the white-haired girl, "Luck is gathering. The Purple Void Sect, Dongji continent, is interesting and interesting. Please order Qian Pavilion, sir. Please don't offend this disciple of the Purple Void Sect recently. The Patriarch of the Purple Void Sect is worth winning over." The white-haired girl smiled like a flower, but there was an imperceptible wisdom and sophistication in her pure eyes. "Yes, Mr. Ge." The monks from the Money Pavilion responded respectfully. On the dome, the shouts of killing have gradually subsided. Lin Feng's figure stands proudly in the endless void like a god and demon, and his sword energy is like a galloping army and roaring. On the earth, there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Thousands of mutilated limbs and pieces of meat quietly covered the ground outside the Zishu Mountains, and the soil had been infected with blood. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The void gradually healed, and the wind hummed, as if describing the tragedy. On the dome, countless living strong men from the East Pole continent remained silent. The victory did not make them feel happy. Among these unidentifiable corpses are their friends and relatives. Lin Feng's heart was also extremely heavy. In this battle, Dongji Zishu sect won and the mainland won, but the price paid was too heavy. Master, the law enforcement elder, has fallen. At this time, Yi Chun slowly approached Lin Feng, his voice filled with sadness and trembling. In this battle, 4 of the 6 saints of the Purple Void Sect fell, and the other 2 saints were also seriously injured. More than 8,000 disciples died, and 2/3 of the elders of the Divine Ability realm fell. Lin Feng didn't speak. His eyes looked into the distance quietly, a murderous intent reverberating from his eyes. Countless monks looked at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was like the patron saint of the East Pole continent, because the monks all regarded Lin Feng as their main backbone. After a long time, Lin Feng spoke in a hoarse and sonorous voice. 100 years ago, the 3 young masters of the Bai family set up a blood array and colluded with the 3 sects to break the limits of the Emperor realm with the blood of tens of billions of creatures in our East Pole continent. I destroyed 3 sects and killed the 3 young masters of the Bai family. Later, the 10 emperors of the Bai family came. Regardless of the reason, they bluntly slaughtered our East Extreme continent. I will kill 10 more emperors by myself. Now, the Bai family's army is coming again to destroy our Dongji continent. I will fight the invaders with you all. Kill tens of thousands of monks led by the Bai family. Protect our Dongji continent. However, I have to pay for it. The price is so heavy. Tens of millions of monks have all perished here. This bloody hatred, it hurts our hearts. I, Ancestor's issue, I hereby declare war on the Bai family. I will kill the Bai family and wash away this hatred for countless living beings in the East Pole continent. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth, and countless monks knelt down and worshipped. The illustrious Zishu, immortal throughout the ages, wash away this hatred with blood, and we will never stop until death. Wash away the eternal hatred with blood. We will fight until death. We swear to follow our ancestors and kill the Bai family. Boom! The sound is huge. A ball of flame in Lin Feng's hand fell on the corpses on the ground, and the raging fire swallowed up thousands of miles in an instant. Thick black smoke and howling wind. Wow! Boom! Dark clouds were gathering in the sky, and the thunder was like an evil dragon, roaring with its teeth and claws. 610 ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the Bai family intruder supreme, gaining 400,000 years of cultivation. Ding. System mission released. Destroy the Bai family. Zishu sect becomes the overlord of hundreds of continents. Mission reward. Ancient Emperor's Law Bell. Grade. Incomplete Ancient Law Treasure. comparable to supreme-grade divine weapon. Ancient Emperor's seed, destroy the stars. The sound of the system echoed in Lin Feng's ears, and the terrifying power surged in his body. His level began to rise horribly. Supreme midterm, late stage. But everything is not over yet. As the aura of the supreme late stage rises, the vision of heaven and earth rises sharply, and from the dome, sacred multicolored light falls down, covering the entire East Pole continent. The aura of Supreme's peak is on Lin Feng's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The third turn golden body has been successfully created. Ding! Along with the bursts of system sounds, Lin Feng's aura became more and more vast. On the continent, countless quasi-emperors entered the great emperor realm one after another. The saints also began to break through crazily. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surges. Is this a vision? Is he really the reincarnation of the ancient god? Monster. I never thought that such a monster would be born in such a remote place. Countless powerful men from various major forces who have not left are filled with horror. The ancient god is a powerful and mysterious god. Is the Purple Void Sect also a continent of gods? Countless eyes are looking at the East Pole continent. Wow! Following Lin Feng's breakthrough, a heavy rain suddenly fell. The bones on the ground have now been burned into black ash and blended into the soil. Lin Feng moved his palm, and a mysterious force enveloped the earth. Saplings slowly broke out of the ground, and soon grew into small trees, and then turned into towering ancient trees. At this moment, to the north of the East Pole continent, a huge island was moving at a terrifying speed. The island was filled with dancing willows. Wherever the giant island passed, countless great monsters that had no time to escape were quickly entangled and swallowed by the willows. Suddenly the waves stirred up, and a huge python with a length of 10,000 meters rushed out of the water. The python had small horns on its head, and its black scales shone with cold light. Roar! The giant python let out a lion-like roar, shaking the world. A terrifying aura erupted from the giant python, and then the giant python was seen rising into the air, spreading a pair of wings like steel knives, and rushed towards the huge willow tree. The giant python has reached the level of half-step into a dragon. This area is his territory. Faced with the intrusion, it is extremely angry, roaring and roaring, as if to declare hegemony. Countless monsters in the sea are fleeing, including a 10,000-meter large octopus, a three-headed serrated shark. The sea surface became more and more unstable, and the storm roared between heaven and earth. Facing the attack of the giant python, a green light appeared all over the willow tree, and then the dense willow branches instantly trapped the huge body of the giant python. Roar! Trapped by the willow tree, the giant python roared violently, and a ball of flames jumped from its body. The densely packed wicker was burned away. Willow looked at the giant python with a hint of fear in his eyes. It has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and its wisdom is far beyond the comparison of monsters like the python that only have brute strength. His huge foundation suddenly moved, and the power of the laws of the sky fell in a mighty manner. The island slowly levitated and shot out in one direction. Roar! Seeing the willow trees wrapping around the island and escaping, the giant python let out a roar that shook the sky, directly blocking its retreat. Court death! A big wrinkled face appeared on the trunk of the willow tree, and willow branches crazily filled the sky. The void collapsed, and the flames surrounding the python's body were directly extinguished by the powerful force. Roar! The giant python was suppressed by the willow tree, but its eyes became even crazier. Stubborn beast! The willow branches flew like steel needles, piercing through the body of the giant python, and the blood stained the sea for thousands of miles. The huge body of the giant python was pulled directly into the foundation of the willow tree, and the dense roots quickly entangled and swallowed it. The screams of the giant python echoed between heaven and earth. After a long time, there was no breath of the giant python between heaven and earth. The sea was filled with the smell of blood, but no great monster dared to approach. After devouring the giant python's flesh and blood, the willow demon slowly moved towards the East Pole continent, carrying the huge island. In Wuchi sect, Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, stabilizing his state. A great war ended, and the East Pole continent was completely controlled by the Purple Void Sect. Tens of billions of people regarded Lin Feng as their patron saint. In the last battle, The Purple Void Sect almost pocketed all the wealth of the tens of millions of monks, but the last battle of the Purple Void Sect almost exhausted its resources. The sect now has less than 2,000 people and needs to recruit disciples, but an embarrassing question stumped Zishu sect master. Within the sect, resources are seriously insufficient. The East Pole continent is already barren, and there are very few spirit vein mines. Even if it controls the entire continent, Zishu sect will not be able to obtain too many spiritual stones. Without the spirit stones, the formation cannot function. And without the formation method, the spirit grass cannot gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to induce birth. Without the spiritual grass, the entire sect would not be able to continue playing. Elders, our sect's resources have bottomed out. Do you have any ideas? The leader of the Zishu sect sat in the main hall with a headache. A group of Zishu sect elders heard this and looked at me, and I looked at you. There was no sound for a long time. Ahem, elders. Seeing this, the leader of the Zishu sect spoke again. This time the elders in the room simply closed their eyes and pretended to close their eyes, nurturing spirit. It's none of my business, none of our business. A group of elders were muttering in their hearts. When the Zishu sect leader saw this, his face was covered with black lines, and he said calmly, "Since you are not willing to come up with any ideas, then our sect has decided to start reducing your salary. Well, it is not easy for the disciples to practice. The elders are rich and you are older, so we will start to reduce your salary." Bar. What? Master, I don't think this proposal is feasible. Master, think again. Zishu sect still needs our protection. You can't reduce our salary. As soon as the Zishu sect master's voice fell, a group of Zishu sect elders could no longer remain calm. Reducing their salaries was tantamount to killing them. Well, elders, tell me, what should we do? Almost all the young disciples of our sect have died. The number of disciples of the outer sect is even less than that of the inner sect. How should our Ziwei sect develop if this continues? Zishu sect master snorted coldly. This sect master, I think you should ask the Ancestor. An elder stammered. That's right. Ask the Ancestor. I think we can ask our ancestors. This is a good suggestion. The elders of the divine ability realm all agreed, one after another. When the Zishu sect master heard this, his face was full of black lines. Okay, since elder he proposed to ask the Ancestor. It's up to you to ask. The leader of Zishu sect pointed at the elder who spoke first and said calmly, "Me? No. Sect master, I'll go no. It's not appropriate." The elder stammered, and the smile on his face was uglier than crying. "If there's anything inappropriate, just go ahead and do it." Zishu sect master, Qin Zhao, said decisively, and at the same time glanced sharply at a group of elders. The meaning is obvious. Anyone who has an opinion should go see the Ancestor. For a moment, Indian became strangely quiet again. I think it would be a good idea for Elder He to go see the Ancestor. Maybe the Ancestor will give you a chance when he is happy. Yes. The sect leader left all these good deeds to you, Elder He. It's so embarrassing for me to wait for you to be imprisoned. Elder He, congratulations. One by one, the elders of the divine ability realm laughed and fell into disgrace. You. The elder selected by Zishu sect master was so angry that he could not speak. Don't say any more. I'll wait for Elder He to return. Each of the divine ability realm elders spoke with serious expressions on their faces. Aye. I'll go. Elder He, who was selected by the master of Zishu sect, flicked his sleeves and left the Zishu sect hall. At the top of Zishu, outside the purple bamboo forest, the mysterious forbidden power is looming. This restriction only threatens living beings with cultivation, and small beasts without cultivation can walk freely within it. Elder He walked to the foot of the purple bamboo forest with awe. He bowed respectfully to the 80-mile purple bamboo forest. Disciple He Luo, kneel down and worship our Ancestor. As his voice fell, the surroundings were still filled with the sound of the wind blowing in the purple bamboo forest. Disciple Hello, Ancestor. Elder He's eyes were very nervous, and he spoke again. What's the matter? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Feng's voice slowly sounded. Listening to the majestic voices around him, Elder He's eyes showed incomparable awe and excitement. Ancestor, our sect's resources are insufficient. This disciple came here specifically to ask Ancestor what to do. Elder He stuttered and said, and after he finished speaking, he regretted it. Such a trivial matter would trouble the Ancestor. If the Ancestor was displeased, wouldn't he be miserable? Ancestor, Elder He knelt on the ground in horror, trembling all over. Why are you nervous? Come up and talk to 087. Lin Feng's voice sounded again, and Elder He felt his body slowly hunched up by a force. Lin Feng was dressed in a white Taoist robe and looked like a young man in his early 20s, but his long goatee hung on his chin, and his weathered eyes were as deep as the galaxy. The whole person reveals 3 points of elegance and 7 points of dustiness, but there is a little bit of agility and harmony in this dustiness. Ancestor. Elder He lowered his head and did not dare to look directly at Lin Feng. You have a problem with your arm. It must have been injured in the last battle, right? Lin Feng said calmly. Although he had deliberately restrained himself, his whole body was still filled with a strong sense of oppression. The longer Elder He spent time with Lin Feng, the more nervous he felt. Back to my ancestors, the last time I was targeted by the Saint of the Bai family, if the law enforcement elder hadn't taken action, more than just one arm would have been injured. Elder He said this with great sadness in his tone. Well, I will avenge the hatred of the Bai family. Once you drink this tea, it will relieve the disease in your arm. Lin Feng flipped his palm, and a cup of tea filled with spiritual energy slowly floated in front of Elder He. Just smelling the aroma of tea made him feel refreshed. Thank you, Ancestor. Elder He drank the tea in one gulp with eyes full of excitement. Warmth flowed into his body. A powerful breath climbed up his body, and his arms recovered instantly. Rumble. His initial state of divine ability suddenly broke through, and the aura of the middle stage of divine ability slowly spread over his body. The hidden wounds in his body were also swept away by the warm current. He felt a powerful vitality surrounding him at this moment. Ancestor is so kind to me, but my disciple has nothing to repay. Elder He knelt on the ground again, kowtowing to Lin Feng. Okay, please step back. I'll take care of the resource issue. By the way, you can pass on my decree. The Purple Void Sect has officially opened its doors to recruit disciples, and the geniuses of the East have emerged. This is the perfect opportunity. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the figure slowly turned into dots of light and disappeared. Yi sent the Ancestor, and his disciple Li Hai went to pass on the decree. Elder He's eyes were full of respect, and his mood was extremely good. With the opportunity given by his Ancestor, not only his cultivation level improved, but his injuries were also healed. All problems were solved. If those unkind guys knew about it, their lungs would probably burst with anger. Huh. I'm asking you to add insult to injury. Chanting a little tune, Elder He walked off the top with a proud face. In the purple bamboo forest, Lin Feng was more leisurely. He used great magic to dig out a 10-mile-wide small lake, and also got a small wooden bed. He lay down in the boat and let the wind blow the boat east and west. Swing. When my ancestors have a few more days of leisure, by family, I will definitely make you pay the price. This wind is so gentle, like a girl's embrace. Bah! Ancestor can't miss a girl. It must be deep, deep and majestic. Ahem. The air is really sweet. It is indeed a fantasy world. This life is still passable. Lin Feng lay on the boat, his eyes filled with intoxication. He had not been as relaxed as he is now for hundreds of years. For a time, his heart fell into unprecedented tranquility in nature. Everything around him seems to exist with him, or perhaps he coexists with the heaven and earth. Mountain and sea? What is mountain and sea? Nature, mountains, oceans, trees, animals. Everything in this world is like mountain and sea. Tao? What is Tao? Heaven is the Tao. Water is the Tao. Wind and clouds are the Tao. Love and hatred are all the Tao. Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. Lin Feng squinted his eyes. An extremely mysterious aura surged through his body, and he seemed to be trapped in chaos. And it seems like I am touching the highest thing on the dome. Tao. What are all things? The sword in my hand, the birds flying in the sky, the animals running on the earth. All things are everything between heaven and earth. Mountains and seas are naturally the Tao, and swords cutting through the void are the Tao. One sword comes out and merges back into nature. One sword can cut through the vicissitudes of mountain and sea. But why don't I turn all things into nature, and nature into all things? One comes out as a sword, and the other comes out as invisible. As Lin Feng's voice fell, a powerful aura gradually filled the surroundings. The aura seemed to come from the sky, It was vast and incomparably majestic. It was like a high mountain between heaven and earth, like the sea. Tao is indescribably wonderful. Mysterious, it is indescribable. This is natural. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and the aura on his body became vague and unpredictable. Wind blows. Lin Feng felt as if he was incomparably connected with the heaven and the earth. He moved his hand casually, and suddenly a strong wind blew between the heaven and the earth. The rain is coming. Another sound fell, clatter. Big raindrops fell. Thunder, rumble. It's sunny. Lin Feng kept waving his fingers, and the weather of the four seasons was actually controlled by him. He seemed to have become the master of this world, controlling the wind, rain, and thunder in all directions. This way is called nature. It is one of the principles that I master. If it is perfect one day, my body will be heaven, and my thoughts cannot be violated. Lin Feng whispered. The existence of the transcendent level Tao, enlightenment function, allowed him to directly enlighten a new Tao. One path transforms thousands. Although Lin Feng didn't know how powerful this path would be when he understood it to its limit, he felt the tyranny of this path. While Lin Feng was intoxicated, he felt a terrifying aura quickly approaching the Purple Void Sect. A floating island, a willow tree like a god. What is that? Sacred tree? This smell is so scary. On the East Pole continent, countless monks looked at the dome in horror. The huge island is so big, with a radius of thousands of miles. The roots of the willow tree are tangled in the island. I am the spirit of the willow tree. Mortals, please worship me quickly. I can bring you blessings and bestow upon you supreme glory. The vast vicissitudes of life centered on the willow tree and quickly enveloped the entire continent. Voices echoed in all directions. Mr. Gu, this is a willow demon that is close to the demigod level. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to deal with. Ancestor Zishu may not be able to deal with it. How about we suppress it? After all, my human race's territory cannot tolerate monster race's arrogance. Above the sea, a purple-haired swordsman wearing a cloak spoke respectfully to the beautiful white-haired girl. No need. The white-haired girl spoke calmly, and the purple-haired swordsman frowned and said, But Mr. Gu, this great monster is approaching the demigod level. Unless we take action, there are not many people in the hundreds of continents who can suppress it. We are businessmen, and businessmen value profits over chivalry. I, the Money Pavilion, have no control over the life and death of all sentient beings, as long as it does not affect our interests. Black Fox, your mentality needs to be corrected. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the white-haired girl's body, and the surrounding void instantly shattered like a mirror. Sir, please calm down. I will pay more attention in the future. The purple-haired swordsman knelt down before the white-haired girl, with a hint of fear in his eyes, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead under the girl's terrifying pressure. Well, just remember it. Don't do it again. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. The beautiful girl spoke in a cold voice, and the terrifying pressure faded away like a tide. The purple-haired swordsman felt relaxed now, but he still did not dare to get up and still knelt on the ground respectfully. Get up! The beautiful girl's voice fell slowly, and it was extremely beautiful, just like spring rain dripping on the stone road, crisp and green. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The purple-haired swordsman stood up slowly and stood aside, not daring to say another word. In the Zishu sect, Lin Feng's ears echoed with the system's voice. Ding! Discover the supreme, peak, great monster. Mission released. Suppress the willow demon. Make it the protecting spirit of the Purple Void Sect. Mission reward. Mountain and Sea World Map, detailed version, marked with information about each continent and detailed explanations of guest forces. Mountain and Sea Map? This is pretty good. A smile appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. At this moment, he only knew a vague outline of the world. 3,000 continents, infinite seas. These are just a bunch of data in Lin Feng's mind. If he had a map, he would be able to better understand the entire mountain and sea world. A mere willow demon dares to call himself a god on the eastern continent of China. Lin Feng's figure appeared in the sky above Lu Yao, and his long sword slashed straight down. It turned into a powerful edge. There was a hint of surprise in Lu Yao's eyes. He didn't expect that there was actually a human supreme in this barren continent. Human race, when I devour your flesh and blood and suppress this continent, I will definitely become a divine willow. Willow's voice echoed. He did have this confidence. For hundreds of thousands of years, it has devoured countless supreme monsters and powerful human beings, and even the demigod ancestors of the Bai family were unable to do anything to him. Facing the peak of Supreme, it is sure to exhaust its opponents with its powerful vitality. You are very confident. Then take my sword. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. The ancient sword fell, and the sword energy filled the sky wantonly. Not to be outdone, the willow demon stirred up the dense willow branches and charged at Lin Feng. The sword energy was so powerful that the willow branches were cut into millions of pieces, but the willow demon relied on its strong recovery power to grow countless new willow branches again in just a blink of an eye, continuously covering the world. Lin Feng's entire body was wrapped in it, and Lu Yao let out a burst of proud laughter. Ha ha! Human race, it's useless. Give up struggling. Unless my Lu Jun exists at the semi-divine level, it will only die. Under the sky, countless monks from the East Pole continent looked at the dome. What exactly is that willow tree? Why did it come to our East Pole continent? Is Ancestor Zishu going to be defeated? No. The Ancestor can kill more than 10 Supremes of the Bai family and countless great Emperor Quasi-Emperors. It's just a willow demon, and the Ancestor will be able to suppress it easily. Crash! The willow branches are getting denser and denser, and Lin Feng's body has been completely annihilated in them. Please give me flowers. Human race, I can give you a chance to surrender to me, sacrifice your soul, and become my slave. I can consider saving your life. Is it? Lin Feng's voice sounded in the wicker, and the breath of destruction burst out. Fire up! Boom, boom! Flames filled the sky, and a hot breath suddenly raised the surrounding temperature. Willow Demon felt a little uneasy. It was already infinitely close to the existence of a half-step god, but the flames in this sky made its branches burn. Thunder! Lin Feng closed his eyes, and a natural path surrounded him. Rumble! Bang! Bang! Boom! In the sea of fire, thunder roared, and lightning filled the sky, making the earth extremely bright. Thunderbolts wrapped in the power of heavenly punishment hit the Willow Demon's huge body. What power is this? Lu Yao shouted uneasily. This Tao is called nature, the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Myriad manifestations, controllable fire and water. Under the Tao, the whole world is suppressed. Lin Feng's voice sounded faintly. Naturally, the way of heaven, it seems that the times are bad. This continent does not belong to me, so I will go. Willow Demon took control of the giant island without hesitation and fled, causing strong winds to rise and the void to burst wherever he passed. Tear the void and escape? Delusion. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He would not let Lu Yao escape. After all, the system tasks were still waiting for him. Healing frozen in winter. Lin Feng's whole body surged with power, and the cold breath instantly froze the broken void. The intersection of ice and fire sealed the world in all directions. The way of heaven? This Ancestor Zishu actually controls the way of heaven. Above the sea, a look of horror appeared in the eyes of the white-haired girl. In this world, the Emperor realm began to ask Tao integration. There are tens of millions of ways, 3,000 great ways and thousands of small ways, but the supreme one is the way of heaven. It is said that if you understand the ultimate state of the way of heaven, you can enter eternity. The beautiful girl is only half-step to the level of divine fire, but she has only realized a little bit of the great Tao. But even so, she is able to crush countless half-steps of the divine fire who have completely penetrated the great Tao. Tianao, are you sure your senses are not wrong, Mr. Ge? A gray-haired old man beside the beautiful girl said leisurely. The aura flowing on the old man's body was not much weaker than that of the beautiful girl. Absolutely nothing wrong. It's just that Ancestor Zishu only touched a trace of the way of heaven, and it's not even an enlightenment. Otherwise, I'm afraid the power of the way of heaven alone would be enough for him to ignite the divine fire directly. The beautiful girl spoke slowly, not angry at the old man's doubts. This old man was one of the strongest men under her, and he was also a demigod. Rumble. As the Taoist rules fall all over the sky, the demon has been suppressed and unable to move. Give you a chance, die, or surrender to me. Lin Feng's voice fell loudly, and the Willow Demon's branches waved all over the sky when he heard the words. The terrifying aura pressed in all directions. People from the 833 clan. Let me surrender? Don't even think about it. The willow monster's breath rose again, and the branches all over the sky were like steel needles, piercing Lin Feng. Are you trying your best? Here comes the sword. Lin Feng held Yu Dao Zhe in one hand and a long sword in the other, and attacked Lu Yao's huge body. The aura of death enveloped Lu Yao. Cut, hot and dazzling. The sword light roared in the sky, full of flames, thunder, and ice. It whipped up a strong wind that shattered the void, and the earth trembled. The irresistible aura suppressed the willow demon. Willow branches all over the sky broke, green juice splashed, and the willow demon's aura quickly weakened. Lin Feng's sword intent and Taoism have shaken its foundation, and even the powerful vitality it has always believed in has been extremely weakened at this moment. If this goes on for a long time, it will die. I ask again, are you willing to surrender? The long sword in Lin Feng's hand was filled with powerful evil aura, and the suppression of death made Lu Yao shaken. Surrender to the young man in front of you? No, it is unwilling. For hundreds of thousands of years, it has forced countless humans and great monsters to surrender, and then killed them in despair when it got tired of playing. It was once worshipped as a god by human villages, and was once worshipped as a king by demon groups. Then it personally slaughtered those villages and demon groups. When? Was it ever so embarrassed? It seems that you are unwilling to surrender. I have also lost my patience. Lin Feng's eyes showed a murderous intent. If Lu Yao did not surrender, he would kill him without hesitation, even if the mission failed. Lin Feng will never let go of anyone who threatens him. Threaten the existence of Zishu sect. Beatty Sword Sutra, sword fighting style. The huge sword that was 10,000 feet long fell from the sky, breaking the sky. The breath of destroying the heaven and the earth made countless creatures tremble. At this moment, the willow demon is extremely weak, and it will definitely be chopped into pieces with this sword. Death, dignity, survival, begging for mercy, and fighting bloody battles. How to choose? Lu Yao hesitated. The sword was getting closer and closer to its body, and the throbbing breath made its soul tremble. No, don't. I don't want to die. Stop. I surrender. I am willing to surrender to you. Under great fear, the willow demon gave up its dignity. It was afraid of death because it had lived for too long, hundreds of thousands of years. It has taken a long time to cultivate to this point, and it is precisely because of this that it is more afraid of death and more greedy for life. That is its inner desire. Whether it is dignity or pride, as long as it can survive, it is willing to give up everything. Wise choice. Sacrifice your soul, and let me carve a slave mark. I will allow you to live. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Lu Yao hesitated for a while and finally sacrificed his soul. As the white light suspended in the void, Lin Feng moved his palm, and forbidden spells were imprinted on it. I have given you the order to seal the demon, allowing you to be my sect's mountain spirit and protect my sect's luck, and live and die with my Zishu sect. Forgive me. The broken void gradually healed, and the phantoms of mountain and sea appeared on the dome, and the bells and drums sounded in unison. Immortal sounds flowed down with the holy light, vast and mighty. Allow! Between the mountain and the sea, there was a faint sound. It was as if this contract was recognized by heaven and earth. What kind of divine ability is this? It actually aroused the recognition of heavenly Tao. Above the sea, the old man next to the beautiful girl had a look of horror in his eyes. The beautiful girl shook her head and slowly said, "There are thousands of ancient arts in the world, and the ancient gods can even break through the barriers of this world and step into the vast sea of stars. This technique is stained with a supreme aura, and I am afraid it comes from an ancient god. What about us?" There was a hint of greed in the old man's eyes. How many volumes of the ancient god's art are there in the world of mountain and sea? Quit your thoughts. If some things are not yours, don't covet them. Otherwise, no one can predict what will happen. There are too many mysteries and unfathomable things in this world. The beautiful girl's voice echoed, and cold sweat suddenly broke out on the old man's forehead. A monk possesses the skills of an ancient god. If there is an ancient god behind him, and he goes to rob it himself, if the god is angry, the money pavilion will also shake. I'm afraid no one will be able to protect me by then. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for reminding me. This subordinate is stupid. The old man knelt on the ground and bowed to the beautiful girl with a sincere face. Get up. If Patriarch Zishu suppresses the Willow Demon, you can go and make friends with him on behalf of my Money Pavilion. After settling in the East Pole continent, you will manage the Money Pavilion. The beautiful white-haired girl's voice fell as she stepped onto a huge ship and slowly sailed in a distant direction. Farewell to Mr. Gu. The old man knelt on the ground and respectfully watched the giant ship go away. Above the sky, the Willow Demon's huge body has become 3 feet tall, and the huge island has also shrunk with the Willow Demon to a radius of 3 meters. This ball of soil has an ancient and vicissitudes of atmosphere, as if it does not belong to this world. Feeling the vague connection between himself and Liu Yao, Lin Feng showed a smile in his eyes. The 2.6-headed great monster who is close to a demigod will become the mountain spirit of the Purple Void Sect from now on. If one day the willow tree ignites the divine fire and turns into a god, the virtual layer will be even more powerful. Meet the master. The Willow Demon's branches were dancing, and its respectful voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Do you have a name? Looking at Liu Yao, Lin Feng said calmly. Reply to the master, I don't have a name. Liu Yao said blankly. Lin Feng became silent, as if thinking. He stared at the sky, and after a long time he slowly said, Then I will give you the name, Willow God. If you become a god in the future, follow me to conquer the heavens and create the supreme Taoism. The majesty of Willow God will shock the myriad worlds forever. Thank you, master. Liu Yao's voice was very respectful and joyful. It seemed that it was not bad to follow such a powerful human race. What is the origin of this lump of dirt above your foundation? Lin Feng stared at the ball of soil above the roots of the willow tree and said with a very uneasy look in his eyes. In that ordinary mass of soil, Lin Feng felt an aura that transcended supreme. Back to master, I don't know. When I was still an ordinary willow tree in front of hundreds of thousands of people, the barrier of the world above the dome cracked. Through the gaps, I vaguely felt the breath of terror. Those auras are so powerful. Even now, I probably can't resist its edge. An old face appeared on the Willow Demon's torso, and its eyes revealed memories and fear. Is it something outside this world? Lin Feng looked at the 3-meter-wide soil and muttered to himself. The breath of the gods, the ancient existence. This piece of soil comes from the highest divine dome. What kind of existence is the mountain and sea world in the vast sky? It is more powerful than the ancient gods. Can living beings transcend life and death? There was a hint of confusion in Lin Feng's eyes, but soon the confusion turned into determination. One day, Zishu sect will become the most powerful sect in the world, and the name of Zishu Ancestor will shake the sky. This land comes from outside the divine dome, and it is also your creation by chance. Just come to my small courtyard and practice with me. After Lin Feng's voice fell, Willow Demon slowly landed on the top of Zishu Peak, slowly replacing the spirit communication tree in Lin Feng's small courtyard. The sacred soil merged into the earth, and Willow Demon's foundation quickly spread. The entire interior of the Zishu Mountains. The Ancestor is mighty. With this spiritual tree, he can rule the world. Ancestor is mighty. Within the Zishu sect, countless monks were full of fanaticism, and a godlike Willow Demon was suppressed by Lin Feng and became the guardian of the Zishu sect. The void burst, and an old man with gray hair appeared. I'm downstairs, Yuan, the master of Chanqian Pavilion branch. I met Zishu fellow Taoist here. The old man spoke politely to Lin Feng. Feeling the powerful aura on the old man's body, Lin Feng's eyes fell into deep thought. Money Pavilion? One of the transcendent level forces in the mountain and sea world. Its branches are spread throughout the mountain and sea world. Countless divine kingdoms and transcendent level orthodoxies are unwilling to offend this force. The influence of this force is very huge, and at the same time, this force controls huge wealth. Is there something wrong, Pavilion Master? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with doubts. Fellow Taoist, I am here on behalf of the Chang'e Pavilion, requesting to settle in the East Pole continent. As a token of sincerity, our branch is willing to pay tribute to the Zishu sect every year. The gray-haired old man's face was full of politeness. When Lin Feng heard this, he showed a smile and said, Oh, Money Pavilion? On behalf of Dongji Continent, I welcome your pavilion to settle in. The settlement of Chanqian Pavilion is a manifestation of the prosperity of the continent. In the past, not to mention the settlement of Transcendent Level Chamber of Commerce, like Chanqian Pavilion in the East Pole continent, Even the surrounding forces were too lazy to communicate with the East Pole continent. The four forces regarded the East Pole continent as a barbaric force. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I will go and prepare for the official opening of the Money Pavilion. From now on in the East G continent, disciples of the Purple Void Sect will receive a 50% discount on weapons, exercises, and elixirs purchased from my Money Pavilion. The gray-haired old man bowed politely to Lin Feng, then tore the void with his palm and disappeared. Lin Feng also disappeared in an instant and returned to the top of Zishu Peak. At this time, a willow tree stood quietly in Lin Feng's courtyard, with mysterious waves floating on its trunk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding! The mission reward has been distributed. Please check the host in the system warehouse. The sound of the system echoed in Lin Feng's ears, and Lin Feng immediately took out a palm-sized jade slip from the system warehouse. The spiritual power surges on the jade slip, which is obviously a Quasi-Emperor level law treasure. Lin Feng controlled his consciousness to envelope the jade slip, and then a huge map poured into its mind, as if watching a movie. On a seemingly endless sea, 3,000 continents are suspended. These continents are of different sizes. The East Pole continent is very small among these 3,000 continents, and the Yuanzhou continent is also nothing among the 3,000 continents. There are countless continents that are 100 times wider than the Yuanzhou continent. On these continents, there are kingdoms of gods, divine traditions, or divine families. The so-called Kingdom of God and the lineage of gods are the forces with gods sitting at their command. These forces control countless continents and are the top existences in this world. But in addition to the forces controlled by the gods, there are also more ancient forces. There are gods among these forces. They are the real overlords of the mountain and sea world, able to command thousands of continents. 3,000 continents are separated by distant seas. Only the powerful supreme and gods have the ability to cross the seas. This world is so vast. The kingdom of God, the ancient Taoism, Lin Feng whispered. In the Bai family, the death of more than a dozen supremes and hundreds of great emperors alarmed the demigod ancestor who had lived for endless years. A powerful aura enveloped all directions. Who is it? Dare to challenge the majesty of my Bai family? A mighty voice resounded in the Bai family. Countless Bai family monks knelt on the ground respectfully. Above the sky, the sun and the moon were upside down, and the figure of the universe slowly emerged like a reverse. A man wearing a black robe appeared in the air. There was indifference in the man's eyes, and his breath revealed power. He is the demigod ancestor of the Bai family. Greetings to the ancestor, 667. Greetings to the ancestor. The respectful voices of the Bai family monks shook the sky. At this time, Lin Feng had left the East Pole continent and set foot on the territory of Yuanzhou continent. He is here to suppress the Bai family. A powerful aura surged through Lin Feng's body, sweeping across all directions without any cover. Countless powerful people noticed Lin Feng and watched Lin Feng carrying the long sword towards Bai's house, causing shock in all directions. Is old man Zishu going to kill the Bai family? Isn't it crazy? Is there a demigod ancestor in the Bai family? Is he tired of living? Not necessarily. Ancestor Zishu has the strength to kill more than a dozen supremes in a row. He may not be able to fight against the Bai family demigods. Crazy. So crazy. If the Bai family demigod is really killed, I'm afraid the heavens of these hundreds of continents will change. One by one, the powerful men were discussing. The Bai family has ruled the Sifan continent for too long. No one has ever shaken its position as the hegemon. The appearance of Lin Feng completely changed the world. Ancestor of the Bai family, come out and fight with me. Above the void, Lin Feng's eyes were full of fighting intent, and an aura of terror enveloped the entire Bai family. Huh? Looking for death? An angry voice sounded in the Bai family, and a terrifying force in the sky was suppressed towards Lin Feng. God's law? Is this the demigod level? Lin Feng stared at the sky and whispered. Did you kill more than 10 supreme members of the Bai family and hundreds of members of the Emperor realm? Today I will definitely suppress you and the Yuanzhou pillar, cut them into pieces with thousands of knives, cut off the soul, and refine the soul. The power of the sky has been suppressed, the void is shattering, and the earth is trembling. Oh, really? Lin Feng said calmly, and the terrifying sword energy all over his body suddenly exploded. Young man, don't be arrogant and go against my Bai family. The only way is to destroy them. Waves of terrifying aura erupted in the Bai family, and several peak supreme figures rushed into the void, suppressing Lin Feng at the same time. The demigods of the Bai family take action, and the supreme ancient appears. The ancestor of Zishu is probably doomed. What a pity! What a pity for a generation of evildoers. If we don't directly set foot on the Bai family's territory, Zishu Ancestor will definitely be able to compete with the Bai family in the future. Countless strong men watching the battle looked at Lin Feng with pity on their faces. At this time, the Bai family was in a state of excitement, with countless Bai family monks staring feverishly at the dome. Being able to dispatch several top supremes and a demigod ancestor. This is the heritage of the Bai family. Mere barbarians dare to come to my Bai family and act recklessly. They are really looking for death. The ancestor is a demigod who has mastered powerful divine power. Killing the supreme is like killing ants, and several clan leaders have also lived for endless years. It is estimated that they are not far away from comprehending the divine realm. They are all capable of suppressing the strong man from the Sifang continent. The Bai family, have so much heritage. How can I be offended by a mere barbarian? Look, that is the elder of my Bai family. His strength is close to the demigod level. With him here, we can suppress this arrogant barbarian. Countless Bai family disciples were full of enthusiasm. However, the enthusiasm in their eyes soon turned into panic. An ancient sword of 10,000 feet slowly slashed towards the energy in the sky. With the roar, the divine law of the demigod ancestor was destroyed by Lin Feng's sword. The Bai family has offended our Dongji continent many times. Ancestor Zishu, am here to ask for an explanation from the Bai family. If the Bai family does not satisfy me, I will destroy your Bai family today. Lin Feng's voice spread in all directions. The terrifying sword intent tore through the void, and darkness and depression enveloped the dome. What him? He actually blocked the ancestor's power. No! Impossible. The ancestor is a demigod. How can a mere barbarian block the power of the ancestor? Countless Bai family members showed panic in their eyes. Don't panic. This is only 10% of my strength. These ants will definitely be nailed to the pillar of the sky by my own hands today. The voice of the demigod ancestor of the Bai family slowly fell. At this time, a supreme leader of the Bai family stood up. He was a feminine old man covered in black energy. The old man stood barefoot. His body was as dry as a zombie, and his face was... The flesh is extremely pale, and the empty eyes are extremely depressing. Boy, although I don't know what means you used to trick and kill your third brother, I will definitely capture you today and make you suffer all the torture in the world. The old man's voice was like the roar of a ghost in the abyss, harsh and sharp. The terrifying aura surrounded the old man's body, and the void in all directions twisted and collapsed. It's the elder of the second clan. The ancestor only used one layer of power. No wonder he couldn't suppress the barbarian natives. But if the two tribes take action, this barbarian will definitely die. There are old rumors from the two clans that they are already enlightening to the divine realm, and it is estimated that they will step into the divine fire soon. The eyes of countless Bai family disciples were filled with fanaticism again, and they looked at the zombie-like elder with full of attacks. I'm an old man, but your dying body is worthy of my sword. The ancestor of the Bai family is afraid of death, so he asked you to come and fight with me. Lin Feng sneered, his words full of sarcasm and arrogance. Barbarian, your articulation is quite good. I hope your strength is equally strong. The two elders of the Bai family suppressed their anger and showed a calm confidence. Why do you need to be strong to kill a mortal like you? Give you a chance. Go back and let the ancestor of the Bai family come out to fight with me. You are not worthy. Lin Feng's arrogant voice fell, and the zombie-like old man was completely furious. He was worshipped and admired by countless people in the Bai family. When had he ever been so insulted? Barbarians, looking for death. Take my move. Powerful spiritual power surged in the palm of the old man of the Bai family, and a huge white bone palm grabbed Lin Feng. The terrifying will-o'-the-wisp was swaying on the bone palm. The flame was not a hot breath, but an incomparable coldness. The 9 heavens of white bones, my Bai family's best secret skill. This barbarian will surely perish. This is a powerful technique at the divine spirit level. That bone palm was refined by the 2 patriarchs after killing countless Emperor realm great monsters, and even the supreme great monster. Its power is close to half a divine weapon. What a terrifying power fluctuation. I can feel the unmatched aura even from such a distance. The members of the Bai family stared at the sky with excitement. Give up resistance, barbarians suppress. Listening to the discussions of countless tribesmen, the eyes of the two elders of the Bai family showed incomparable confidence and arrogance. He enjoyed the feeling of being admired by thousands of people. His face was pretending to be calm, but his hands were filled with spiritual power once again. The two elders of the Bai family were filled with pride. The bone claws have completely wrapped Lin Feng, and the will-o-wisps are burning even more vigorously. Has Ancestor Zishu been suppressed? The background of the Bai family is indeed terrifying. It is worthy of being an ancient family that has been passed down for millions of years. Ancestor Zishu can be considered a genius of the previous generation. It's a pity. There is no way. After all, the Bai family has a long heritage and is full of powerful people. How can a supreme peak shake the Bai family? The strength of the elder of the second Bai family is close to that of a demigod. It is estimated that he will even directly enter the demigod realm before long. By then, the influence of the Bai family will be even stronger. How? Powerful men from countless forces are paying attention to this battle. After all, this is the first time that someone has provoked Baijia in tens of thousands of years. Just when countless strong men sighed and the Bai family members cheered, a terrifying sword intent filled the sky and the earth, and a dazzling white light appeared above the dome. The world between heaven and earth is filled with the power of destruction and killing. I gave you a chance, but you wasted it. An indifferent voice resounded in all directions, mighty and powerful. Bang! While midline horizontal ellipsis, 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 midline horizontal ellipsis. The powerful bone palm suddenly shattered, and a figure walked leisurely through the air. The pupils of the two elders of the Bai family tightened, and an ominous omen arose in their hearts. Then he saw something suddenly bright in front of him, and his body seemed to have fallen into an ice cave. The breath of death enveloped his heart. No! Impossible! The two elders of the Bai family screamed. Boom! The sword energy roared past, a cloud of blood mist bloomed, and the two elders of the Bai family fell. What? Kill the Supreme with one sword. Horrible as hell. The two elders of the Bai family are close to the demigod level. Does the Ancestor Zishu want to suppress the entire Bai family by himself? Countless powerful men took a breath of cold air, killing the Supreme with one sword. And this was the peak of the Bai family Supreme? How many people in the hundreds of continents have such strength? Old man from the second clan. The two tribes have died of old age. Ancestor, please take action to suppress this barbarian. Ancestor, please take action. Suppress these barbarians and cut them into pieces with thousands of swords. Slaughter the entire East Pole continent. Countless members of the Bai family knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with anger. Second brother, a white-haired old man with a powerful aura roared, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose like a star. A huge silver wolf phantom rushed out of the old man's body. Ouch! The howl of the wolf shattered the void, and the aura of the ancient ferocious beast loomed. Death to the barbarians of the East Pole continent. The old man's eyes turned blood red, and his body merged into the huge silver wolf, and a faint divine aura flowed over the huge silver wolf's body. This makes Silver Wolf's whole body shine even brighter. This aura, demigod? No, this aura is much worse than the half-step divine fire realm. It should be about to step into the divine realm with 1 foot. An ancient supreme murmured in the distance. The background of the Bai family is truly terrifying. I'm afraid that the top experts from all the forces in the continents together are not as good as the Bai family. I just don't know how the landscape is going to change. Countless forces were shocked. The strength of the Bai family once again refreshed their understanding. Close to the realm of demigods? So what? Sword fighting style. Lin Feng waved the long sword in his hand, and the simple sword was slashed out with a clatter. The sword was as bright as the galaxy rolling in the sky. It was so majestic. Back off! You can't stop this sword. When the demigod ancestor of the Bai family saw Lin Feng's sword light, his face became uneasy. He moved his 10 fingers, and a powerful energy shield blocked the old man of the Bai family. Did you finally take action? It's a pity that he will die today. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the ancient sword's low roar and its vast befch Power instantly filled the energy shield with cracks. Cut! Lin Feng forcefully broke through the shield of the ancestor of the Bai family, raised his sword, and brought down the sword. A trace of fear and despair appeared in the pupils of the Patriarch of the Bai family. Under Lin Feng's sword, he felt suffocated and chilled. The momentum of the sword fight is like thousands of troops and horses galloping, disrupting the situation. It is unstoppable. Stop! Hole. Be bold! The strong men of the Bai family roared one after another, and the brilliant spells in their hands gathered together, and the swords struck Lin Feng overwhelmingly. However, as a scream resounded throughout the world, the Patriarch of the Bai family was completely reduced to a dead soul under the sword. What, brother? The eyes of all the Bai family supreme showed fear. The elder of the Bai family, who was infinitely close to the half-step divine fire realm, was beheaded by Lin Feng with a sword. The Bai family is expelled today. Lin Feng's voice echoed between heaven and earth. The ancient sword in his hand was stained with Supreme's blood and looked like a peerless and vicious sword. Arrogant, the demigod ancestor of the Bai family looked at Lin Feng with extremely fearful eyes. Even he can't kill Supreme with one sword. One thought clings to the mountain and sea. One thought clings to the vicissitudes of life. The ancient road, the years are like a dream, and the glory goes against the current. Rumble, the heaven and earth are collapsing. The Bai family's formation is disintegrating, and the earth within a radius of 100,000 miles is cracking. Time flows backwards. Lin Feng's voice is like the sound of a bell, echoing throughout the world. A mountain and sea law manifestation emerged, and the entire Bai family was shrouded in shadow. One general success will lead to the death of thousands of bones, and the spiritual bridge will pave the way. The Bai family demigod waved his hand, and withered bones appeared all over the sky. A huge skull face appeared in the void, and the terrifying aura almost made the surrounding void shake. And this is the secret skill of my Bai family. I have cultivated it to great perfection. This sea of bones is the low-grade law treasure. Be prepared to wake up. After suppressing you, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Years. 100,000 years. The voice of the ancestor of the Bai family was extremely solemn. Feeling the terrifying aura on the big white bone face, Lin Feng just faintly raised the eternal sword in his hand, the so-called god-level law treasure. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the ancestor of the Bai family was about to make a mockery when suddenly he felt a terrifying aura sweeping over him. Then his whole body started to vibrate. Click! A crisp sound sounded, and a huge crack appeared on the white-bone sword. The momentum of the god-level law treasure instantly declined. This is the first sword. Lin Feng's voice sounded like judgment. Rumble! Before the ancestor of the Bai family could react, the sword energy roared all over the sky, like a ray of light in the eternal night. Wow! The vast power collided with the white bones and skeleton. Crack! There are more and more cracks, and the entire white bones are almost disintegrating. Pff. Blood spurted out of the Bai family ancestor's mouth, and his breath became extremely weak. His natal law treasure was damaged, and he also suffered great harm. Impossible! My divine law treasure cannot be broken by you. A panic spread in the heart of the ancestor of the Bai family, and the breath of death filled his heart. Where are you from? Impossible. There is absolutely no way there is such a strong person in all the continents. The ancestor of the Bai family showed a hint of madness in his eyes and roared incoherently. I came across a long distance and walked out of Zishu sect. Take my sword again. Opening heaven style. Lin Feng's body seemed to be integrated with the long sword, and it suddenly fell from the dome, like a meteor coming to the world, wrapped in supreme heat and power, unstoppable. Far away, coming from far away. Ha! A crazy laugh appeared in the eyes of the ancestor of the Bai family, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. He spoke intermittently in a weak voice. I didn't expect that my Bai family would actually provoke the reincarnation of an ancient god. Good luck. Good luck. The Bai family's energy is exhausted. Boom. The white bones all over the sky turned into powder, spreading under the dome like a drizzle. As the bones and skulls cracked, the ancestor of the Bai family became even weaker. So what if the ancient god reincarnated? Let's die together today. Suddenly, the body of the ancestor of the Bai family expanded rapidly, and the aura of destruction spread in all directions. Self-destruction? Don't even think about it. Lin Feng shouted loudly, and the long sword moved like light and shadow, and the sword energy filled the sky. Beatty Sword Sutra. Sword fighting style. Lin Feng roared loudly, and the sword fell from the dome with unparalleled momentum. Boom! The eternal sword fell like a stream of light, instantly interrupting the self-destruction of the ancestor of the Bai family. Cut! Powerful power surged and blood splattered. There was an incomparable silence between heaven and earth. The demigod ancestor of the Bai family has fallen. The world is about to change in all the continents. Above the sea, an old man showed extreme shock in his eyes. The oldest demigod ancestor of the Bai family was beheaded by Lin Feng, and the pattern of the hundreds of continents was about to completely change. The ancestor is dead. Run away quickly. How could it be? The ancestor is a demigod? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Countless Bai family members fell into panic. Lin Feng looked at everything indifferently. The mighty aura blocked all directions, and he shouted murderously, "Today, the Bai family is exterminated." As his voice fell, sword energy fell densely like raindrops, and countless screams echoed in the Bai family. "No, don't kill me. I am willing to be your senior slave from now on. I don't want to die. Elder Clan, help me." Each Emperor realm and Quasi-Emperor had no resistance at all under Lin Feng's sword energy, and the Supremes above the void had already lost their will to fight. Run away quickly. There is only one idea in their minds, and that is to stay away from here and survive. Rumble! The sword energy roared, like a dragon flying across the sky. Finally, a group of Bai family Supremes were also wiped out. Panic and despair are intertwined among hundreds of officials. Lin Feng's eyes were extremely calm. Are there any innocent monks in the Bai family? Of course there are. But who among the cultivators in this world is truly innocent? Isn't the millions of years of strength of the Bai family built on countless blood and bones? Zishu, with the rise of sects, killings and wars can never be avoided. Killing one is a sin, but killing a million is a hero. If you want to climb to the top of the dome, use bones as your road and the sea of blood as your crossing. Lin Feng's state of mind gradually began to change. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a demigod-level monk, and you will be rewarded with a fragment of the Law of Heaven +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a supreme cultivator, and the reward is +1 Sword Dao Law Fragment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a supreme cultivator, and the reward is +1 Sword Dao Law Fragment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Bai family. You will be rewarded with +1 Source of Divine Fire. Unfortunately, this source directly increases the host's chance of igniting the divine fire by 70%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Bai family, and you will be rewarded with an Ancient Emperor Dao Bell. The sound of the system rang in Lin Feng's ears, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The things that were revealed this time were absolute treasures. The fragments of the laws of heaven. It was a pity that he could directly understand the existence of heaven. As for the origin of the divine fire, this means that Lin Feng has the opportunity to ignite the divine fire immediately. And the Ancient Emperor Dao Sect is even more amazing. In its incomplete state, it can actually be compared to the God Law treasure. How powerful would it be if it could be repaired? Lin Feng looked at the Bai family that had turned into a hell of Shuya. With a move of his hand, he directly grabbed the Bai family's treasure pavilion in his hand. Countless Bai family secrets were directly collected by Lin Feng. From now on, all the continents will come under the jurisdiction of my Zishu sect. If you obey, I will definitely come to greet you. Standing proudly in the void, Lin Feng's voice echoes domineeringly between heaven and earth. From now on, the Purple Void Sect will become the overlord of the sea area and rule all the continents. The Yuanzhou continent was completely shaken, and the Bai family, which had stood proudly for millions of years, fell. The new orthodoxy will become the master of this land. Feeling the rich spiritual energy under the Bai family mansion, Lin Feng grabbed his hand, and the terrifying energy gathered. The earth shook violently, and a crack appeared. Then he pulled out a huge spirit vein that was glowing with light. This spirit vein winds for thousands of miles and is magnificent. After doing everything, Lin Feng tore through the void and returned to the Purple Void Sect, preparing to use the great divine ability to integrate the spirit vein under the Purple Void Mountains, and then retreat to break through the realm of divine fire. Lin Feng handed over the matter of taking over the hundreds of continents to the master of the Zishu sect, and obtained nearly 1,000 warships from the Bai family. The existence of these powerful warships and airships allowed the elders of the Zishu sect to cross the sea and travel between the continents. In Zishu sect, Yi Chun and others have retreated to attack the Emperor realm. Most of the former elders in the sect have also fallen. Countless strong men poured into the Zishu sect, and countless strong men also fell. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the small courtyard and closed his eyes. The willow demon waves its branches, and a faint brilliance floats on its body. Some divine ability realm great monsters can transform into various shapes, such as the human form beloved by heaven and earth. Request Flower 0. But Lu Monster Cultivator has been refined for hundreds of thousands of years, and even if it is already at the peak of Supreme, it is still unable to transform, and it has always been in the state of a willow tree. 10 years and hundreds of years have passed. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, ignited the divine fire, and stepped into the realm of divine fire, just like a mortal ascending to heaven. If it is said that it is difficult to have an emperor realm among tens of billions of beings, then it is probably difficult for one person to ignite the divine fire among the tens of billions of emperor realms. A ball of divine fire is ignited in the Dantian, and the monk can completely convert the spiritual energy in the body into divine origin power. He has an extremely powerful power emperor. Thousands of years have passed again, and there is peace in the purple bamboo forest, and powerful people are emerging in Zishu sect. Yi Chun is already halfway to the level of Supreme. With the foundation of the Bai family and the tributes from countless continents, the strength of the Purple Void Sect is growing crazily. 0. Beyond the sea, a dozen golden warships slowly sailed towards the Yuanzhou continent. The largest warship was 7,000 feet long, and its hull was wrapped in a powerful energy shield. Ancient and powerful runes were surging on the energy shield. There were 5,000 black-armored soldiers standing on this warship alone. These soldiers had expressionless faces, and their eyes were full of murderous aura. The aura surging on their bodies was actually the Emperor realm. A richly dressed young man was lying on a cloud bed on the deck of a warship, with countless charming women surrounding him, either squeezing his shoulders or dancing gracefully. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, we have arrived at Yuanzhou continent. A feminine scholar, holding a feather fan, knelt respectfully in front of the young man and said. This feminine scholar's body was filled with the aura of the middle stage of Supreme. Yuanzhou continent? It seems that there is a Bai family who is the largest force here. The young man waved his hand and motioned for the woman beside him to step back. Back to the Fifth Prince, the Bai family has a demigod ancestor who has ruled this place for millions of years. It is a long-standing ancient family. The feminine scholar spoke respectfully. Oh, then let Gu go to the Bai family to rest for a while. By the way, ask the Bai family if there is anything unusual in these hundreds of continents. If Gu can suppress luck before the royal brothers this time, there will be hope for the crown prince position. Big brother has been so strong these years that I can't even breathe. The young man slowly said. He is the fifth prince of Tianqi Kingdom. Over the ruins of the Bai family, a huge fleet of warships slowly docked. Why did the Bai family turn into ruins? The fifth prince slowly stepped off the warship and frowned. It must have been wiped out. There are countless forces in our mountain and sea world. Although the Bai family is ancient, it is just a small clan in front of strong people. They can be wiped out with just a raise of their hands. At this time, a white-haired old man also walked out of the warship. The old man was wearing a star and moon Taoist robe, carrying a long sword on his back, and his hair-bearded Taoist robe was fluttering in the wind. The older you get. Seeing the old man, the fifth prince's eyes showed a hint of respect. This old man is his protector Taoist, an ancient strong man at the semi-god level. What Yu Lao said is absolutely true. If we ask the monks on this continent, we will know what happened to the Bai family. The feminine scholar said respectfully, 853 to the two of them. The fifth prince nodded and stepped onto the warship again. The mighty warship sailed towards a city in Yuanzhou continent. Countless monks stared at the dome and the warship. The two big characters Apocalypse shook the four directions, especially because of the dragon flag flying on the warship. Countless monks knelt down to worship. Congratulations on the arrival of the prince of our country. Congratulations on the arrival of the prince of our country. The influence of the kingdom of Apocalypse is so great. Nearly 1,000 continents have surrendered to it, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the world in mountain and sea being ruled by it. The prince of the Apocalypse kingdom made an appearance, which was enough to shock hundreds of continents. You guys please get up. The voice of the fifth prince rang loudly. He looked down at the countless monks and felt extremely proud in his heart. His status as the fifth prince allowed him to be worshipped by the endless continent. At the same time, the ambition in his heart spread even more wantonly. A prince is not enough. He wants to be the monarch of the Apocalypse kingdom. Thank you, prince. Thank you, prince. The sound was overwhelming and echoed for thousands of miles. The fifth prince quickly learned the news that the Bai family had been destroyed by Lin Feng in the city, and there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I didn't expect that such a powerful person would come out of a mere wild continent. It's interesting. There are hundreds of continents around the Bai family. Anyway, I couldn't find the source of this luck for a while, so I went to the Purple Void Sect. Let's go. The fifth prince said calmly, and a group of his followers and counselors knelt on the ground respectfully. Yes, fifth prince. Let's go. The fifth prince slowly boarded the warship and lay on the cloud bed on the deck, holding various bewitching women in his arms while enjoying the dance music, his eyes full of sinking. There was peace in Zishu sect. There are already 3 supreme elders in the sect, more than 10 great emperors, hundreds of saints. The entire sect has hundreds of thousands of disciples. The strength of the Purple Void Sect has become 10 times stronger than before. Lin Feng's reputation has already spread throughout the continents. Countless strong people yearn for the Purple Void Sect. The East G continent has also become extremely prosperous. Huge cities stand on all sides, and the Money Pavilion has brought countless treasures from the outside world, and countless powerful people have emerged on this land. For thousands of years, Yi Chun has conquered all the younger generations in hundreds of continents with half a step of supreme cultivation. The reputation of the Purple Void Sect has become even more resounding. Senior brother, when do you think Master will be released from seclusion? Han Shuya spoke to Yi Chun with respect in her eyes. Over the years, her cultivation has reached the early stage of saint. Although she is considered amazing among the younger generation, the gap between her and Yi Chun is still as wide as the world. The power of Lin Feng of the Purple Void Sect overshadowed the glory of countless strong men and shocked hundreds of continents, while Yi Chun suppressed countless young strong men with his terrifying talent. Under the brilliance of the two of them, all the strong men of this era are overshadowed. Master is meditating on the supreme realm. Once Master's divine fire is ignited, he will become a god. I don't know how long it will take for Master to come out of seclusion, maybe 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. But as Master's disciples, we cannot lose Master's face. Master is in seclusion, and we will shock hundreds of continents. Yi Chun's eyes were full of determination. After thousands of years of training, he could already be considered a strong man. Yes, senior brother. Han Shuya nodded. She saw Yi Chun's hard work and madness in her eyes. In order to seek a breakthrough in the Emperor realm, he once entered the endless sea alone and broke into the wild forest. He had an epiphany in the battles with his elder sisters and strong men. After fighting and practicing day and night, Yi Feng finally secured his position as the strongest among the young generation in all the continents. You should also go and practice. If you don't understand anything, let me know. I'm going to practice too. Master said that there is no end to the Tao, and only by enduring the fire can one reach the highest realm. Yi Chun said lightly, and suddenly, Zishu Sect's formation began to shake. Then, loud voices sounded. The fifth prince of Tianqi Divine Kingdom has arrived. Zishu has left the sect, and he hasn't come out to pick him up yet. The fifth prince of Tianqi Divine Kingdom has arrived. Zishu has left the sect, and he hasn't come out to pick him up yet. Woo! A low roar resounded throughout the world, and countless disciples and elders of the Purple Void Sect stared at the warships filling the sky outside the formation. Apocalypse Kingdom? What's the purpose of coming to Zishu Sect? The elders stared at the dome, frowning. I respect the fifth prince for coming to the sect. I have already arranged a banquet. Master Zishu slowly stepped into the void. A smile appeared in his eyes, and he spoke in a neither arrogant nor humble manner. How presumptuous! Don't kneel down when you see me, Prince Tianqi. The Yinru scholar shouted loudly at Zishu Sect, and a terrifying coercion pressed towards Yi Chun. His Royal Highness the Prince has arrived, and the Zishu Sect welcomes him. But the sect has sect rules. You can worship the Emperor of our divine country. You can kneel to the ancestors of all generations. But as for other things, you will not worship at all. Please forgive me, Zishu Sect leader said calmly. Facing the huge pressure on his body, he did not bow his head. 2.0. Okay, stand down. You have no place to speak here. The fifth prince said unhappily, whether he was dissatisfied with the Zishu Sect or the feminine scholar. Prince, this Zishu Sect has 2 dangerous auras, and I can't see through them. They should be demigod-level existences. Yu Lao said to the fifth prince, who just nodded lightly when he heard the words. At this time, the feminine scholar respectfully stepped aside and did not dare to say a word. Ha ha! It is indeed the Zishu sect that can destroy the Bai family. A sect leader has such magnanimity. It seems that this trip is worthwhile. The fifth prince's voice was lukewarm, and he slowly stepped off the warship, not only deliberately or unintentionally, but the aura of Supreme's early stage rolled through his body, covering all directions. His Royal Highness, you are joking, please. The master of Zishu sect, despite the overwhelming pressure, kept his face calm and made a generous gesture of invitation. Ha! It's better to obey orders than to be respectful. The fifth prince strode into the void, with countless black-armored soldiers following behind him, and a powerful aura surged in all directions. The main hall of Zishu is filled with spiritual wine and spiritual fruits. Your Highness, please take your seat. Zishu sect master led the fifth prince to sit on the throne, then picked up a glass of wine and said loudly, "This wine is in honor of His Highness the prince's arrival from afar. The Zishu sect is very honored." As Master Zishu drank the wine, the fifth prince looked at a pile of spiritual fruits and spiritual wine, his eyes full of absent-mindedness. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a girl outside the door. "You come back and dance for fun?" The fifth prince ordered the girl in a tone that could not be refused. When the girl heard this, there was a hint of panic in her eyes. She quickly knelt down in front of Zishu sect master and said uneasily, "Sect master, aye." Looking at the girl, Zishu sect master 14 quickly smiled and spoke out, "Don't be nervous. This is the fifth prince of the Apocalypse Kingdom. Come and meet His Highness." Meet Master Zishu." The girl looked at the fifth prince with fear. She was only an inner disciple of the Purple Void Sect, and her cultivation level could not reach the level of the Spirit Sea realm. "You're pretty good. Come on, let's dance for fun. Your Zishu sect is really boring." The fifth prince's eyes revealed the evil wolf's greed, and lust was his nature. In the kingdom of God, he once had a harem of 3,000. Any woman he targeted would be taken into his hands by various means. "Your Highness, this is the Zishu sect. Your Highness, please respect yourself." The voice of Master Zishu echoed in the hall. When the fifth prince heard the words, his eyes showed a touch of coldness. Oh, Gu has fallen in love with her. Does the sect master not mind a mere inner disciple? "Your Highness, please stop joking. This is not funny." Master Zishu's face also became extremely ugly. Although Tianqi Divine Kingdom was powerful, he was the leader of Zishu sect, and he should protect the disciples of the sect. Zishu sect master is going to fall out with Gu because of a mere inner disciple? A violent aura from the fifth prince instantly enveloped the hall. "Is Your Highness the prince planning to cause trouble in our Zishu sect?" A smooth sword fell, and Yi Chun's figure appeared in the hall. I've met the young master. Countless monks saw Yi Chun with respect in their eyes. "It's only half a step for Supreme to accompany me and yell in front of this prince. Get out." The fifth prince looked at Yi Chun disdainfully and scolded him. "Your Highness, are you really going to cause trouble in our Zishu sect?" The three Taoist shadows are also slowly emerging in the void at this time. These three Taoist shadows are all flowing with the aura of Supreme. Who is the Zishu sect? Gu Nai is the prince of Tianqi. Today, this inner disciple, Gu, is really going to leave. If you are wise, just go away and watch. The fifth prince's face was full of pride. With the Apocalypse Kingdom behind him and the more than 30,000 black-armored troops filling the sky, he didn't take Zishu sect seriously at all. What a joke! What kind of sect is a sect that can't even protect its disciples? Zishu sect leader snorted coldly, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. "I'll give you 3 breaths, get out. Otherwise, the Purple Void Sect will be massacred with blood today." As the voice of the fifth prince fell, the army in the sky erupted with a terrifying aura. What's going on here? Those are all Emperor Realm experts. Is Tianqi Divine Kingdom going to take action against our Zishu sect? Countless Zishu sect disciples showed fear in their eyes. In that case, fight. Yi Chun roared, the terrifying aura spread, and the sword energy was like a meteor, tearing the sky apart. As the sharp edge passed by, blood flowers bloomed one after another. Nearly 100 Emperor Realm black-armored soldiers fell under this sword. The screams echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone will listen to Gu's order and slaughter Zishu sect. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the fifth prince, and terrifying pressure filled the air in all directions. Dung dung dung. The rapid ringing of the bell resounded throughout the Zishu sect. A killing array appeared all over the sky, and the Emperor realm and Supreme of the Purple Void Sect rushed into the sky one after another. A group of ants, the soldiers are ready for battle. With a loud shout, Emperor Realm's black-armored soldiers formed a powerful battle formation. Boom! Thunder and lightning intertwined. No, they are too strong. A strong Emperor Realm man stared at the densely packed, black-armored soldiers. The gap in combat power was too great. Don't panic, I'm going to ask Lin Feng to take action. The Master has been in seclusion to attack the Divine Realm. I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave the people. Yi Chun's body turned into flowing light, rushed into the purple bamboo forest, and knelt at the door of Lin Feng's courtyard. At this time, a vibrant willow tree took root in the small courtyard, and the willow branches spread all over the sky automatically, and the breath of the gods was faintly visible on the willow tree. It has surrendered to Lin Feng for thousands of years, and his cultivation has reached the level of demigod, but most of the time, he is sleeping in pursuit of the realm of God. Disciple Yi Chun, please ask Senior Lin Feng to take action. As Yi Chun's voice slowly sounded, the earth suddenly shook, and a thick wicker broke out of the earth. What's wrong? Why is there fighting in the sect? An old and huge cheek appeared on the trunk of the willow tree, and Yi Chun respectfully told Lin Feng the whole story. Master is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Even the prince of the kingdom of God dares to come to our sect to cause trouble. He is seeking death. God Lu 327's voice echoed between heaven and earth, and a vast aura spread from its body. The sky dome suddenly became dark, and dense wickers fell from the clouds, overwhelming the sky and the earth. 30,000 Emperor Realm black-armored soldiers were suppressed in an instant. The void was shaking and distorting, and the fifth prince's expression changed drastically. He quickly said to the white-haired old man beside him, "The older you get, the faster you get." The white-haired old man stared at the wicker trees in the sky, his expression extremely ugly. He pulled out the long sword from behind, and the aura of the demigod also burst out. "Bold willow demon, don't stop yet." As the old man's hoarse voice sounded, the sword in his hand glowed with the brilliance of divine weapon, like a galaxy. This is the Zishu sect. When the master is in retreat, you and other ants dare to disturb you and die. As Lin Feng's voice fell, terrifying fluctuations appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble! Ah! Save me! Your Royal Highness, save me! No! Don't want it! Your Highness, help! The black-armored soldiers all over the sky screamed in pain, and their flesh and blood were instantly entangled and devoured by willow branches. The smell of blood filled the dome. Willow is originally a great monster, and its methods are naturally extremely ruthless. Entanglement devouring, this is one of its strongest methods. Not to mention the 30,000 Emperor Realm world. It can suppress even 30,000 Supremes. Hateful. The fifth prince's eyes were full of anger. He had been managing these 30,000 Emperor Realm black-armored soldiers for 100,000 years. It was said that he had exhausted all his efforts. Now that the entire army had been wiped out, it was a big blow to him. Without this army, his situation, which was already weak among many princes, would be even more difficult. Zishu sect, you will fight until you die alone. The furious fifth prince held a machete and attacked the powerful men of the Purple Void Sect. Yi Chun was completely incompetent against the fifth prince in the early stage of Supreme. The long sword in his hand bloomed with terrifying sword light. Kill. Leave no one behind. All the old ones will be purple and beautiful. The fifth prince's face was almost distorted. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes were as ferocious as those of evil spirits in hell. A dozen Supremes with powerful auras around the fifth prince took action instantly, and their terrifying aura was overwhelming. War! Yi Chun's long sword and the fifth prince fought hard, but Supreme's cultivation level did not fall behind at all. The only way to offend our Zishu sect is to kill them. The anger in the hearts of the elders of the Purple Void Sect was also ignited at this moment. So what about the kingdom of God? The Ancestor, Saint Realm, dared to kill an Emperor clan. Boom! Willow branches were flying all over the sky, and Daoist, the guardian of the fifth prince, was suppressed in an extremely embarrassed manner. You are very powerful, but it's a pity that you met me today. There was a faint roar of an evil tiger in the long sword in the hand of the white-haired old man, shaking the mountains and rivers. Is it? Green light emitted from the wicker, and murderous intentions converged like a net, densely packed. It enveloped the body of the white-haired old man. Eternal life, entangled. Wow! The wicker swam like a flood dragon, piercing the void and making bursts of explosions. The white-haired old man bit his finger. A drop of blood fell on the sword, and then his body was enveloped by a blood-red power. Bloodthirsty, cursed sword technique. Along with the ancient and evil aura surging, a ferocious evil tiger roared in the long sword. As the long sword was slashed out, the evil tiger's body became larger and larger, and the sword aura was 10,000 feet long. The entire Zishu mountain shook. Powerful energy fluctuations shook hundreds of continents. Master of the Branch Pavilion, the Purple Void Sect is facing off against the fifth prince of the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom. A demigod willow demon is so powerful that he and the fifth prince's protector, the Taoist, are evenly matched. In the Dongji continent, in a luxurious attic, Lu Xun was lying leisurely on the Grand Master's chair and taking a nap. Suddenly, a man in black at the level of the Emperor realm burst into the pavilion. What's the fuss about? It's just that the Purple Void Sect and the fifth prince of the Apocalypse Kingdom are fighting. What? The Purple Void Sect is at war with the fifth prince of the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom. Lu Xun lost all sleepiness in an instant, and his eyes showed horror. Yes, Branch Pavilion Master. That Luyao town killed 30,000 Emperor Realm black-armored soldiers. So brutal. The Emperor Realm-level man in black spoke respectfully. It's a mess. It's a complete mess. In a million years, few forces have been able to challenge the Kingdom of Apocalypse. Even I, the Money Pavilion, am afraid of even 3 points of it. Lu Xun murmured. By the way, did Ancestor Zishu take action? Lu Xun spoke to the man in black again. The man in black shook his head and spoke respectfully. Back to the Branch Master, there is currently no news of Patriarch Zishu taking action. Well, you go down first and report back as soon as possible if you have any information. Lu Xun waved his hand. Yes, Branch Master. The monk in black held his fist respectfully and left the attic. Baimao continent, among the Gu family. A supreme with a powerful aura has deep eyes, and an ancient mirror in his hand is flowing with light. Suddenly, the ancient supreme spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole aura became extremely weak. Ancestor. In the early days of countless supremes, the Emperor Realm monks worriedly supported the ancient supreme. I'm fine. The ancient supreme waved his hand and slowly said, My ancient family has been inherited for 400,000 years. Although the family is not big, it is fortunate that it has experienced few disasters and has flourished to this day. Unfortunately, the sky is about to change. What's wrong? Ancestor. An Emperor Realm monk looked at the Ancient Supreme respectfully. The Ancient Supreme shook his head and slowly said, I can't deduce more. I just vaguely saw a river of blood between heaven and earth. Chaos and darkness descended on the earth. Isn't it a disaster? Or is it rebirth? Ancestor. Is the world of mountain and sea wanted? A monk from the early stage of Supreme spoke respectfully. The Ancient Supreme just shook his head. You can't see clearly. It's unspeakable. Let the Gu family close the mountain from now on. I've deduced the secrets and damaged my origin. I probably won't be able to recover within 10,000 years. Zishu sect actually openly attacked the fifth prince of Apocalypse Divine Kingdom? Is this to challenge the majesty of Apocalypse Divine Kingdom? It's over. The Purple Void Sect is going to be over. If Emperor Qi gets angry and millions of troops attack the territory, the Purple Void Sect, and even the East G continent will be devastated. And all our continents will probably be affected too. Now what should I do? Countless forces are panicking, and the Kingdom of Apocalypse has already left an invincible shadow in their hearts. Over the past million years, countless forces have challenged the Kingdom of Apocalypse, but none of them have failed. There was even a god who was suppressed by Emperor Qi and was thrown into the ancient Forbidden Land. That god once led an army of tens of millions of Emperor Realm, tens of thousands of Supremes, and nearly 1,000 demigods in a mighty campaign on the Apocalypse continent. The flames of war stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, and the void collapsed, and it took tens of thousands of years to heal. But in the end, Emperor Qi won, Tianzhou. The god was suppressed with just one move. The intersection of eternal night and dawn, the contradictory and strange law manifestation, is like a curse. it cannot be disobeyed. It cannot be looked at directly. This is the evaluation of Qi Huang in that battle. In the abyss of the sea, a huge, snapping turtle emerged from the water. The snapping turtle's body was 100,000 feet long, and it looked like a huge island from a distance. The roulette wheel of the times begins to reverse. The glory of the kingdom of God will begin to dim. Liao no Heo, and the supreme orthodoxy will eventually be replaced by the new emperor. There was a hint of joy in the snapping turtle's eyes, and its huge body stirred up huge waves and storm dwellers. Roar! The snapping turtle roared and wanted to rush up to the dome, but its legs were tied with thick iron chains. Just as he was about to rise into the air, the iron chain emitted an aura that made even the gods tremble. Rumble! The terrifying force instantly suppressed the snapping turtle. Supreme Taoism. So what if I am trapped here? One day I will make you pay the price. Wow! The waves rolled, and the huge, snapping turtle slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The surrounding area gradually became quiet, as if nothing had happened. Mountain and sea. 3,000 continents, changing situation. An old man walked carelessly among the mortal world. He wore a broken hat on his head, straw sandals on his feet, a gourd hanging on his waist, and a broken fan waving precariously in his hand. Zishu Sect. Above the dome, the light of magic infected the void, and the roar of sword energy was like the end of the world. The willow branches all over the sky turned into green waves, tearing apart the white-haired old man's terrifying sword light, and then the momentum did not diminish, and the white-haired old man was fiercely pulled out thousands of miles away. The roar shook the sky. Blood overflowed from the corner of the old man's mouth. He took out 2 pills and swallowed them. Then the aura in his body surged with terrifying power. Evil sword order, array. Terrifying power erupted from the sword in his hand, and a bloody aura enveloped all directions. Willow shadows in the sky. Willow God's voice made the world tremble. The dense willow trees took root in the void, and a terrifying aura surged. A trace of divine law shrouded everything. Destroy! The gray-haired old man roared angrily, and his evil spirit turned into 10,000 swords, slashing towards the willow trees in the sky. Bang! Boom! 2 powerful forces collided in the sky, like stars exploding, and flames and air waves spread. Under the sky, thousands of miles away, the supreme of the Purple Void Sect has fallen into an absolute disadvantage. After all, with less against many, just as the Supreme was about to be killed, a wicker suddenly fell from the sky and instantly killed the Supreme next to the 5th Prince. 6th brother, I'm going to kill you. 687 Supreme became furious in an instant, and their attacks became even more violent. At this time, the Supreme killing formation of the Purple Void Sect was fully operational, protecting the thousands of miles of mountains. Above the void, a huge willow tree stands on the dome, and countless willow trees take root in the void. D. Lu Shun's voice fell loudly, and the terrifying power instantly shattered the sword in the white-haired old man's hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was a hint of fear in the white-haired old man's eyes, and he yelled, "Retreat! Your Highness, retreat quickly!" As his voice fell, an ancient sailboat appeared in his hands. He grabbed the 5th Prince's body without hesitation and activated the boat. A divine aura erupted on the ship, and then the ship broke through the void instantly, rushing tens of millions of miles away at the speed of light. Yi Lao, save us. Don't leave us behind. Your Highness the Prince. Wrinkle Chonggong, UB asterisk 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 D. IF asterisk 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 ed 8 generations of your ancestors. Damn it, I will remember you even if I die. Get out of here. UB asterisk 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 D Prince. No, don't kill me. We are willing to surrender. We surrender. One by one, the Supremes who were thrown into the apocalypse kingdom of Zishu Sect screamed in fear. Some cursed, and some even began to surrender. Lu Shun's huge torso moved, and he flew millions of miles away. The mountains and rivers collapsed, and the void collapsed wherever he passed. Countless monks were moved by it. I want to leave. I won't agree. The mighty power of the god struck the divine ship, controlled by the white-haired old man. The divine ship cracked, but its speed did not slow down. The white-haired old man did not dare to be careless and frantically poured spiritual power into the divine ship. For a moment, The speed of the divine ship became even more violent, and it rushed out of the East Pole continent. Lu Xun chased him all the way, shocking countless forces, until it finally failed to catch up. The speed of the divine ship is comparable to that of gods, but it is still only at the semi-god level. Humph. Good luck to you. If anyone from the Apocalypse Kingdom steps into the territory of the Purple Void Sect again, they will be killed without mercy. Lu Xun's voice echoes between heaven and earth, like an ancient bell vibrating, reverberating in all directions. What a terrifying existence. Is it the mountain spirit of the Zishu sect? It has actually reached the demigod level. I haven't seen Ancestor Zishu take action. I'm afraid he has already entered the divine realm, right? Zishu sect is really domineering. After Zishu Patriarch becomes a god, he may not be afraid of Tianqi Divine Kingdom. When the Zishu sect is founded, I will definitely worship the Master with all my strength. Countless monks are staring at the sky. Their eyes are extremely fanatical. If a god is born, the East Pole continent will become a sacred land. The monks in hundreds of continents were shocked by the power of Lu Xun. They killed 30,000 Emperor Realm Black Beef soldiers, chased and killed the 5 princes of the Apocalypse Kingdom, and fled. And even the demigods of the Apocalypse Kingdom were almost killed. My Feng clan was destroyed by the Apocalypse Kingdom, and our hatred will never end. I have been drifting in this Yuanzhou continent for many years, and now the Zishu sect has completely turned against the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom, and its sect is getting stronger and stronger. I will work hard to worship Zishu this time. Zone! Maybe there will be a chance to avenge the genocide. In a wild mountain range, a young man wearing animal skins murmured to himself. His eyes were staring at the East Pole continent, reflecting extremely bright light. Zishu sect has great fortune, and here is the opportunity for our clan to rise. If you worship the Zishu sect, our clan will also be blessed by it. In a dark hall, the air was cold and cold. Sitting in the hall was a middle-aged man with a gray face. His voice was like an old pendulum swinging and creaking. Yes, father. A young man with a very pale face bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Apocalypse Divine Kingdom, Zishu sect. Everything is God's will or the beginning of a new era. Countless forces took action one after another. Zishu sect. Lu Xun suppressed dozens of supremes, and it slowly said to Yi Chun, Master is in retreat. How should you deal with these people? Yi Chun looked at the supremes from the Apocalypse Kingdom, was silent for a while, and then respectfully said to Lu Xun, Senior, kill them all. Keeping them will only be a disaster. Good. Lu Xun's voice fell, and the terrifying power instantly crushed a group of supremes from the Kingdom of Apocalypse. On the warship, Yi Chun looked at countless charming women kneeling on the ground. With a move of his long sword, the terrifying power instantly killed them into pieces of meat all over the ground. Looking at Yi Chun, who was killing decisively, the 3 Zishu sect supremes all felt chills on their backs. This cruelty. He is worthy of being the disciple of his ancestor. That's right, the killing is decisive. I'm going back to sleep too. Lu Xun praised Yi Chun, and his huge body gradually turned into a height of several feet, and he sat firmly in Lin Feng's small courtyard. Congratulations to Senior Lu Xun. Congratulations to Senior Lu Xun. One by one, the Zishu sect monks said respectfully that Lu Xun's power was second only to Lin Feng in the Zishu sect. Of course, they didn't dare to neglect. Sect Master, it's all up to you to deal with the aftermath. Yi Chun spoke to the Zishu sect master, and then his body disappeared from the place. Zishu sect leader looked at the messy sect and sighed. This war affected many disciples, and the sect's buildings also needed repairs. It's time to open a mountain and recruit disciples. I just don't know when the Ancestor will come out. Zishu sect master murmured to himself. Above the endless sea, the 5 princes of the Apocalypse Kingdom looked ugly. Yu Lao suffered heavy losses this time. After returning to the divine capital, what should I do to compete with the imperial brothers for the throne of the crown prince? Zishu sect. It's all the fault of this damn Zishu sect. How about spreading the message to the divine capital in isolation? I believe that for the sake of the face of our divine kingdom, the old guys will also take action to destroy this Zishu sect. There was a trace of resentment in the 5th prince's eyes. The white-haired old man shook his head and slowly said, Absolutely not, Your Highness. Oh, what's the point of getting older? Dash. The 5th prince looked up at the old man. Things have become like this. Even if a message is sent to the capital of God, and the army of the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom is dispatched to destroy the Zishu sect, it will only be a sigh of relief for His Highness the Prince, and it will not achieve any substantial effect. On the contrary, His Highness the Prince will be affected by this loss. Instead of doing this, it's better to take advantage of the enemy and kill people, exchanging power for power. The white-haired old man said inscrutably, "Please give me advice." The fifth prince bowed respectfully to the old man, his eyes full of sincerity. At this time, the white-haired old man was his last hope and supporter. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" The white-haired old man pulled up the fifth prince. "Gu is now in a desperate situation. Everything depends on Yu Lao. What does it mean to pay homage to Yu Lao? As long as Yu Lao can help Gu resolve the desperate situation, Gu Ruo will become the new emperor of the Kingdom of God in the future. Even if he can grant Yu Lao the title, it's hard to repay this great kindness even if I'm waiting for you." The fifth prince was still kneeling on the deck of the divine ship. "His Royal Highness is interested. I am able to serve as His Royal Highness's guardian. It is also my fate with His Highness. I should take care of His Highness's worries." The old man also knelt down before the fifth prince. He looked at the fifth prince and said again, "In addition to His Highness the Prince, other princes from the hundreds of continents surrounding the Zishu sect should be somewhere, and the news of our entire army being annihilated should also be known to them. As long as His Highness the Prince goes to find a group of princes at this moment, tell them Zisu Zong is the source of luck. When the time comes, they will not only join forces to kill the Zishu sect, but if the strong men of the Zishu sect kill a group of princes, the position of crown prince will naturally belong to you, the prince. If the Zishu sect is destroyed by a group of princes, the princes will definitely fight among themselves. At that time, we will only have to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The so-called weakening of opponents and enemies is equivalent to strengthening you, the prince in disguise." Listening to the old man's analysis, the fifth prince's eyes sparkled. In the Zishu sect, the winding mountains have returned to tranquility, and white cranes often pass through the fairy mist, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, his whole body shrouded in sacred light. His aura is already infinitely close to that of God, and he only needs to finally ignite the divine fire before he can step into the realm of divine fire. It has been 1,000 years, and the small courtyard has been covered with thick bamboo leaves, covering half of Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Feng. A ball of flame emerged above his head. The flame was extremely hot, and mysterious power was beating in the flame. "The divine fire ignites. My way, eternal and immortal." Lin Feng murmured to himself, "Wow." The flames covered Lin Feng's whole body, and his body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Dirt came out of his pores under the baking of the flames, and then Lin Feng's body began to form bloody scabs. Over time, the thick blood scab began to deteriorate. With his jade-like skin exposed to the air, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and he felt that his body was lighter than ever. Is this the power of the divine fire realm? Lin Feng showed a faint smile. He lit the divine fire and would live for millions of years. Above the dome, a ray of light shot through the clouds and landed on Lin Feng's body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into a more powerful and mysterious force, pouring into Lin Feng's body. Then the flames all over the sky suddenly burst into flames. Vision, becoming a god. My ancestor has become a god. Sacred fire. What was in the sky that day was divine fire. The Purple Void Sect has risen. Our Purple Void Sect has a spiritual ancestor. The illustrious Zishu is eternal. Countless Zishu sect disciples stared at the dome feverishly and worshipped. Countless powerful people across hundreds of continents have sensed the unusual movements in the East Pole continent. The abnormality of becoming a god is too spectacular. The entire East Pole continent is almost covered in flames. The powerful aura spreads in all directions. Ancestor Zishu lit the divine fire? How many years ago? Monster. Peerless monster. It seems that 1,000 years ago, he was only in the great emperor realm. But now he has become a god. The reincarnation of the ancient god. He is definitely the reincarnation of the ancient god. Swipe. As the vision in the sky ended, Lin Feng slowly appeared on Zishu Square. Congratulations to my ancestor for becoming a god and proving the supreme great Tao. Congratulations to the ancestor for becoming a god. proving the supreme Great Tao. Countless Zishu sect monks knelt down and worshipped on the ground fervently. At this time, Lu Yeo woke up. He controlled his torso and appeared in front of Lin Feng. The willow branches were swimming all over his body. An old face appeared on the tree body. Respectfully, he spoke. Congratulations to the master for lighting the divine fire and stepping into the realm of gods. Congratulations, master, for becoming a god. Congratulations, master, for becoming a god. Yi Chun and Han Xiao also appeared in front of Lin Feng at this time. Lin Feng looked at countless disciples and Lu Shun, nodded, and spoke majestically. 0. Thousands of years have passed. Has something big happened in the door? Back to our ancestors. Over the past 1,000 years, the East Pole continent has gradually become prosperous, with Emperor Realm and Supreme appearing in large numbers. Also, the 5 princes of the Apocalypse Kingdom came to our Zishu sect to show off their power. Fortunately, Master Lu Shun took action, killed 30,000 Emperor Realm black-armored soldiers, and killed more than 10 Supremes. Master Zishu spoke respectfully to Lin Feng. Prince of the Apocalypse Kingdom, Lin Feng's eyes were extremely calm. At this time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission released. Suppress the Apocalypse Kingdom. Create a spiritual system. Mission reward. Millions of years of cultivation. Unleveled law treasure. Bei Ming Sword +1. This law treasure can increase its level as the host's realm improves. Divine Fire Origin +5. Listening to the voice in his ears, a smile appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. 5 groups of Divine Fire Origins meant that he could cultivate 5 Divine Fire Realm powers for the Purple Void Sect. And 1,000,000 years of cultivation might allow him to enter the highest realm of gods. Ancestor, this time I, Zishu, have completely turned against the 5th prince of the Apocalypse Kingdom, and I am afraid that I will face the wrath of the entire Apocalypse Kingdom. A supreme elder of Zishu sect said worriedly. The hundreds of continents under my feet belong to the Purple Void Sect, not the Apocalypse Kingdom. Just kill the 5th prince? Just wait and retreat. I will go into seclusion again. Lin Feng's voice echoed in all directions, and then the void twisted. He stepped into it and returned to his small courtyard. On the East Pole continent, countless powerful people and geniuses gathered together. Ancestor Zishu successfully stepped into the realm of divine fire, and hundreds of continents were shaken. When the Zishu sect opened its doors and accepted disciples, countless young people dreamed of joining Lin Feng's sect and attaining the supreme destiny. At this time, many princes gathered in the sky above a wild mountain range in Yuanzhou continent. More than 1,000 huge warships erupted with powerful aura. On a huge warship, the 18 princes of the Apocalypse Kingdom gathered together. The 5th prince looked ugly and felt uneasy among the other princes. He originally wanted to use the enemy to kill someone, but as soon as he summoned all the princes, he got the news that the ancestor of the Purple Void Sect had lit the divine fire. 5th brother, what's going on? Where are your warships and 30,000 black-armored soldiers? A fat man wearing a black flood dragon robe grinned and spoke to the 5th prince in a sinister tone. As his voice fell, all the princes stared at the 5th prince as if they were clowns. Brother 3 emperors, dear brothers and sisters, my army was destroyed by the Zishu sect. I came here this time to tell you that the source of that luck was from the Zishu sect. But at this moment, an ancestor of the divine fire realm has been born in the Purple Void Sect, so I had no choice but to return to the divine capital, report to the 2 adults, and ask the powerful ones in the divine fire realm to take action to suppress the Purple Void Sect. The 5th prince felt humiliation and anger in his heart, but his expression remained as calm as a mountain. The years of intrigues in the palace had given him a palace that ordinary people could not match. Yo. The Emperor's black-armored soldiers and followers have all been destroyed. This is really tragic, but don't worry, Emperor, we will definitely avenge the Zishu sect for you. A thin, one-eyed young man spoke. His voice was like a male duck's howling, which made people feel upset. Thank you, 2nd Emperor brother. The 5th prince suppressed the anger in his heart and showed a smile. Okay, when we wait for the 18th prince, we have an army of 200,000 Emperor Realm troops, thousands of Supremes, and dozens of demigods. There is no problem in suppressing the mere Purple Void Sect, and I have just contacted the patrolling ones. General Kidu. 3 days later, General Kidu will lead a 1,000,000-strong army to join us here and suppress the Zishu sect in one fell swoop. At this time, The eldest prince slowly spoke. General Kidu? The princes fell silent one by one. There are several powerful men in the divine fire realm in the Apocalypse Kingdom. They are either in charge of an army or sitting in the divine capital. Kuei Do is a powerful being in the middle stage of the divine fire. He is in charge of a 1,000,000-strong Emperor Realm army and is generally responsible for traveling around the divine kingdom. The eldest prince actually has the support of a god. It will become more difficult for them to compete for the throne. When the eldest prince saw this, a look of calmness appeared in his eyes. He had already won the support of a great general in the divine fire realm. If nothing else happened, Emperor Qi would make him the crown prince when he came out of seclusion. 3 days passed quickly, and there was no communication or thought between the princes. Rumble! Suddenly, thousands of warships flew in from the distant mountains. A huge roar shook the void, and countless great monsters in the wild mountains fled one after another. I've seen General Kidu. Welcome, General Kidu. Made General Kidu. Countless princes and soldiers saluted respectfully. A big man, over 2 meters tall, slowly walked out of the giant ship. The big man was wearing heavy armor, and on his back was a heavy sword wider than the door panel. Powerful and depressing, it is the center and spreads in all directions. Princes, there is no need to be polite. The big man's rich voice fell, and then he slowly walked towards the eldest prince. General Kidu, the luck of the Zishu sect has gathered together, which may endanger the status of our divine kingdom in the future. The 30,000-strong army of the fifth brother even completely destroyed the Zishu sect. Now the ancestor of the Zishu has entered the realm of divine fire. Only then did I bother General Kidu to take action. The eldest prince spoke respectfully to General Kidu. You're welcome, the eldest prince. It is also my duty to suppress all uneasy factors in the kingdom of Apocalypse. Now that the armies of all the princes have gathered, let's set off. Destroy the Zishu sect in one fell swoop. As the rich voice of General Kidu sounded, countless warships roared one after another, covering the sky and the sun, attracting the attention of countless monks wherever they passed. Those are the armies of the kingdom of Apocalypse? Are they going to attack Zishu sect? I don't know if Zishu sect will create mythical again this time. No. Look at that warship. The gods. There is a god. The monks on the earth were discussing, and General Kidu stood in the air, his body burning with divine fire, arousing endless power. Across the sea, countless great monsters on the seabed were limp and trembling. The Apocalypse Divine Kingdom's army attacks the rebellious Zishu sect. Loud sounds echoed between heaven and earth, and the war drums sounded in unison. In Zishu sect, a disciple hurriedly broke into the hall. It's not good. Master, the millions of troops from the Apocalypse Kingdom came to attack our Purple Void Sect. Those soldiers are all Emperor Realm. Even the gods are dispatched. What? Master Zishu's expression changed drastically, and he stared at the disciple kneeling on the ground. The gentleness in his eyes turned into a lie. Ancestor, I want to see Ancestor. His body turned into flowing light and rushed to the top of Zishu. The purple bamboo forest is still extremely peaceful, like a fairyland on earth. Ancestor, the army of the Apocalypse Kingdom is coming to kill us. Master Zishu knelt on the ground and spoke anxiously and hastily. Sect Master, please rise. Don't worry. Master already knows everything. Yi Chun slowly walked out of the confinement of the Zishu forest and helped the Zishu Sect Master, who was kneeling on the ground. But young Master, this time the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom has dispatched the powerful gods of the Divine Fire Realm, and there are more than 1,000,000 Emperor Realm troops. I, the Emperor Realm Elder of the Purple Void Sect, only have 1,000 people. What should I do? Zishu Sect leader said in a panic. You should step back first. If the Apocalypse Kingdom does not know whether to live or die, it will definitely take action. 1.6. Lin Feng's vicissitudes of life and majestic voice sounded from all directions, and the terrifying aura was like the awakening of an ancient beast. The entire Zishu mountain range was shaken. Such a terrifying power. Zishu Sect Master was suppressed by this breath and had difficulty breathing, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually subsided. Yes, Ancestor, this disciple has lost his temper. Zishu Sect Master bowed respectfully to Zishu Lin, and then slowly left the summit. Yi Chun looked at the direction in which Zishu Sect Master was leaving, turned towards Lin Feng's courtyard, and said worriedly, Master, this time the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom Army. You can practice with peace of mind. I can suppress just a general of the Apocalypse Kingdom. Lin Feng's voice echoed, full of domineering and confidence. He has mastered a great Tao, a heavenly Tao, plus the Demon Sealing Sutra. He can fight even at the peak of the divine fire realm. In the small courtyard, the law of God surrounds Lin Feng's body. He holds the eternal sword, and a powerful aura slowly spreads out. At this time, he has been able to fully unleash the power of the eternal sword supreme grade law treasure. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng fell into practice again. Boom! Whoa, 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 whoa. The roar of the warships resounded throughout the world, and the densely packed warships covered the sky and the sun. Huge coercion enveloped the entire East Pole continent. I am the leader of Tianqi Divine Kingdom. Zishu sect is destroyed today. Kidu's voice resounded throughout the continent. Divine fire burned in the void, and the breath of heat and destruction blended together. The formation above the Zishu mountain range erupted with dazzling light, and countless disciples stared at the dome. Destroy my Zishu sect? Fellow Taoist is too arrogant. A loud voice sounded in the Purple Void Sect. The mountain and sea law manifestation loomed all over the sky, and the solemn sound of bells and drums echoed in the shadow of the mountain range. A Taoist figure slowly walked out of the law manifestation, and the sword energy whizzed past, suppressing the divine fire in all directions. Are you the Ancestor Zishu? Kita glanced at Lin Feng with disdain in his eyes. 14. Apocalypse Divine Kingdom. Get out of my Zishu sect within 3 breaths. Otherwise, behead. Lin Feng didn't want to talk nonsense, and said coldly to Kuei-do. Kuei-do was furious when he heard this. Arrogant. Even in the early stage of Xinhua, you dare to act arrogantly in front of this general. Kidu slowly pulled out the heavy sword from behind, and the aura of destruction began to surround all directions. 3, 2, 1. Time's up in mountain pose. There was indifference in Lin Feng's eyes. Eternal sword slowly unsheathed. The long sword muttered, and the mountain and sea fell from the dome. Cut! As Lin Feng's voice fell, silence and death. The mighty sword light slashed towards the millions of Emperor Realm troops. Law manifestation suppressed all parties fiercely. Don't even think about it. Kuei-do's complexion changed drastically, and his heavy sword flew. The sword light curled up thousands of feet. Destroy! Lin Feng ignored Kuei-do. The artistic conception of swordsmanship burst out instantly, and then the way of nature simultaneously imprisoned thousands of miles of space. Rumble! The power of destruction caused the void to collapse, and the world fell into chaos. Ah! No! No! Formation! Formation! What kind of power is this? Why can't I move? General, save me! General, save me! The screams of 100,000 Emperor Realm monks echoed across heaven and earth, and then they were completely wiped out by the use of the long sword. Devil! You devil! Don't want! The last wails and curses came to an abrupt end, and the eyes of the dozen or so princes revealed incomparable fear. They had never seen such terrifying power. With one sword fall, 100,000 Emperor Realms were reduced to ashes. That was the Emperor Realm monk. Ancestor Zishu, you are seeking death. Anger appeared in Kidu's eyes. The terrifying aura of God surrounded his body, and the heavy sword turned into 10,000 handles, densely packed, surrounding him. 3 I will only use 3 swords, Lin Feng said coldly. At this time, Yi Chun and others had also appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and slowly said, just step back and I can take action alone. As his voice fell, Kidu became completely angry. His heavy sword whizzed towards Lin Feng, and Tian Wanzhong's sword light stirred up the storm. Arrogant and ignorant. Fall! This blow almost unleashed all the power of Kuei-do in the middle stage of the divine fire realm. The terrifying aura turned into a huge wave. It was about to swallow Lin Feng. The first sword, the vicissitudes of life, have been cut off. This sword, opening heaven, Lin Feng shouted loudly, and the eternal sword moved slowly. From the top of the sky, a huge sword fell down, and the sword energy locked on Kuei-do. Clang! Wow! The terrifying power instantly caused Kidu's body to retreat tens of thousands of miles. Some strength, but if it's just this, it's not enough. Kidu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a smile appeared in his eyes. On the heavy sword, countless runes surged. Apocalypse sword art, 7 kills forbidden. Wow! Above the heavy sword, an ancient and distant aura emerged. It was as if some kind of terrifying existence was about to awaken. Roar! On the dome, a violent rhinoceros silhouette appeared. As the heavy sword struck Lin Feng, the rhinoceros also fell from the sky. Ha ha! Ancestor Zishu is finished now. General Kidu has already used his special move. A bald demigod grinned and said, his eyes full of energy, "The Apocalypse Sword Ju is the supreme swordsmanship of the Kingdom of God. This demon rhinoceros is the soul of the divine fire great monster. It was integrated into the heavy sword by General Kidu with the divine ability. When he slashed it with one sword, the divine fire late stage also had to avoid its edge. General Kidu is invincible. General Kidu is invincible." Countless soldiers were shocked, and a group of princes also breathed a sigh of relief. If Kidu is defeated, they will not end well. However, before everyone's voices fell, terrifying power burst out from Lin Feng. An ancient sword was seen slashing in all directions, and Nevi alone seemed to move the void. Boom! The rhinoceros shadow shattered, and Kidu felt his arm holding the heavy sword go numb, and his whole body fell to the ground like a rag. Rumble! A huge crater appeared on the ground, and countless gravel flew. Dust was flying all over the sky. The earth for millions of miles shook violently. The second sword. I'm like a sword. The sword is invisible. Lin Feng gave a cold drink, and his body seemed to be integrated into the sword energy in the sky. The aura of death enveloped Kuei Do's heart, and he quickly climbed up, holding the heavy sword in his hand to resist the sword energy from all directions. Cut! A voice sounded behind him, and the 340 ancient sword in Lin Feng's hand suddenly fell. The void had already turned into chaos, and the brilliant sword light drove away the darkness. Puff! Golden blood spurted out from Kuei Do's mouth, fell to the ground, and started to burn. Ahem, cough! Kidu coughed, and the pride in his eyes turned into fear. You, what kind of cultivation level are you? He stared at Lin Feng and said uneasily, in the early stage of divine fire, the third sword will reshape you. Lin Feng replied indifferently, his sword energy rising all over his body again. A 100,000-foot long bright light shone across the sky. It was as gorgeous as the Milky Way, but this splendor was wrapped in a terrifying, murderous intention. An irresistible force filled the air, and there was a hint of hesitation in Kidu's eyes. He was afraid, with this sword strike, you will die. Run away. As fear spread in his heart, Kidu suddenly shouted loudly, tore the void with his palm, and jumped out of the East G continent. What? General Kidu ran away. No. General Kidu. On the dome, countless soldiers were in panic. Lin Feng was also extremely shocked. The dignified general of Tianqi Kingdom turned out to be such a person who was afraid of death. You guys, please return to the East Pole continent. Rumble. The sword energy is rolling. The law manifestation is here. I am the eldest prince of the Apocalypse Kingdom. Stop. You can't kill me. I am the second prince. Stop it, pariah. Senior, don't kill me. No, don't. Countless princes were in panic, even though Emperor Realm's army numbered more than 1 million. But at this moment, they have completely lost their will to fight. 100,000 feet of sword light shrouded the dome, and countless monks from the East Pole continent stared in the direction of the Purple Void Sect in horror. It's so scary. Is this the Emperor of the Gods? Ancestor Zishu may shake the entire Apocalypse Kingdom. One person slaughtered millions of Tianqi's troops. Is Zishu's sect going to challenge Emperor Qi? Boom! The sky is broken and the void is shattered. Lin Feng is like a god and demon. The power of Tao blocks the world for millions of miles, and the sword light crazily harvests the lifespan of the army of millions of emperors. From now on, anyone who offends our Zishu sect will be punished no matter how far away they are. Lin Feng's voice was so domineering that countless Zishu disciples knelt down and shouted enthusiastically. The Ancestor is invincible. The Ancestor is invincible. The illustrious Zishu is immortal. Anyone who dares to offend openly will be punished no matter how far away he is. Invincible. Invincible. Wow. Blood blooms like flowers on the dome. All the princes of the Zishu sect were killed by Lin Feng's sword, and the millions of soldiers turned into cold corpses. Then Lin Feng stared in a direction, tore the void with his palm, and stepped in with one step. I'm going to kill all the intruders. You guys will protect the Zishu sect. As Lin Feng's voice fell, countless forces were in an uproar. Crazy. Really crazy. Ancestor Zishu hunts down the gods of the Apocalypse Kingdom with one man and one sword. Crazy. What a crazy person. Beyond hundreds of continents, thousands of miles of void were shattered. A 2-meter-tall man was running away with embarrassed eyes. The big man had a powerful aura flowing all over his body, but his pupils were full of. Where to go? The sword energy fell with a mighty and majestic sound, and the sea area thousands of miles away was instantly evaporated by the hot sword energy. Thousands of miles away in the deep sea, a huge flood dragon 10,000 meters long emerged from the water. It was frightened by the power of the sword energy and fled thousands of miles away. Does Ancestor Zishu really want to fight to the death? The big man was Kuei-do. His eyes were full of shock and anger. Lin Feng laughed and waved the long sword in his hand. His whole body shot through the void like a meteor, trembling in all directions. The divine power shook the endless sky. Stop talking nonsense. There is only one battle. Lin Feng's long sword slashed down, but the big man didn't dare to block it forcefully. He quickly tore the void and ran desperately. Ancestor Zishu, the consequences for your country of Kun. Kidu ran away and roared, his heart extremely broken and frightened. But what greeted him was nothing but sword energy and terrifying power. Today, even if I go to Tianqi Divine Kingdom and massacre all the divine capital, I will definitely kill you. Lin Feng's voice echoed, and nearly 1,000 continents of the Apocalypse Kingdom shook. Who is this person? He is actually hunting down the general of the Apocalypse Kingdom. In an ancient family, 2 powerful men at the demigod level stared at the distant void with shock in their eyes. Kidu has suppressed all parties for hundreds of thousands of years and destroyed countless powerful forces. He is also famous in the Kingdom of Apocalypse, but now he is being hunted down by an unknown strong man. Did I see it wrong? General Kidu is being hunted. Huh? Who is that person? Isn't he too fierce? Oh my God! Is it possible that he wants to kill God in the capital? Along the way, countless strong men were horrified. Magnolia Continent, a vast continent, is home to the Yu family, the first affiliated family of the Apocalypse Kingdom. The Yu family has been inherited for millions of years, and there is also an old man in the Divine Fire realm in the family. Kidu had fled for hundreds of millions of miles. He broke into the Yu family's formation and said hastily, "Jade fellow Taoist help." An old voice sounded in the Yu family, and the void became distorted. The ancestor of the Yu family slowly stepped out of the void. This was a little old man who was only a little over 1 meter old. The old man had no flesh on his body and was like a mummy, but his eyes were bright, full of energy. A huge aura loomed all over his body. What's wrong, General Kidu? The ancestor of the Yu family looked at Kuei-do, who was covered in blood, and frowned. Someone is chasing me. Quick, activate the formation. Before Kuei-do's voice fell, Lin Feng had already arrived, and law manifestations surged all over the sky. The air seemed to have condensed. Can you escape? Boom! The terrifying sword energy is like an eternal light, covering up all the brilliance in the world, suppressing Xian. Rumble! The sword energy passed by, and the law manifestation roared. The Yu family formation shattered. Countless Yu family members were in panic. This is the territory of the Yu family. Fellow Taoist is too presumptuous. The ancestor of the Yu family's face instantly darkened, and he stared at Lin Feng with an unkind expression. Get out, or I'll kill you too. Lin Feng has no time to waste at this time. Now he can no longer get any equipment by killing monks below the realm of divine fire. Only by killing enemies at the same realm can he get system rewards. And Kidu is in the middle stage of the divine fire realm. If he is killed, Lin Feng will definitely gain great benefits. Arrogant. Take my move. Hold the kingdom of God in your palm. Suppress. The ancestor of the Yu family struck with anger, and his powerful power completely exploded. He had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the divine fire realm. Kidu's strength was also a few points worse than him. The ancestor of the Yu family has taken action. This great master of the divine fire realm may have to escape. After all, Yuanzhou has lived for a long time, and his physical strength has been infinitely close to that of the divine fire late stage. Escape is a matter of time. How could the divine fire reach the divine capital in its early stage? Not to mention Huang taking action. Even the powerful men in the divine capital can kill this powerful man. Countless powerful beings are watching everything from a distance. However, before they finished speaking, they saw an extremely huge sword instantly slashing towards the kingdom of God in the palm of the ancestor of the Yu family, De Zhao. Rumble! The powerful force instantly cut off the palm. Pff, what? The ancestor of the Yu family was horrified, and his body fell heavily. Lin Feng ignored the ancestor of the Yu family and did not kill him. He just said coldly, "If you dare to stop me again, you will die." The look in Lin Feng's eyes made the ancestor of the Yu family feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His body trembled, and he did not dare to speak for a while, just lying on the ground like a dead dog. This. The ancestor of the Yu family was seriously injured by a sword. Where did this monster come from? This strength is probably comparable to the peak of divine fire. Is he really going to conquer the divine capital? Horror appeared in the eyes of countless powerful men. For tens of thousands of years, a powerful god had once attacked the capital of the gods, but he was defeated and was suppressed by Emperor Qi in the ancient Forbidden Land. Now another powerful god challenges the kingdom of Apocalypse. How much will the times change? Qita's heart became more and more frightened. Lin Feng seriously injured the ancestor of the Jade sect with a sword. This strength was already comparable to several top beings in the kingdom of God. Cut! Lin Feng raised his long sword, activating 10,000 miles of sword chi. Crazy! You crazy! Qita burned his entire body with divine origin, and immediately began to forcibly reverse his energy and blood at the cost of his lifespan, returning to his peak again. But he still did not dare to fight Lin Feng, and instead ran desperately. Very scary. Is it possible that he really wants to shake the kingdom of Apocalypse? Could it be that he comes from the ancient divine sect of the mountain and sea world? A strong man who came out of the ancient heaven divine tradition? This is possible. After all, even the peak of the divine fire would not dare to blatantly kill the divine capital. After all, there is the supreme tract behind the Apocalypse divine kingdom. More and more powerful beings are attracted by the movements made by Lin Feng. Ancestor Zishu. We will arrive at the capital of God soon. You will definitely be suppressed by the powerful men of our Apocalypse kingdom. Qita showed a smile, and his heart slowly calmed down. Really? Look at the sword. Rumble. The sword energy descended like a half-moon, breaking through the endless sky. Wow! The void burst, and Kuei-do's body was wrapped in the hot sword energy. 87 pain, bone-chilling chill. The breath of death was like an abyss, swallowing him up. No! I won't give in. In extreme fear, Kuei-do went completely crazy. He directly resisted Lin Feng's sword at the cost of divine fire. Endless light bloomed all over the sky. With the self-destructive divine fire, Kuei-do burst out with power beyond the limit, but he still had no intention of fighting. With the help of his last divine power, his whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Kylie continent. Lin Feng followed closely behind, and within 30 breaths, an incomparably huge floating continent came into its eyes. The huge terror of this continent, with its divine power forming formations, has lifted up trillions of living beings throughout the continent. The rich spiritual energy envelopes the entire continent, which looks like an immortal kingdom from a distance. At the same time, the entire Apocalypse continent is shrouded in a terrifying killing array. This killing array exudes an aura that makes even gods fearful. It is ancient and distant. Just like the will of heaven and earth, it cannot be competed with. So what if you escape to Tianqi continent? I will still kill you. Lin Feng broke into the Apocalypse continent without hesitation. The sword fell from the dome and became 1,000,000 feet. When the sword fell, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the earth fell, and the void collapsed beach. Save me! His Majesty Qi Huang, please save me! Qita's eyes showed fear, and he shouted in panic. Fellow Taoist is so arrogant. Dare to go wild in our Apocalypse kingdom. Junior Mao? Bold! How dare you be so bold? Sounds echoed between heaven and earth, and the terrifying formation was in motion. The entire Apocalypse continent was blocked, trapping Lin Feng in it. Wow! Boom! The giant sword crushed him. Qita let out a miserable and frightening cry, and his whole body was instantly destroyed. Looking for death. Junior! A huge palm fell from the dome, covering the sky and the sun, and the supreme divine power shook the void. A peak god from the Apocalypse Kingdom takes action. At this time, the sound of the system echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Congratulations to the mid-level god of killing God Fire Realm for gaining 300,000 years of cultivation. Rump! A powerful aura spread from Lin Feng's body and swept across all directions. Crash! The earth cracked open. Lin Feng suddenly entered the middle stage of Xinhua. I only use one sword to kill. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the evil energy on the ancient sword rippled, and the sword energy roared like a million troops, creating endless power. As the terrifying sword power fell, Lin Feng directly cut off the big palm, and then the terrifying power remained unabated, instantly suppressing the peak divine firepower. Oh no! As screams pierced the shattering void sky, countless forces watching the battle were shaken, and a peak god fell. You are so brave. You dare to break into our kingdom of apocalypse. Kill the two gods of our kingdom and seek death. A domineering voice resounded through the dome, and a dense crowd of strong men surrounded Lin Feng in the void. Dozens of divine fire realms appeared, and the fourth-level demigods also stared at Lin Feng with unkind eyes. Who is the Apocalypse Kingdom? If you dare to go to our Zishu sect and harm our disciples, I will also dare to slaughter your Heavenly King dynasty today. Lin Feng's voice moved countless forces watching the battle. Zishu sect? What kind of sect is this? How dare you challenge Tianqi, Divine Kingdom? Ha! Junior, in this world, strength is the most important thing. Our Apocalypse Kingdom is shocking you NEI, let alone killing a few disciples of your sect. So what if your sect is destroyed? If you dare to kill me, a member of Tianqi Divine Kingdom, you will die today. A gray-haired veteran strode out of the void. A wet and terrifying aura flowed. Is the Imperial Master going to take action? I haven't seen the National Master take action in tens of thousands of years. Apart from the two adults and His Majesty Qi Huang, the strongest person in our Kingdom of God is the National Master. The powerful men of the Apocalypse Kingdom began to discuss one by one. Lin Feng looked at the old man with dull eyes and said in an indifferent tone, I will not kill the old man's dying body. I will give you a chance to retreat, otherwise you will die. Hearing this, the old man laughed and said, Young man who doesn't know how to live or die, today I will let you feel what absolute power is. Fighting money formation. For copper coins flew out of the old man's hand, fell into the void, and turned into black tortoise, vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger. For beasts formed, and a dangerous aura filled the air. I'll say it again, get out, otherwise I'll kill you. Lin Feng still looked at the old man indifferently, and slowly pulled out the ancient sword that had been put back in the scabbard. You're a frog in a well. You're an arrogant young man. Today I will tell you on your orders that there are some people you can't afford to offend. The old man moved his palm, and the four beasts turned into terrifying streams of light, and the needle pressed towards Lin Feng. Since you don't know how to live or die, I won't be polite anymore. Just use the sword again. Wow! The long sword cuts down, and it has been immortal since ancient times. Cut! The sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles, and one sword freezes 14 states. The evil energy is like ice, freezing the heaven and earth for 100,000 miles. This power and might is like a sword from an immortal. Boom! The old man's body exploded and his breath was gone. A strong man at the peak of the divine fire realm was killed by Lin Feng with one sword. What? This Tianqi Imperial Master has been beheaded. Now that the situation is great, Tianqi's National Master is being attacked. I'm afraid the most powerful person in the Kingdom of God will appear. Countless strong men gasped and killed the god with one sword. This power has exceeded their knowledge. Who else? Feel free to take action. Lin Feng said coldly, his eyes full of domineering. Arrogant. I'm here to kill you. A bright voice sounded, and 100,000 feet of sword light poured down like a waterfall. Cut! Lin Feng was still just a sword, and the crisp sword chant sounded boom. The two forces collided, and powerful energy fluctuations spread in all directions. Clang! Ah, how could it be? A scream rang out in the void, and a person at the peak of the divine fire realm fell. What? Come together and crush this guy. Dozens of powerful men in the divine fire realm took action at the same time, and the formation on the dome slowly began to operate. A series of complex and ancient mantras loomed in the void. Wow! Boom! Dark clouds were gathering, and thunder was rolling. The lightning, which was 100 feet thick and 10,000 feet long, rushed toward Lin Feng like a giant python with its teeth and claws. The collapsed void was even ignited with incomparable brightness. Han Ming's Sword Ju, Ghost Shock, Ancient Claw, Decision of Life and Death, 10,000 Wolf Sword Judgment, the law manifestation of the heavens, the sword intent of the terrifying sword light, the divine ability technique. The mighty suppression came to Lin Feng. Feeling the threat, Lin Feng took out the ancient Emperor Dao sect without haste. As spiritual power was gradually injected into the bell, long sounds resounded in all directions. The palm-sized pocket ancient clock instantly became extremely huge, floating above Lin Feng's head, and a faint light shrouded Lin Feng. The gorgeous law manifestation and divine ability fall all over the sky. Powerful energy hit the light emitted by the ancient imperial bell. The entire ancient bell vibrated, and the sound was low and long. Dang! 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 Lin Feng was shrouded in dazzling brilliance. As the terrifying energy fluctuations spread, Lin Feng stood with the ancient emperor's bell on his head, casually standing in the air. With an ancient law treasure, the divine ability law manifestation in the sky had no effect on Lin Feng at all. What? He was unharmed. What law treasure is that? Why do I feel the aura of the ancient god? Kill. We take action again. If we can't suppress this kid. A strong man at the peak of divine fire shouted loudly, and the powerful divine origin power circulated. The dense spells on the dome surged again, thunderclouds rolled, and myriad manifestations were born. But Lin Feng's eyes were still extremely calm. The ancient emperor's Dao bell was comparable to the god's law treasure, and its defensive power was astonishing. Even ordinary gods might not be able to break it. It was because of this bell that Lin Feng dared to break into the Apocalypse Kingdom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 divine fire realms. The 4th transformation of the golden body has begun to shaping 1%. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's ears, and then Lin Feng felt that he was enveloped by a force, and the warmth covered his whole body. There was a snapping sound in his bones, and then a golden light emerged from his body, and a powerful aura gradually spread. Kill. 9 swords of suppressing immortals. The magic pen touches the country. The sword comes. Crash. There was chaos all around, but Lin Feng still stood there with indifferent eyes, calmly watching the law manifestation divine ability that could destroy the world fall down one after another. The ancient clock swayed, and its faint light was like an uncrossable boundary, allowing countless divine abilities to be baptized. Time gradually passed, and the strong men of the Apocalypse Kingdom also showed a trace of uneasiness in their hearts. Lin Feng still has not made a move, but they have joined forces and made dozens of moves. At this time, the golden light on Lin Feng's body had gradually faded, but his body had undergone earth-shaking transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The creation of the 4th turn golden body is completed. As the sound of the system fell, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a strong breath flowed between his nose. At this moment, Lin Feng was like an ancient ferocious beast awakening. 10 waves of oppression broke out from his body. Staring indifferently at the powerful men of the Apocalypse Kingdom, Lin Feng said coldly, "Do you have any other means? If not, I will draw my sword." As Lin Feng's voice fell, a group of powerful people in the divine fire realm felt extremely fearful in their hearts, as if they were facing an uncontestable ancient existence. Junior, don't think that you can do whatever you want with a law treasure. Let's go together. Don't be frightened by his pretense. An old man shouted loudly and took the lead in killing Lin Feng. Then more than a dozen powerful men in the divine fire realm also took action. Today, I will kill all the gods of your apocalypse. The ancient sword in Lin Feng's hand is filled with terrifying power. The sword intent makes time and the void seem to have fallen into eternal stillness. The sword's light is like the rising sun in the east, hot and dazzling, unstoppable and unstoppable, asking for flowers. This sword seems to come from the sky, suppressing all things in the world. It makes the heaven and earth gloomy. Sword fighting style cut, rumble. In the eternal silence, an explosion suddenly erupted that made the void tremble. Countless creatures were directly shaken to pieces. The earth directly turned into a desert. Impossible. This power. No, don't. You two adults, please take action to suppress this kid. Help, sir, help me. A dozen powerful men from the Apocalypse Kingdom felt the intention to die, and they shouted at the gods. As their voices fell, two terrifying auras stepped out from the void. Fellow Taoists, this is the kingdom of Apocalypse. If you act recklessly here, you will perish. 0. The sound of vicissitudes of life echoed between heaven and earth, and a huge wolf claw was slowly pressed towards Lin Feng, trying to block Lin Feng's sword power. Great monster? Lin Feng stared at the silver wolf claws on the dome and frowned. The various divine ability laws on this wolf's claws converge, and the terrifying energy fluctuations make people's hearts throb. Like claws watered by gold, the golden light shines, and the cold light surrounds it. Rumble! The claws collided with the sword energy, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread in all directions. Lin Feng's body fell back thousands of miles, and the wolf claws felt uncomfortable and were pushed back. What? Master Golden Wolf was actually knocked back. Countless monks from the Apocalypse Kingdom were horrified. This golden wolf was the spirit beast of Emperor Qi. It was powerful, not even weaker than Emperor Qi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking action against the great monster at the peak of divine fire and gaining 10,000 years of cultivation. The sound of the system echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Although his 10,000 years of cultivation was not much, it instantly restored Lin Feng's divine power. A mere beast dares to stop me. D. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the ancient sword burst out with dazzling brilliance, suppressing all directions. The sword energy surges like a long river. Crash! Chong! Lin Feng's figure was like a shooting star, wrapped in supreme power, and slashed towards the golden wolf. Ouch! The golden wolf howled and pounced on Lin Feng with its huge body. The flames flew from its body, causing the void to twist into a sword fighting style. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the terrifying sword light fell from the sky. Chong! A terrifying wound was cut on the golden wolf's body. Blood splashed 3,000 feet, and countless monks from the Apocalypse Kingdom were attracted by the huge movement. Master Golden Wolf is injured. Who is this strong man with a sword? Why do you want to kill our Apocalypse Kingdom? Even the gods can't stop him. Why hasn't His Majesty Qi Huang taken action yet? Rumble! The sword shadows all over the sky are like a long song, moving in all directions. Ouch! The loud howl of the wolf pierced the dome, and the terrifying wound healed instantly. Golden light shrouded the golden wolf. Its eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, and the void was shattered at a terrifying speed. Countless wolf shadows appeared between the sky and the earth, traveling through space at a terrifyingly fast speed. Speed? The long sword 450 in my hand is faster. The ancient sword turned into 10,000 handles and traveled in all directions. The murderous aura made the entire apocalypse become a repressive minister. Swish, swish, swish. Wow! Countless wolf shadows were killed by Lin Feng. And then with a mighty movement of the long sword in his hand, he suppressed the golden wolf with overwhelming power. Boom! Ouch! A miserable roar echoed through the sky amid the whistling sword energy. You evil beast, surrender to me. Otherwise you will die. Lin Feng's whole body was rolling with sword energy, like a god and demon standing proudly on a dome. The powerful aura was crushing from his body to all directions. Ouch! I have been loyal to Emperor Qi all my life. Do humans deserve my sincere surrender? Let's die together. The golden wolf was seriously injured and dying at this time, but the fierce power in its eyes remained unabated, and the aura of Japanese destruction spread from its body. Self-destruction? Don't even think about it. Mountain and sea. Time flows backwards. In the void, stretching mountains emerged, and the sea was turbulent. A mysterious power slowly flowed from the mountain and sea, and 100,000 miles of law manifestation instantly enveloped the golden wolf's body. Lord Golden Wolf, stop! B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. The gods of Tianqi Kingdom took action one after another and attacked Lin Feng. However, the ancient Emperor Dao Bel exudes powerful power and protects Lin Feng tightly. Damn it! Damn it so much! Please take action, His Majesty Qi Huang. Please take action, His Majesty Qi Huang. The gods of Apocalypse showed despair in their eyes, and they were completely helpless against Lin Feng. Cut! Lin Feng's voice resounded from all directions. The fiery sword light fell on the golden wolf's body, and the power of the mountain and sea divine ability completely exploded to its peak. Ouch! A miserable roar sounded from the giant wolf's mouth, and then its huge body collapsed. The dazzling and beautiful divine fire bloomed, and a red inner elixir slowly floated in the void. Lin Feng grabbed it with his big hand, and Golden Wolf's inner elixir was taken into his palm. Ding! Kill the peak divine fire being. The host will gain 100,000 years of cultivation. The system's ethereal voice slowly fell, and Lin Feng's divine origin power, which had been more than half consumed, was instantly filled with energy. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Divine fire late stage. Breakthrough. Hiss! What kind of monster is he? Outside the Apocalypse continent, there are powerful gods with horrified eyes. The gods of the Apocalypse kingdom are even more frightened, breaking through while fighting. For thousands of years, such monsters have not appeared in the mountain and sea world. It's over. If His Majesty Qi Huang doesn't take action, the kingdom of God will be destroyed. In the city of God, countless supremes were filled with despair. The god who was once suppressed by Emperor Qi in the ancient times did not make the kingdom of God pay such a huge price. Who is it dared to cause trouble in the Apocalypse kingdom? A majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth, and the entire Apocalypse continent shook. Infinite luck gathered above the divine capital. The broken void healed, and golden auspiciousness enveloped all directions. Above the clouds, there was the faint sound of dragon roaring. Roar! The golden dragon emerged from the clouds. Countless monks from the Apocalypse kingdom knelt down and worshipped. Greetings to His Majesty Qixin. Greetings to His Majesty Qi Huang. The sea of clouds rolled, and the golden dragon transformed into an emperor wearing armor. This was a man in his early 30s. The man's face was majestic, his pupils were filled with golden light, and his movements were full of majesty. You beheaded my emperor's brother? Qi Huang's tone was extremely calm, but heaven and earth instantly fell into a terrifying depression. He was angry. The golden wolf has been with him for endless years. Boom, boom, boom. A ball of fire fell from the sky, and a terrifying aura erupted on top of the fireball. Lao Jin, I will definitely avenge you. The fireball fell next to Qi Huang and turned into a 1,000-meter six-tailed fox. The fox's eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. Jin Lang and he were also brothers. They had fought with Qi Huang in the world, and their relationship was too deep. Then let's fight. Lin Feng's eyes revealed endless domineering power, and his whole body was filled with sword energy. There is no right or wrong in the fantasy world, and there is no good or evil in the weak and the strong. This is the law of this world. Between heaven and earth, only the strong are undefeated. Heavenly fire suppresses the immortal picture. A violent aura filled the body of Emperor Qi, and an ancient scroll appeared in his palm. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the ancient painting became 1,000,000 feet in size, covering the sky. Flames are dancing on the ancient paintings. Military map. Emperor Qi's palm print fell, and countless weapons fell. Please hand over the letter. Flames were also flying on the fire fox's body, as if he had stepped out of a painting. This son must die. His Majesty the Emperor Qi's heavenly fire suppressing immortal picture. Even if it takes half a step, the gods must avoid its edge. Although His Majesty Qi Huang has not been able to enter the realm of gods, he is definitely not comparable to this son. My Emperor's divine power suppresses the 4 regions and the 8 wastelands. His Majesty Qi Huang is invincible. His Majesty Qi Huang is unparalleled. Countless ministers of the kingdom of God worshipped Emperor Qi enthusiastically, and luck gathered on 1.3 his body. The power of luck? There was a hint of surprise in Lin Feng's eyes, but he soon calmed down. Apocalypse Divine Kingdom, a 1,000,000-year national destiny, has countless strong men, and Apocalypse Continent alone has trillions of monks, and nearly 1,000 continents have surrendered to Emperor Qi. With such a foundation, this power of luck is naturally terrifying. If the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom is suppressed, our Zishu sect will definitely be able to rise in the world. I will also gain supreme destiny and achieve eternal immortality. Lin Feng whispered, and the long sword moved. The fourth form of Northern Emperor's Sword Sutra, sword-suppressing form. This sword comes from the west, and the cold light controls Jiuzhou. Here comes the sword. Brush it. Lin Feng's body left an afterimage on the spot, and the aura of terror spread, as if it suppressed eternity. The sword shines like a long song. It sweeps across the mountains and rivers forever. Boom, boom. 9 netherworlds of heavenly fire descend into the abyss. Accept the wrath of this emperor. Emperor Qi gathered the aura of heaven and earth, and his majesty was like the might of the vast ocean, as if he wanted to suppress the whole world. One sword and one picture, a terrifying symphony of power. Countless strong men couldn't even see what was happening at the battle site. As the two forces collide, the world falls into eternal silence. The brilliance faded. Qi Huang and Huahu's bodies fell heavily to the ground. Submit to me, or die. Lin Feng's body stood in the air, his eyes full of majesty. Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Qi stood up slowly, and with one sword strike, his heavenly fire-suppressing immortal picture was shattered with just one sword strike. His Majesty Qi Huang was defeated? Impossible, impossible. How could His Majesty be defeated? There was disbelief in the eyes of countless monks in the Apocalypse Kingdom. Emperor Qi was a belief-like existence in their hearts. The sky of Tianqi Divine Kingdom has completely changed. Emperor Qi has been powerful in all directions for endless years, but now he has been defeated by an unknown strong man. Is a new era about to begin? Is the ancient prophecy about to come true? The world of mountain and sea is like the ancient times. Catastrophe is coming. 14. Each of the ancient strong men looked horrified. Your Majesty's majesty cannot be trampled upon by anyone. The Firefox will go first. The flames all over the Firefox suddenly glowed brightly, and the powerful force suppressed all directions. Its body expanded rapidly, and the aura of destruction enveloped the dome. Burn with flames for 9 days. Free yourself? Firefox's body exploded, and a vast force spread out, sweeping across the world. Self-destruction? Suppress. The ancient Emperor Dao Bell above Lin Feng's head slowly suppressed the body of Firefox, and as the ancient bell turned into a huge one, the power of Firefox's self-destruction was instantly suppressed in the ancient bell. Dung, dung, dung. The long bells resounded outside the dome. When Emperor Qi saw this, a trace of blood appeared in his eyes. No, Firefox. Anger filled Qi Huang's brain, and he picked up a long sword and killed Lin Feng desperately. Lin Feng looked at the crazy Qi Huang indifferently, and the ancient sword in his hand slowly moved, and the sword energy gathered in the sky. Cut! As the powerful force fell, Qi Huang, who was already seriously injured, was crushed again. His Majesty! Countless ministers of the Apocalypse Kingdom rushed in front of Emperor Qi. I will give you 2 ways. The first is to Qi Shan Kingdom surrender to Zishu sect, and the second is that I will bloodbath the Shin capital today. Lin Feng's eyes are full of domineering, and the sword energy behind him covers thousands of miles. My Emperor! My Emperor! Emperor Qi's eyes were full of anger and powerlessness. He was not afraid of death, but as a king, he had to take care of his hundreds of millions of subjects. Your Majesty, today we are willing to accompany you to fight to the death with Lin Feng. If a person's head falls off, it will only leave a scar the size of a bowl. Death? What's there to be afraid of? I am willing to follow your Majesty. My good man died today, and in 20 years he will be a good man again. The eyes of countless Apocalypse Kingdom ministers were full of fearlessness, but some people were kneeling on the ground, trembling, and kept saying, Your Majesty, those who know the current affairs are heroes, and the rivers and mountains are in the west. Your Majesty, I don't want to die. One by one, young and old cried. Every force has people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. But there are also true heroes. You and other rats have disgraced our Apocalypse Divine Kingdom. It's a shame that you have received so much salary from our Divine Kingdom in these 10,000 years. People who are greedy for life and afraid of death. They are so shameless and have the nerve to live in this world. We shall fight with blood and sacrifice our lives for the country. Bullshit. This is destiny. The fact that things have come to this means that our Apocalypse Divine Kingdom has reached its peak, and we should surrender to Zishu sect. Shameless old man. For a time, The ministers of the Apocalypse Kingdom began to curse each other, and even wanted to fight. Enough! Suddenly, Emperor Qi roared majestically. He wiped the blood and dust from his face, adjusted his armor, and looked at Lin Feng with calm eyes. A monarch's aura suddenly burst out. Fellow Taoist is unparalleled in strength, but I am not as good as me. Fellow Taoist kills my brother and destroys my prince. This blood feud will never end, Qi Huang said, with a trace of hatred in his eyes. As a being who is infinitely close to the gods, he can naturally sense the cause and effect of the princes on Lin Feng. Oh, it seems that fellow Taoist is going to drag the kingdom of Apocalypse with him to be buried with him. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the evil spirit instantly suppressed the billions of miles of the continent. If Emperor Qi does not surrender, he will definitely slaughter the Apocalypse continent to pieces and use bloody methods to frighten countless continents and forces within the Apocalypse Empire. Coming to the fantasy world, Lin Feng has already put away his kindness. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to the forces behind you. Rumble, the sword energy rolled at the top of the sky, and the powerful force made countless Apocalypse Empire officials tremble all over. Madman? Really a madman? Killing the entire Apocalypse continent by one person is a Feng-Hua creature. Pass this order. If the kingdom of God is destroyed, surrender to the Zishu sect immediately. Don't offend the Zishu sect. Check. Find out the area where the Purple Void Sect is located. Let's go quickly to express our surrender. This madman is so scary. Countless powerful forces were shocked by Lin Feng's words. They dared to kill trillions of creatures at every turn. Since ancient times, how many people have been so crazy? Despair permeated the entire Apocalypse continent. Just when Lin Feng was about to take action, Emperor Qi suddenly knelt in front of Lin Feng. His expression was extremely calm, and the humiliation had been completely hidden in his heart. He said lightly, I declare that the Apocalypse Kingdom surrenders to the Zishu sect. From now on, I will no longer be the king of the Apocalypse Kingdom. Qi Huang's voice fell, and there was an uproar around him. Your Majesty? Why? Why do you want to surrender, Your Majesty? Why do you want to abdicate? I am willing to fight with Your Majesty. Countless ministers of the Apocalypse Kingdom knelt on the ground. Everyone be quiet and listen to the Emperor's last decree. Qi Huang slowly stood up. He gave a majestic shout. Although he did not use any divine origin power, his whole body was filled with incomparable majesty. Countless ministers of the Apocalypse Kingdom fell silent. And then Emperor Qi slowly spoke. You listen to the order. Everyone surrenders to the Zishu sect and must not disobey orders. In the future, when the Emperor is not around, you all must live well. Bet. Countless courtiers shed tears, and the air of sadness filled the sky. Wait, you still haven't accepted the Emperor's decree. Emperor Qi gave a loud shout, his eyes filled with majesty. I'll wait for the order. Thousands of ministers from the Apocalypse Kingdom knelt down and worshipped. Seeing this, Emperor Qi slowly turned his head to look at Lin Feng above the dome, pulled out the long sword from behind, and his aura surged. The Apocalypse Kingdom will have no cause and effect on me from now on. Brothers hate it, and it hurts to kill a son. Today I will seek an explanation even with my life. Qi Huang rushed to the dome with a bang, and the terrifying aura spread, suppressing the wind and clouds in all directions. I am willing to live and die with Your Majesty. Kill. As Emperor Qi took action, countless monks from the Apocalypse Kingdom rushed into the sky. What are you waiting for? Are you going to disobey the decree I made before? Emperor Qi frowned and shouted loudly. Your Majesty, forgive me. I will not be able to obey your order this time. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Countless ministers of the Apocalypse Kingdom knelt down and worshipped, and then a look of determination appeared in their eyes. That's it. That's all. In the next life, we will not be kings and subjects, but we will be brothers. Emperor Qi sighed. Lin Feng quietly looked at the monks in the sky. The cold wind was howling between the heaven and the earth, and the world was desolate. Although these people are opponents, they deserve respect. Although this world respects strength and is extremely cruel, as long as there are rivers and lakes, there will be friendship. There will be tragic and heroic songs. I respect you all, and I will do my best with the sword in my hand. May you all meet together in the next life and become brothers. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the sword energy in the sky turned into a dazzling galaxy, spreading across mountains and rivers for millions of miles. Ha! Fight! Emperor Qi smiled heroically, his body as majestic as a mountain, standing tall and immortal. Jojo Tianqi, fight the national crisis together. Fight with you until death. Eternal desolation, but the Emperor is immortal. Kill, kill, kill. On the dome, countless spells flickered, and powerful energy fluctuations made hundreds of millions of people tremble. Puff! The swords crossed each other, and Emperor Qi's blood spurted out, and his whole body was dying. I am about to die, but I have not had any regrets for millions of years. I was protected by the sect, and I traveled across the mountains and seas, conquered nearly 1,000 continents, and established a boudoir. And you all died with me. Happy healing. It's just a regret. I wonder if fellow Taoists can fulfill my wish after I die. The vitality in Qi Huang's eyes gradually faded away. His Majesty, a group of Apocalypse ministers supported him with sorrow in their eyes. I'm fine. Fellow Taoist, can you promise me? Emperor Qi looked at Lin Feng. At this time, his divine fire had been extinguished, his meridians were all severed, and he was only one step away from death. Please tell me if I can do it. I will do my best. Lin Feng said solemnly to Emperor Qi. As a king, Emperor Qi is worthy of his country. As a father, he is worthy of his son. As a brother, he dares to die indifferently. He is a hero and deserves respect. North of Apocalypse Continent, I once suppressed a strong man at the peak of divine fire. He was my former brother. However, he fell into demon Dao and once controlled an army of millions to deal with me. I was heartbroken to suppress him in the ancient forbidden land and couldn't bear to kill him. But now tens of thousands of years have passed. It's time for him to be free. As for his life or death, please let fellow Taoists decide. When Emperor Qi said this, there was a sigh in his eyes. Okay, I will grant your wish. Following Lin Feng's promise, Qi Huang showed a touch of relief on his face. Thank you. Our Apocalypse Divine Kingdom is originally affiliated with the Supreme Orthodoxy. If fellow Taoist wants to control the entire Divine Kingdom, he may have to be prepared to deal with the Supreme Orthodoxy. I really hope that fellow Taoists can overturn the foundation of the Supreme Orthodoxy. Ha ha ha. As Emperor Qi's voice fell, his breath became weaker and weaker. In the end, the divine fire was extinguished, and the color in his eyes completely lost. Starlight fell on his body, and his body disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving only a broken sword stuck in the earth. Your Majesty, I will go with you, my old minister. Consider your Majesty's soul to the void. His Majesty, countless monks from the Apocalypse Kingdom knelt down and worshipped. Some were crying in pain, and some raised their palms and committed suicide and followed Emperor Qi away. In the capital of the gods, the imperial concubines committed suicide one after another. Even those who committed suicide not far away were killed by Qi Ho. Your Majesty passed away? How can you go on the road alone? You have enjoyed all the prosperity during your lifetime, and now is the time to repay your Majesty. Qi Ho's eyes were full of killing, and blood flowed in the palace for a while. After doing everything, Qi Ho sat in the imperial palace of the City of Gods. The long sword in her hand was slowly placed on her neck. Tears fell from her beautiful face. Your Majesty, my concubine is here with you. Blood splashed. The first-generation Qi Ho also turned into a cold corpse. In the sky above Shendu, Lin Feng's ears were ringing with system sounds. Ding! Kill the six-tailed fox at the peak of divine fire. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Kill the half-step god monk. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the remaining copy of Little Thousand Swords Array. Ding! The mission of suppressing the Kingdom of Apocalypse is completed. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 1,000,000-year cultivation level. The binding sword has been sent to the system warehouse. As the system's ethereal voice fell, the aura on Lin Feng's body suddenly rose again. Divine Fire late stage. The peak of divine fire. Half-step to God. This power? Is it the half-step God? Lin Feng clenched his fist, and the breath of terror spread across the continent for hundreds of millions of miles. Emperor Qi has fallen. The Kingdom of Apocalypse will surrender to this mysterious and powerful person. What? He broke through again. Half-step God. Could it be that he has hidden his cultivation? It's also possible that he is the reincarnation of the ancient God. Countless strong men gasped, and the shock brought to them by Lin Feng was like the waves of the river, wave after wave. Are there any royals in the heavenly beginning dynasty now? Lin Feng stepped into the imperial palace of the divine capital. Loud sounds resounded in all directions, and countless former ministers of the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom gathered in the lobby with fear in their eyes. Back to senior. All members of the royal family have been killed by the queen. Even the maids and guards have been silenced by her. A white-haired old man tremblingly spoke to Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. He needs a new emperor to control the kingdom of God. Zhao. Wow. The void shattered, and Lin Feng stepped into it. Before the new emperor ascends the throne, you must protect the safety of the Apocalypse Kingdom. If something goes wrong when I return, you can escape on your own. The cold and domineering voice echoed, causing countless civil and military officials of the Apocalypse Kingdom to shiver. It's not like they haven't seen Lin Feng's ferocity before. In the void, Lin Feng's body has traveled hundreds of millions of miles. He is preparing to return to the Zishu sect and choose, or train, a suitable person to be the new emperor of the Apocalypse Kingdom. Anyway, within 1 or 2,000 years, as long as a group of original civil and military officials from the Apocalypse Kingdom are here, there will be no problems in the entire Kingdom of God. When everything is over, I will go to the ancient Forbidden Land again. I have fulfilled Emperor Qi's wish. But if the Supreme Order gets the news, I am afraid that it will soon attack the Zishu sect, and it must build a powerful force as soon as possible. Got it, Lin Feng muttered to himself in the dark void. Zishu sect is surrounded by fairy mist. Large cranes often pass through the winding mountains. The news that Lin Feng went to Tianqi Divine Kingdom and killed all the gods has spread throughout the Zishu sect. Even countless ancient and powerful forces have declared their submission to Zishu sect. In the main hall of Zishu sect, Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared. Welcome back, Ancestor. Welcome back, Ancestor. One by one, the elders of Zishu sect knelt down and worshipped on the ground respectfully. Can Zishu sect open a mountain and recruit disciples? Lin Feng said calmly. Back to my ancestors, the sect has not yet opened the mountain. Master Zishu spoke respectfully to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded. From now on, the Zishu sect will be established once in 1,000 years. All young heroes from the entire Apocalypse Kingdom can join our sect. Follow the order of our ancestors. The eyes of the Zishu sect master are full of respect and reverence, and the Zishu sect has completely risen. Well, according to my order, the Zishu sect will be established in 10 years. The Apocalypse Divine Kingdom has nearly 1,000 continents and is vast. It will take time for the young geniuses to gather in the East Pole. Lin Feng's voice fell, and his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. On the top of Zishu Peak, Han Shuya and Yi Chun stood respectfully in front of Lin Feng. After 100 years of practice, Han Shuya has become more and more graceful. With a white dress fluttering in the wind, her delicate cheeks like a celestial immortal girl, and a touch of purity in her lovely temperament. 363 and Yi Chun has become a lot more mature and stable. Lin Feng has found him the complete version of chaos immortality art. However, because this technique is so incredible, second only to Beatty Sword Sutra, it also requires a huge amount of effort to practice this technique. Price. Yi Chun's whole aura was like a sharp sword. In addition to being loyal to Lin Feng, he also became more and more cold towards others. This is the price paid for practicing the chaos immortality art, gaining powerful strength and even a long lifespan, but in his heart, it will gradually become dusty, like chaos, heartless, and pessimistic. Lin Feng also advised Yi Chun to give up this technique and practice other methods, but Yi Chun refused. His parents were dead, and his family had also been killed. Except for Yi Feng, he was alone. Master, Han Shuya and Yi Chun respectfully said to Lin Feng at the same time. No need to be polite. I called you two here today, because I want to ask you two, who is willing to be the new emperor of the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom? I have suppressed the Apocalypse Divine Kingdom, and there is a throne left vacant for the time being. Both of you are mine. Disciple, I will think of you now. Lin Feng stared at the two of them. Yi Chun shook his head first and said decisively, Master, I only want to ask the great Tao to help Master in the war, and I have no interest in rights at all. When Yi Chun's voice fell, Han Shuya also respectfully said to Lin Feng, Master, Shui Yao just wants to practice by your side and has no interest in the throne. Okay, that's the case. then I'll find someone else. Do you have any questions about cultivation? I've been here these days, and you can ask questions at any time. Igadiga. Lin Feng said calmly. He didn't expect Yi Chun and Han Shuya to become the new emperors of the Apocalypse Kingdom. After all, these two disciples of his were training risklessly and wanted to stay with him for 10 days. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and sat cross-legged on the ground. Yi Chun and Han Shuya naturally did not miss this opportunity and began to ask Lin Feng for advice. Master, my swordsmanship seems to have reached a bottleneck. I always feel like I can't break through. Yi Chun spoke respectfully to Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly gave the eternal sword to Yi Chun and said calmly, "This sword has an eternal name, Supreme Grade Law Treasure, and is given to you, Tian Min's Hengluo, God, divine weapon." There was a look of horror in Yi Chun's eyes. He had also heard about the power of the divine weapon. One sword could break mountains and rivers, kill millions of monks like ants. The eternal sword has been released from its master status by Lin Feng. After obtaining the Biming sword, he no longer needs this sword. Take action. Congratulations. Lin Feng spoke again. Yi Chun was extremely excited and grabbed the sword. Just when he was about to attack Lin Feng, a terrifying counterattack force came out of the Jigu sword. Wow! Yi Chun was shaken and flew backwards, and the eternal sword was heavily inserted into the ground. What? I can't hold this sword firmly? I'm not a divine weapon. Yi Chun's eyes became more and more surprised. He jumped up and grabbed the eternal sword with both hands. Woohoo! The sound of the sword sounded, and Yi Chun felt the heat on his palm. The eternal sword shook uncontrollably. It's just a sword. Even the divine weapon will be suppressed by me. Yi Chun's whole body was rolling with spiritual energy, and he was holding on to the eternal sword with one hand. He bit his middle finger with one hand, and blood flowed out, dripping on the eternal sword, booming. The eternal sword became more and more violent, with evil spirit and coldness roaring wantonly. Submit to me! Yi Chun shouted violently and completely suppressed the eternal sword. Holding the sword in one hand and pointing at the sky, the sword glow stirred up the wind. Yes, if you can control this sword, there may not be many people in the mountain and sea world who can match your talent. Lin Feng said with satisfaction. Yi Chun shook his head and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Master has suppressed countless strong men along the way, from the East Pole continent to the destruction of the Bai family, and even fought against the gods alone. The Apocalypse Kingdom has returned to Yuanzhou. Compared to Master and I, we are still as powerful as heaven and earth. Separated, draw out your sword, Lin Feng said calmly. Master, be careful. Yi Chun didn't waste any words and took action directly with the long sword. Song. The dazzling sword light shrouded the entire Zishu Mountains in brightness. Yes, this sword is comparable to an ordinary Supreme's initial strike. Lin Feng tapped 2 fingers to suppress Yi Chun's offensive. Chaos sword slash. Yi Chun made a roar and rushed towards Lin Feng with his long sword like a swimming dragon. The power is too weak. The moves are too fancy and cumbersome. This sword is faster. This sword move is discarded. Come on. Lin Feng's 2 fingers are surrounded by sword energy. Rumble. The eternal sword was clamped by Lin Feng's 2 fingers, twisted, and escaped from Yi Chun's hand. Bang! The sword fell to the ground. Yi Chun was already panting, and his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. He lost, but his eyes were extremely excited. As I said, go ahead and practice more. Once you step into Supreme, you can kill the ordinary Supreme late stage. Lin Feng said lightly. Yi Feng bowed to Lin Feng respectfully. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. As Yi Chun retreated, Han Shuya also respectfully walked to Lin Feng. Master, I have never been able to master this move, and I always feel like something is wrong. Here, like this, and then like this. Time passed quickly, and Han Shuya reluctantly said goodbye to Lin Feng. 10 years have passed by in a blink of an eye, and Dongji's prosperity has reached a peak. Under the Zishu Sect mountain, hundreds of millions of geniuses gathered. Countless warships roar. Ancestor Zishu killed all the gods of Tianqi, and even Emperor Qi fell under his sword. His cultivation is comparable to that of the ancient gods. If you are destined to worship under his sect, you will definitely be blessed with the best. A young man with wounds all over his body said with full eyes and ambition. If you enter the Zishu sect, no one from our clan will dare to offend you in the kingdom of Tianqi God. Zishu sect has supreme creation. I long for it. Countless young monks were full of enthusiasm. Boom! In the Zishu Mountains, a man in white slowly walked out. The man in white has the aura of the Emperor realm flowing around him. He is the second-generation elder of the Purple Void Sect. As the Zishu sect becomes stronger and stronger, it already has 4 generations of elders. A generation of elders exists in the Supreme Realm world. The second-generation elder is the existence of Emperor realm. As for the third-generation elder, he is Quasi-Emperor. The weakest 4th-generation elder is also Saint realm. The man in white stands on a crane and holds a whisk in his hand, facing countless Supreme and Emperor realm existences, his eyes full of calmness. Looking at the dense crowd of monks, the man in white showed a little smile on his face, and he slowly said, "I am the second-generation elder of the Zishu sect, Lingi. Welcome everyone to our Zishu sect. Next, I announce that the Zishu sect has officially opened its doors to accept disciples. The Ancestor has ordered that you only need to pass 3 passes to enter the Zishu sect. The first level, asking the heart formation. If you can pass this test, you can be considered as entering my Purple Void Outer sect. The second level, 10,000 swords formation. If you can pass this formation, congratulations, you can go directly to the inner gate. The third level, it is also the most difficult level. It was set up by the Ancestor himself. It is called 1,000 Life Reincarnation Formation. Anyone who can pass this formation can directly become a core disciple." As the voice of the man in white fell, countless disciples' eyes showed excitement. It seemed that it would not be difficult to join the Zishu sect. The man in white looked at the countless young monks with relaxed expressions with a strange expression on his face. These 3 levels of Zishu sect are not that simple. Okay, young heroes, the first formation is going to the North Sea 900 million miles away. Starting from now, you must rush there as soon as possible within 3 days. Several second-generation elders of our Purple Void Sect are already there to greet you. The formation will be activated in 3 days. If you miss the time, you will have to wait another 1,000 years for our Purple Void Sect to open the mountain. The man in white said with a smile, because upon hearing this, the geniuses immediately began to head north crazily. "Uncle, give me a ride. Dad, help me. Damn it, get out of my way. Don't block my way." "So what if we block it? Are we going to fight? I'm afraid of you. At worst, we'll be late together and miss the opportunity. Come on, let's hurt each other." "You are so cruel. The circle will remember you. Noisy, get away." The Shi family is passing by. There is chaos between heaven and earth. Above the northern sea area of the East Pole continent, clouds and mist are lingering, and the sun constellation array exudes a terrifying atmosphere. There are as many as 1 billion young people coming to worship the sect this time. "Senior brother, how many disciples do you think can successfully join our Zishu sect?" An old man in gray robes spoke to a short, fat monk next to him. The short, fat monk shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I feel an overwhelming aura in the formation behind me. 1 billion boys. I think it's a miracle that 100,000 can pass through. Isn't it too harsh?" "Junior brother, our Zishu sect is no longer a sect that only existed in one state, but a powerful sect with the kingdoms of gods in 10 directions. The standards for accepting disciples are naturally strict." The short and fat monk said quietly, "Yes, our Zishu sect has stood proudly at the top of this world." The old man in gray robe showed some emotion on his face. Rummel. Densely crowded monks appeared in the sky. Various warships and flying boats roared low, and the light of law treasure shone across the sky. "Coming." The short and fat monk spoke slowly, his breath spreading all over his body, and he shouted loudly to countless monks, "You guys be quiet. This formation will open in a day, and there will be a fight and noise. Otherwise, you will completely lose the chance to join our sect." As the pudgy monk's voice fell, countless monks instantly became quiet. Although the pudgy monk is only in the middle stage of the Emperor realm, he represents that no one in the Purple Void Sect dares to make a mistake. As time went by, more and more monks gathered on the sea, and the entire sea was filled with countless monks. As the sun sets and the sun rises, the huge formation slowly opens, and a faint light interweaves. The powerful aura caused the entire sea surface to fall into depression. Asking for flowers 00. This formation is the questioning heart formation. After entering the formation, you must survive for 10 days to be considered as passing the test. The old man in Miepao said calmly to a group of young geniuses. And then he and the short, fat monk moved their palms, and the entire formation was completely activated, and the dazzling light made the world dim. A huge beam of light soared into the sky from the center of the formation. The light pillar is surrounded by a white glow that stretches for thousands of miles. The two of us will wait for you in the formation. The formation will be closed in half a day, and it will be fully opened in half a day. I wish you good luck. The old man's voice echoed across heaven and earth, and countless young geniuses stared at the formation with fear in their eyes. This formation is not easy, be careful. A veteran of the Supreme Realm world said with serious eyes to a handsomely dressed young man beside him. Zero. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I'm sure of myself. The handsome man's eyes were filled with calmness and confidence. Questioning heart formation? Interesting. The kingdom of Tianqi has been destroyed, and it is said that there is no new emperor. The new emperor must be born in the Zishu sect. How happy would it be if I were the new emperor? The eyes of a young man with an ugly face were full of sparkle, and a burning ambition was burning deep in his eyes. This formation, dangerous. I will definitely join the Zishu sect. The hope of our clans rise. The faces of each young man were either nervous, ugly, or confident and indifferent, but in the end they all stepped into the formation without hesitation. As the teenagers disappeared one by one, the sea area fell into calm again except for the slowly rotating formation. Half a day passed, dusk fell, and the entire sea area was dyed bright red by the setting sun, which was extremely ferocious. Senior brother, start the battle. The gray-robed old man's voice fell, and the short and fat monk nodded. With a move of his palm, powerful power began to activate the formation. Wow! Boom! The beam of light became more and more dazzling, and a faint, heavy aura enveloped thousands of miles. The scene in the eyes of countless young people also began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Some saw bones stretching for millions of miles. Some people saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hell on earth. Some people also saw countless fierce ghosts roaring, baring their teeth and claws in a terrifying way. No, don't come over here. Aren't you dead? You. How come you are all alive? This is not true. Get away. Get away, all of you. A series of frightened voices sounded in the formation. A young man in the formation saw, in front of him, a dense crowd of terrifying monsters. These monsters had ferocious faces and blood-red pupils, and they all stared at him greedily. No, do not want. Densely packed monsters pounced on his body, and his inner fear reached its limit, and he finally fainted. But as he fainted, the power of the formation slowly fell, teleporting him out instantly. Help! Help me! There was another miserable roar, and the formation kept teleporting the teenagers out one by one. There is no doubt that they have lost the qualification to join the Zishu sect. Isn't this elimination rate scary? 4 and 3. The old man in gray robe frowned as he looked at the disciples who were being teleported out. The short and fat monk just said calmly, "What's the point? 1 billion young monks? I have said that in the end, it is estimated that only 100,000 people will be able to join our Purple Void Sect." As the pudgy monk's voice fell, millions of young monks were teleported out. Not long after the formation was opened, nearly 200 million monks had already been teleported out. Among the formations, there are also people with a firm Taoist heart. A boy in animal skin closed his eyes tightly, and what he saw was a sky full of ferocious, great monsters. The 10,000-meter-tall ancient relic was breathing terrifying flames, and its huge pupils were blood red. Wow! Ouch! Bring it on! The boy in animal skin shouted loudly. His body rose into the sky like a firefly, and his long sword slashed at the ancient ferocious beasts and prehistoric species around him. Among the behemoths filling the sky, the body of the animal-skinned boy was like a grain of dust. Boom! The sword energy burst out from the young man's body. There was no fear in his eyes, but only endless fighting spirit. Wow! When the boy was slashing at those ancient relics, the whole world suddenly collapsed. The great monster disappeared in an instant, and a mist formed around the boy. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The wind suddenly blew low, and buildings suddenly appeared in the mist. As the wind became more and more violent, the outlines of the buildings became clearer and clearer. Tall palaces and pavilions appeared one after another. The Phoenix Clan? This is the Phoenix Clan? There was excitement in the eyes of the animal-skinned boy. As the fog completely dissipated, People began to come and go in the building. I heard that ninth young master and Miss G have formed a happy marriage. Oh, this is a good story. Ninth young master is extremely talented, and Miss G is as beautiful as an immortal. The two of them together are like a couple of gods and immortals. The great elder has entered the supreme realm. The strength of our Feng family has reached a new level. It is said there was laughter and discussion, and the surroundings suddenly became lively. Uncle Clan, the animal-skinned boy, looked at everything in disbelief. He stretched out his hand and said hello to a majestic middle-aged man. However, the majestic middle-aged man seemed not to see the animal-skinned boy and passed directly through his body. Feng Clan, how dare you offend our apocalypse divine kingdom? Today, the Japanese priests lead a million-strong army to destroy your entire clan. A majestic voice fell from the dome, and the sky was filled with densely packed warships. A barefoot old man with feet on the fire cloud looked down at the entire Feng family with majesty. The pressure of the divine fire realm enveloped the endless land. There are countless monks with powerful auras on the warship. Master Priest, may I ask where my Feng family has offended His Majesty Qi Huang? Why did the army descend on our Feng family? An old voice sounded from the Feng family, and a little old man was seen slowly stepping into the void from the Feng family. His half-step of divine fire cultivation suppressed the void for 1,000,000 miles. Offending His Majesty Qi Huang? Even if you are a mere Phoenix clan, you are not worthy of it. The barefoot old man showed a hint of disdain in his eyes, and the million-strong Emperor Realm army instantly surrounded the entire Phoenix clan. The entire Feng clan fell into panic. Master Priest, why on earth? The little old man's eyes showed sadness and anger, and the barefoot old man just snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Today, the Phoenix clan is destroyed. As his voice fell, the divine fire spread, and dense fireballs on the dome fell on the Phoenix clan. Start the formation. The little old man shouted loudly, and a faint red light enveloped the entire Feng family, and a powerful aura rose into the sky. A mere formation is trying to block the kingdom of God. Broken. The barefoot old man shouted loudly, and his powerful momentum instantly suppressed all directions. A ball of hot flames hit the formation. Rumble. The huge lawn of the Phoenix clan shook. That powerful formation instantly became shaky and then collapsed. It's over. The formation is broken. Why? Why does the Apocalypse Kingdom want to deal with our Phoenix clan? Run. Run away. Countless Feng people were completely panicked, and the flames in the sky mercilessly devoured those fleeing Feng people. Escape. No one can escape from the hands of me. The Apocalypse Kingdom. Suppress. Kill. No one will be spared. The barefoot old man gave an order, and the dense Emperor Realm army descended like locusts. All kinds of law manifestation and sword chi. No, do not want. Save me. Ancestor, save me. The Feng family was in chaos and turned into a hell of Shuya. Tears of blood suddenly filled the eyes of the boy with animal skin, and he roared. No, do not want. The long sword danced wildly in his hand, but no one could see him, as if he was just a spectator. At this time, almost half of the Feng family's buildings were destroyed. The ground was filled with blood and mountains of bones. Apocalypse Divine Kingdom, why are you so cruel? When has the Phoenix clan ever offended you? If you don't let our clan live today, then we will die together. 1.1 inch. The ancestor of the Feng family roared and rushed towards the dome, his spiritual power instantly becoming violent. Waves of destruction surged, rumble, accompanied by a sound that shattered the heaven and earth. The void suddenly collapsed. Ancestor, Ancestor, countless Phoenix people roared. If the Phoenix clan is no longer alive, you must protect this lineage of incense with your life. Follow me to fight. One by one, the Supreme and Emperor realms of the Feng family stepped into the void and exploded. Desolation and lamentation echoed throughout the Phoenix clan. No, don't, Dad, no. You all go to hell. The animal-skinned boy's eyes were blood-red, and his voice was like a roar of a wild beast. Kill, kill, kill. In the formation, the beast-skinned boy's spiritual energy was extremely violent, and there were vague signs of going crazy. That kid seems to be obsessed. The old man in gray robe noticed the strange movement of the beast-skinned boy in the formation and raised his eyebrows. Oh, that must be because he has too many inner demons. Unfortunately, if he is unlucky, he may even lose all his cultivation. The short and fat monk shook his head, lay down on a suspended boat, held the wine, and drank it. Junior brother, wake me up in 10 days. I'll take a nap first. The short, fat monk closed his eyes and snored. When the old man in gray robes saw this, he smiled bitterly and stopped paying attention to the bee-skin boy by Tong. This kind of thing happened frequently. Mountain and Sea World, the supreme orthodoxy. This is a huge and ancient inheritance. There is an ancestor of the gods in the door, and even half a foot has stepped into the terrifying existence outside the realm of gods. The supreme Taoist lineage has been passed down for an unknown number of years, and even the strongest members of the sect may not know its background. The Apocalypse Divine Kingdom is a subsidiary country of the supreme Taoist lineage. It's just that the supreme Tao generally doesn't care about the mortal world, and only the top forces in the mountain and sea world know of its existence. Above the 9 days, a huge mountain range winding for hundreds of millions of miles stands tall. The formation slowly covers these 14 huge mountain ranges. From a distance, the holy light covers the entire mountain range, and the fairy mist rolls, sometimes strong. The person uses his sword to move in and out of it. Roar! A huge, colorful fish tail suddenly flapped in the clouds, and a Taoist holding an oil lamp stepped onto the golden carp and entered the huge mountain. Although the supreme Taoist lineage has mountains stretching for hundreds of millions of miles, there are only 1 million disciples in the whole sect. But each of the millions of disciples is a strong person in the mountain and sea world. I've met my uncle. As Taoist carrying the oil lamp entered the huge mountain range, Tao sect disciples from time to time respectfully saluted him. Taoist just nodded slightly and then walked in one direction. The Supreme Taoist Palace, located under the main line of the Supreme Mountain Range. The Supreme Sect Master is living here. The magnificent palace is filled with ancient atmosphere, and the powerful divine fire realm, great monsters at both ends are quietly guarding the entrance of the palace. A majestic army and a ferocious tiger. Wow! As Taoist descended, the two great monsters showed awe in their eyes and spoke human words at the same time. I have met Elder Randang. Taoist still looked cold, and the carp turned into a ball of flame and rushed into Taoist's oil lamp. Taoist slowly walked into the main hall. At this time, a young man in civilian clothes was holding a brush and writing official documents. Sensing the arrival of Taoist, the young man slowly stood up and bowed respectfully to Taoist, who was holding an oil lamp. Disciple, I have met my uncle. No need to be polite, Taoist said calmly, and the young man slowly stood up, but his eyes still looked at Taoist with awe. May I ask if you have anything to give me? The young man said respectfully. The Taoist holding the oil lamp is an elder of the Supreme Orthodoxy, an ancient being in the realm of gods. I traveled to the mountain and sea world and learned that the kingdom of Apocalypse was destroyed by a force called Zishu sect. This matter is related to the majesty of my Supreme Orthodoxy. Ran Deng Taoist said leisurely, with an indifferent tone. Whether the kingdom of Apocalypse is destroyed or not is just a trivial matter to him. He has long since stopped caring about the mortal world, unless there is a danger of annihilating the sect. Otherwise, he will too lazy to pay attention. If he hadn't happened to be passing by the head's hall, he wouldn't have even bothered to mention it. After all, if the Apocalypse Kingdom is destroyed, the news will spread to the sect sooner or later. In the Supreme Tradition, such matters are usually handled by the second-generation elders and sect leaders. Apocalypse Divine Kingdom has been destroyed? What kind of sect is Zishu sect? There was a hint of contemplation in the young man's eyes. At this time, Ran Deng Taoist had turned around and left the hall, leaving only his long voice echoing. You can handle this matter as you please. I'm going back to retreat. As Ran Deng Taoist left, the young man bowed respectfully outside the hall. Congratulations to Elder Ran Deng. As the aura of Ran Deng Taoist completely dissipated, the young man sat back on the sect leader's seat. He put down the official document in his hand and shouted loudly, "Come here and inform the second and third generation elders to discuss the matter." As his voice fell, the breath of a half-step god suddenly filled the entire hall. As the leader of the Supreme Sect, the young man's cultivation can definitely rank among the top 3 among the second-generation elders. The Supreme Taoist elders are divided into 4 generations. The elders of each generation are all in the realm of gods. They have always seen the beginning but not the end of the dragon, and they have been practicing in seclusion for many years. The second-generation elders are half-god level beings and are very powerful. The third-generation elders are half-god level beings. The third-generation elders are half-god level beings. Below are the disciples and a group of deacons. Meet the sect master. Meet the sect master. Elders of the second and third generations gathered in the Supreme Main Hall. No need to be polite. I called you here today to announce something. The Supreme Sect leader sat in the main hall without anger or authority, his voice echoing around. May I ask the sect master, is there something big happening? A second-generation elder wielded a cane and spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. As his voice fell, countless second and third-generation elders of the Supreme Sect stared at the Supreme Sect Master. In the Supreme Taoist tradition, it is rare to discuss matters in the main hall for tens of thousands of years. This sect has received news that my supreme tributary country, the Kingdom of Apocalypse, has been destroyed. 690. When the voice of the Supreme Sect leader fell, the second and third generation elders in Shanghai were instantly in an uproar. Is it made by the Huanjin Immortal Sect or the ancient Yuan Sect? They destroyed the vassal states of my supreme order. Then we will also destroy their vassal states. The Supreme Order is not afraid of any force in the mountain and sea world. Sect Master, I'm asking for a fight. Let me bring a few strong men from the sects and promise to destroy the two sect subordinate countries within 3 months. Some elders looked excited and even wanted to lead people to fight. There are 3 ancient sects in the world of mountain and sea: the Supreme Taoist Sect, the Huanjin Immortal Sect, and the Yushuan Ancient Sect. The 3 ancient traditions are beyond the mortal world, but they all have a huge subordinate country. The 3 great Tao clans did not live in harmony, but had been hostile to each other for endless years. However, the strength of the 3 clans was almost the same, and a delicate balance was formed in a short time, and no war broke out. Okay, everyone be quiet. It was not done by those 2 sects, but by a force called Zishu Sect. The Supreme Sect Master said calmly, Zishu Sect? What kind of force is this? To be able to destroy the Apocalypse Kingdom, there are half-step gods in the sect. Who cares about his existence? Sect Master, give me the coordinates. With the sharp axe in my hand, I will kill all of them without leaving a trace. Each elder became excited again.